Chapter 61, Draco and the Diary. Predictably, Mr. Dewema would spend the rest of his existence as a flobberworm in this world. Harry didn't think he was being cruel. Compared to what the wanted posters described about the fates of Dewema's victims, this was already an extraordinarily merciful punishment. As he passed by, Harry accidentally stepped on the flobberworm. Back in the Leaky Cauldron's restroom, Harry waited for the aging potion to wear off, then changed back into his regular clothes and returned to the table where Ron was waiting. Ron, finally noticing him, looked up. "Hey, mate," Ron greeted him. "What took you so long?" "Stomachache," Harry replied. "I think we should head back. Mr. Granger might be waiting outside and getting worried." "All right," Ron said, reluctantly pocketing his cherished wand. As they left the Leaky Cauldron, Harry spotted Mr. Granger, looking quite pleased with himself. "Uncle Granger." Harry and Ron greeted him in unison. "Hello, boys." Mr. Granger spread his arms wide and gave each of them a warm hug. "Let's go. We'll stop by Harrods to pick up a few things, and then we'll head home." It was clear that Mr. Granger was in a particularly good mood. Harry and Ron each received a donut from a popular American chain, a gesture impossible to decline. Unable to resist Mr. Granger's enthusiasm, Harry and Ron decided to spend another night at the Granger residence. Uncle Granger promised to drive them back early the next morning. Ron, eager to test out his new wand, suggested a duel with Hermione, but as underage wizards weren't allowed to perform magic outside school, he could only imagine it. "It's ridiculous. We don't have such rules at home," Ron muttered. "That's because we're in a Muggle neighborhood," Hermione pointed out. "Think about it, the moment you cast a spell, the Ministry of Magic will pinpoint us immediately. They won't even have to check who it was. They'll just know, oh, it's Hermione." After spending another cozy evening at the Grangers, Mr. Granger drove them to the Leaky Cauldron early the next morning. The two boys caught the Hogwarts Express back to school. Since it was still the holidays, the castle was quieter than usual, with only a few students scattered around the Great Hall reading. Their dormitory was nearly empty, save for the two of them. The room was already overflowing with Christmas gifts. "Look, this is the sweater my mum knitted," Ron said, pulling out his gift, a sweater with a large R stitched on the front. "She knits one for me every year. Percy, Fred, and George have theirs. You and Hermione have one too," Ron explained. "Yours and Hermione's both have an H, hers is slightly bigger since it's for a girl, and yours is smaller. Girls tended to develop earlier than boys, and Hermione, being a year older, was no exception." Harry didn't hesitate, taking the gift from Ron and slipping on the blue sweater. "It's so warm," Harry said with a grin. "I really like it." As he stretched, Harry noticed a thin package among his gifts. "It's from my Aunt Petunia," he said to Ron. "What is it?" Ron asked, leaning in curiously. Harry shrugged. "No idea." Opening the package, Harry found several photographs. "It's my mum," Harry exclaimed, holding up one of the pictures. "There are 5 of them, all of my mum." Ron peered at the photos and sincerely remarked, "Your mum was really pretty. Wasn't she?" Harry replied, flipping through the photos, a smile spreading across his face. He mentally decided on a gift for his aunt, a set of beauty potions, to show his gratitude for the photos. Suddenly, Ron pointed to one of the pictures and gasped. "Wait, doesn't this guy look familiar?" Harry glanced at the photo. In it, a young girl, his mother, was smiling warmly, her arm linked with the boy's. The boy's dark hair, greasy and unkempt, and his oversized black robes gave him away instantly. "It's Professor Snape," Harry said confidently. "See? I told you he was friends with my parents. I think I know what to give Professor Snape as a gift." "What's that?" Ron asked. "This photo," Harry replied with a shrug. He grabbed an envelope from his desk and slipped the picture inside. "Hedwig," Harry called, "could you deliver this to Professor Snape for me?" After sending Hedwig off, Harry continued opening his gifts. Hagrid had sent him a flute, Fred and George gave him a box of biscuits, and Miss Folly gifted him some invigorating potion and magical ingredients. Hermione's gift was a large box of horseshoe-shaped chocolates. Among the gifts, Harry found a shimmering, silvery fabric, an item that seemed to ripple like liquid in his hands. "Wow, this is an invisibility cloak." Harry marveled, raising an eyebrow. He had seen such cloaks before, Cassandra owned one. "Look, there's a note," Ron pointed out. Harry set the cloak aside and picked up the note. Written in a thin, looping script, the note read. "Your father left this with me before his death. It's time it returned to you. Use it well. Wishing you a very Merry Christmas." "Who sent it?" Harry wondered aloud, flipping the note over, but there was no signature. "Probably one of your dad's friends," Ron said, gazing enviously at the cloak. "I'd trade all my gifts for something like that." Harry studied the handwriting, feeling that it looked familiar, though he couldn't place it. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Draco Malfoy also received his share of Christmas gifts. As always, life as a young master was plain yet extravagant. True to his boasts, his father bought him only the finest, and his Christmas gifts were the best among his peers. But unlike Dudley Desley, Draco wasn't obsessed with gifts. He spent the afternoon sorting them and placing them in a small study across the hall, a room he had never entered before, said to have belonged to an ancestor. After putting away the gifts, Draco heard a soft plop. Something had fallen behind him, a notebook. Draco picked it up and examined it. The notebook looked old but not outdated. Its cover gleamed under the light, as if freshly made, exuding an unusual allure. Draco instantly liked the notebook. He summoned a house elf to bring him a quill and ink, then sat at the desk, ready to write his name on the first page. Draco Malfoy. Strangely, the ink began to seep into the paper. What's going on? Draco muttered, scratching his head in confusion. The ink was absorbed into the notebook, disappearing completely. In its place, a delicate script appeared. Hello, I am Cassandra Malfoy. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. Patreon.com/winkaze. 500 Power Stone for 1 chapter bonus. Chapter 62, Old Ancestor Cassandra and the Bottle of Felix Felicis. Cassandra Malfoy. Draco recalled the ancestor his father had mentioned just days ago. Wait, didn't she disappear? Are you really Cassandra? Draco scribbled in the notebook. Yes. The delicate handwriting reappeared. But, why? Draco wrote, his confusion evident. Why are you suddenly communicating with me through this notebook? Did you use some sort of dark magic to create it? Magic is full of wonders, isn't it? The elegant handwriting replied. Beneath that line, 2 more sentences quickly appeared. Why don't you tell me about yourself, my descendant? What is your relationship with Abraxas? He was my grandfather. He's already passed away, Draco responded. It took a moment for his words to vanish. Then he waited, becoming slightly impatient, until the graceful script returned. Oh, how unexpected. Time is truly merciless. When I left home, Abraxas was just a little boy. Seeing the text fade, Draco eagerly wrote, so you really are my ancestor. I've heard so much about your heroic deeds from a century ago, quelling the Goblin Rebellion, defeating the Ash Snake cult, but father never told me the details. Can you share them? I'm very eager to know about the glory of my ancestors. What a child so obsessed with family prestige. The notebook stayed silent for a while before finally responding. I'm sorry, my descendant. This notebook is merely for recording magical insights, it cannot fulfill your wish. Draco felt a twinge of disappointment, but his attention was quickly captured by the phrase, magical insights. Magical insights. Draco wrote hastily. Can you teach me, ancestor? I know you were one of the most outstanding witches at Hogwarts in your time. With your guidance, I'm sure I can defeat Harry Potter. Very well, my descendant. The notebook agreed surprisingly readily. If you're serious about learning magic with me, defeating any classmate at Hogwarts will be a breeze. Draco was ecstatic, nearly jumping 3 feet in the air. In his mind, he was already imagining what it would be like to defeat Harry Potter and dominate Slytherin. But Draco's daydreaming was interrupted by new words appearing on the notebook. You must follow my instructions. First and foremost, you must keep this a secret. If anyone covets this notebook and steals it from you, I won't be able to teach you magic. Don't worry, ancestor, Draco pledged solemnly. Also, I've left a few trinkets hidden in Hogwarts. If you help me find them, I'll gladly share them with you, the handwriting continued. Trinkets. Draco was clearly uninterested. It's been 100 years, ancestor. I doubt your belongings have remained intact. You cannot imagine the secrets of Hogwarts, my descendant, the notebook replied. The place where I stored them is absolutely inaccessible to others. I don't think it's worth the risk. After all. Draco's sentence vanished before he could finish writing. It was replaced by the delicate script. Rest assured, my descendant. Aren't you curious about the Merlin relic stored in that chamber? What's its use? Draco asked, now intrigued. Don't you wonder why my magical prowess was so extraordinary, the handwriting countered. Draco's thoughts quickly connected the dots based on the mention of the Merlin relic. Could it be because of that Merlin relic? Draco wrote hurriedly and sloppily. Yes, child, the notebook replied. It was thanks to this item that I possessed magical abilities far beyond my peers. I'll help you, ancestor. Draco's expression turned solemn as he resolved to fulfill this wish. What he failed to notice was that as he conversed with the notebook, a faint magical force was slowly, almost imperceptibly, flowing from his hand into his brain. Hogwarts during Christmas was quieter than usual, but it didn't feel any less lively. Under the guidance of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, the students began decorating the Great Hall with Christmas ornaments. The group of students staying at the castle bustled about, adding a festive cheer to the atmosphere. The Weasley twins were busy teasing Percy, joking that the P on his sweater stood for prefect rather than Percy. This prompted Percy to chase them with a book, attempting to swat them. You're not allowed to hang out with the prefects today. Fred yelled while running, "You have to spend Christmas with us, family comes first, you get." "Ah, youth." Dumbledore mused from the high table, a bright floral bonnet perched on his head. "I'm sure Dumbledore's gay," Ron whispered to Harry. "Look at that floral hat, seriously." "No way." Harry scratched his head. "You can't just say that because he's wearing a bonnet. Maybe he's just into cross-dressing. And even if he is gay, who could someone as brilliant as him possibly fall for?" Ron didn't respond, merely shrugging. His earlier comment was more a mix of intuition and playful banter. Nearby, his rat, Scabbers, was busy burying its head in the Christmas feast, indulging to its heart's content. "Speaking of which, mate," Ron said, shifting topics, "why don't we have a snowball fight after dinner? Fred and George just invited me, and they insisted you join too." "I think we have more important things to do, Ron," Harry said in a low voice. "Now that I've got this invisibility cloak, why not explore the castle?" "Great idea." Ron's face lit up before quickly falling. "But the cloak only fits one person. I can't come with you." "Don't worry, Ron. I don't need a cloak to turn invisible," Harry said with a grin. Now more comfortable in his 11-year-old body, Harry's magic had improved to the point where he could cast a disillusionment charm on himself without flaws. Before Ron could reply, Hedwig swooped in, hooting softly as she flew into the hall. "It's Hedwig," Ron said. "No wonder I haven't seen her around, I thought you'd forgotten about her. She's probably delivering something." Harry extended his hand, catching the small gift box Hedwig dropped as she soared down. "Is it a Christmas present?" "Who's it from?" Ron asked, leaning in curiously. Harry picked up the little box, noting the absence of any tag or note. "No name," he said with a shrug. Opening the gift, he found a small, crystal-clear vial inside. "Well, I think I know who sent this," Harry said immediately. He recognized the contents of the gift right away. It was a small bottle of Felix Felicis. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. Patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 63, I am the headmaster. No need to ask, this extravagant gift of advanced potion must have come from none other than the proud and aloof old serpent himself, Professor Severus Snape. Who else but him could give such a valuable potion as a gift? "It seems he really was very good friends with my parents," Harry muttered to himself, carefully examining the bottle of Felix Felicis. The shimmering liquid inside gleamed so enticingly it seemed to captivate one's very soul. Inside the box, there was a note. Harry reached for the slip of paper, unfolded it, and read. "Handle with care. Don't let your dunderhead little troll friend spill it. SS." "What's that?" Ron, the so-called dunderhead little troll, asked on cue. Without a word, Harry handed the note to him. Ron took it and, upon reading it, turned visibly indignant. "This is downright insulting," he fumed, though his gaze flicked back to the potion. "But, this is Felix Felicis, liquid luck, an advanced potion. Just this small vial could fetch hundreds of galleons." Pausing, Ron glanced up and asked, "SS. Who's that?" "Professor Snape," Harry said, carefully tucking the potion into his pocket. "Severus Snape. Of course, it's him." Ron let out an understanding "oh," and said to Harry, "I can't believe he's this generous." "You must be right, he really was your parents' good friend. That photo you gave him must have struck the right chord." "Yeah," Harry replied with a smile, spearing a piece of roast beef from his plate. "So, where are we heading later?" Ron resumed gnawing on a drumstick, then decided one wasn't enough and grabbed another, finally grinning in satisfaction. "To the room of requirement," Harry said calmly after swallowing his mouthful of beef. "We're not practicing magic today, I've discovered a new use for the room." "A new use?" Ron's interest was immediately piqued. "I've got to see this." Meanwhile, back in the headmaster's office, a mysterious guest had arrived. It was a goblin, with sparse hair atop its head, a less than pleasing appearance, and a pair of pronounced cross eyes. "Happy Christmas, Headmaster Dumbledore." The goblin bowed politely, its voice rough and gravelly. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly and replied, "And a Merry Christmas to you, Bodrick. It's already evening, though, so if there's something urgent, please speak plainly. Forgive an old man's bluntness, I require more sleep at my age." This particular goblin was not a stranger to him. His name was Bodrick Boss Eyes, a spokesperson for the Goblin Brotherhood. "There's been a horrific incident in Nocturne Alley," Bodrick began. "A dark wizard was transformed into a flobberworm and stomped to death. I saw the scene myself, it was absolutely appalling. It reminded me of a deeply unpleasant memory. I don't consider the death of a dark wizard to be a horrific incident, nor do I see why it should stir unpleasant memories," Dumbledore remarked casually. "Moreover, I am merely the headmaster of Hogwarts, not the minister of magic. I suggest you take this matter to Cornelius, not to an old man like me." "No, you don't understand, Dumbledore." Bodrick nearly growled. "It's him. He's returned. That unspeakable monster. Voldemort." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened momentarily before doubt crept in. No, Voldemort preferred straightforward methods like the killing curse. He wouldn't go through the trouble of transforming someone into a flobberworm and then stomping them to death. No, it's another figure, a different mysterious man, Bodrick shuddered. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Dumbledore blinked in surprise before realizing that Bodrick was referring to the Harry Potter of a century ago. Yes, Harry Potter. Bodrick whispered. He's returned, he really has. That man used to torment goblins by turning them into small creatures and crushing them underfoot. Headmaster Dumbledore, I know a new student named Harry Potter has enrolled at Hogwarts. Please allow me to meet him. I suspect he might be Bodrick. Dumbledore's previously kind demeanor turned stern. I will not permit you to harass my student. And, let's not forget, a century ago, it was the goblins who instigated the rebellion. That Harry Potter did nothing wrong. I know. Bodrick shivered slightly, his voice lowering. I merely wish to meet him, to negotiate some terms. A century has passed, and we goblins no longer harbor such thoughts. Too many have died, we cannot bear any more losses. But he is merely a student at Hogwarts, not the same person from a century ago. You must understand this, Dumbledore said coldly. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I will not allow you to disturb my students under any circumstances. Really? Not even for this. Bodrick took a deep breath. This isn't just for the goblins, it's for Hogwarts as well. I believe a wise headmaster would not refuse such a proposal. Dumbledore said nothing, but a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes behind the half-moon spectacles. Dumbledore. You'll regret this. Bodrick roared, standing abruptly. Bodrick, I am the headmaster, Dumbledore replied calmly. With a growl, Bodrick stormed out, slamming the door so hard it reverberated through the room. Sitting back in his chair, Dumbledore's eyes glimmered behind his spectacles. Bodrick's words had indeed stirred a ripple of unease within him. But the notion that Harry was the same person from a century ago seemed utterly preposterous. That said, there was something undeniably unusual about Harry. Before the holiday break, during the Gryffindor-Slytherin confrontation, Dumbledore had watched from afar in his office. He had personally witnessed how Harry used magic to defeat multiple upper-year students, including the Slytherin prefect, Miss Farley. For a first-year student, such prowess was extraordinary. Even Dumbledore himself couldn't have achieved that level in his first year. Perhaps it was due to Lily's ancient charm. Dumbledore mused. In any case, he decided he needed to observe the boy more closely to ensure he wasn't being influenced by some dark artifact. With that thought, Dumbledore formulated a plan, stood up, and prepared to put it into action. He knew that a boy Harry's age, having received an invisibility cloak, would undoubtedly want to sneak out and explore. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 64, Cassandra's Notebook. After dinner, Harry led Ron up to the 7th floor. Standing before the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by trolls, Harry silently focused on kneading the Order of the Phoenix's lounge. Hey, the door looks a bit different this time, Ron suddenly said. Harry glanced up. This time, the wall revealed a bronze door symbolizing a lounge instead of the silver door of the meeting room or the brass one representing the dueling chamber. Let's go, Harry said, patting Ron's back. You know how it works, this room can change as needed. It should be a lounge this time. Ron followed Harry into the room of requirement. Wow, he marveled at the distinct decorations for the 4 houses. All 4 houses are represented here. Wait, why does Slytherin have more chairs than the others? Harry considered it for a moment. The Order had 8 members, with 4 from Slytherin. It was no surprise that their seats outnumbered the others. Surely you don't expect Hufflepuff's 1 member or Ravenclaw's lone representative to each need 4 chairs, Harry thought wryly. Gryffindor is right next to Slytherin, that's just. Ron trailed off with a grumble. Harry shrugged. It was Veratia's decision. She discovered the room of requirement, so naturally, she designed the layout. This arrangement had left Cassandra in a foul mood for weeks, giving Harry nothing but icy looks whenever they crossed paths. After all, Veratia's seat was right next to Harry's. After grumbling, Ron flopped down into the chair that originally belonged to Gareth Weasley. It made sense, Gareth was Ron's great-grandfather. This is quite a nice place, Harry, Ron said, stretching like a cat in his chair, his flaming red hair musing up. Honestly, Hermione should have come to see this too. Oh, weren't we going to recruit Seamus and Neville as well? We might as well move all the Slytherin chairs over since we're obviously not inviting any Slytherins to join us, are we? As soon as Ron finished speaking, 3 more chairs appeared in the Gryffindor section. That's amazing, Ron said excitedly. I'll go check out the window, this view is way better than what we have in the Gryffindor Tower. Harry murmured, nodding as Ron walked off. He sat down in Veratia's seat, his thoughts drifting a century back in time. Harry. Veratia slipped her arms around Harry's. Oh. Harry answered reflexively, caught off guard. Come look at the view with me, Veratia said, tugging him toward the window. You know, the Slytherin common room is underground. We never get to enjoy such a wonderful sight. I'd remind you, Cassandra's cold voice interrupted from behind, full of disdain, that this is the room of requirement, our orders meeting space. And it's winter, not springtime when magical creatures are breeding. You too. She stopped mid-sentence when Veretia turned to face her. Veretia's striking violet eyes curved into crescent moons, her thin lips curling into a victorious smirk. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, Veretia said. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, Harry echoed softly, gazing out the window. Isn't it? Ron responded absent-mindedly. Look, our dorm doesn't have this kind of view where you can see the entire Black Lake. Oh, there's Percy and Fred horsing around, and Lee Jordan's joined in, huh? What's wrong? Harry asked, distracted. There's a notebook here, Ron said, bending to pick up a book from a nearby cabinet. There's a letter tucked inside too, Harry. It's signed by C.C. Malfoy. Is that an ancestor of the Malfoys? I know Draco's father is Lucius, and his grandfather was Abraxas, but none of them match C.C. C.C. Malfoy. Harry shot up from his seat and hurried to Ron's side. Where? Let me see, he demanded eagerly. Here, Ron handed the notebook and letter to Harry but hesitated. Harry, these are someone else's belongings. Isn't it a bit improper for us to just read them? Harry glanced at Ron, then turned back and walked away. Ron shrugged. He had no interest in the Malfoy family, preferring to watch his brother's antics outside the window instead. CC was Cassandra's initials, her full name was Cassandra Cecilia Malfoy. Sitting back down, Harry first opened the letter. To Veretia Grindelwald. I regretfully decline your proposal. Using a time turner to move forward even 1 year entails a great cost, let alone traveling a century into the future to search for this Potter. I urge you to let go of your infatuation, riddled as it is with pink-hued delusions. Face reality. Chasing after a boy at the expense of your family is a foolish pursuit of an unattainable dream. Perhaps you and this Potter are alike, arrogant and self-absorbed. Regardless, I will not accept your proposal to seek out a boy unrelated to me. C.C. Malfoy, ***. Even though Harry had braced himself, he still felt a pang of sadness. Why? Cassandra was insufferable, always condescending, bossing him around, and humiliating him. He thought he had come to terms with her disdain. But seeing this letter, why did he feel so disheartened? Maybe Cassandra was right. She had a family, a father and brothers who loved her deeply. Harry could never forget the way she lit up with pride whenever she mentioned, my father. A child who wasn't doted on by their father wouldn't show off like that. Even Draco Malfoy, for all his haughty, unbearable arrogance, had a family that loved him dearly. Harry reread the letter 3 times before sighing and folding it back into the notebook. He turned to the first page. The notebook's cover bore Cassandra's name. It was her journal of spell research and musings. Something about the notebook felt off to Harry, though he couldn't pinpoint why. As he flipped through, it appeared to chronicle her studies from her first year at Hogwarts. The alternative applications of the Lumos charm. The feasibility of using the levitation charm for object control. Too bad that Potter ended up in Gryffindor. I thought I could make him my lackey. His green eyes looked timid, like those of a fawn. Quite adorable, actually. I wouldn't mind having a little brother like him. Explorations into the stunning spell's mechanics. Quickening the casting of exploding hexes. Today, that hopelessly foolish Potter and I encountered dark wizards in the Forbidden Forest. He's such a liability, clumsy and unable to use spells properly. I hope he realizes how weak he is and obediently follows behind me like a proper lackey. Harry felt a lump in his throat. The moonlight streamed onto his face, and the cool night breeze ruffled his hair, just like that night in the Forbidden Forest. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 65, Grindelwald, do you think my sister would mourn for you? Mate. Ron watched his brothers disappear down the corridor, still horsing around like usual. Turning back, he noticed his best friend looking unusually pensive. What's wrong? Ron asked, walking over, his voice tinged with concern. Nothing. Harry shook his head and handed Ron a letter. Just feeling a bit sentimental, I guess. Ron skimmed the letter quickly, then hastily handed it back. Mate, you're getting way too into this, he said, clapping Harry on the shoulder. That's an old feud between Harry Potter and Malfoy from over a century ago. What's it got to do with you? But, Ron added, tilting his head thoughtfully, if I were you, instead of worrying about how Malfoy didn't bother researching time magic for that Potter, I'd be more concerned about something else. What's that? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, Miss Grindelwald, for one, Ron replied, making a circular motion with his hand. Think about it, what if her brother turns out to be that Grindelwald? You know, the dark wizard Dumbledore defeated. What would you do then? What's it got to do with me? Harry asked, clearly puzzled. It's got everything to do with you. Ron groaned, clutching Harry's shoulder with mock sympathy. Picture this, a dark wizard with a grudge finds out his sister left their family for someone named Harry Potter. And guess what, mate? You're also named Harry Potter. And then. Harry still couldn't follow Ron's logic. By Merlin's beard. Ron groaned theatrically, throwing up his hands. He'd probably show up and say something like, Mr. Potter, do you think my sister would mourn you? Then, bam, he curses you on the spot. He wouldn't care which Harry Potter you are, as long as he gets one to vent his anger. The idea sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Even if Ron's theory sounded ridiculous, Harry couldn't ignore the memory of his visit to Nurmengard in Austria, once the seat of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, where he'd encountered Gellert Grindelwald. Sure, Gellert had seemed harmless at the time, like a grumpy parrot incapable of casting magic, with a face you almost wanted to pinch out of sheer frustration. But the hostility in his eyes had been unmistakable, especially when Veratio wiped a smudge of cream off Harry's nose. The way Gellert had glared could have burned a hole through steel. They say the child is father to the men. Judging by Gellert's attitude back then, Harry had no doubt that the adult version was equally dangerous. And considering Veratio's considerable magical prowess, her brother was unlikely to be a slouch. After a century of refining his skills, who knew what heights of power Gellert had reached? Harry knew one thing for certain, in his current state, he wouldn't stand a chance. You've got a point, Harry admitted, slipping the letter and notebook back into his pocket. He glanced at Ron. Let's search the room of requirement again, just to be sure. Ron's insight had sparked a thought, the room of requirement could take countless forms. Maybe their friends' belongings weren't in the meeting room version they'd been using. As Harry began to search, Ron tilted his head. Harry? What are you doing? Looking for more letters or clues, Harry replied without looking up. I want to know more about that Harry Potter. He seemed extraordinary. I'd like to understand the men I share a name with. Fortunately, Harry kept his head down, sparing Ron from seeing the awkward smile that crept across his face as he inadvertently complimented himself. Fair enough, Ron shrugged. My great-grandfather Gareth was mates with him, too. Makes sense we'd be curious. Despite their efforts, they found nothing new. Left with no other options, Harry and Ron left the room of requirement, disappointment trailing behind them. It was getting late, after all. As they walked, Harry's thoughts drifted. Cassandra. Rationally, he understood why she'd stopped searching for him. Emotionally, though, it still stung. Maybe it's for the best, Harry thought, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the melancholy. Lost in thought, he bumped into Ron. What is it? Harry asked quietly. Harry, look over there, Ron whispered. Harry raised his head. Without his invisibility cloak, he'd cast a disillusionment charm instead. In a nearby abandoned classroom stood a lone mirror. Strange, Harry thought. That wasn't there before. Want to check it out? Ron asked. No, Harry replied, a deep unease settling in his chest. Let's head back. All right, Ron said reluctantly, turning to leave. Unbeknownst to them, Dumbledore watched from the shadows, his sharp eyes glinting behind his half-moon spectacles. When Ron noticed the mirror, Dumbledore had straightened slightly, a flicker of anticipation flashing across his face. But when the two boys turned away, he sighed softly. With a wave of his hand, he transfigured a nearby statue into a black-robed figure with greasy hair, a near-perfect likeness of Severus Snape. Young wizards are always terrified of Severus, Dumbledore mused, directing the statue toward Harry and Ron, hoping to nudge them toward the mirror. Under the dim light, the figure's silhouette loomed ominously. Harry, it's Snape. Ron whispered urgently. We're done for if he catches us. Quick, let's hide in that classroom. Harry frowned. Something wasn't right. Snape's sudden appearance was too coincidental, too out of character. After countless detentions, Harry knew Snape's routines like the back of his hand. At this hour, Snape should have been in his office, painstakingly sorting potion ingredients. Roaming the 6th floor wasn't his style. Could this have something to do with the mirror? No, Harry whispered. Stay here. He won't notice us. Ron obeyed, pressing himself against the wall as Harry instructed. Don't make a sound, Harry murmured. We'll leave once he's gone. Dumbledore, observing from his hiding spot, felt a mix of pride and exasperation. The boys' caution was commendable, but their refusal to investigate the mirror was frustrating. No matter, he thought. Plans can change. Dumbledore directed the Snape-like statue closer, its presence growing more imposing with each step. Sensing danger, Harry quietly drew his wand, pointing it at the advancing figure. Dumbledore, what? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 66, He's Using My Lines. Dumbledore recalled what Professor McGonagall had once said to him about Harry's personality resembling Lily's. By Merlin's beard. This child's first reaction upon seeing Severus was to draw his wand. There's no doubt, he's James reborn. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. When he looked at Harry again, he noticed that the boy had already aimed his wand at Severus. Moments later, Harry's lips moved silently, and a transformed statue registered the impact of a spell. Silent casting. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. This child is indeed remarkable. This reinforced his belief that Harry's character should be put to the test. The Mirror of Erised could reveal the deepest desires of anyone's heart, regardless of age. With this thought, Dumbledore manipulated the statue, making it wave its sleeve and turn toward Harry and Ron. Harry was surprised his spell hadn't worked. Ron, on the other hand, was visibly unnerved. Having endured Snape's venomous remarks in potions class many times, he already harbored a psychological shadow. As the Professor Snape statue turned its gaze toward them and began stepping closer, Ron tugged at Harry's sleeve, his voice trembling in despair. Harry. What do we do now? Harry frowned. Using a harmless jinx on a professor for discovering them sneaking around seemed excessive. Especially since Snape had once gifted him a vial of Felix Felicis. Regardless of the circumstances, Harry couldn't bring himself to attack a professor who had helped him. Since the Confundus charm hadn't worked, their best option was to escape. He pulled Ron along, but as the Professor Snape figure blocked most exits, only one empty classroom was accessible. Before Harry could formulate another plan, Ron yanked him inside. Once they had entered, the sound of the Professor Snape statue's footsteps gradually faded away. Let's go, Ron, Harry said. Wait, Harry. Ron murmured, his eyes fixated on a strange mirror, his face glowing with fascination. It was an elaborate mirror, towering up to the ceiling and framed by an ornate golden border. At its base, claw-shaped feet supported its weight. Carved at the top of the mirror was an inscription. Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. What's wrong? Harry asked. I see myself wearing one of Bill's old head boy badges. I'm holding both the house cup and the Quidditch cup, and there's a box of drumsticks behind me. Haha. I'm also Quidditch captain. Ron reluctantly tore his gaze away from the brilliant vision. Turning to Harry, he exclaimed, Harry, do you think this is a prophetic mirror? Could it mean I'll become head boy and Quidditch captain someday? Of course, Ron. I believe in you, Harry replied, placing a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. But this mirror isn't prophetic. Look, its inscription seems to be reversed. We should try reading it another way. See. If you reverse Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi and rephrase it, it becomes, I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry explained. This mirror reveals the deepest desires of one's heart. So, that's what it means. Ron scratched his head. No wonder. Harry lifted his gaze to the mirror. It had been brought back from outside by Verisha during their 5th year and stored in the Room of Requirement. Back then, members of the Order of the Phoenix had eagerly crowded around the mirror to see their heart's desires. Most had left looking delighted, except Cassandra. She had stared at Harry briefly, then stomped away, seemingly annoyed. Later, during Christmas at Nurmengard, Verisha had shared that Cassandra had returned to the mirror several times, sitting before it for hours. The last time Harry looked into this mirror, he had seen his parents. Now, as he gazed at the inscription, Harry wondered who had moved the mirror here, and why. What about you, Harry? What do you see? Ron asked. Harry turned to the mirror. Instead of the empty classroom, the reflection showed the Room of Requirement. A long table appeared, with his parents seated behind it, smiling gently at him. Behind them, the rest of the Potter family was bustling about, decorating a Christmas tree or arranging furniture. Noticing Harry's gaze, they all turned and smiled warmly at him. I see my parents and my family, Harry said softly. His eyes drifted to his mother's side, where someone was sitting, and another figure stood behind her. Seated next to Lily was Verisha, knitting something with flying needles while chatting with his mother. Her violet eyes fixed intently on him. Standing behind Lily was Cassandra. Her usual disdain was absent, replaced by an uncharacteristic warmth. Why is Cassandra there? Harry wondered. He appreciated her guidance over the years, but to yearn to live with her. That seemed utterly nonsensical, or maybe some kind of strange affliction. Harry, how do you know this mirror shows your heart's desire? Ron asked again. I just know, Harry said cryptically. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the doorway. Before Harry and Ron could reapply the invisibility cloak, Professor Dumbledore appeared. Harry, Ron, he greeted them with a smile, wiggling his fingers in acknowledgement. Professor, the two replied. Harry, few young wizards your age demonstrate such sharp insight, Dumbledore said kindly. As you've pointed out, this mirror reveals one's true heart's desire. So, Harry, what is your deepest desire? Harry avoided Dumbledore's gaze and turned back to the mirror. In the reflection, Verisha smiled warmly, holding up a pair of woolen socks and waving them at him. I see my parents, my family, and... And what? Dumbledore prompted. Harry saw Verisha nodding encouragingly. He chose his words carefully. And woolen socks, he said. Dumbledore. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 67, Teaching the Headmaster. Also, Professor, Harry turned toward Dumbledore's long beard. I don't think it's a wise decision to keep the Mirror of Erised here. I'm not convinced that other Hogwarts students have the same level of self-control as Ron to resist the illusory temptation it offers. Ron, initially uneasy after being caught by Dumbledore, raised his head, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Harry. If a young wizard becomes obsessed with the illusions they see and can't, or won't, accept that it's just fantasy, it won't just be Hogwarts that suffers, Harry added. From the moment Dumbledore appeared, Harry had already connected the dots in his mind. This was undoubtedly a setup by Dumbledore, specifically designed to lure him to the Mirror of Erised. But why? What was the purpose of this? Harry pondered for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Dumbledore suddenly felt a bit choked up. These were words he had planned to use to lecture Harry. But now? How had things flipped so that Harry was using them to lecture him instead? He looked at Harry and found the boy meeting his gaze steadily. The young man radiated like the sun at 7 or 8 in the morning, bright but not blinding, exuding an unyielding righteousness. Perhaps I was overthinking this, Dumbledore mused. A child like this must be truly extraordinary. I have to admit, you're absolutely right, Harry, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. I'll have someone remove the mirror later tonight. Very well, Professor. Then Ron and I won't disturb your rest any further, Harry said, pulling Ron along. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. By the way, Ron suddenly asked, Professor Dumbledore, what do you see in the mirror? Dumbledore paused, then smiled. Me. Much the same as Harry, woolen socks. The two boys hurried back to the Gryffindor common room. After the fat lady confirmed the password, Ron sighed in relief. Merlin, I thought Dumbledore was going to dock points from us. I can't believe he let us off so easily, Ron said, dropping onto a chair and carefully folding the invisibility cloak. Harry raised an eyebrow. Maybe he just forgot. Let's get some rest. Lying in bed that night, Harry couldn't shake the question of why Dumbledore had placed the Mirror of Erised there, seemingly baiting him to approach it. He doubted it was mere curiosity on Dumbledore's part to see what the boy who lived desired most. He decided to keep the matter in mind and discuss it with Hermione once she returned. The day before the holiday ended, Hermione finally came back to school. After hearing Harry's analysis, Hermione offered a different perspective. I don't think Professor Dumbledore means you any harm, she began. He's the greatest white wizard of our time. If he had any intentions toward you, it might simply be to test your character, like whether you'd become obsessed with the Mirror of Erised. I agree with Hermione, Ron said, raising his hand. But Harry's concerns aren't unfounded either. Could it be that you're performing so well that he suspects you've come into contact with some dark magical artifact? Hard to say. Harry idly spun a fountain pen in his hand. Perhaps he was too forceful, as a streak of blue ink flicked from the pen's nib and splattered onto Draco Malfoy's face as he passed by. Sorry, Harry said to Draco. Draco shot Harry a cold, venomous look, wiped his cheek, and continued walking without a word. What's going on? Ron whispered. That's not like him. The old Draco would have been yelling, I'll tell my father, by now. Have you noticed that he looks even paler than before the holiday? Hermione leaned closer to the table, nearly lying on it. Honestly, his eyes just now gave me the creeps, like a snake's. It was unsettling. Harry didn't pay it much mind. After all, Draco hadn't said anything, and besides, Harry was the one who splattered ink on him first. When Draco sat at the Slytherin table, Pansy let out a gasp. My goodness, Draco, what happened to you? She took out a handkerchief and walked over to wipe his face with concern. Draco allowed Pansy to clean his cheek but felt increasingly irritable. Later, back in the Slytherin common room, Draco sat in a secluded corner, instructing Crabbe and Goyle to stand guard and keep others away. He opened a notebook, dipped his quill in ink, and wrote. Ancestor, you once said you'd teach me some spells to deal with that insufferable Potter. Just now, he even dared to flick ink onto my face. Now that we're back at school, I hope you'll keep your promise. Moments later, elegant handwriting appeared on the notebook's pages. Relax, my descendant. The great me never deceives a child like you. But I can't wait any more. I want to curse that wretched Potter's face right now. Draco wrote in agitation, not even understanding his own emotions. After writing that, Draco felt a brief moment of confusion. What's wrong with me? But he couldn't dwell on it. Another faint wave of magic passed from the notebook. Draco's agitated emotion surged again, brushing aside his doubts. Along with them, his patience with the notebook wore thin. At home, the notebook had continually delayed, saying it would teach him spells only once he returned to school. Now they were back, yet the notebook still showed no intention of teaching him anything. Draco was losing his patience. If you wish to defeat Harry Potter, I have a suggestion for you. The notebook's words were enticing. Consumed by emotion, Draco was completely captivated. He gritted his teeth and wrote, What is it? Just tell me. Elegant handwriting surfaced on the page. Have you ever heard of the heir of Slytherin? The heir of Slytherin. Draco wrote back, confused. Yes, my descendant, the notebook replied. A friend of mine is the heir of Slytherin. Through him, I learned of an absolutely safe, absolutely secret location. My Merlin's treasure is hidden there. At this, the writing faded entirely. Before Draco could respond, new writing appeared. But this time, the script was no longer elegant, it was jagged and erratic. Do you want to know? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 68, Truly Can't Understand You Slytherins. In the blink of an eye, the new school term began as scheduled. Most students were listless and unmotivated, still lost in the afterglow of the holiday, except for a few academic overachievers like Hermione. The teachers, however, were much the same as ever, especially Professor Snape, who seemed to be in far better spirits than he had been over the break. This was evident from the steadily dwindling number of rubies in the Gryffindor hourglass. But there were exceptions. During the first potions class after the holiday, under Snape's watchful eye, Harry skillfully completed a cauldron of potion. Not bad potion-making skills, Professor Snape remarked from behind him. Harry turned, feeling a slight discomfort in his shoulder. He reached up with his other hand to rub it, his face partially obscured by his arm, leaving only a pair of green eyes visible. Was it an illusion, or did Snape's expression soften, perhaps even show a trace of satisfaction? 3 points to Gryffindor for your potion skills, Snape declared. Ron, seated nearby, gawked in shock before his eyes quickly narrowed. Merlin's socks. Snape gave points to Gryffindor. What in bloody hell? Had the sun risen in the west today? He stole a glance upward, wondering if Snape had, by some miracle, washed his hair that morning. No such luck. The greasy strands remained as unkempt as ever, perfectly matching his usual demeanor. Draco Malfoy's expression darkened. He sneered but said nothing. By lunchtime, all of Gryffindor was buzzing about this unprecedented event. My word, Snape actually gave us points. Ron exclaimed, still incredulous. Merlin knows Gryffindor hasn't earned a single point in potions since he became a professor. Forget about Snape for a second. Hermione whispered urgently. Before the holiday, I asked you two to find out what Fluffy is guarding. Don't tell me you spent the entire break with nothing to show for it. Had Snape not been mentioned just now, she might have forgotten about the matter entirely. Ron hesitated, suddenly at a loss for words. Over the holiday, aside from staying at the Granger's house, he'd been preoccupied with devouring extra drumsticks and playing wizard chess. As for finding out what Fluffy was guarding, that had completely slipped his mind. Come on, I barely had any free time before the holiday. Was I supposed to have none during it either? What kind of break would that be? What about you, Harry? Hermione turned to him expectantly. Harry cleared his throat. Over the holiday, he had been engrossed in reading Cassandra's notes, or perhaps her diary, and hadn't given Fluffy much thought. But in a pinch, inspiration struck. Remember how Dumbledore mentioned that room on the 3rd floor at the start of the school year? Harry said in a low voice. If my guess is correct, that abandoned classroom must be where Fluffy is. How can you be so sure? Hermione frowned. Meeting her skeptical gaze, Harry replied evenly, because it's the one place Dumbledore expressly forbade us from visiting. Either way, we'll know for sure if we check it out. No way, Hermione said, pursing her lips. You know it's strictly off limits. I'm not getting expelled just because of your hunch. She's right, Harry, Ron added in a hushed voice. Dumbledore must have his reasons. Yeah, Harry conceded, dropping the subject. He didn't want to drag his friends into anything dangerous anyway. He'd wait until his next detention with Snape, then he'd sneak off to investigate alone. As long as he protected the Philosopher's Stone, he could borrow it from Flamel over the summer, and everything would be fine. By then, he would be able to enter the Chamber of Secrets without issue. At least you've got it easier now, Ron said. Snape won't be as hard on you during detention. That photo really worked wonders. What photo? Hermione asked, puzzled. Harry's aunt sent him a few pictures of his mum from her school days. One of them was a photo of her with Snape, Ron explained. Harry picked that one and gave it to him as a gift. Got a vial of Felix Felicis in return. It seems your hunch was right, Harry, Hermione admitted, though she was still curious. But why was there a photo of your mum with Snape, but not one with your dad and Snape? No idea, Harry said with a shrug. Maybe the ones with my dad and Snape are hidden somewhere else. That must be it, Ron agreed. Snape must have been pretty touched to get that photo. Indeed, he had been. That evening, when Harry arrived at Snape's underground office for detention, the professor didn't make him handle unpleasant potion ingredients as usual. Instead, he had him brew a potion. Thunder Brew, Snape drawled in his slow, silky tone. When thrown, it conjures a lightning storm to strike your enemies. The recipe, by the way, was... Snape hesitated mid-sentence. What is it, Professor? Harry asked. Discovered by your mother in a lost text, Snape said, his voice unexpectedly gentle. With your potion skills, I suppose you're ready to learn it. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied dutifully, though he thought to himself, we used Thunder Brew all the time back then. It had been Gareth's favorite potion, the ingredients frequently pilfered from Professor Sharp's stores. But the true master of Thunder Brew had been Cassandra. The Malfoys certainly lived up to their reputation as a platinum-tier family. Cassandra's supply of Thunder Brew had seemed endless, no one quite knew how many magical items her tiny pouch could hold. 2 ounces of leech juice, 2 shriveled fig fruits, and 3 1/3 ounces of corpse stench, Snape dictated slowly. Typically, corpse stench can be found on wights. But I wouldn't recommend you face those creatures at your age, after all, wights aren't something a young troll like you could handle. Understood, Professor, Harry replied, deliberately ignoring that young troll comment. After demonstrating the proper brewing technique, Snape dismissed him unceremoniously. When Harry stepped out of the office, a freshly brewed vial of Thunder Brew was clutched in his hands. Truly can't understand you Slytherins, Harry thought. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 69, The Petrified Cat. Harry didn't return to the Gryffindor common room immediately. Instead, he made a detour to the abandoned classroom on the 4th floor to check on Fluffy. Only after confirming that the 3-headed dog was still there did he head back, reassured. Defense against the dark arts on Wednesday was as tedious as ever. The only new development was Professor Quirrell's growing tendency to single out Gryffindors for criticism. Maybe it was payback for the snowball ambush during Christmas. Or perhaps it had something to do with the unfortunate incident involving a biting cabbage. Either way, the glint of barely restrained madness in Quirrell's eyes when he looked at Harry was impossible to ignore. "What's wrong with Quirrell?" Hermione whispered. "The way he's staring at Harry, honestly, even Snape doesn't glare like that." "Oh, it's nothing major," Ron said with a grin. "Just a tiny misunderstanding between Harry and Quirrell." "What kind of misunderstanding?" Hermione asked, lowering her voice. Ron tried to sound casual. "Well, Harry might have accidentally thrown a biting cabbage at the back of Quirrell's head." Hermione stared at him, dumbfounded. "You call that a small misunderstanding? What else would you call it?" Ron shrugged, reaching for a drumstick from the platter in front of him. Holding it aloft, he muttered, "My precious," in a flawless Gollum impression before taking a dramatic bite. Hermione groaned. "Honestly, Ron. Between Professor Snape and now Quirrell, this year's House Cup is doomed." "Relax," Ron said dismissively. "We weren't winning it anyway. Snape's made sure of that. He docks points every time we so much as breathe near him." Turning to Seamus and Neville, he added, "Anyway, tonight's the night you officially join the Duelist Club." Harry had made the arrangements. With astronomy class not until 11, they had enough time before detention and class to initiate the new members. "Looking forward to testing your skills, Ron," Seamus said eagerly. "Of course," Ron replied. Then, shooting Seamus a meaningful look, he added, "Oh, but don't forget to bring Harry a few sandwiches. He's stuck in detention with Snape." "Not just sandwiches," Hermione interjected. "Get some caramel pudding too, it's excellent today. And maybe some fruit, for balance." While Harry's friends planned his post-detention meal, he was in Snape's dimly lit dungeon office, brewing a Thunder Brew potion under the professor's watchful gaze. For once, Snape wasn't the one doing the brewing, Harry was. As he worked, Snape's perpetual scowl seemed to soften ever so slightly. The corners of his thin lips almost twitched, as if they were toying with the idea of forming a smile. "This boy," Snape thought to himself. "He's so much like Lily. Her talent for potions runs in his veins." Harry, oblivious to Snape's musings, focused on the Thunder Brew while his mind churned over Quirrell. He was becoming more and more convinced that the man's turban concealed something sinister. He had even attempted to cast Revelio during class, only to find that a strange protective magic shielded the turban, thwarting his efforts. "Hungry, so hungry, it's been so long." Harry froze. The words hadn't been spoken aloud, but he was sure he had heard them. Then, his stomach growled audibly, breaking the eerie silence. Snape arched an eyebrow. "At your age, it's common for young trolls to experience growth spurts. Your considerate professor won't detain you for long, no need for melodramatic protests." Harry chose not to explain, instead focusing on carefully ladling the completed Thunder Brew into a container. "Blood, slaughter, hungry." There it was again, a chilling voice, whispering from somewhere above. "Professor, did you hear that?" Harry asked, looking up. It sounded cold. Talking about blood and slaughter. Snape's dark eyes studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, in his usual slow drawl, he said, "Class dismissed." "Thank you, Professor." Harry stood, ready to bolt. "Stop." Harry sighed, turning back. Without a word, he handed the Thunder Brew to Snape, who stored it in a cabinet with his usual brisk efficiency. "Rip you apart, kill you." The voice was louder now, more distinct. "Professor, are you sure you didn't hear that?" Harry pressed again. Snape's glare hardened. "I believe I've already dismissed you, Mr. Potter. There's no need to invent excuses to linger." With no other choice, Harry exited the dungeon. Outside, he pressed his ear to the stone wall, straining to hear the voice again. Kill, it's time. The whisper faded, replaced by the soft, unmistakable sound of something slithering. Harry followed the noise up the stairs, leading to the entrance hall. Then, suddenly, it stopped. He glanced down and realized he had stepped into a puddle. Moving his foot aside, he saw the flickering reflection of a flame, and something else. Looking up, his breath caught. Hanging stiffly from a torch bracket was Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved cat. Her body was rigid, her eyes wide with terror, and her mouth frozen in a silent snarl. Oh no. Filch appeared, stumbling toward Mrs. Norris. His trembling hands reached out but didn't touch her. Then, his gaze snapped to Harry, and his face twisted with fury. You killed her, he bellowed. I'll kill you. Before Harry could explain, Filch lunged at him. Starving, falsely accused, and seething with frustration, Harry's patience snapped. He smirked coldly, drawing his wand as the enraged caretaker charged. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 70, Potter is our king. To be honest, Filch wasn't a likable person. Even Hagrid, known for his kind-hearted nature, would show clear disgust whenever Filch was mentioned. And now, seeing Filch's repulsive face charging at him, Harry couldn't help but be reminded of Uncle Vernon. But Uncle Vernon was different, at least he was technically family and had, begrudgingly, fed Harry. Filch, on the other hand. Besides being obnoxious, he had done absolutely nothing for him. The comparison only fueled Harry's anger further. Accusing me of petrifying your cat. If I were truly just a first-year student, maybe I would desperately try to prove my innocence. But now. Even if I did petrify your cat, what could you possibly do about it? Depulso. Harry pointed his wand at Filch. A jet of light shot out from its tip, striking the charging caretaker. Filch flew backward as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, landing with a resounding thud. Ah! Filch screamed, his limbs flailing helplessly in midair. Harry! Dumbledore's urgent voice rang out from the entrance hall. At the same time, a soft cushion appeared behind Filch, breaking his fall and preventing any serious injuries. But before Filch could say another word, Harry had already cast another spell. Petrificus Totalis. Filch's body stiffened immediately, freezing in an awkward position on the cushion. At that moment, students began spilling out of the Great Hall, just in time to witness the scene. Potter is our king. The Weasley twins were the first to cheer, their voices carrying through the crowd. Filch's unpopularity was well known. His office ceiling was adorned with polished iron chains and shackles, kept ready for the day he might be allowed to punish unruly students, a task he openly relished. He would even use those chains to intimidate students, scaring many into submission and forcing them to do dirty or tedious tasks for him. Now, Harry had publicly humiliated Filch outside the Great Hall, in front of the entire school, including Headmaster Dumbledore. How could the students not be thrilled? The crowd erupted into cheers, especially the Gryffindors, who had suffered the most under Filch's threats and detentions. Even the Slytherins didn't applaud, but their gazes betrayed a mix of admiration and approval. What a badass. Potter. Professor McGonagall's stern voice cut through the chaos. She marched up to Harry, her expression thunderous. Mr. Potter. What on earth is going on? How dare you attack the castle's caretaker? Professor McGonagall. Despite his anger, Harry maintained his composure, his tone polite. I believe, Professor, that you should withhold judgment until you understand the full context of the situation. McGonagall's lips twitched, and she let out a quiet sigh of exasperation. This boy, he's just like James. Attacking the castle's caretaker in front of the entire school, the staff, and the headmaster. The impact of this incident was disastrous. Even James wouldn't have dared to go this far. At most, he would have cast a harmless prank spell on a fellow student. If not for Albus's timely intervention, Filch might have ended up in the hospital wing for months. A remarkable combination of spells. Impressive dueling skills. A sharp voice broke through the crowd. Harry turned toward the speaker. It was Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw. Standing on his tiptoes, Flitwick raised a hand so high it seemed like he wanted to touch the ceiling, giving Harry a big thumbs up. Professor Sprout discreetly pulled Flitwick back down, clearly thinking this was not the appropriate time for praise. Oh, Phileas, perhaps now isn't the best time to be complimenting Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, pulling out her wand to undo the spell on Filch. A flash of red light later, Filch regained his mobility and struggled to his feet. Despite the fear still etched on his face, Filch's anger over Mrs. Norris's fate pushed him to point a trembling finger at Harry. This Potter killed my Mrs. Norris. He even hung her on the wall. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. You see. Harry said calmly, his voice steady. He threatened to kill me first and even tried to act on it by charging at me. Surely, Professor, anyone would react under such circumstances. The boy stood tall, elegant, powerful, and poised. Though only 11, he exuded a presence that demanded respect. He should have been in Slytherin, thought Slytherin prefect Miss Farley, a pang of regret crossing her mind. McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly as she asked again, then what about the cat? Is Filch falsely accusing you? Harry was a bit surprised. Was the famously fair and impartial Professor McGonagall showing favoritism? Her question practically implied she believed Harry might be innocent. He's right here. Filch roared, his sagging face turning a deep shade of purple. He's the only one who could have been at the scene of the crime. Why weren't you in the Great Hall? What were you doing out here? Explain yourself. So what if I did it? What can you do about it? Harry crossed his arms, his gaze cold as he stared Filch down. Not only did I petrify your cat, but I also petrified you in front of the entire school. Gasps rippled through the crowd. No one had expected Harry to be so brazen, openly admitting to his actions and even threatening Filch in front of the professors and the headmaster. Allow me to explain. A greasy, drawn-out voice interrupted the tension. I can vouch for Mr. Potter, said Professor Snape, gliding toward the scene like a shadow. He was in my potions office brewing potions just moments ago. I believe this is a case of him being in the wrong place at the wrong time. We must not wrongfully accuse an innocent student. Harry turned, about to thank him, but Snape wasn't finished. However, Snape continued, his tone shifting, we also cannot overlook any wrongdoing. Attacking the castle's caretaker, especially so publicly, is unacceptable. As such, I believe Gryffindor should lose 50 points as a penalty. Harry raised his head just in time to catch the smirk tugging at Snape's lips. It was clear, no matter which Gryffindor broke the rules, Snape would always be there to gleefully deduct points. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 71, Dumbledore, Are You Teaching Me How to Do Things? With Professor Snape testifying, Filch had no choice but to shut his mouth. Just then, Dumbledore emerged from the hall. The first thing he did was wave his wand, gently lowering Mrs. Norris from the wall. After carefully examining her with a series of spells, he looked up and said, Rest assured, Argus. Mrs. Norris isn't dead, she's been petrified. It's an advanced form of dark magic, one that even I cannot easily counter. This also proves Harry's innocence, Dumbledore added. A first-year student couldn't possibly have access to such magic. My cat. My poor cat. Filch's face twisted with rage. Someone must pay for this. But that doesn't mean an innocent person should bear the cost, Argus, Dumbledore said gravely. Then, turning to Harry, he continued, that said, Harry, you must still face consequences for your actions. Next Thursday evening, you'll accompany Hagrid on patrol in the Forbidden Forest. Since Professor Snape has already deducted points from Gryffindor, I won't impose further punishment, Dumbledore added. Yes, Headmaster, Harry replied, standing tall. Then, with quiet conviction, he added, but I still believe I did nothing wrong. The students exchanged stunned glances, their expressions shifting from shock to admiration. Who would have thought that after knocking down a staff member, Harry would refuse to admit fault, even before the headmaster? Any other student would have tucked their tail between their legs and confessed by now. But not Harry. He stood his ground and openly declared his innocence. That wasn't just courage, it was sheer audacity. Oh, of course not, Dumbledore said, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Harry, your mistake was casting a spell on someone in front of witnesses. Harry met the old headmaster's gaze, catching the subtle lesson behind his words. I do admit to that, Harry nodded. The implication was clear, if no one saw it, it didn't count as a mistake. Well then, prefects, take your students back. It's getting late, Dumbledore instructed. With this unexpected turn of events, Harry and his friends decided to postpone their planned visit to the Room of Requirement. After all, Gryffindor had just lost 50 points, and Harry had publicly confronted Filch. A nighttime stroll seemed unwise, who knew if Professor Snape was lurking nearby, waiting to deduct even more points. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry braced himself for an onslaught of criticism. Surely, losing 50 points would earn him some backlash. But to his surprise, he was greeted like a hero. Was he imagining things, or were there even a few Hufflepuffs mingling in the Gryffindor common room? Harry, you're the man. Lee Jordan exclaimed, his bright grin standing out against his dark skin. Harry was puzzled. He glanced at Hermione, who was clapping for him, then at his cheering classmates. Didn't I just lose 50 points for Gryffindor? Why are you all lose points? The Weasley twins chorused. Harry, mate, getting Snape to award Gryffindor 3 points is something we can brag about for life. I agree, Percy said, straightening his posture and clapping for Harry. Though, I must point out, Harry, there were better ways to handle the situation. Oh, Percy, don't spoil the fun, the twins interrupted, rolling their eyes in unison. Their words were met with enthusiastic agreement from the Gryffindors, and even a few nods from the Hufflepuffs. We brought butterbeer and cookies, announced a tall, handsome Hufflepuff boy. Let's throw a party to celebrate Harry for standing up to Filch. It was Cedric Diggory. Harry recognized him. Yeah, the students cheered. I've got some muggle snacks, Harry offered. Everyone can share. I'll help. Ron volunteered eagerly. Before long, Ron returned, dragging Harry's entire suitcase. Harry's eye twitched. Nice one, Ron. Are you planning to empty my entire stash? But he didn't stop him. Opportunities to bond with classmates like this were rare. For our Lion King. Fred Weasley stood on a stool, raising his voice. Potter. Potter. Potter, the crowd chanted. I don't get it, Hermione said amidst the noise, turning to upperclassman Angelina Johnson. Why is everyone so happy? It's as if Gryffindor didn't just lose points. Losing points is disappointing, sure, Angelina replied, cracking open a can of soda. But seeing Filch get what he deserves. That's something to celebrate. You know, when I was a first year, he threatened to string me up by my ankles for some minor infraction. Same here. Me too. And me. The surrounding students eagerly shared their grievances, their faces filled with frustration toward Filch. His cat is just as bad as he is, one student complained. She's worse than a bloodhound. I can't stand either of them, not even a little. Still, Hermione said thoughtfully, Dumbledore assigned Harry detention in the Forbidden Forest. At the start of term, he warned us how dangerous it was. Do you think Harry might be in danger? Danger? Angelina paused mid-sip, looking puzzled. Wait, hold on, how does this work? I'll show you. Hermione popped open the soda for her with a click and handed it back. Delicious. Angelina grinned in satisfaction. She set the soda down and, in an exaggerated tone, said to Hermione, Oh, Hermione, how could you even think that? Our savior has already proven his strength. What you should be worried about isn't whether Harry is in danger, but whether the Forbidden Forest is in danger, Alicia Spinnet finished with a grin. Despite their reassurances, Hermione couldn't shake her unease. Harry was just a first-year student. Could Hagrid really protect him from the dangers lurking in the Forbidden Forest? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 72, Online chats are risky, investments require caution. Thanks for Power Stone, more up chapter today, enjoy. 2 days ago, in the Slytherin common room. Tell me about the magical world, a lazy yet compelling script appeared in the notebook. I've already shared with you the secret of the Chamber of Secrets, it's only fair you tell me how the magical world has changed. After all, I've been gone for many years. Besides, knowing what has happened will help me guide you better. Where should I start? Draco stretched his slightly aching hand, pausing briefly before responding in the notebook. Apologies, Ancestor. If I were to recount everything since your time, it would take 3 days and nights without pause. Then tell me about your headmaster. Is it still Phineas Nigellus Black? Oh, no. The current headmaster is Dumbledore, Draco wrote, his handwriting becoming visibly impatient at the mention of the name. That sanctimonious old fool. He even allows Muggleborns to attend Hogwarts. My father says someone like him could never manage the school properly. I trust your father's judgment, the notebook responded with a hint of amusement. Does this Dumbledore have any remarkable tales? He defeated a dark wizard named Grindelwald, Draco wrote, adding, the world calls him the greatest white wizard. The greatest white wizard. The words on the page turned eager. Tell me, my descendant, aside from this Grindelwald, does this so-called great white wizard have any other enemies? Draco pondered for a moment before answering truthfully, yes, there's you-know-who. I know who. The handwriting turned elegant again. Don't joke, Draco. How could I possibly know this person? Voldemort, Draco wrote, shuddering slightly even as he spelled out the name. We usually don't say his name directly. Why not? The notebook inquired. Fear, Draco replied, hesitating before adding, and respect, because he promises to restore pureblood wizards to their rightful place. The notebook's handwriting turned gleeful, exactly. Pureblood wizards like us were born to be superior. This Voldemort's ideals are commendable. So, where is he now? Draco hesitated for a long while before writing, Harry Potter. He's said to be the chosen one, prophesied to defeat Voldemort. When Potter was just a year old, Voldemort tried to kill him but disappeared after failing. People say Harry Potter defeated Voldemort. He hasn't appeared for the past 10 years. The notebook fell silent. Draco waited for a long time but received no reply. Ancestor. Ancestor, he wrote again. Unexpectedly, the notebook's handwriting turned erratic. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a 1-year-old child defeat him? Ancestor. Why are you so upset about Voldemort's defeat? Draco asked, confused by his ancestor's reaction. The notebook remained quiet for a moment before writing slowly, I just think this so-called Dark Lord isn't much of a threat if he couldn't even kill a 1-year-old child. Draco hesitated but chose not to agree outright with his ancestor's harsh judgment, deciding to temper emotion with reason. Don't say that, Ancestor. Perhaps Dumbledore ambushed him. Enough, Draco, the handwriting returned to its refined elegance. You mentioned your defense against the dark arts professor is a disgrace. Take me to his class tomorrow so I can observe his teaching. Then, I'll give you focus training to improve your dueling and spellcasting so you can defeat that irritating Potter. Yes, Ancestor, Draco replied excitedly, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. The next day, Tuesday, Draco dutifully brought the notebook to defense against the dark arts class. As he opened it to write, the notebook had already given its opinion. Put me away. Obediently, Draco closed the notebook and tucked it into his pocket. Professor Quirrell, who was holding a lizard while lecturing at the front of the class, froze momentarily before continuing to explain the uses of lizard blood. What Draco didn't realize was that within the notebook, a tempest of emotions was raging. Pathetic. Useless. Stuck to the back of someone's head like a parasite. Living like this, do you even deserve to be the main soul? After class, Draco hurriedly grabbed a quick bite before rushing back to the Slytherin common room. Ancestor, why did you ask me to put you away? He asked. I could hear everything even from your pocket, the notebook replied. Stammering, trembling. How could someone like that be a defense against the dark arts professor? The handwriting paused, as though gathering its thoughts. Then another sentence appeared below. So, my descendant, I need some power. What kind of power? Draco asked eagerly. The kind that will allow me to manifest before you and guide you directly, the notebook explained. Really? Draco's excitement grew. After all their conversations, his ancestor might finally appear before him. He quickly wrote, what should I do to give you this power? Can I provide it? No, my child, the notebook's tone turned gentle. You are my most cherished descendant. How could I bear to take your strength? Draco's eyes grew misty with emotion. He was deeply moved. Listen to me, the notebook continued. You have 2 followers, Crabbe and Goyle, correct? Their bodies seem sturdy enough. Let them hold the notebook, and I'll borrow a bit of their strength. Crabbe and Goyle. Draco felt a slight twinge of jealousy but resolved to follow his ancestor's instructions. Crabbe, Goyle, come here, he called. Soon enough, the 2 entered, standing together like a bottle of butterbeer and a can of corned beef. You 2, hold this notebook, Draco instructed, handing it over. Without hesitation, Crabbe and Goyle each grabbed one side of the notebook. As they did, faint golden letters spelling TM Riddle shimmered on the cover before fading away, replaced by CC Malfoy. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 73, Cross-dressing, but it's Tom Riddle. Draco sat restlessly, his anxiety palpable. He had no idea how his ancestor intended to absorb power. Crabbe, I feel so hungry, Goyle muttered, rubbing his stomach. Me too, Goyle, Crabbe echoed, also clutching his belly. But didn't we just eat a ton of food earlier? Draco cast them a disdainful glance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Hungry? Could it be that his ancestor had already absorbed the energy? All right, you 2, Draco said to them. Give me the notebook and go get something to eat. Okay, boss. The 2 of them obediently handed him the notebook and eagerly headed for the door. Move, you're blocking the way. Crabbe said, shoving Goyle, who was stuck in the doorway. With their equally bulky builds, squeezing through together was impossible. Who's blocking who? Goyle grumbled as he stepped back. You go first. Once they had shut the door and their footsteps faded, Draco wasted no time grabbing the notebook. Placing it on the desk, he wrote, Ancestor, how about it? Was it enough? A golden shimmer flashed across the notebook, and delicate golden handwriting appeared. It's done, my child. Step aside. Obediently, Draco moved away, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the notebook. Moments later, another flash of light erupted from the notebook, so brilliant it forced Draco to shield his eyes. When he reopened them, a translucent woman with long black hair and an ethereal beauty stood before him. The girl had soft features and eyes of pale crimson, like the rarest rubies in the world. An ancestor. Draco stammered, staring at the stunning girl before him. For reasons unknown, his heart began pounding erratically, like a rabbit in his chest. The ethereal girl lightly ran her thumb across her throat, tilting her head slightly. She gazed at the dazed Draco with her captivating crimson eyes, her lips curling into a bewitching smile. Her smile is so beautiful, Draco thought, before shaking his head violently to dispel the inappropriate notion. No, Draco. This is your ancestor. How could you have such disrespectful thoughts? Wait, ancestor. Suddenly doubtful, Draco raised his head again to confirm. Then he asked hesitantly, Ancestor, why is your hair black? Ah. The girl stroked her long hair and explained casually, it's because of the dark magic I used to create this notebook, child. I see. Draco nodded, his confusion clearing. The girl continued, however, I think I should go by a new name. After all, Dumbledore isn't unfamiliar with the name Cassandra Malfoy. You should know he was already at Hogwarts during my 7th year. You may call me Merripi. Merripi. Draco mused. What a beautiful name. Merripi beckoned with a finger, and the notebook's gilded C.C. Malfoy shifted to Draco Malfoy. This is our little secret. From now on, this notebook is yours. Merripi extended a finger toward Draco, her voice soft and alluring. But, since you helped me, it's time I rewarded you. What kind of reward? Draco asked eagerly. Merripi stepped forward and pressed her hand to his forehead. Draco felt a strange energy flow into his body, spreading to every corner of his being. Even his recent fatigue seemed to vanish, leaving him feeling as strong as a bull. Take up your wand, Merripi said, tilting her chin slightly. Draco obeyed, grasping his wand tightly and looking up at her. Like this, Merripi instructed, demonstrating a sharp flick and a horizontal slash. Imagine stunning your opponent. One flick, one slash, stupefy. Draco mimicked her movements, visualizing the spell as she described. Flick, slash. Stupefy, he shouted, aiming his wand at a chair in front of him. A beam of light shot from his wand, striking the chair and reducing it to splinters. Draco stared, wide-eyed, at the wreckage, then at the wand in his hand, disbelief written across his face. Was that my spell? Good children receive rewards, Draco, Merripi said, smiling softly. I borrowed a bit of energy from your 2 followers and channeled it to you as compensation. As you can see, your improvement is evident. Merripi. Tears welled in Draco's eyes. After witnessing Potter and Miss Farley's duel, he had sunk into despair, convinced he would never stand a chance against Potter. That despair had gnawed at him like an infurious feasting on his soul, leaving him utterly dejected. But now, Merripi had reignited his hope. If this continued, perhaps. My child, Merripi interrupted, leaning close to his ear, her voice low and persuasive. Maybe, you could introduce me to your trusted Slytherin classmates. What? Draco blinked, startled. I can help them with their questions, even guide them in spell practice, Merripi continued, her tone as smooth as silk. All they need to offer is a small portion of their energy to sustain me. And of course, as my precious child and loyal introducer, I would reward you with a share of their energy. Merripi, I. Draco stammered, hesitant. What's the matter? Don't you want to? Merripi didn't seem angry, she simply smiled demurely. Yet that smile never quite reached her ruby-red eyes. No. No, you need that energy more than I do, Draco hurriedly waved his hands, terrified of misunderstanding. Compared to that, I'd much rather you. Be good, Draco. Merripi's expression softened into satisfaction. As my most treasured child, how could you lose to anyone? Only by mastering great power can you better command your subordinates. And the classmates you bring me will become your most loyal followers. Draco's voice quivered with gratitude. Thank you, Merripi. You're so kind. You're truly a wonderful person. Go now, my child, Merripi said, leaning lazily against the desk. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Bring me just 2 more people, and once I've replenished my energy, we can visit the Chamber of Secrets together. I'll go right away. Draco exclaimed, bolting from the room. As she watched him leave, Merripi's eyes gleamed with a trace of triumph. What she hadn't told Draco was that the power she had granted him wasn't permanent. But still. Humph. Voldemort. Why shouldn't I be the main soul? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 74, Slytherin's Little Secret. In recent days, the professors at Hogwarts noticed something peculiar. The students from Slytherin were dozing off in class. It wasn't surprising if they nodded off during History of Magic or Defense Against the Dark Arts, but even during Snape's Potions class. One student even fell asleep so profoundly that they knocked over their cauldron, causing a considerable accident. Professor Snape was furious, his face turning a shade of purple. Never in his wildest nightmares would he have imagined that a Slytherin student would dare fall asleep under his stern gaze. The result was predictable. Despite his usual reluctance to dock points from Slytherin, Snape deducted 5 to 20 points per student depending on the severity of their infractions. The unlucky student who lost 20 points had spilled their potion onto a classmate in front of them. Since Gryffindor shared potions class with Slytherin, they weren't spared either. However, Gryffindor students, wary of Snape's penchant for finding fault, managed to keep their losses minimal. Even Harry wasn't immune. For stirring his potion just a tad too quickly, Snape docked him 1 point. Under Snape's scrutinizing authority, both Slytherin's and Gryffindor's house points dwindled rapidly, dropping them from 1st and 2nd place to 3rd and 4th. To everyone's shock, Hufflepuff took 1st place. Slytherin students stomped their feet in frustration, cursing loudly. But the most outrageous incident. Slytherin 2nd year Joseph Rowell actually fell asleep on his broomstick during flying class. Wow, you really can sleep anywhere, huh, Sleepy Joe, his classmates mocked. Joe was Joseph's nickname, and Sleepy Joe didn't mind the teasing. After all, it was just a small price for the little deal he had with the ever-beautiful Miss Merripi. Miss Merope was stunning. Why couldn't she be their defense against the dark arts professor? Meanwhile, the other professors noticed the peculiar pattern as well. Aside from nodding off in class, Slytherin students seemed unnaturally talented. They mastered spells with ease, as if they had practiced them countless times before. The professors chalked it up to Slytherins being diligent and reminded them to take care of their health, never suspecting anything amiss. Thanks to the points Slytherins earned in other subjects, even Snape turned a blind eye to their behavior. He had bigger fish to fry. Thus, every evening, Draco Malfoy could be found standing near the dormitory door, notebook in hand, meticulously keeping track of the queue. When a sleep-deprived, groggy classmate emerged from the dormitory, Draco would call out the next name on the list. Before bedtime, Merope would share a portion of her power with Draco as promised. Draco had visited the Chamber of Secrets once, though he couldn't recall what had transpired there. Since then, Merope had stopped asking him to bring notes to the chamber. She simply stayed in the Slytherin common room, showing no intention of leaving. Draco assumed she had retrieved the Merlin's treasure, and didn't question it further. After all, he was quite enjoying the benefits of their arrangement. Meanwhile, everything at Gryffindor seemed normal. After Friday's dinner, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, joined by new members Neville and Seamus, gathered in the room of requirement. Ron was teaching Seamus, while Hermione coached Neville. Harry practiced Expelliarmus chains and offered feedback to Seamus and Neville when needed. After about 10 failed attempts at Expelliarmus, which all turned into hand-blasting mishaps, Harry stepped forward to stop the frustrated Seamus. "Listen, Seamus," Harry said gently to the disheartened boy, "I think I see another path for you." "Another path?" Seamus looked up, puzzled. "In the wizarding world, talent is a thing," Harry explained, placing a reassuring hand on Seamus's shoulder. Like Cassandra Malfoy from the books, she was a natural Confringo master. Every spell she cast carried explosive properties. "Which book did you read that in?" Hermione asked curiously, walking over. "From the restricted section." "I don't remember which one," Harry replied casually. Seamus's eyes lit up with hope. "Really, Harry? Are you saying?" "Yes, Seamus," Harry said firmly. "Just like that Malfoy woman, you, my friend, are a natural blasting curse master. Maybe we should skip Expelliarmus and move on to explosive spells." "Awesome," Seamus said eagerly. "Now, watch how I do it," Harry instructed, demonstrating as he waved his wand at a training dummy. Confringo. An orange light shot from Harry's wand, striking the dummy. It exploded in a dazzling burst, scattering its limbs across the floor before dissolving into sand. "Cool." Seamus's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having grown up with a wizard mother and a muggle father, Seamus had fond memories of watching war movies with his dad. The sight of explosions had always fascinated him. What boy could resist the allure of blowing things up like a grenade launcher? But doubt crept in. Remembering his earlier failures, Seamus hesitated. Harry, can I really do this?" Seamus scratched his head nervously. "I read that this is a 6th-year spell, and I'm only a first year." "Trust me," Harry said, his green eyes full of encouragement. "You can do it." Touched, Seamus nodded vigorously and stepped closer to the dummy. He raised his wand. Suddenly, Harry had a sinking feeling of dread. Sure enough, Seamus shouted, "Confringo." A red light erupted from his wand, striking the dummy with an even louder explosion than Harry's. Harry barely had time to conjure a protective shield charm to shield himself. Hermione and Ron ducked instinctively, crouching in perfect unison. The dummy's shattered pieces flew through the air. One arm soared in an arc and landed with a smack, right on Neville's head. "Why is it always me?" Neville whimpered, clutching his head with tearful eyes. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 75, This is no ordinary poacher, time to strike hard. After a unanimous vote in the dueling club, everyone collectively decided to ban Seamus from using explosive spells in the room of requirement. This guy was truly something else. He couldn't master most spells, yet when it came to explosive ones, he picked them up instantly. "I can't imagine what would happen if you used one on someone, Seamus," Ron said, his voice dry with unease. But Harry had noticed something important. Seamus's explosion spells, while loud and visually intimidating, lacked the raw power of those cast by adult wizards, to be specific. Even so, for a first-year wizard, Seamus's level was top-notch. It was the kind of skill that would have impressed even Sebastian a century ago. Seamus, however, was quite regretful. All he could do now was practice Expelliarmus repeatedly, trying to turn his hand grenades into wand grenades. "You guys are amazing," Neville said enviously. "I'm so dumb. Even after Hermione's been teaching me for so long, I still can't get the hang of it." "Everyone has their own strengths, Neville," Harry said encouragingly. "I think you have a natural talent for herbology. Look, remember that biting cabbage Professor Sprout gave me? You've taken care of it so well that it even bit Quirrell on the forehead and wouldn't let go. But that's just raising plants. It's no use in a duel, Neville said dejectedly, squatting on the ground. Who says so, Neville? Harry laughed, sitting down beside him. Magical plants can help in combat too. Just imagine throwing 10 biting cabbages at your enemy during a fight. Trust me, most wizards wouldn't escape unscathed. Really? Neville's eyes began to shine with hope. Of course. And biting cabbages aren't the only combat-capable magical plants, Harry said. Look, there's also something called a mandrake, Hermione. Catching Harry's cue, Hermione chimed in. The books say that when you pull a mandrake out of the ground, its humanoid roots emit an ear-piercing scream that can stun or even kill. Exactly, Harry said, smiling to reassure Neville. Imagine surprising your opponent in a battle with a screaming mandrake, or better yet, recording its scream into a howler. As Harry spoke, Neville's eyes grew brighter and brighter. You're right, Harry, Neville said, his gaze firming up. I think I'll follow your advice. I really do like herbology. At the same time, don't neglect your spell practice, Harry added, patting Neville on the shoulder. Spells are the foundation of every wizard's survival. Buoyed by Harry's encouragement, Neville regained his motivation and resumed practicing spells. By the time Harry had to head to Hagrid's for his detention, Neville had barely managed to cast a disarming charm, albeit inconsistently. Still, Harry was satisfied with the progress. After all, Neville wasn't a natural talent. Before leaving, Harry handed Neville some seeds, entrusting him with the care and cultivation of the biting cabbages. When preparing for the Forbidden Forest, Harry retrieved Daweimer's wand from his belongings. Thanks to the existence of spell-tracing charms, using his own wand risked exposing the spells he cast. Carrying Daweimer's wand was a precaution. If he encountered danger in the Forbidden Forest, he could cast harmless little jinxes, right? Tucking the wand securely into his robes, Harry left the Gryffindor common room. Ron and the others were waiting for him in the entrance hall. When he came down, Ron approached him and said, Harry, we'll walk you there. No need, Harry said. It's freezing outside. Go back and rest. It's so late already, you really shouldn't go to the Forbidden Forest, Neville muttered. My gran told me stories about it, there's all sorts of things in there, even werewolves. That's it. I'm going to find Professor Dumbledore. Hermione exclaimed, turning to head toward the stairs. Ron grabbed her arm. Dumbledore might not even be in his office, and even if he is, he might not listen to you. Besides, don't you remember? Harry defeated a troll. I'd worry more about the werewolves than about Harry. Oh, thank you, Ronald, Hermione said sarcastically. Your best friend is heading into the Forbidden Forest, and you still have the nerve to joke. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Hagrid's voice boomed from outside the entrance. He ducked into the hall, towering over everyone. Oh, Seamus and Neville too, eh? The 5 kids looked up. Hagrid, carrying a massive stone bow and a quiver full of arrows, cut an imposing figure, and his presence made them feel significantly safer. At least Hagrid's here, Hermione whispered. She turned to Harry and said, we'll head back now, but you and Hagrid must be careful. If there's danger, run immediately. Got it, Hermione, Harry said with a smile. After bidding farewell to the others, he followed Hagrid out the door. Filch didn't want to come fetch you, so I did, Hagrid said as they walked. That old codger, don't let him get to you. He's scared of you now. Always picking on the weak but backing down from the strong. But you know what? It's a good thing. Since you know who fell, Hogwarts has been cleaning up its act. A lot of old rules are gone, and Filch lost the power to punish students physically. I heard Ron's dad, Arthur, still has scars from when the caretaker back in his day whipped him. You know about that? Harry asked, intrigued. He was aware Hogwarts caretakers once had that authority, but it seemed the current staff were more hesitant to enforce such measures on their generation. Molly mentions it often, usually to discipline her kids. Not that it works, you've seen how Fred and George turned out, Hagrid chuckled. Harry thought of the Weasley twins' antics and nodded in agreement. Yeah, no kidding. All right, here we are, Hagrid said, raising his lantern high at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He pointed to a winding path leading deeper into the dense woods. See those silvery stains on the ground? That's unicorn blood. A unicorn's been injured in the forest, this is the second one this week. Here, no one would harm such a sacred creature except a poacher. We need to find that poor unicorn and put it out of its misery. Poachers. Harry's heart raced with excitement, his eyes gleaming. Anyone daring to harm a unicorn wasn't just an ordinary poacher, they needed to be dealt with decisively. He smiled innocently, the picture of harmlessness. Well then, why not find the poacher and put them out of their misery? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 76, The Mars Tonight Burns Bright. Hagrid looked down at Harry as though he had just heard the most absurd thing imaginable. Find the poacher. Oh, Harry, that's not something a first-year student like you should be worrying about. As he spoke, his shaggy head shook, and his beard quivered with each word. Harry noticed something peculiar, there were scorch marks on Hagrid's beard. Just a suggestion, Hagrid, Harry said, then asked with concern, what happened to your beard? Oh, nothing. Hagrid waved it off with a hearty laugh, his expression softening. Norbert burned it, that's all. No big deal. Norbert. Who's Norbert? Harry's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that Hagrid was keeping another magical creature in his hut? Norbert is my Norwegian ridge. Mid-sentence, Hagrid abruptly clapped a hand over his mouth. Having known Hagrid for a while, Harry had come to understand his nature. The big guy was like someone perpetually under the effects of veritaserum, incapable of keeping secrets. Breathes fire, and it's Norwegian. Harry immediately connected the dots. A Norwegian ridgeback dragon, right? He looked up at Hagrid. Hagrid nodded reluctantly, his unruly hair bouncing. Meeting Harry's bright green eyes, he seemed to abandon the idea of denying it. Yes, it's a Norwegian ridgeback. She thinks I'm her mum, sweet little thing, really clingy and affectionate. Clingy. Affectionate. Harry tried to reconcile those words with the image of a dragon but failed miserably. Did you buy it? He asked with interest. You once mentioned your dream was to raise a dragon, but dragon eggs are pricey. No, didn't buy it. Hagrid rubbed his nose. Won it. Last month, I was in Hogsmeade having a drink and playing cards with a stranger. Truth be told, he probably wanted to get rid of it. A dragon egg like that would fetch a fortune in Nonchalantly. Why would he want to get rid of it? Harry asked, his instincts telling him there was more to the story. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. It was all too coincidental, just like how Hagrid had ended up with Fluffy, the three-headed dog. Maybe he. Hagrid started, then stopped abruptly as if realizing something wasn't right. He looked down at Harry. Wait a minute, Harry, how do you know about Nonchalantly? Just something I heard, Harry deflected smoothly. You should be careful, Hagrid. That person might have had ulterior motives. Who knows? Hagrid shrugged, the massive crossbow he carried almost brushing against Fong at his feet. The thing looked more like a ballista than a bow. Let's go, Hagrid, Harry said, showing no signs of fear. In fact, he seemed excited. The Forbidden Forest wasn't unfamiliar to him. He had often ventured there with Poppy Sweeting, Cassandra, or even Veratio. To Harry, entering the Forbidden Forest felt like returning home. Hagrid looked at the back of Harry's head, a question mark forming in his mind. Were first years nowadays all this fearless? How could he face the dark and ominous forest with such calm, even excitement? We're not here for fun, Harry. Hagrid tried to set a serious tone. Harry's relaxed demeanor wasn't ideal for a trip to the Forbidden Forest, where complacency could lead to danger. This is detention. Hagrid reminded him sternly. Got it, Hagrid, Harry replied with a grin. The Forbidden Forest at night was eerily quiet, with only the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind and the sound of trickling water breaking the silence. Clearly, there was a stream nearby. If Harry remembered correctly, that stream was home to a creature called the Grindillo, whose tongues were valuable for potion making. Walking in silence grew dull quickly. Harry decided to strike up a conversation. Hagrid, are there many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? Your hut is right on the edge, so I imagine you interact with them often. Oh, plenty. Honestly, I get along well with them, Hagrid replied cheerfully. The creatures here are lovely. If it weren't so late, I'd introduce you to my old friend Aragog. Aragog? Harry repeated. The name sounded unwieldy and suspiciously arachnid. Yes, I raised him when I was a student here, Hagrid said with a fond smile. He was such a darling. Hagrid's words trailed off as he suddenly became alert. He yanked Harry behind a nearby tree. Harry had also sensed something rapidly approaching. He pulled out the wand he had gotten from Darwimar but, mindful of Hagrid's presence, switched to his usual wand instead. Hagrid drew a massive feathered arrow from his quiver and knocked it on his oversized crossbow, aiming in the direction of the sound. Who's there? Hagrid bellowed. Come out. Stop hiding, I've got you locked in my sights. Fong barked ferociously at the source of the noise, darting back and forth at Hagrid's feet. The bushes rustled again. Just as Hagrid's patience was wearing thin, a voice emerged. It's me, Hagrid, Ronan. Hagrid relaxed slightly but didn't lower his weapon. A moment later, out of the bushes stepped a person. No, a horse. It was a centaur, red-haired and chestnut-bodied. The color of his horse half matched his hair, and his tail swished irritably behind him. Oh, it's really you, Ronan, Hagrid said, finally lowering his weapon and stepping forward to shake hands with the centaur. Ronan didn't look pleased. With a sorrowful tone, he said, Hagrid. It seems you were ready to shoot me with that bow of yours. Can't be too careful, Ronan, Hagrid replied, patting his quiver. There's a rogue prowling these woods. Oh, right, this is Harry Potter. He finally remembered Harry and introduced him to Ronan. Harry, this is Ronan, as you can see, a centaur. Harry wasn't particularly surprised. Centaurs weren't new to him. On his adventures with Verisha in the Forbidden Forest, he'd encountered centaurs mistaking them for poachers. "Good evening," Ronan said, though his greeting was perfunctory. He gazed skyward, his expression grave. "The Mars tonight, it burns brightly," he murmured. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 77, A Pain Like Drilling into the Bone. Blinding. Hagrid and Harry both tilted their heads back, scanning the sky for Mars. As Ronan had mentioned, it wasn't difficult to find, a star so unnaturally bright it dominated the heavens. "It really is glaring," Hagrid remarked, squinting at the celestial body before turning back to the Centaur. "Have you seen anything strange around here lately? A unicorn's been injured, do you know anything about it?" Ronan didn't respond directly. Instead, he spoke in the same enigmatic tone, "Mars is particularly bright tonight." Hagrid sighed heavily, giving Harry's shoulder a gentle pat. "See what I mean? That's centaurs for you. Never give a straight answer, always got their eyes on the stars. Frustrating, isn't it? You ask about a unicorn, and they'll talk about Mars instead. They never just say what they mean. Riddlers, huh?" Harry hadn't spent much time conversing with centaurs, his interactions with them had been more combative. He could still hear the echoes of their anguished screams from before. There had been a time when he'd wondered if Verisha might have taken things too far. But now. They deserved it. This is the punishment Riddlers earn. Still, their hearts are in the right place, Hagrid continued, a faint chuckle in his voice. They may not be straightforward, but they care about this forest and all its creatures. Anyway, let's keep moving. Leaving Ronan behind, who remained fixated on the stars, they continued their search. "They remind me of Professor Dumbledore," Harry remarked, nudging a branch out of his way with his foot. "Always speaking in riddles, never saying things outright. Now that you mention it." Hagrid nodded thoughtfully, scanning the forest floor. "Look here, unicorn blood, all over the ground. Even on the roots of the trees." They pressed forward until they came to a fork in the path. Both trails were marked with fresh blood, streaks and glistening pools suggesting the unicorn hadn't gone far. "We should split up, Hagrid," Harry suggested, his tone firm. "It's badly injured, if we hurry, we might still save it." "Well." Hagrid hesitated, torn between his desire to protect Harry and the urgency of finding the unicorn. "Don't worry about me," Harry reassured him. "If anything happens, I'll send up red sparks." Reluctantly, Hagrid nodded. "All right. But take Fong with you. He may be a coward, but his instincts are sharp." Harry glanced down at the massive boarhound, skepticism plain on his face. "You think it's like Fiona, our phoenix? That it'll throw itself in front of a killing curse for me?" Still, he nodded. "All right, I'll bring Fong." "Be careful," Hagrid urged, gripping his crossbow tightly as he headed down one path. Halfway, he turned back, his brow furrowed with concern. "You're sure about this? We could stick together." "The unicorn doesn't have much time," Harry replied resolutely. Once Hagrid disappeared, Harry tucked his wand back into his robes, pulling out the one he had confiscated earlier. With Fong reluctantly in tow, he followed the blood trail deeper into the forest. The farther he went, the denser the trees became. Their gnarled branches wove together, blocking out most of the moonlight. The path narrowed, barely navigable. The bloodstains grew sparser but more concentrated, pooling in silvery patches on the ground. Fong whined nervously, pacing around Harry's feet and tugging at his robes, as if pleading with him to turn back. Harry ignored the dog, his focus unwavering. Ahead, the trees gave way to a clearing, their ancient branches twisted into a canopy of shadows. A soft, mournful whinny pierced the stillness. Pushing through the last of the branches, Harry saw it, a radiant white unicorn, collapsed on the ground. Its coat, once pristine, was now stained with blood, and its eyes shimmered with a desperate plea for salvation. Harry approached cautiously, keeping an eye on his surroundings. Fong's incessant whining was grating. Stupefy. The stunning spell silenced the dog, leaving it unconscious in a heap. As the spell echoed through the forest, a rustling sound came from nearby bushes. Harry froze, his wand aimed at the disturbance. A moment later, a hooded figure emerged, moving with a serpentine grace that exuded menace. It slithered toward the unicorn, its every movement deliberate, radiating an aura of malevolence. Reaching the dying creature, the figure bent low, its hood obscuring its face, and began to drink deeply from the unicorn's wound. The unicorn let out a heart-wrenching cry, its body convulsing in agony. Pain exploded in Harry's scar, searing and relentless, as if a brand had been pressed against his forehead. The last time it had hurt this much was when Sebastian had cast the killing curse. Clenching his jaw against the pain, Harry raised his wand. Stupefy. A jet of red light shot forward, striking the hooded figure and knocking it aside. The unicorn's labored breaths quickened, a faint glimmer of hope returning to its eyes. Harry advanced cautiously, his wand trained on the motionless figure. But it wasn't over. The figure rose slowly, its silhouette dark and foreboding, like death itself. Had it held a scythe, the image would have been complete. Harry's scar throbbed violently, his vision blurring as his grip on the wand faltered. The figure surged forward, a blur of shadow and malice. A sudden voice, ethereal and faint, yet urgent, rang in Harry's mind, "Run!" Ignoring the pain, Harry raised his wand again, his rage overtaking him. Crucio. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 78, An Old Friend. A curse shot from the tip of Harry's wand, its distinct crimson glow of the Cruciatus curse staining the surrounding forest with a sinister hue. The dark-robed figure closest to him failed to dodge in time and was struck directly by the curse. A piercing scream erupted, an inhuman wail akin to nails scraping against glass, sharp enough to make Harry's teeth ache. The figure, which had been diving toward Harry moments before, now flailed like a broken kite, tumbling rapidly out of sight into the dense forest. The pain in Harry's scar had vanished, or perhaps, he had channeled it into the figure through the excruciating spell. He panted heavily. That sensation was far from pleasant. If it weren't for the near unbearable agony that had disrupted his focus, he might not have resorted to using the unforgivable curse. A simpler, less cruel spell might have sufficed. Harry. Harry. Is that you? A faint, ethereal voice echoed near Harry's ear. Who's there? Harry jerked his head up, quickly pulling a vial of invigoration draft from his pocket. Popping the cork with his thumb, he drained it in one gulp. Warmth spread from his throat to his limbs, and his energy was restored. Using an unforgivable curse carried side effects, though Harry seemed to endure them far better than most. No soul-wrenching agony, no tumultuous flood of negative emotions, just a lingering sense of fatigue. Harry, I'm right here. Following the voice, Harry's gaze landed on a unicorn lying on the ground. She was stunning. Even with her slender legs curled in pain, her beauty was undiminished. Her mane, white as pearls, fanned out against the blackened tree roots. You can talk. Harry frowned. You're a unicorn. He stepped closer, retrieving 2 vials of invigoration draft from his pocket. Uncorking them, he carefully poured the contents into her mouth. Then, tucking the wand he picked up from Dalmar back into his robes, he drew his own wand and pointed it at the unicorn's wound, where silvery blood continued to flow. Episky. But nothing happened. The jagged wound showed no sign of healing. Blood still trickled down her pristine fur, pooling on the ground. Harry, that won't work, the unicorn said softly, coughing twice. Her gaze held a tender warmth. If Veretia saw you using the Cruciatus curse again, she'd be furious. Harry shot to his feet, disbelief written all over his face. Who are you? He didn't recall ever befriending a unicorn. Heaven knows, these creatures seemed to have a bias against boys, they avoided him and Omenes but were always friendly with Veretia, Cassandra, and Poppy. Could this unicorn have once been one of their friends? You'd be better off giving me a blood-replenishing potion, the unicorn suggested. Harry quickly rummaged through his pocket, pulling out 2 potions he'd bought from an apothecary. He hesitated, then put them back, opting instead for 2 he had taken from Professor Snape, meticulously brewed by the potion's master himself. Only potions crafted by a master could offer optimal healing. Whether this unicorn was a friend of Veretia and the others or a stranger, Harry couldn't stand by and watch her life fade away. After drinking the potions, the unicorn's eyes regained some of their sparkle. Though the wound still bled, it no longer poured as profusely as before. It's a vicious curse, the unicorn said. The one who cast it, they carried an overwhelming aura of dark magic. I don't know who they were, but they were as terrifying and powerful as Victor Rookwood. Guided by her words, Harry examined the wound and discovered the lingering traces of a dark magic curse. He raised his wand again and began chanting the purification spell Veretia had invented. Puruser. The spell worked, slowly dispelling the curse on the wound. Harry felt a surge of hope and continued casting the spell, carefully purging the curse. But when the curse's remnants reached a certain threshold, they stubbornly refused to dissipate, clinging tenaciously to the wound. This spell won't suffice, the unicorn murmured. Unless the 15-year-old you, or Veretia, casts it, it can't be undone. Harry suddenly remembered there was something else he hadn't asked the unicorn. How do you know who I am? Have we met before? Of course we've met, Harry, the unicorn said, a sly glint in her bright eyes. We've known each other for over a century. Oh, congratulations, by the way, on making it back to your own time. With that, she mustered her strength and stood. Circling Harry twice, she nudged his robes with her nose, her expression almost human-like in its warmth. My, I didn't notice earlier, you're back to being a child again. If I recall correctly, this must be right around the time of your sorting, isn't it? Yes, Harry scratched his head. I don't know how I returned 100 years into the future, and as an 11-year-old, but, well, here I am. After you disappeared, the Order of the Phoenix all but fell apart, the unicorn said softly, her voice heavy with regret. Veretia stopped attending classes altogether. She said she was going to look for you. Many believed you were dead, even Headmaster Black urged her to accept it. But she thanked everyone for their concern and vanished. No one has seen her since. Harry's heart sank. Could it be? Could Verisha truly be trapped somewhere? Perhaps caught in the chaos of time itself. Otherwise, why hadn't she appeared to find him yet? What about Sebastian and Omenes? Harry asked, his voice unsteady. Those two. The unicorn thought for a moment before shaking her head. The last I heard of them was in their 7th year. After that, there's been no news. Harry's thoughts were a chaotic mess. Where had Sebastian and Omenes gone? Could they have been imprisoned in Azkaban because of Solomon's case? Aren't you curious about anyone else? The unicorn lowered her neck, tilting her head to look at Harry. Like Cassandra. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 79, The Magical Animagous. Cassandra. Harry paused for a moment when he heard the name. He shook his head, chuckling self-deprecatingly. No, I've read her letters. She should have been long gone by now. The unicorn let out a low hum and shook its head. No, that's unlikely. But apart from Cassandra, isn't there anyone else you'd like to ask about? As it spoke, it grabbed Harry's robes with its mouth, tugging them back and forth playfully. Ha-R-R-Y. Ha-R-R-Y. A sudden realization dawned on Harry. I knew it. No wonder this unicorn lady felt so familiar. I knew it. No wonder she knows so much. The familiar gesture and tone instantly reminded him of an old friend. Hufflepuff's Poppy Sweeting. Harry gasped, covering his mouth in shock, his trembling hand pointing at the unicorn. Why your Poppy? Took you long enough to figure it out. The unicorn, no, Poppy in unicorn form, retracted her horn and began nuzzling her head against Harry's chest, as if venting her frustration at not being recognized by her old friend. But, how did you end up like this? Harry still found it hard to believe. Poppy had always been human. How could she now be a unicorn? Animagous, Poppy replied. Becoming a magical animagous has its price, but honestly, I don't mind. This way, I can interact with magical creatures up close and play with them as much as I want. It's quite wonderful, isn't it? Is it, really? Harry didn't quite understand this mindset. Back then, Poppy had always been like this, adoring magical creatures, even helping him and Verisha rescue a dragon from poachers. The Room of Requirement's magical creature sanctuary had been established under Poppy's suggestion. Of course, Poppy said, grabbing Harry's robes with her mouth again, tugging playfully. Ha-R-R-Y. Ha-R-R-Y. Just like the little girl who used to pull at his robes all the time. But, are you sure your injury isn't serious? Harry asked hesitantly, glancing at Poppy's wound. It's still bleeding. Maybe. I could fetch Professor Dumbledore. He's the greatest white wizard of our time, surely, he could lift the curse on your wound. Or maybe Professor Snape. He's an exceptional potions master, and the blood-replenishing potion you just took was brewed by him. He seems much more competent than Professor Sharp, don't you think? Poppy quipped with a smile, before leaning in closer and whispering conspiratorially. By the way, do you still have any Weasleys this year? If I remember correctly, the potions professors always seem to have it out for them. There are 5 brothers in total, all in Gryffindor, Harry remarked wryly. The relationship between Snape and them. Let's just say it's far from harmonious, more like sworn enemies. Poppy giggled, her laughter light and tinkling. Then she added, anyway, let's keep my little secret under wraps when we get back to Hogwarts, all right? You know, magical animagi are rare, especially unicorn animagi. But what about your curse? Harry scratched his head. That's where you come in, Poppy said, nuzzling her head against Harry's face. You're the heir to ancient magic. Maybe once you fully regain your powers, you can help me. I will, Poppy. I promise, Harry nodded firmly. I'll help you as soon as I can. All right, Poppy replied, tugging at Harry's robes again. Every night, I'll bring blood-replenishing potion to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Harry promised. It's not good for your wound to remain unhealed. I'll hold you to that, Poppy said. Suddenly, she lifted her head and warned, be careful. Someone's coming. Harry swiftly drew his wand and traced an R in the air. Revelio. With the aid of the Revelio charm, co-developed by him and Verisha, he could see a tall, blue figure moving toward them from the bushes. The spell revealed creatures within its range, with blue signifying friendliness and red hostility. It's Hagrid, Harry said, lowering his wand. He's a friend. Oh, Poppy replied with a nod. Sure enough, a rustling sound came from the bushes, and Hagrid's massive form emerged. Harry. Hagrid lowered his crossbow and thumped his chest in relief. Thank heavens you're all right. Oh, Miss Poppy, good evening. Are you hurt? Good evening, Hagrid, Poppy's ethereal voice returned. She gave Harry a meaningful glance before replying, thanks to this young man, I was spared from being killed by a dark wizard. A dark wizard? Hagrid raised his crossbow again, scanning their surroundings. He's gone, Hagrid, Harry said, tugging at his arm. I drove him off. Really? Hagrid beamed at Harry. I knew it. You're just as brave as your parents were, Harry. For someone your age to face a dark wizard, it's no small feat, let alone defeating one. Poppy said nothing, though her eyes glimmered with amusement. Oh, Hagrid, if only you knew how many dark wizards this little Harry has defeated. By the way, Miss Poppy, is your injury all right? Hagrid asked again. Perhaps we could visit Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. No need, Hagrid. Thank you, Poppy replied softly. It's getting late, and I should be going. Harry, don't forget our agreement. Of course, Miss Poppy, Harry nodded. Poppy shook her head fondly, nuzzling Harry's face one last time before turning to leave. Goodness. Hagrid wiped a tear from his eye, clearly moved. I thought unicorns only bonded with the purest of young maidens, but it seems they like boys too. Well, I have a pretty pure heart too, Hagrid, Harry said, patting Hagrid's arm. Just like you. Otherwise, Poppy wouldn't be your friend, right? Oh, Harry. Hagrid ruffled Harry's messy hair, a warm smile spreading across his face. This kid. He always knows just what to say to warm your heart. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 80, Her. Let's head back. Hagrid slung the crossbow over his shoulder and said to Harry, it's getting late, and you've got class tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, it's Professor Snape's potions class first thing in the morning. You wouldn't want to be late for that, would you? Even Hagrid had heard of Professor Snape's formidable reputation at Hogwarts. All right, Harry replied, following Hagrid as they made their way out of the Forbidden Forest. Before long, they encountered a centaur. Harry noticed that this centaur was strikingly handsome, with platinum blonde hair reminiscent of Draco's and a sleek, silver equine body. He looked every bit the White Knight from countless fairy tales. Hagrid, the centaur approached them anxiously. The unicorn, how is she? And the dark wizard? Don't worry, Firenze, Hagrid said, patting Harry on the shoulder. Miss Poppy is all right. Harry saved her, and the dark wizard was driven off, although Miss Poppy still has some injuries. That's good to hear. Firenze exhaled in relief, then turned to Harry with a warm smile. Harry, is it? Thank you. Thank you for saving Miss Poppy. I only did what I should, Harry said modestly. You're the boy from the Potter family, aren't you? Firenze asked, his sapphire blue eyes sparkling. Before Harry could answer, another voice interrupted. What are you telling him? Bane galloped over, his tone furious. Remember, Firenze, we swore never to defy the heavens. Have you forgotten what the movement of the planets foretells? I believe Firenze acted out of goodwill, Ronan said uneasily, pawing at the ground with his hooves. His mournful voice carried a sense of foreboding. Goodwill. Bane snapped, glaring at Ronan. What does that have to do with us? Centaurs concern themselves with the prophecies of the stars. We don't need to act like donkeys, running after lost humans in our forest. Miss Poppy was injured. She's so kind. And that dark wizard dared to attack her. Tell me, Bane, Firenze suddenly reared up on his hind legs, when you were surrounded by acromantulas as a foal, who saved you? The secrets of the stars? Is that all you care about? Firenze's voice quivered with rage, his hair lifting as if charged with electricity. I will resist that person with all my might. I will not let him harm Miss Poppy again. Bane, centaurs are not an ungrateful race. If necessary, I will stand with the humans. Without sparing Bane or Ronan another glance, Firenze turned and signaled for Hagrid and Harry to follow him. Why was Bane so angry? Harry asked, confused. Firenze sighed, avoiding the question. Instead, he asked, Harry, can you tell me what happened? Harry left out the excruciating details and his conversation with Miss Poppy, recounting only the first part of the events. Harry. Firenze suddenly stopped. Hagrid and Harry, unsure of his intentions, halted as well. Do you know what unicorn blood can do? Firenze asked. No, Harry answered truthfully. That's because harming or killing a unicorn is a monstrous act, Firenze said gravely. Only someone utterly desperate, someone willing to lose everything to gain everything, would commit such an unforgivable sin. Unicorn blood can sustain life, even when one is on the brink of death. But the price is terrible. By taking the life of such a pure, innocent creature, the moment its blood touches your lips, your existence becomes cursed. You will live a half-life, a cursed life. Harry thought for a moment and said, if I had to live cursed forever, I think I'd rather die. Exactly, Firenze agreed. Unless, you only use it to extend your life long enough to obtain something else, something that can fully restore your strength and power, something that grants immortality. Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden in this school right now? In an instant, Harry realized the shadow's target. The Philosopher's Stone, he exclaimed. Are you saying the one trying to steal the stone is? His heart pounded in his chest as he neared the truth. Some said that person was dead, defeated by him when he was just a baby. But could such a powerful dark wizard truly die so easily? Firenze's words made Harry's breathing quicken. It seemed there could only be one truth. The taste of revenge, is it sweet? It appears you've realized it, Firenze said. Someone has waited in the shadows all these years, longing to rise again. Someone clings desperately to life, waiting for their chance. Firenze seemed pleased with Harry's quick comprehension. This child, perhaps he should study divination, Firenze thought. Impossible. Hagrid interjected. The Philosopher's Stone is protected by Professor Dumbledore. As long as he's here at Hogwarts, the Dark Lord won't succeed. Firenze didn't respond. He merely gave Hagrid a look of ineffable complexity. The stars, they have foretold it, Firenze murmured to Harry. Trust in Centaur astrology. We rarely err. But you're wrong this time. Hagrid grumbled, clearly displeased with Firenze's perceived slight against Dumbledore. Soon, the edge of the Forbidden Forest came into view. Well then, we part ways here, Firenze said to them. Hagrid waved at Firenze. Goodbye. Thanks for the warning, though I'll still talk to Professor Dumbledore. Let's go, Harry. We'll head back together, Hagrid said, glancing up at the sky. Looks like it's about to rain. Let's get back to the castle. As Harry and Hagrid entered the castle, a spring thunderclap echoed across the sky. In the dense forest, a pristine unicorn flitted through the trees, as graceful as a woodland spirit. The rain fell softly, passing through the thick canopy and landing on her white coat. She reached a stream, lying down gently beneath an evergreen pine tree, seeking shelter. The cold wind swept through the forest, mingling with the sound of rain, and the occasional cries of animals added a note of melancholy to the scene. A pale white light shimmered over the unicorn. In a moment, she transformed into a young girl wearing a Hufflepuff robe, her short hair falling lightly over her shoulders. But her body was translucent. Poppy leaned against the pine tree, sitting weakly on the ground. She covered her face with her hands and began to sob quietly. Silvery ghostly tears slipped through her fingers, falling onto the dark soil below. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 81, Surely we can't expect first years to protect the Philosopher's Stone. The first class on the second morning was Professor Snape's potions class. Still groggy, Harry felt someone nudging him. Wake up, Harry. It was Seamus's voice. It's Snape's class today. You don't want to get sprayed by his venom, do you? That was Ron's voice. Venom. Harry rubbed his eyes. Oh, I mean Snape, Ron explained helpfully. Fred and George say he looks like a bat in his long black robes. Harry couldn't help it, he laughed. At breakfast, Ron leaned over to Harry and whispered, So, Harry, how was last night in the Forbidden Forest? It was all right, Harry shrugged, spreading baked beans on a slice of bread, then adding sausage and bacon. The forest is dangerous, sure, but I made a new friend in there. After lunch, I'll introduce you. A new friend. Ron perked up. She. Is it a centaur? No, a unicorn, Harry said with a mysterious smile. Cool. Hermione, intrigued, leaned in. How did you meet? I mean, I've read that unicorns generally only trust pure-hearted women. I didn't think they'd befriend a boy. Well, a dark wizard attacked her, and I just happened to pass by and saved her, Harry said matter-of-factly. And how did you defeat a dark wizard? Neville asked curiously. I hit him with a harmless little jinx, Harry replied, taking a bite of his bread. The tangy baked beans, combined with the distinct flavor of sausage and smoky bacon, made Harry feel a bit more alive after a night of emptiness in his stomach. What kind of jinx? Hermione, ever alert, narrowed her eyes. Oh, nothing major. Harry hesitated. Hermione's expression turned serious. You didn't, oh no, Harry, you didn't actually use, her voice faltered as if she couldn't finish. Well, all right, she conceded after a moment. In a life-threatening situation, I suppose experimenting with spells isn't entirely unreasonable. But, no one saw, right? No, Harry said. But then he suddenly remembered Fong. Oh no. When leaving with Hagrid last night, he'd forgotten to bring along the unconscious Fong, who'd been hit by a stunning spell. I hope he's all right, Harry thought, layering scrambled eggs, bacon, sausage, a slice of tomato, and cheese onto a piece of toast to make himself a satisfying sandwich. Hermione frowned, bringing the conversation back. But why would a dark wizard attack a unicorn? Unicorns are sacred and noble creatures. It's an unforgivable act under any circumstances. For their blood, Harry said simply. A centaur named Firenze told me that Dark Wizard was using unicorn blood to prolong his miserable life, just until he could get the Philosopher's Stone to restore his power fully. That explains it, Hermione muttered. After thinking for a moment, she asked, but here's the real question, the Philosopher's Stone is at Hogwarts. Who would dare steal it under Dumbledore's nose? There's someone who's been hiding in the shadows for years, desperate to return to power, Harry replied, finishing his sandwich in 3 quick bites. Who else could it be? Who? Ron asked, sipping his pumpkin juice. Voldemort, Hermione whispered. At the mention of the name, Ron's hand slipped, and his pumpkin juice tumbled onto the table. Fortunately, the sturdy glass didn't break, and most of the juice had already been drunk, sparing him from a mess. Seamus gasped sharply, whether from the name or the revelation about Voldemort, while Neville went completely pale. Among the five of them, only Hermione and Harry seemed unaffected by the name. For Hermione, it was because she didn't fully grasp the terror Voldemort had once inspired. Harry, on the other hand, simply didn't see why Voldemort was worth fearing. This can't be true. Ron exclaimed, jumping to his feet. His sudden movement drew the attention of the entire Great Hall, and he quickly sat back down, lowering his voice. It's impossible. Dumbledore's at Hogwarts, Voldemort wouldn't dare. What if Dumbledore isn't at the school? Hermione retorted. The headmaster can't be here all the time. If he leaves, that's the perfect chance for Voldemort to strike. We have to warn Dumbledore. Relax, Hermione, Harry said absent-mindedly. Hagrid went to Dumbledore's office last night to tell him everything. With that assurance, Hermione dropped the matter, though she still frowned. Surely Dumbledore would take the necessary precautions. After all, they couldn't possibly expect first-year students to protect the Philosopher's Stone, could they? Potions class passed as usual under Professor Snape's venomous gaze and sharp tongue. Even Hermione wasn't spared this time. Her distracted mind led her to accidentally add half an ounce too much bat liver. When Harry managed to brew a perfect batch of swelling solution, Snape grudgingly added 1 point to Gryffindor. But then, he promptly deducted 5 points because Neville burned his cauldron. The Gryffindors were unfazed. Losing points under Snape's watch was practically a tradition. Still, it didn't stop Slytherin from being dead last in the House Cup race, mainly because Snape himself had docked 150 points from his own house earlier that term. After class, Harry told Ron and the others to wait outside. He needed a blood-replenishing potion, and while he'd bought some in Diagon Alley before, it was no match for something brewed by a potions master like Snape. Poppy deserved the best. Snape noticed Harry lingering behind and smirked, his lips curling in that greasy, mocking way of his. Is there something you need, Potter? He drawled. Or has the great savior of the wizarding world come to consult his poor, old professor about some adolescent issue? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 82, Professor Snape is surprisingly easygoing. Here's the thing, Professor, Harry tried to phrase his words carefully, avoiding offense. I have a friend who's injured, quite seriously, and I need some blood-replenishing potion. So, you've decided to treat your poor old professor like a shop assistant at Pippin's Potions. Or worse, turn his office into Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing. Snape asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, it just so happens that among the people I know, you're the only potions master, so. Harry looked up, gazing earnestly at Snape without blinking. Snape stared into Harry's eyes expressionlessly for what felt like an eternity before letting out a cold snort and turning to walk toward his cabinet. Just when Harry thought his request had been flatly rejected, Snape returned, holding 6 bottles of potion in his hand. Even if your injured friend were a troll, these would suffice. Snape paused, a faint smirk appearing on his lips as his tone shifted. Apologies, Mr. Potter. I forgot you do indeed have some dim-witted troll-like friends. Thank you, Professor. Harry eagerly took the potions, bowing deeply, his gratitude genuine. After Snape curtly dismissed him, Harry made a hasty but respectful exit from the classroom. Merlin's beard, you dared linger in the potions classroom. Ron exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. I'd bet anything that if Neville had to spend 30 seconds alone with Snape, he'd have wet his pants by now. You're probably right, Ron, Neville admitted, unfazed by the comment. In fact, he thought Ron had greatly overestimated him. Neville figured 10 seconds would have been more than enough. So, what exactly did you say to Professor Snape? Seamus asked curiously. Harry glanced back to ensure the potions classroom door remained firmly shut. Then, like a clandestine dealer, he opened his robe, revealing the blood-replenishing potions hidden in an inner pocket. Whoa. Ron's eyes widened as he pointed a trembling finger at the potions. Merlin's pants. Did you rob Snape's cabinet? Nope. The professor gave them to me, Harry said cheerfully, tucking his robe back in place. Merlin, Harry, you're. Seamus fumbled for words, unable to find one that did justice to his awe. Ron and Neville stared at Harry as though he were a living legend. They'd always known he was extraordinary, but this, managing to get 6 potions from the Slytherin head of house as a Gryffindor student, was a feat beyond belief. If someone claimed Harry had defeated a dark wizard or even Voldemort, they wouldn't bat an eye. After all, Harry had already taken down the most powerful dark wizard at the tender age of 1. But to walk away from Snape's office with potions, unscathed and unpaid. That was the stuff of legends. Harry, your name deserves a place in Gryffindor's history. Ron declared, clapping Harry on the shoulder. No, scratch that, even Hogwarts, a history should record the glorious tale of how you bested the old Slytherin bat. Mr. Weasley. The greasy voice sent chills down their spines. Ron snapped to attention, slowly turning to meet Snape's piercing black eyes. 10 points from Gryffindor for speaking ill of a professor behind his back, Snape said, sweeping past them like a bat, his robes billowing as he disappeared down the corridor. You never know when he'll just pop up, do you? Ron muttered, still shaken. After lunch, Harry packed some food, including sausages and bacon, and headed to the edge of the Forbidden Forest with his 4 friends. Poppy, the unicorn, was already waiting at their usual meeting spot. Upon seeing Harry, she trotted up and tugged at his robes playfully. All right, Poppy, Harry said, stroking her ears as he pulled out one of the potions and offered it to her. Poppy took the bottle gently, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one go. Blood-replenishing potion wasn't exactly pleasant tasting. Snape hadn't made it with flavor in mind, but efficacy. This should last you a week, Harry, Poppy said softly. There's no need to use it daily. This was a gift from Professor Snape. He's actually quite easy to talk to, Poppy, Harry said with a grin. Behind him, his 4 friends gasped audibly. Harry. Neville's voice was filled with disbelief. Did you just say? Professor Snape is easy to talk to. Merlin, either the world's gone mad, or I have, for hearing such words. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Neville had spoken their collective disbelief perfectly. Aren't you going to introduce your little friends? Poppy asked, her gaze shifting to the group behind Harry. Oh, right, Harry said, realizing his lapse. He pulled Ron forward. This is Ron Weasley, a fine lad from the Weasley family. Over there, the sturdier one is Neville Longbottom, the one missing a chunk of his eyebrow is Seamus Finnegan, and this is Hermione Granger, the most Ravenclaw-like Gryffindor. Hello, Poppy greeted them, her voice light and musical. I'm Poppy, Harry's good friend. Merlin's beard, are you really a unicorn? Hermione stepped forward cautiously, maintaining a respectful distance. You can talk. Magical creatures are magical for a reason, aren't they? Harry chuckled, pulling out the food he'd brought for Poppy. As Harry offered a bacon sandwich, Hermione exclaimed, Harry, you can't. Unicorns don't eat those, they only like berries. She trailed off, stunned as Poppy gleefully bit into the bacon sandwich. And grass, Hermione finished weakly, her worldview shaken. Harry glanced at her bewildered expression and continued feeding Poppy. Looks like the all-knowing Hermione doesn't know everything, Ron whispered to Seamus and Neville. Both nodded in agreement, though they kept their distance. The thought of approaching a unicorn, especially one with such a sharp horn, was a bit too daunting. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 83, Harry and I have known each other for over a century. After Poppy finished eating the food Harry had brought, the group sat down on the grass and began to chat casually. Poppy lay curled up on the ground, motioning for Harry to lean against her. The others weren't as fortunate, the 4 of them could only sit across from Harry, looking on enviously at how the unicorn showed Harry such affection. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd have thought unicorns only warmed up to the purest-hearted young maidens, Hermione said wistfully. But then again, it makes sense since Harry saved Miss Poppy's life. That's not right, Hermione, Poppy corrected her. It's not because Harry saved me, it's because Harry and I are old friends. Old friends. The group exclaimed in unison. They all knew Harry had grown up in his aunt and uncle's house with little to no contact with the wizarding world. How could he possibly be old friends with a unicorn? Harry tilted his head and asked, Do I really have to explain, Poppy? Of course. Harry and I have known each other for over 100 years, Poppy said, flicking Harry's face lightly with her tail. To be precise, it's been 105 years. 105 years. Hermione quickly did the math. 1992 minus 105. That's impossible. 105 years ago was 1887, Hermione said, her face full of disbelief. Harry is only 12 years old, and you. Unicorns live for a very long time, Poppy said with a cheerful laugh. That's still impossible unless Harry traveled through time, went back 100 years, and returned. Hermione said firmly. But that's impossible. Time travel only exists in science fiction, not reality. Well, believe what you want, Poppy said with a knowing smile. It wasn't the first time she'd been doubted. I did visit the Forbidden Forest once before, Harry said, skirting around the details of a century ago. That's when I met Poppy, and we became friends. This explanation satisfied the group. They accepted it as the truth. Looks like Miss Poppy has mistaken you for that Harry from 100 years ago, Ron said, hugging his knees. You mean that Harry? Oh, I knew him too, Poppy said brightly. What? The 4 gasped in shock. They couldn't believe the unicorn before them actually knew the Harry Potter from a century ago. Yes, the Harry Potter from 100 years ago was quite the figure at this school, Poppy said with a radiant smile. Take this Forbidden Forest, for instance. What do you think of it? What do we think? It's terrifying, of course. Seamus exclaimed eagerly. The forest is full of all sorts of creatures, werewolves, trolls, and I've even heard there are spiders as big as cars. Hearing the phrase, spiders as big as cars, Ron turned pale. For the first time in his life, he cursed his vivid imagination. Just one sentence, and he'd already conjured a horrifying image of the spiders in his mind. Exactly, Poppy said meaningfully, glancing at Harry. But, Harry, every time he entered the Forbidden Forest, it was like he was coming home. Really? The four asked in unison. Of course, Poppy said, her voice full of nostalgia. Things are very different now compared to 100 years ago. Back then, Hogwarts was surrounded by dangers, dark wizards roamed outside the school gates, and the Forbidden Forest was full of poachers. They even had a poachers' guild, and their black market auctions featured dragons. It was a perilous time for students. Danger lurked everywhere outside Hogwarts, and stories of students being harmed, or even killed, by dark wizards were far too common. So what happened to them? Why did they disappear? Hermione asked, puzzled. Poaching in the Forbidden Forest must have been highly lucrative. I can't believe such a large organization would simply vanish. They're all dead, of course, Poppy said, lifting her head with a human-like smile. The most feared group of them all, Ashwinder Gang, who even the Ministry of Magic hesitated to provoke, was utterly wiped out by that Harry Potter and his companions. Any dark wizard who dared resist met their end under a curse. After that, the name Ashwinder Gang faded into history. Wow. The four were in awe. To them, Poppy was a living witness to history. Her words had to be true. What's more, that Harry Potter shared the same name as their Harry Potter. This naturally made them feel a strong connection to the Harry from a century ago. Could you tell us more about that Harry and his friends? Hermione, ever the scholar, was especially intrigued by this hidden history. She looked at Poppy expectantly, eager for answers. Poppy shifted into a more comfortable position and began her story. Yes, Harry had several good friends. There was Gareth Weasley from Gryffindor. She glanced at Ron. Your ancestor, Ron. Yes. My great-grandfather. Ron said proudly, thumping his chest. He was thrilled that his ancestor had been friends with such a great Harry Potter. There was also Amit Talker from Ravenclaw, Poppy Sweeting from Hufflepuff, Poppy continued, and from Slytherin, Omini Gaunt and Sebastian Sallow. Additionally, there were two girls deeply connected to Harry, Cassandra Malfoy and Veratio Grindelwald. As she said this, Poppy cast a sly glance at Harry but saw no reaction from him. Grindelwald. Seamus frowned. That surname, why does it sound so familiar? From the Chocolate Frog cards, of course, Ron said over his shoulder. The dark wizard Dumbledore defeated in 1945, his name was Grindelwald. Oh, right, Seamus said, realization dawning. He then turned to Poppy. Miss Poppy, was that Grindelwald girl related to the dark wizard Grindelwald? As far as I know, Veratio Grindelwald was Gellert Grindelwald's sister, Poppy recalled. Unbelievable, huh? Ron said, turning to his friends. Two siblings from the same parents, one who fought dark wizards, and the other who became one. I wonder what that missing Grindelwald sister would think if she knew her brother became a dark wizard. You'd better not let either Grindelwald hear you say that, Poppy said sympathetically, glancing at Ron. For some reason, she felt Ron might someday cross paths with Gellert. Hermione, however, had honed in on something important. She turned to Poppy. Miss Poppy, you mentioned a Hufflepuff named Poppy Sweeting earlier. Is your name related to hers? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 84, But You're the Real Dog. Hearing Hermione's question, Harry glanced at Poppy with some concern. To his surprise, Poppy raised her head, smiled brightly, and said, Oh no, you've figured it out. Yes, I'm actually Poppy Sweeting from Hufflepuff. Cool. Ron clapped his hands together. I knew you weren't ordinary. So you're the famous Miss Sweeting. Oh, shut up, Ronald. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's simplistic thinking. There's no such thing as an animagus that can turn into a magical creature. At least, that's what the books say, absolutely, positively, never attempt to become a magical creature. Poppy's eyes crinkled with amusement. She had expected no one to believe the truth. Instead of lying to hide herself, she decided it was better to tell the truth outright. Everyone knows that lies require countless others to cover them up, but the truth doesn't. Oh, so Miss Unicorn can lie too? Ron asked pitifully. Poppy didn't respond, simply giving Ron a meaningful look. Well, Ron, you're such a fool, Hermione said with a resigned shake of her head. Miss Poppy, am I really a fool? Ron looked at Poppy with wide, pleading eyes. Poppy shook her head, smiling. Silly boy, how could you possibly be a fool? Ron. He puffed out his cheeks, sulking as he hugged his knees and turned away. This pitiful display of grievance made everyone burst out laughing. At that moment, Hagrid appeared with Fong by his side. When Harry saw Fong, he suddenly remembered that the dog had been left unconscious in the Forbidden Forest when he and Hagrid returned the previous day. At the time, Harry had been engrossed in a conversation with Firenze about Voldemort, while Hagrid was preoccupied with reporting the incident to Dumbledore. Between the two of them, Fong had been completely forgotten. Miss Poppy, oh, and the rest of you, good afternoon. Hagrid greeted them, his arms full of something. Good afternoon, Hagrid, they all replied in unison. Hagrid walked up, with Fong trailing behind him. He plopped down on the ground beside Ron. Oh, Hagrid said, yesterday, when we came back, I forgot to bring Fong along. It wasn't until I woke up this morning that I remembered, but by then, he had already returned. That said, why would Fong have fainted? He's a coward, and normally he'd run off long before anything could scare him that much. He fainted out of fright, thanks to the person in black robes, Harry said succinctly. At these words, Fong shot up and stared at Harry in disbelief, as if he couldn't comprehend being accused like this by a two-legged pup. Fong stubbornly approached Harry, barking indignantly, his wide eyes full of grievance. His expression practically screamed, I might not be human, but you're the real dog here. Do you not know why I passed out? See that? Harry said to Hagrid. He's upset. I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to start talking right now, Poppy remarked in agreement. All right, Fong, Hagrid called the dog back. I know you're a coward. Fainting out of fear isn't that hard to understand. Fong whimpered twice, dejectedly lowering his head and curling up at Hagrid's side. Great. Now my reputation as a cowardly dog is set in stone. The lunch break passed quickly, but luckily, Fridays only had 2 potions classes. With no afternoon or evening lessons, they had more time to spend with Poppy. However, as first-year students still needed their rest, Harry had to bid a reluctant farewell to Poppy, promising to bring her some treats tomorrow. He then returned to the dormitory with his friends. Goodness, Harry, you actually know a unicorn. Hermione still seemed awestruck. Unicorns, they're such noble creatures. Harry didn't say much, merely smiling at Hermione. Harry. Potter. 2 voices, one from the left and one from the right, interrupted. Harry felt 2 arms wrap around his neck. It was Fred and George. Come chat with your big brothers, they said in unison. But don't let Miss Know-It-All find out what we're up to. Hermione blew at her bangs, choosing to ignore them. You guys go ahead. I've got something to discuss with Fred and George, Harry said to Ron and the others. Be careful, Ron advised. Those 2 are nothing but trouble. Oh, Ronnie Ekins, Fred and George chorused again, perfectly synchronized. You're just like Mum. Ron, who had been about to retort, blushed furiously at the nickname Ronnie Ekins and stormed off to the dormitory. The 3 of them headed to the common room, where Harry immediately asked, Hey, have you 2 found out anything about what's under Quirrell's turban? Nothing, Fred and George replied in unison. Ever since we had Defense Against the Dark Arts this week, we haven't seen Professor Quirrell at all, it's like he's vanished from Hogwarts. Really? Harry scratched his head. Something felt off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But that's not why we're here, Fred said, pulling a biscuit out of his pocket and handing it to Harry. Here, take a look. What is it? Harry held the golden biscuit up to the sunlight, inspecting it but finding nothing unusual. A canary cream, George said with a mischievous grin. One of our new prank products. Eat it, and you'll temporarily turn into a human canary. It's hilarious. Harry looked from Fred to George, then back again. You 2 have quite the knack for pranks, Harry remarked, placing the canary cream on the table. He didn't have any enemies at school, so he couldn't think of anyone to use it on. Sensing Harry's lack of enthusiasm, the twins leaned in and whispered, Just think, Harry. If Quirrell ate the biscuit and turned into a human canary, wouldn't the secret under his turban be exposed? They waggled their eyebrows at Harry, identical mischievous smiles on their faces. Harry imagined Quirrell as a giant, feathered canary in his mind. Isn't that a bit too much? He suddenly felt a twinge of pity for Quirrell. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 85, Not the Same, Mate. It's just a prank, that's all. Besides, he's a Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Fred shrugged. If he's competent at his job, he should have spotted something off about these biscuits, don't you think? You've got a point, Harry agreed with a nod. The thought of Dudley crossed his mind again. If he hadn't been to Hogwarts a century ago, perhaps he wouldn't mind taking a few biscuits home now and letting Dudley have a couple. Dudley. Thinking about his gluttonous Muggle cousin, Harry also remembered Smeltings, the private boarding school Dudley attended. That school was a haven for the wealthy, as attending it meant one came from a well-to-do family. If these prank items were handed to Dudley to sell at Smeltings, would they become a school-wide sensation? The Weasleys' family finances weren't great, and if the twins could make some money with their creations, it might help ease the burden at home. At the very least, Ron wouldn't have to wear second-hand robes anymore. Besides, the Potter family wasn't sitting on an endless pile of gold. That fortune would run out someday, and it was only prudent to explore other avenues for income. No. Canary creams were too eye-catching. They should think of subtler prank items that wouldn't raise suspicion among Muggles. With this thought, Harry looked up at Fred and George. Fred, George, I just thought of something even more interesting. What is it? The twins asked in unison. Do you have any other ideas? Harry tapped the canary cream. I mean, besides this biscuit. Don't tell me you think the canary cream isn't enough and want to give Professor Quirrell something more exciting. Fred and George exchanged a glance and clapped their hands together. Cool. We knew our Gryffindor lion wouldn't settle for mediocrity. No, I mean something less. Harry picked up the biscuit. Less magical. Something more subtle that Muggles wouldn't notice. We haven't really thought about that, the twins said together. Then they asked, what are you planning to do? Harry glanced at them, tapping his fingers on the table. You know I've been living with my aunt's family, right? Yeah, they nodded in unison. My Muggle cousin goes to Smeltings, Harry continued. If he could introduce your products to his school. He trailed off, giving the twins ample time to imagine the possibilities. The twins exchanged another glance, still not quite grasping Harry's idea. You're suggesting your Muggle cousin sell our products at his school? Fred asked. But they're Muggles. That's where your creativity comes in, gentlemen. Harry tapped the table with his fingers. Muggle money can be exchanged for galleons. If I'm not mistaken, £5 can be converted into 1 galleon. And my cousin's school, Smeltings, is full of students from wealthy families. Rich families. George's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by the prospect Harry was painting. Very rich, Harry said earnestly. Maybe not as wealthy as the Malfoys, but not far off. Harry was comparing them to the Malfoys of his era, who were immensely influential in the wizarding world. Cassandra's father, Septimus Malfoy, wielded significant power in the Ministry of Magic. Many even believed that the then minister, Archer Evermond, was merely a puppet, with Septimus pulling the strings. As for the current Malfoys, well, they were more like a shadow of their former glory. Even so, a fallen giant was still larger than most. The Malfoy family's wealth and lifestyle were beyond what the Weasleys could imagine. Harry's suggestion lit a spark in Fred and George's minds. Muggles had money, so why not make some from them? We'll start brainstorming right away. Fred and George dashed off with their newfound inspiration. Harry opened his mouth to offer some modifications, but they were already gone. Well, that's fine, he thought. Let them figure it out. To Harry's surprise, Professor Quirrell didn't show up for Defense Against the Dark Arts for 2 weeks straight. Instead, Professor Snape took over the class. This spelled disaster for Gryffindor students. Except for a select few who received special treatment, everyone else had points deducted left and right. Even the special few weren't spared entirely. While they avoided major deductions, Snape still found minor faults to penalize them for. In a way, Snape achieved a form of equality. He wouldn't let anyone off the hook, no matter how well they performed in class. When Neville demonstrated a perfectly executed disarming charm, Snape's face turned even darker. It wasn't the quality of Neville's spellcasting that irritated him, it was the fact that Neville showed some talent in Defense Against the Dark Arts while remaining utterly hopeless in potions. The stark contrast only deepened Snape's disdain for him. Mr. Longbottom. Snape said with a meaningful tone. A commendable disarming charm. Gryffindor will gain 2 points for your effort. The entire class collectively gasped. Professor Snape. Giving points to someone other than Potter. And to Neville Longbottom, of all people. Neville looked up in disbelief, his expression screaming, Professor, did you take the wrong potion this morning? Snape wasn't offended in the slightest. He smirked coldly and said, in light of Mr. Longbottom's performance, you will join Mr. Potter in the potions classroom every Wednesday and Saturday for private instruction. Neville's face fell instantly. He hadn't expected his excellent disarming charm to land him in trouble. Private tutoring sessions with Snape felt like a death sentence. Private instruction. Don't be ridiculous. Everyone knew that Snape's private instruction was just a euphemism for enduring his scathing criticism one-on-one. After class, Neville looked utterly dejected. What's wrong, Neville? Ron asked, concerned for his roommate. Neville shivered. I've been sentenced to detention with Professor Snape. Oh, Merlin, I hope I live to see another sunrise. Relax, Neville, Seamus said reassuringly. Maybe it won't be so bad. Look at Harry, he's still alive and kicking. Yeah, Neville, Harry added. Honestly, Professor Snape is quite kind and approachable. I've learned a lot during my detentions with him. Neville, Seamus, and Ron all stared at Harry as if he'd gone mad. Seriously, mate. Not everyone can handle what you can. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 86, The Painful Aftereffects. No matter how much Neville struggled, he ultimately had to accept reality. Even if sorrow could flow backward like a river, it wouldn't change the fact that he was now bound to endure Snape's special tutoring. Resigned to his fate, he directed all his frustration and sadness toward the dinner table, voraciously devouring several hearty steaks. Just as Harry was finishing his meal, a delicate paper crane fluttered in front of him. It was a letter from Gemma. Harry. There's something I'd like to discuss with you in person. I'll wait for you in the empty classroom on the 2nd floor. Yours sincerely. G.A. Farley. Harry folded the letter and glanced over at the Slytherin table. Miss Farley, as if sensing his gaze, brushed her sleek black hair to one side and nodded slightly in his direction with a polite smile before leaving the table. I've got something to do, Ron, Harry said as he stood up. You can head back to the dorm without me. All right. Ron didn't pry, too focused on his chicken drumstick to care. Following Gemma's trail, Harry ascended the stairs to the second floor of the castle. He pulled his wand from the lining of his robe and slid it into his sleeve, a precautionary habit ingrained in him by Cassandra. When he reached the empty classroom where he had last met Gemma, he cast Hominum Revelio to confirm she was alone before pushing open the door. Sitting on a bench, Gemma looked deeply worried. Mr. Potter. What's wrong, Gemma? Harry asked, taking a seat across from her. Something strange has been happening in Slytherin lately, Gemma said in a low voice, glancing at the door to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Harry remained silent, his focus entirely on her words. A mysterious notebook has appeared in the Slytherin common room, she continued. Draco Malfoy brought it in. Those who've used it claim it has a will of its own, helping them quickly complete their assignments or improve their spell work. But they have to pay a small price. I reported it to Professor Snape, but he didn't seem to care, like he has more pressing matters to deal with. Harry instantly connected the dots. No wonder the Slytherin students were always so exhausted, they were using a notebook that drained their soul energy. A notebook. Harry frowned. What kind of notebook? Are you sure Draco brought it? He felt a surge of unease. Could the notebook be one of Cassandra's relics? Yes, Gemma said earnestly. It's supposedly a family heirloom. I've heard it contains the image of a beautiful girl with exceptional spellcasting skills. A girl. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Suppressing his excitement, he asked calmly, could it be an ancestor of the Malfoy family? I'm not sure, Gemma admitted. Everyone seems to avoid describing the girl's appearance. This is valuable information. Thank you, Gemma, Harry said sincerely. Part of him hoped the girl was Cassandra. Yet another part wished she wasn't. After all, the notebook was clearly an artifact of dark magic. And, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, he didn't want Cassandra associated with other boys. A century ago, Cassandra had been like an unattainable flower atop a high peak, indifferent to everyone except Harry. She hadn't even spoken kindly to him, let alone anyone else. I hope you can help, Harry, Gemma said, rubbing her temples. I have a gut feeling this notebook is bad news. I've heard Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, was once a loyal servant of you-know-who. That notebook might be one of his dark artifacts. I don't want Slytherin plagued by his influence again. Why come to me for help? Harry asked, genuinely curious. This is dark magic. Evil dark magic, Gemma said firmly. Who else but dark wizards would deal in soul energy? Besides, as a Slytherin prefect, I could report this to Professor Snape or even the headmaster. But doing so would isolate my family from the pure-blood factions in Slytherin. Harry nodded. That reasoning was entirely consistent with Slytherin's pragmatic approach. As an exchange, I offer you my loyalty, Mr. Potter, Gemma said. Slytherins were nothing if not practical. They understood that asking for help required offering something in return. Gemma saw this as an opportunity to align herself with the boy who lived. Harry didn't accept or reject her offer outright. Instead, he gave her a warm smile. I'll help as much as I can, Gemma. Gemma didn't seem disappointed by his response. She looked visibly relieved. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Don't be so formal, just call me Harry, he said, standing up. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After bidding Gemma farewell, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room. The notebook Gemma mentioned intrigued him. Still, he wasn't ready to involve Dumbledore just yet. He needed to confirm whether it truly had any connection to Cassandra. This matter required careful planning. Barging into the Slytherin common room wasn't exactly an option for a Gryffindor. The next week passed peacefully. At lunchtime, Harry continued to feed Poppy, and in the evenings, he trained in dueling with his friends in the dueling club. Life felt full and satisfying. When Defense Against the Dark Arts rolled around, Harry joined his fellow Gryffindors in the classroom, bracing himself for another round of verbal venom from Professor Snape. To their surprise, however, their instructor wasn't Snape this week, it was none other than the returned Professor Quirrell. Quirrell looked even paler than before. Seamus, ever concerned, asked about his health, and Quirrell explained that the vampire curse had flared up again. Yet Harry sensed something amiss. In an instant, he spotted a subtle secret about Quirrell. There was no denying it, Veratio truly was a genius witch, deserving of Professor Figo's one-of-a-kind praise. Under her guidance, even minor curses like the Imperius Curse or the Cruciatus Curse left faint, nearly imperceptible marks on their targets. And there, on Quirrell, was one of those marks, a tiny imprint left by a spell Harry had cast. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 87, Don't Think Ill of Your Professor. Harry only lifted his head briefly before lowering it again. Tell Dumbledore. He dismissed the idea almost instantly. Voldemort, in his current state, was barely clinging to life, parasitizing someone else's body, surviving on unicorn blood just to scrape by. If he couldn't defeat such a debilitated Voldemort, then all those lessons Cassandra and Vera had drilled into him a century ago would have been for nothing. He might as well quit Hogwarts and enroll in Stonewall High to live the quiet life of a muggle. But still, Harry decided to wait. He would act when Quirrell went to the third floor to steal the Philosopher's Stone. That way, he'd even have a legitimate reason to make use of the stone. Casting minor hexes in front of classmates, even harmless ones, could still scare people a little. Harry tucked these thoughts away and kept his head low, continuing to listen to Quirrell's lecture. When he returned to the Gryffindor common room that evening, Ron whispered to him, "What's going on, mate? You actually paid attention in class today. That's not like you." Ron wasn't wrong. Quirrell's usual stammering and utterly useless lectures were practically a lullaby. It wasn't just Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, too, had long since categorized defense against the dark arts as being on par with history of magic. "Something's wrong with Quirrell," Harry said, sitting down on the sofa. "I just figured it out." "Really?" Hermione leaned in, lowering her voice. "No wonder he's been taking so much leave." "Harry, what did you find out? Do you remember when I said Voldemort is hiding at Hogwarts?" Harry asked Hermione. She hesitated before nodding. "I remember, but what does that have to do with Quirrell?" "It was Voldemort who attacked Miss Poppy in the Forbidden Forest," Harry explained. "When I drove him away, I left a mark on him. Today, during class, I sensed that mark on Quirrell. So that means Quirrell is Voldemort. Voldemort is Quirrell," Ron declared, slamming his fist into his palm. "No way." Hermione furrowed her brows, resting her chin on her hand. "If Voldemort is so weak he's attacking unicorns, then he must be in dire straits. Quirrell, on the other hand, just looks a bit pale. He doesn't seem that weak. Wait, I've got it." She slammed the table in excitement. "I know why Quirrell wears that massive turban. If Harry's mark is real, then Voldemort must be hiding under that turban." "Ah." Seamus raised a hand. "Really? I mean, no offense, but the Dark Lord's supposed to be this powerful dark wizard. Why would he be like a parasite stuck to someone's head, wrapped up in garlic-scented cloth? That's just off. Someone as evil as Voldemort, who stooped to attacking unicorns, wouldn't care about appearances anymore," Hermione said firmly. "If that's the case, the Philosopher's Stone is in danger. We need to inform Professor Dumbledore." She hurried out of the common room. "She's really something, isn't she?" Ron raised an eyebrow. Moments later, Hermione came rushing back in. "Bad news, Harry," she hissed. "I just went to find Professor McGonagall. She said Dumbledore received an urgent letter from the Ministry and has left Hogwarts." "Didn't you tell McGonagall about Quirrell?" Ron asked. "She didn't believe me." Hermione covered her face in frustration. "She told me not to assume the worst of our professors and to stop saying things that might disrupt the school's unity." Harry's instincts told him something was off. As the greatest white wizard of the era, how could Dumbledore not notice something was wrong with Quirrell? What troubled him most was the timing. Quirrell had just returned to school, and immediately Dumbledore was called away by the Ministry. Could this be a scheme by Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, to lure Dumbledore away? With Dumbledore gone, the school would be unguarded. "We can't wait any longer," Harry said, standing up. He patted the wand hidden inside his robes and turned to Ron. "I'm going to stop him." He strode toward the exit. "Wait, Harry." Harry turned to see Ron following him. "You'll need a hand, won't you?" Ron said. "I'm coming with you." "Me too." "Count me in." The other three chimed in. "I need to remind you," Harry said, glancing at them, "this isn't a trip to the room of requirement for a little dueling practice. We're going up against the most dangerous dark wizard of the century, Voldemort." "I know," Ron said seriously. "But we're friends. I can't just sit by while you face danger alone." "Ron." Harry placed a hand on his shoulder. "I appreciate it, but Voldemort isn't a problem first years should handle." "I know, Harry." Ron's body trembled slightly at the mention of Voldemort, but he quickly steadied himself. "You told me once during our duel, I'm your second. If something happens to you, I'll step up." Hermione added, "And Dumbledore didn't just have Hagrid set up Fluffy for no reason. There must be more obstacles. With us, you can get through them faster." "Wait," Harry said, stopping them. He returned to the dormitory and pulled out a vial of Felix Felici's liquid luck, a Christmas gift from Snape. When he returned to the common room, his four friends were waiting anxiously. "If anyone wants to back out, now's the time," Harry said, looking at them seriously. "We're about to face Voldemort. There's no shame in being afraid." Voldemort's followers tortured my parents," Neville stammered, standing straighter. Even if it's for them, I can't back down. We're Gryffindors, Ron said, thumping his chest. We've got bravery deep in our hearts. It's our courage and determination that make our house great. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 88, Gryffindor, Courage Above All. Harry looked at his companions, understanding that strong trees could never grow in greenhouses. 100 years ago, Hogwarts students stood out because the magical world itself was fraught with danger. Just stepping outside could mean encountering poachers or dark wizards. Seeing their eagerness to stop Quirrell, Harry realized that dissuading them would be futile. Rather than having them sneak along in secret, he decided it was better to agree to their company, so he could at least watch over them. On the other hand, Harry also wanted to temper his companions, just as Sebastian and the others had tempered him in the past. Overprotection would only make them fragile flowers in a greenhouse, not towering trees capable of standing alone. This is Felix Felicis, Harry said, holding a small vial of the shimmering potion. I don't need to explain what it does. At the very least, it'll ensure none of you get hurt. Come on, each of you take a small sip. With that, Harry conjured 4 small cups using transfiguration, evenly dividing the potion and handing it to the group. What about you, Harry? Ron asked. I don't need it, Harry replied with a wink. After the 4 drained their cups, Harry addressed them again. This is a real test for our dueling club. I hope you'll follow my lead. Understood, Harry, they replied in unison. Harry nodded, handing the invisibility cloak to the group. Follow me. Wear this. The cloak was large enough to cover all 4 of them as they moved. Neville. You're stepping on my foot. Seamus complained in a low voice. Sorry. Neville apologized hastily. They ascended the staircase to the 4th floor, where Hermione pulled off the cloak and approached a door. Look. This door's been opened. It's obvious Quirrell has already gone in. A deep growling sound came from within. Hermione opened the door, locking eyes with the 3-headed dog inside. There's a harp over there, Hermione said, turning back to the group. Hagrid once mentioned that Fluffy falls asleep to music. She drew her wand and waved it gently toward the harp, which began to play a soothing tune. Fluffy, who had been growling, immediately started to droop its eyelids and fell asleep within seconds. Quick, get inside, Hermione whispered, still directing the harp with her wand. It won't wake up, will it? Neville asked nervously, glancing at Fluffy. It won't, Harry assured him, stepping into the room first. Ron followed, scanning the walls but failing to find the next door. Over here. Seamus called, gesturing to a trapdoor in the floor. Lumos. Harry lit his wand and peered down but couldn't see the bottom. Revelio, he cast another spell, but the result was the same. I'll go first, Harry told the group. If it's safe, I'll call you down. And if it's not? Ron asked. Then you go get the professors. Harry rolled his eyes before jumping in, casting a cushioning charm as he descended. He landed on something soft and springy, a plant, most likely. It's fine. Come down, he shouted up. The opening above looked no larger than a fingernail from his perspective. Ah. With 4 simultaneous screams, the rest of the group landed beside him. You know, Neville muttered, I had half a mind to strangle you midair. Be grateful for the plant, Ron said, brushing himself off. Grateful. Hermione shrieked. It's grabbing my legs. Oh no, it's wrapping around me. It was then that everyone noticed something was wrong. Ron struggled but found the more he moved, the tighter the grip became. Stop struggling, Ron. Neville shouted. It's Devil's Snare. The more you fight, the tighter it gets. Great. Ron snapped. Now that we know what it is, what do we do about it? Neville, you're the herbology enthusiast. Professor Sprout mentioned. Neville mumbled, before shouting, Seamus. Burn it. It hates fire. No. Not Seamus. Ron barely managed to protest before there was a deafening explosion. The Devil's Snare recoiled, releasing the group, who tumbled to the ground. See. Sometimes, I'm pretty good, Seamus grinned. That Devil's Snare really hated my little explosion. I'd appreciate it if you'd use actual flames next time, Neville said, his face covered in soot. Seamus's spell had been too close to Neville, making him the primary victim of the blast. Good thing Neville knows his herbology, Ron said, still shaken. Otherwise, we'd all have been done for. Let's keep moving, Hermione said, wiping the corner of her mouth to stifle a laugh. They continued down a stone corridor, their footsteps echoing alongside the sound of dripping water. Do you hear something? Neville asked quietly. It's a buzzing sound, like flies, Hermione said, looking ahead. Let's check it out, Ron said, confidently leading the way, perhaps emboldened by the Felix Felicis. At the end of the corridor, they entered a brightly lit room with a high, arched ceiling. Countless sparkling, gem-like birds flitted around, their wings shimmering as they darted through the room. On the far side stood a thick wooden door, barring their way. They're not birds, Seamus said, squinting up at them. They're keys. But which one's the right one? The big one. Neville pointed at a large, sky-blue key with damaged wings. Ron and Hermione spotted a broomstick lying near the door. Harry! Ron exclaimed, pointing at it. You're the Seeker, it's your time to shine. Accio. Harry said, raising his wand toward the injured key. The key flailed weakly but couldn't resist the spell. Harry grabbed it, smirking at Ron. Sometimes, being a Seeker doesn't even require a broom. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 89, Avada Kedavra. Brilliant, Ron exclaimed with a thumbs up. Harry stepped forward, inserted the key into the keyhole, and turned it. The lock clicked audibly. Pushing open the door, they found the next room pitch black, with nothing visible inside. However, as soon as they stepped in, the room was suddenly flooded with light, revealing a shocking scene. They stood before a massive chessboard, flanked by towering black chess pieces, each larger than them and seemingly carved from black stone or something similar. At the far end of the room, facing them, were white chess pieces. These tall, faceless white pieces looked hauntingly eerie. Neville let out a yelp and grabbed Seamus's arm. If you squeeze any harder, my arm's going to snap, Neville, Seamus quipped sarcastically. Truthfully, Seamus had been scared too, but Neville's panicked grip had snapped him out of it. What do we do now? Hermione asked. Ron raised his head to examine the pieces, his expression serious. It's clear we need to play a game of chess to get to the next room. Maybe there's another way. Seamus suggested, eager to act. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at the White King. Conf Ringo. The king shattered instantly. But before Seamus could fully revel in his success, the fragments on the ground started to quiver and quickly reassembled into a whole chess piece. Looks like shortcuts won't work, Hermione murmured. I think, Ron said, we'll need to become the chess pieces ourselves. He approached a black knight and reached out to touch the horse. Immediately, the stone came alive. The horse pawed at the ground, and the knight turned its helmeted head to look at Ron. Do we, have to join you to win? Ron asked. The Black Knight nodded. Ron turned back to Harry and Hermione. We need to think this through. I'm afraid we'll have to replace 5 black pieces here. The others fell silent, watching Ron as he deliberated. After all, Ron was the chess expert among them. He was their only hope of winning. After careful thought, Ron spoke. Here's the deal. Don't get mad, okay? I'm just being honest, but none of you are particularly good at chess. We're not mad, Seamus interjected quickly. Just tell us what to do. All right. Harry, you take the bishop's position. Hermione, stand next to him as the rook, Ron instructed. Neville, you go to the opposite side as the other bishop. Seamus, you'll take the spot next to Neville as the other rook. What about you? Hermione asked loudly. Me. Ron took a deep breath, his expression resolute. I'll be a knight. The pieces seemed to understand their conversation. As soon as Ron spoke, a knight, 2 bishops, and 2 rooks turned away from the white pieces and stepped off the board, leaving 5 open positions for the group. Standard wizard chess rules, Ron explained, taking another deep breath. White moves first. Before he finished, a white pawn advanced 1 square. Harry, move 4 squares diagonally forward. Ron commanded. Harry obeyed, stepping forward as instructed. It was the white piece's turn next. The white queen advanced and brutally struck down a black knight with her iron mace, sending it flying off the board. I'm a bit. Seamus swallowed nervously. Ron, just don't let me get knocked out, all right? Go, Neville, Ron said, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Take out their bishop. Me. Neville flinched. Take on the white bishop. Despite his fear, he obediently drew his wand and cast a disarming charm, destroying the white bishop. Soon, the edges of the room were littered with lifeless black pieces. Twice, Ron's sharp observation saved Seamus and Neville from dangerous positions, devising solutions to rescue them. Ron himself led fierce charges on the board, eliminating as many white pieces as their side had lost. Let me think. Ron sat astride the Black Knight's steed, his face deeply conflicted. At that moment, the White Queen turned her featureless face toward Ron. I need someone, Ron muttered, swallowing hard. Someone willing to be sacrificed along with me. What happens if we do? Seamus asked hesitantly. Ron didn't answer but cast a meaningful glance at the dismembered black pieces scattered lifelessly on the ground. No. Hermione shouted. You'll die, Ronald. Do you want to stop Voldemort or not? Ron roared back, his voice sharp and unwavering. This is chess. Sacrifices are part of the game. Someone has to be sacrificed, why not me? I've been prepared for this since the beginning. But, Hermione tried to argue. Stop wasting time. Ron barked, his tone nearing a command. If we delay any longer, Voldemort will get what he came for. I'll do it. Seamus stepped forward. It can't be Harry, he's the only one destined to face Voldemort. Ron, let's just hope my sacrifice won't be in vain. Harry clenched his fists tightly. He knew that while his friends might not match the Order of the Phoenix in magical skill, their courage and resolve were equal to anyone's. Ready? Ron asked, his pale face resolute. I'll go first, then Seamus to A1. Harry, you finish the king. Got it, Harry said firmly. Ron stepped forward, and the White Queen pounced immediately. She raised her stone arm and delivered a crushing blow to Ron's head, knocking him to the ground. She then dragged his body off the board and tossed it aside. Hermione let out a piercing scream but stayed rooted in her square. It's my turn, Seamus said, glancing at Harry and Hermione before trudging to A1. Check. The White Queen turned away from Harry and approached Seamus instead. Tell my mom I love her, Seamus said before the Queen struck him unconscious and hurled him off the board. Seamus. Neville shouted. Don't move. Harry ordered, pointing at Neville. He strode toward the White King and raised his head. Checkmate. The White King removed his crown and placed it at Harry's feet. As the king moved, the rest of the white pieces bowed and stepped aside, clearing a path. Hermione, Neville, Harry said, turning to them. Take care of Ron and Seamus. Go back to the room with the keys, I remember there were some brooms there. Fly them to the hospital wing. The rest of this journey is mine alone. Harry. Hermione whispered, covering her mouth, her voice trembling. Be safe. I will, Harry reassured her with a nod. He clapped Neville on the shoulder. Take care of Hermione. Stand tall, you're a man, Neville. All right. Neville nodded emphatically. Harry watched them leave before turning and continuing forward. Ahead, he found an unconscious troll sprawled across the ground, undoubtedly the work of either Quirrell or Voldemort. Past the troll was a puzzle involving potions, likely set by Professor Snape. After a moment of deliberation, Harry grabbed the smallest bottle and downed it in one gulp. Then, stepping through the black flames, he entered the next room. As expected, there stood Professor Quirrell in front of the Mirror of Erised. Quirrell turned to Harry, his face twisting into a sinister smile. Harry Potter. Before he could finish, Harry drew his wand and pointed it at him. A jet of green light shot from Harry's wand, carrying an aura of death as it streaked toward Quirrell. Avada Kedavra. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 90, Who the Hell is the Dark Lord? 1. The cramped room was suddenly bathed in a ghastly green glow. To his credit, Quirrell, the man chosen by the Dark Lord, swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the deadly Avada Kedavra curse. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that when the killing curse struck the ground, it split into another beam of green light that shot straight toward his face. Completely unprepared, Quirrell was hit squarely in the face by the refracted green light. With a dull thud, Quirrell collapsed to the ground, lifeless, not even managing a sound. Harry held his wand firmly, pointing it unwaveringly at Quirrell's now lifeless body as he cautiously approached. The moment the killing curse split apart, he knew Voldemort was still clinging to the back of Quirrell's head. He wasn't about to let his guard down. When he reached Quirrell's side, he didn't hesitate for a moment and cast the spell again. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse struck Quirrell once more. This time, there was no chance of him surviving. This was a habit Harry had cultivated over the past century. Once, a classmate let their guard down after defeating a dark wizard, only to be killed by the seemingly dead enemy in a sudden counterattack. That painful lesson had been hammered into him by Cassandra and Vera, who used it as a constant teaching point, drilling it into his ears day after day. Harry felt no pity for Quirrell. To crave power and gamble for status was one thing, but no reason could justify colluding with a parasitic dark wizard like Voldemort. After finishing Quirrell off, Harry turned his attention to the Mirror of Erised. What he didn't expect was that this time, the mirror didn't show the Potter family or his two female classmates. Instead, it reflected himself. In the mirror, his reflection gave him a sly smile, winked, and appeared to be holding a stone. Could it be the Philosopher's Stone? He had read about this item in Veracia's family library once, and it looked identical to the stone his reflection was holding. Harry stared curiously at the mirror. He then saw his reflection place the Philosopher's Stone into its trouser pocket. At that moment, Harry felt a sudden weight in his own pocket, as if something had been placed there. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry couldn't believe it. Had the Philosopher's Stone fallen into his hands so easily? He reached into his pocket, and the cold, smooth texture of the stone made him feel as though he were dreaming. Harry Potter. A hissing voice sounded, snapping Harry to full alert. He quickly retreated, spotting a face appearing in the mirror. The face was grotesque and sinister, almost skeletal, with no nose. Voldemort. Harry asked uncertainly, raising his wand and tracing a spell in the air. Revelio. A ripple of energy expanded outward from his wand, but the spell failed to reveal the location of the face. The face in the mirror twisted into a strange smile and spoke. Don't waste your efforts, Harry Potter. I never imagined we were so alike. Even as Voldemort spoke, Harry's thoughts raced. Wait a minute, who the hell is the Dark Lord here? A first-year student casting a killing curse right off the bat, splitting it to hit 2 targets at once. Seriously? If Quirrell hadn't taken the hit for him, Voldemort doubted he'd have fared much better. He was beginning to suspect that this Harry Potter wasn't who he appeared to be. Could he be someone else disguised with Polyjuice Potion? By all logic, a first-year student couldn't possibly master the killing curse. Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to aim it properly. At most, it might cause a minor nosebleed, let alone deliver a lethal blow. But this Potter could hit 2 targets simultaneously, casting the killing curse effortlessly, without any emotional build-up. Was this how Hogwarts students were nowadays, utterly ruthless? Despite his inner turmoil, Voldemort kept his voice smooth. I'd love for Dumbledore to see what his golden boy is truly like. You were born to be a dark wizard. Join me, Potter. Together, we can rule the magical world, the entire world, and achieve immortality. The face in the mirror spoke persuasively, attempting to lure Harry in. Just lend me the Philosopher's Stone in your pocket, I know countless powerful spells. I can even help you bring your parents back. Don't you want them to be with you as you grow up? His goal was clear, the Philosopher's Stone in Harry's pocket. As for who Harry really was, that didn't matter. Oh. And why should I trust you? Harry retorted, unable to pinpoint where the face was, so he resorted to mockery. I don't think a parasitic wretch clinging to the back of someone's head has that kind of capability. You shouldn't be called the Dark Lord, you should be the Duck Lord because all you can do is quack uselessly like a duck. The face in the mirror twisted in rage. Voldemort hadn't expected this child's words to be as vicious as his spells. Even Severus Snape, his former follower, couldn't match this boy's venomous tongue. The idea of being mocked as the Duck Lord was a humiliation Voldemort could barely stomach. He could already imagine the ridicule that would follow. You insolent brat. Voldemort snarled furiously. You, a parentless orphan. Oh, please. Harry sneered, cutting him off. My parents loved me dearly, and they died because of you. But you're different, Voldemort. I'm guessing your mother didn't love you at all, just look at you. No nose. I bet she abandoned you at an orphanage because she couldn't stand the sight of you. You might as well crawl back to the primordial abyss and see if anyone wants you there. Shut up. Shut up. How dare you? Voldemort screeched, his voice breaking. How did you know, you? Harry blinked, realizing his offhand jab had hit a nerve. Judging by Voldemort's reaction, he had struck a raw and painful truth. Could it really be true? Oh, heavens, he'd learned to insult like this from Professor Howen, the magical creature's teacher from China. Professor Howen was not only a masterful cook but also unmatched in delivering scathing remarks. Her sharp tongue was both poetic and lethal, blending Shakespearean elegance with merciless precision. And yet, Harry felt his own retort lacked the professor's finesse. She would have brought up Voldemort's ancestors for at least 18 generations. Well then, I owe you an apology, Voldemort, Harry said sincerely. I had no idea your parents abandoned you when you were so young. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 91, Who the Hell is the Dark Lord? 2. To Voldemort's ears, however, those words were nothing less than the most venomous mockery. Lies don't hurt, it's the truth that cuts like a blade. Years ago, his mother, Merope Gaunt, fell deeply in love with Voldemort's father, a muggle, Tom Riddle, and used a love potion to ensnare him. But when the truth came out, not only did Tom cast Merope out like garbage, but even the Gaunt family deemed her a disgrace. Pregnant and disowned, Merope fled to London, leading a life of utter poverty. She was forced to sell the priceless gold locket of Slytherin for a mere 10 galleons to Borgin and Burke's Mr. Burke. On a dark, snowy night, Merope gave birth to Voldemort at a muggle orphanage, and abandoned him without a second thought. Such gut-wrenching memories, mercilessly exposed by Harry, could only inflame Voldemort's rage. He glared at Harry furiously, but as his anger reached its peak, it seemed to cool, his mind regaining clarity. The most pressing matter now was to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. As long as he got the stone, everything would fall into place. Humph, the naturally vile Potter brat. I accept your apology, Voldemort said coldly, a new scheme forming in his mind. Your magnanimity could illuminate an entire washroom, Harry replied with mock politeness, bowing slightly. A girl's washroom, at that. Voldemort froze, let out a cold snort, and spoke again. Enough with the wordplay, Potter. You must realize, Dumbledore will not come to save you, just as he ignored Quirrell's attempt to curse you during the Quidditch match. Quirrell's attempt? Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, so it was Quirrell casting that curse, why would he do that? Why? Voldemort let out a cold laugh. To catch Dumbledore's attention, of course. He hoped the great, selfless Dumbledore would notice he was trying to kill the so-called savior and come to his aid, helping him escape my control. But alas, Potter, Dumbledore ignored him. To Dumbledore, everyone is expendable. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Voldemort seemed to be stalling for time, and his words were laced with intent to sow doubt about Dumbledore. If he were still a first-year child, he might have fallen for it, questioning Dumbledore's motives. But he had dealt with enough deceitful dark wizards, who would lie and kill without hesitation to survive and harm others. So he didn't believe a word Voldemort said. He reached into his pocket, his hand brushing against the Philosopher's Stone. The stone responded to his touch, its magical energy surging eagerly into his hand. In the mirror, Voldemort continued his verbal assault. As for you, Potter, you're just another pawn in his game. To defeat the great Voldemort, Dumbledore would sacrifice anyone. Think about it, your parents, and even yourself. Don't you ever wonder why I targeted your family? Because you're a pathetic wretch unloved by your mother, Harry retorted mercilessly, his hand still absorbing the Philosopher's Stone's energy. Potter. Voldemort roared. My patience has its limits. Speaking of limits, I'm more curious why your mother abandoned you, Harry said with a taunting smile. You're a deranged murderer, that's undeniable. You wanted to kill my parents simply because you could. But what I really want to know is why your mother would leave you, why even your father didn't want you. By the way, we've been talking for so long, and I still don't know your last name, Mr. Voldemort. Didn't your parents teach you it's polite to introduce yourself? Oh, my apologies. Harry covered his mouth with mock horror, exaggerating his expression as he looked at Voldemort. I forgot, your parents abandoned you, didn't they? He had learned that expression from Cassandra. Harry felt no guilt. After all, the Voldemort before him was the murderer of his parents, a man who had committed countless atrocities in the wizarding world, killing numerous innocent witches and wizards. Such a person deserved no pity. What's more, Harry was in the open, while Voldemort lurked in the shadows. Aggravating him into losing composure and revealing himself was the smarter move. Harry. Potter. Voldemort hissed, his voice like a serpent's. I've changed my mind. You must die. As he spoke, Quirrell's body suddenly sprang upright. A flash of green light appeared out of nowhere. Harry, already on guard, flicked his wand, transforming nearby rubble into a massive shield, blocking the unsettlingly vivid green light. He didn't stop there. A green light of his own shot back, though it missed Quirrell. You'll pay for this, hissed Quirrell. Harry knew Voldemort had taken over Quirrell's body. Expelliarmus. Harry cast a disarming charm, his other hand still gripping the Philosopher's Stone, drawing its energy. The Philosopher's Stone lived up to its name. Harry felt its power filling his body. That familiar sensation of strength was returning. Voldemort deflected the spell with his wand and extended a hand. With a sharp exhale, black flames erupted from thin air. He laughed, a sound like a demon from the deepest pits of hell. The black flames roared, twisting into the form of a giant serpent with gaping jaws, poised to strike at Harry. It was Fiend Fire. Fiend Fire was an advanced dark art, a fire that grew ever stronger, capable of mimicking the shapes of beasts and indiscriminately devouring anything flammable. Many wizards who attempted it lacked the skill to control or dispel it, often causing unnecessary destruction, and sometimes their own demise. Only powerful wizards could master it. A dark wizard like Voldemort, of course, had no trouble commanding Fiend Fire. Harry tightened his grip on the Philosopher's Stone, drawing on its vast energy reserves. Philosopher's Stone. Let me absorb you. Endless magical energy flowed from the stone into his body. Harry felt a surge of power course through him. Raising his wand, he slashed it through the air. With his motion, a ring of brilliant blue flames erupted around him, forming a protective barrier of fire. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patrayon.com/winkaze. Chapter 92, Oh no, I've become a Horcrux. Long chapter. This was the spell Harry and Veratio had developed together, powered by the legendary Eternal Flame, Gabrathian Fire, an ancient magical fire. To master this flame, Harry had put in an unimaginable amount of effort and dedication. Protego Gabrathian, Flame Shield. Harry cast the incantation, and the flames blazed even brighter. This fire required no fuel and could burn forever. Voldemort's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Harry. He never would have imagined that a mere first-year student could wield such an advanced spell. The last time he had heard of a protective spell using fire was, during the confrontation with Grindelwald, the dark wizard defeated by Dumbledore. But Grindelwald's fire was Fiend Fire. And this Potter, his fire was Gabrathian Fire. Gabrathian Fire, also known as the Eternal Flame, was a magically enchanted fire that could burn perpetually. It was a spell of exceptional complexity, mastered by only a few wizards. More importantly, it was not dark magic. This spell was so advanced that Hogwarts had no plans to include it in the curriculum, not even a century ago. Harry had learned to wield this fire only after studying a spellbook Cassandra had retrieved from the Malfoy family library. The idea of using Gabrathian Fire as a protective barrier? That had been Veratio's ingenious concept. Using this eternal flame as an armor substitute proved extraordinarily effective. The fiend fire snake summoned by Voldemort writhed wildly, trying to breach Harry's fiery shield, but it couldn't budge it an inch. With the Philosopher's Stone as his backup, Harry's spell strength had reached unparalleled heights. The stone's energy gradually diminished, and Harry felt an increasingly intense instinct rising within him, as if it was ready to burst free from his body. Following his instincts, Harry swung his wand, transforming a nearby stone pillar into a barrel of explosives that hurtled toward Voldemort. Voldemort's heart skipped a beat as he hastily conjured a protective shield, but the barrel exploded on impact, the shockwave forcing him back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Harry cast a disarming charm at the staggering Voldemort. But Voldemort was no ordinary opponent. Even in this critical moment, the cunning dark wizard deftly deflected the spell and retaliated with Cruciatus Curse. The Gobrathian fire surged, consuming the incoming curse entirely. Harry waved his wand again, and thunder began to rumble ominously overhead. What kind of spell is this? A sense of foreboding gripped Voldemort as he retreated quickly, but the thunderclap followed him relentlessly, as if attached to him. With no other choice, Voldemort reinforced his defenses above him. Unfortunately, he was merely a fragmented soul, occupying Quirrell's lifeless body, incapable of wielding even a tenth of his original power. The ominous feeling in Voldemort's heart grew stronger. He fired an Avada Kedavra, taking the chance to escape Quirrell's body and dissolve into black smoke. In that instant, a blinding bolt of lightning struck from above, hitting Quirrell squarely. Quirrell's scorched body turned jet black, as though it had been electrocuted with high voltage. Harry pointed his wand at Voldemort's soul fragment, intending to cast a spell, but an ominous premonition made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. He instinctively rolled to the ground just as a voice echoed. Avada Kedavra. The deadly green light narrowly missed Harry, striking the ground harmlessly. Harry quickly turned, but Voldemort's fragment seized the moment to escape in a whirlwind of dark smoke. Scanning the area, Harry couldn't determine the origin of the attack. Who had cast that killing curse? The mysterious assailant made no further move, leaving Harry tense. He raised his wand, expanding the Gobrathian fire's protective field. Revelio. Nothing. No signs of any hostile presence. At that moment, the Philosopher's Stone's energy was fully absorbed. A wave of dizziness overtook Harry as he stumbled and collapsed onto Quirrell's remains. The moment Harry's body touched Quirrell's, the professor's charred remains crumbled into dust. Before losing consciousness, Harry used his last ounce of strength to hurl the dark wizard's wand into the fire. Though Harry's Gobrathian fire remained active, he had no idea the attacker had already left the chamber. Meanwhile, Voldemort wasn't as fortunate. After escaping the chamber and reaching the edge of the Forbidden Forest, he collided with a ghostly beauty with flowing black hair, a Slytherin spectre. A sense of familiarity struck Voldemort, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. The spectre pounced on his smoky soul form without warning, tearing away a large fragment of his soul. "You, who are you?" Voldemort demanded in disbelief. The spectre didn't answer. After ripping away 3 more pieces of his soul, she finally smirked and beckoned to her side. A notebook materialized, one Voldemort recognized all too well. No. How is this possible? That notebook was his. Years ago, after learning of Cassandra's deeds from Abraxas Malfoy, Voldemort had disguised his Horcrux diary with a feminine appearance, signing it as C.C. Malfoy to ensure the Malfoy estate safeguarded it without suspicion. He had also given Lucius Malfoy a duplicate diary to keep, trusting his most loyal servant to protect it. But why was the real Horcrux here? Before he could process it, the spectre compressed his smoky soul and forced it into the diary. Oh no. I've become a Horcrux. This was Voldemort's final thought before losing consciousness. The notebook reverted to its original, worn-out state and vanished silently in a swirling vortex. When Harry opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a pair of half-moon spectacles. It was Dumbledore, smiling warmly at him. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "Professor," Harry replied, looking around. He was lying on a hospital bed covered with crisp white linen. On the bedside table, gifts were stacked high, resembling a small mountain, as though half a candy shop had been relocated there. To his left lay Seamus and Ron, both still unconscious. "All gifts from your friends and admirers," Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. Your act of stopping Professor Quirrell in the dungeon was meant to be a complete secret, but, as secrets often do, it spread rapidly. Now the whole school knows about it. By the way, I hear Fred and George were going to give you a toilet seat as a gift. They meant it as a joke, of course, but Madame Pomfrey deemed it unhygienic and confiscated it, Dumbledore added. Harry couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't quite figure out what purpose a toilet seat could serve as a gift, perhaps it really was just for laughs. "How long have I been here?" Harry asked. "Just one night," Dumbledore replied, still smiling. "I thought you might be out for quite a while, but you woke up before those two." He nodded toward Ron and Seamus. "But Quirrell." Harry frowned, not finishing his sentence. He wanted to ask if Dumbledore knew how Quirrell had died, but he felt a little hesitant. Dumbledore smiled gently. "It seems the flame protections I left behind were of some use, at least in keeping you safe. Also, I must admit, I had to conjure a broomstick to sweep up Professor Quirrell's remains. What exactly happened? Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. Love, Dumbledore said softly. Your mother sacrificed herself to save you. If Voldemort doesn't understand something, it's love. He failed to realize that such profound love, like your mother's for you, would leave a mark on you. A mark? Harry repeated, puzzled. You mean my scar? No, not a visible scar, Dumbledore explained. Being deeply loved by someone, even if that person is no longer with us, leaves a protective charm. It's hidden in your skin. That's why Quirrell couldn't touch you. His soul was consumed by hatred, greed, and ambition, and bound to Voldemort's will. Touching someone marked by such love would cause him unbearable pain. Harry froze for a moment, stunned. No wonder. No wonder Veretia had mentioned that he had a powerful protective spell on him, making the Cruciatus curse ineffective. At first, he thought she simply couldn't bring herself to use the curse on him, but it turned out she was telling the truth. For the first time in his life, Harry felt his mother's presence so close to him. Mom. He murmured, tears slipping silently from the corners of his eyes. Dumbledore said nothing, pretending instead to take a keen interest in a bird outside the window. Taking the opportunity, Harry wiped his tears and pushed down the lump in his throat. He turned back to Dumbledore. I heard Voldemort say that Professor Quirrell once sought your help, but you ignored him. Dumbledore shook his head. I'm sorry, Harry. Even as headmaster of Hogwarts, there are things I cannot do. Quirrell willingly devoted himself to Voldemort. Even if he had a moment of regret, it was likely part of some greater scheme. I'm glad you asked, but even if his remorse had been genuine, I couldn't have helped him. His fate was sealed the moment he chose to side with Voldemort. I understand, Professor, Harry said sincerely, nodding. Having learned about the cunning nature of dark wizards, he couldn't summon any misplaced compassion. If Dumbledore had believed Quirrell, he doubted the headmaster would have become the greatest white wizard of all time. And the Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked. I felt its energy entering my body. Professor, is the stone safe? Oh, the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore patted Harry's shoulder. It's no longer usable. I should remind you, absorbing all of the stone's energy should have caused you to explode, literally. But I'm alive and well, aren't I? Harry grinned, showing no trace of worry. I believe so. More than that, I suspect the protective charm your mother left absorbed the stone's energy. I also have a feeling that your protection has grown even stronger, Dumbledore said with a sigh. She was a brilliant witch, and only someone like her could master such advanced ancient magic. Harry exhaled subtly, relieved that Dumbledore's interpretation had saved him from a lot of trouble. Don't you know how, Professor? Harry asked, tilting his head innocently. Without the innate gift for ancient magic, it's impossible to learn, Dumbledore replied, a gleam of wisdom flashing behind his half-moon spectacles. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the headmaster had discerned something. Remembering the Flamels, Harry asked, what about the stone, and Mr. Flamel? Don't worry. Nicholas has plenty of elixir of life stored up, Dumbledore said, winking. Besides, we planned to destroy the stone after all this was over, so there's nothing to worry about. One last question, Professor, Harry said, after a moment of thought. I feel as though you intentionally guided me to the dungeons, to confront Professor Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort. Harry. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected such a direct question. Placing a hand on Harry's shoulder, he said, Harry, when Voldemort returns, everyone has two choices, submit to his reign of terror or die resisting it. But you, Harry, over a decade ago, you humiliated him and reduced him to living as a parasite on the back of someone's head. Believe me, he's not one to forgive and forget. You, alone in this world, have no choice. I understand, Professor, Harry said firmly, nodding. That's enough questions for now, Dumbledore said, standing up and picking up a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I suggest you start enjoying these sweets. Ah, every flavor beans. I had terrible luck with them in my youth, bit into a vomit-flavored one and haven't been a fan since. But surely, a toffee-flavored one can't go wrong, wouldn't you agree? I'd recommend picking another, Harry said earnestly. Dumbledore, obliging, returned the bean and selected a new one. Ah, chocolate. Quite pleasant, he said with a smile. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 93, The Map's Hidden Chamber, Reunion, 1. Harry remained in the school hospital for 3 days before Madame Pomfrey finally allowed him to leave. During that time, many people came to visit him, only to be sternly turned away by Madame Pomfrey. Seamus and Ron regained consciousness that same afternoon and also stayed in the hospital for 3 days, leaving together with Harry. Had it not been for his two friends accompanying him, those days would have been utterly miserable. Upon returning to the common room, Harry was welcomed like a hero. Potter is our Lion King. That was the Weasley twins stirring up the crowd, with Fred being the loudest of them all. Every young boy and girl harbors a longing for heroic tales. And in Gryffindor, where courage is the highest virtue, Harry's solo effort in stopping Professor Quirrell's scheme was precisely the kind of feat that the house revered. Perhaps it was Dumbledore's intention, but those who spread the story did not mention Voldemort's involvement, only Quirrell's role in the events. But even that was enough to cause a stir. After all, he was a professor. A first-year student, with the help of his friends, managed to overcome the obstacles set by Hogwarts professors, and in the end, faced Quirrell alone, successfully thwarting his plot. The boy who lived indeed lived up to his name. It wasn't just Gryffindor students celebrating, several students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were also in the common room. Cedric Diggory, leading a group of his fellow Hufflepuffs, joined in the applause for Harry. Harry. Well done. Harry, however, did not let the overwhelming praise get to his head, nor did he indulge in arrogance. He raised both hands, signaling everyone to pause. As his classmates looked at him in confusion, wondering what he was about to do, Harry began to speak. Everyone, thank you for your support, but I didn't make it to the end on my own. I had friends who stood by me and helped me along the way. It was their support that brought me to the finish line. The room fell silent as the students eagerly awaited Harry's next words. First, Hermione Granger. Harry beckoned Hermione forward, and she stepped up beside him. If it weren't for Hermione figuring out how to get past the three-headed dog and using a spell to play the harp and lull it to sleep, we wouldn't have even made it through the first door. Cheers erupted at Harry's words, and the crowd chanted Hermione's name. Granger. Granger. Hermione. I knew you were amazing. Lavender called out excitedly. Hermione's face turned bright red, her prominent front teeth making her smile resemble that of an overjoyed beaver. Once the applause settled, Harry grabbed Neville, who was attempting to sneak away, and pulled him to the front, slinging an arm around his shoulders. And let's not forget Neville Longbottom. It was he who discovered the weakness of the Devil's Snare, allowing us to pass the first challenge. Longbottom. Longbottom. The crowd roared, their applause filling the entire common room. Neville bit his lip, his eyes reddening as he looked around at his classmates cheering for him so sincerely. All his life, he had lived under the pressure of his family's expectations, even believing at one point that he was a squib. But now, was he truly worthy of such applause? Neville, do you see? Harry said loudly. You are amazing. Neville is amazing. Ron clapped enthusiastically, shouting his support. Neville is amazing. The others joined in, and the atmosphere grew even more fervent. Thank you, Harry. Neville could no longer hold back his emotions. He hugged Harry tightly, tears streaming down his face. Harry coughed a few times, pretending to struggle as he shouted, All right, Merlin, Neville. If you squeeze any harder, you'll wring out last night's dinner. Neville immediately released him, and when he saw Harry wink at him, he finally broke into a smile through his tears. And then we have Seamus Finnegan. Harry pulled the excited Seamus forward. Seamus used a spell to destroy the Devil's Snare and bravely stepped up at a crucial moment, securing our victory. Finnegan. Finnegan. The crowd cheered and applauded. Seamus grinned widely and waved his hands enthusiastically before pulling out his wand. Anyone want to see me cast the spell that destroyed the Devil's Snare? Oh no, please, Seamus, don't. His classmates shouted in unison. Everyone burst into laughter, and Seamus, realizing they were just teasing, tucked his wand away with a chuckle. Once the applause settled, Harry finally pulled Ron forward. And last but not least, Ron Weasley. You are the greatest chess player I have ever seen. You took to the board yourself, battled through the game, and in the critical moment, you and Seamus made the ultimate choice to secure our chance at winning. I have to say, Ron, you are the bravest person I have ever met, a true Gryffindor. Weasley. 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 The crowd erupted into wild cheers. The image of Ron stepping onto the chessboard, engaging in the battle, and ultimately sacrificing himself in the game was a testament to his extraordinary courage. If he wasn't a true Gryffindor, then who was? Oh, little Ronnie Ekins, oh, oh. The twins wiggled their hips in a ridiculous dance, mimicking Vila cheerleaders at a Quidditch match, showing no shame whatsoever. That's my brother. My youngest brother. Percy proudly declared from within the cheering crowd, his face radiating happiness and pride. Such a scene was something Ron had only ever seen in his dreams. And in the Mirror of Erised. Yet now, it had become reality. He snapped out of his daze and turned to embrace Harry tightly. Harry, is this real? Of course, it's real. Harry chuckled, patting Ron's back. Come on, we still have a celebration to enjoy. Ron released him and nodded firmly. It wasn't just his dream coming true, it was also the joy of having a friend like Harry. Among the cheering crowd, the loudest voices didn't come from Gryffindor. They came from Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff students especially admired Harry's humility, his refusal to take all the credit, and his unwavering loyalty to his friends. These qualities were rare and embodied the very essence of Hufflepuff House. So they cheered for the boy who lived with all their hearts. All right, everyone. Harry called out. Let's raise our glasses to our friends and their courage. Cheers. The students shouted enthusiastically. The celebration lasted from morning until evening, with Ron and Seamus recounting their adventure over and over again, along with the things they had learned from Dumbledore. Even when it finally ended, no one wanted to leave. After all, how often do you get to witness the adventures of the boy who lived and his friends firsthand at Hogwarts? Cedric, while drinking his butterbeer, seemed to want to say something to Harry several times but hesitated each time, ultimately remaining silent. Harry didn't notice Cedric's hesitation. He was too caught up in the joy of celebrating with his friends. And he had every reason to be happy. He could now use ancient magic, which meant the hidden chamber of the map was finally open to him. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 94, The Map's Hidden Chamber, Reunion, 2. As the meeting adjourned, Harry and Ron, along with the others, made their way to the Great Hall for dinner. Hagrid was already there, waiting. The moment he saw Harry, he rushed over, sat beside him, and grabbed his hand, tears streaming down his face. "It's all my fault," he sobbed, covering his face with his large hands. "I told that scoundrel how to get past Fluffy. I told him. He knew everything, except that one thing, and I just had to go and tell him. You almost died. And all for a dragon's egg. I'm never drinking again. I should be thrown out, live as a muggle forever." Harry understood his big friend's straightforward nature. Hagrid was an open book, incapable of keeping secrets, especially against someone as skilled in legilimency as their enemy. It wasn't his fault. "Hagrid," Harry said softly, embracing him gently. "It's not your fault. That man is the most ruthless and cunning dark wizard of this century. Even if you hadn't told him, he would have found out some other way. But you nearly died." Hagrid sniffled, grabbed a rag from the table, and blew his nose loudly. "But I didn't, did I?" And his plot was stopped. Harry smiled and then leaned in to whisper in Hagrid's ear. "And because of that, I even got a few gifts. My classmates are all celebrating me. I quite like this feeling. Really." Hagrid broke into a smile, wiping his tears. "That reminds me, I have a gift for you too." "Oh?" Harry asked, intrigued. "Of course. Here, have a look." Hagrid reached into his coat and pulled out what looked like a book, its cover ornate and finely crafted. Harry took it and gently opened it. Inside, it was filled with moving wizard photographs. His father. His mother. Each page held pictures of them, smiling and waving at him. Hagrid said softly, "I sent letters to your parents' old friends, asking for photos. I know you don't have any of them. Do you like it?" "Thank you, Hagrid." Harry reached out and ran his fingers tenderly over the album. "I love it. I really do." It was the first time he had ever seen so many photos of his parents. Hagrid didn't disturb him any further. He quietly said his goodbyes and left. Harry remained seated, flipping through the album over and over, unwilling to close it. It was only when Ron reminded him that dinner was being served that he finally shut the album and carefully tucked it into his robes. He intended to treasure it forever. That night, when he returned to the Gryffindor common room, he carefully placed the album in the safest part of his trunk. "Harry, it's already 10 o'clock. Aren't you going to sleep?" Ron yawned, having just finished a game of wizard's chess with Seamus. Ever since he had been used as a piece himself, Seamus had developed a fascination for the game. "I feel like taking a walk." "I'm not sleepy yet," Harry told Ron. "You go ahead and sleep. I'll be back soon." "You didn't eat much at dinner, did you?" "If you're heading to the Hogwarts kitchen, it's near the Hufflepuff common room in the basement. The entrance is a pear-shaped door handle. You need to tickle it, and then the door will appear." Ron mumbled sleepily. "Got it, Ron," Harry nodded. "All right then, good night," Ron said as he rolled over and promptly fell asleep. Ah, the energy of youth, falling asleep the moment your head hits the pillow. Harry quietly stepped out and cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Now that he had acquired the power of the Philosopher's Stone, it was time to visit the Chamber of Maps in the underground tunnels. His emotions were mixed, excitement and anticipation, but also fear that he might find nothing, or worse, something he didn't want to know. He made his way deep into the underground corridors of Hogwarts. With the stone's power, he finally perceived the ancient magical disturbances in front of the entrance to the chamber. It was a swirling mass of black and white mist, constantly churning, emitting an indescribable sound. Standing before it, Harry raised his wand and traced an archway in the air. With the guidance of ancient magic, the swirling mist obediently transformed into a shimmering archway. In its center, a watery veil rippled gently. Beyond the veil, the once sealed entrance to the Chamber of Maps had vanished. This was the wonder of ancient magic. Only those born with the gift could see the hidden places concealed by such spells. For anyone else, no amount of effort would reveal them. Harry stepped through the watery veil. Just as he expected, the chamber's doors were gone. He could finally enter the Chamber of Maps. Even after 100 years, the chamber remained unchanged. Directly ahead of the entrance stood Voracious Book. Lifting his gaze, Harry looked towards the paintings on the walls. Four massive portraits hung side by side. Harry recognized them vividly. The first, on the far left, was Headmaster Nia Fitzgerald. Next was Professor Charles Lockwood. The third was Professor Percival Popham. The fourth was empty. But as Harry looked at the rightmost portrait, he suddenly noticed something. It was no longer empty. A figure had appeared. And she was looking at him with a gentle gaze. Harry. The girl was the first to speak. Her dazzling smile was as radiant as her hair. It was Veretia Grindelwald. Veretia. Harry stood frozen in shock. He had never expected that the girl he had been thinking about for so long had now become a portrait hanging in the Chamber of Maps. It's been a long time, she said softly. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 95, The Past. T/N, apologies in advance. Before you continue reading, I'd like to inform you that starting from chapter 95, the word count per chapter will exceed 2,000 words, whereas previous chapters were under 1,000 words. This means the chapters will be longer, and there may be some delays in updates. However, I will do my best to continue updating daily. For those who want early access to chapters and faster updates, you can check out my Patreon. Thank you for your support. Harry's throat burned as if pierced by needles. He had considered countless possibilities, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect that after opening the map chamber, he would be greeted by the portrait of a girl. Veretia. His voice was hoarse. I think we should step away, Professor Rookwood, standing beside the portrait of Veretia, said irritably. This map chamber again. Charles. Headmaster Fitzgerald said softly. Shut your mouth and come with us. Professor Rookwood shot Harry a disgruntled glance before turning to follow the two professors out of the portrait's vicinity. I've been waiting for you for so long. Veretia's voice was gentle. Harry's throat constricted, and for a long moment, he couldn't say a word. After what felt like an eternity, he finally forced out a question, his voice tinged with sorrow. Are you all right? I suppose. I should be, Veretia said softly. Harry collapsed onto the ground. He truly couldn't accept this reality. To him, Veretia was more than a close friend, she was like a mentor, an elder sister. Though their acquaintance had not been long, in this world, Veretia was probably the one person who could accept him unconditionally. You. Tears welled up in Harry's eyes. You call this all right? Being trapped in a portrait. I think you've misunderstood, Harry, Veretia said with a faint smile, blinking mischievously. I'm not actually dead. I merely left some clues for you in this map chamber so you wouldn't lose your way searching for me. You know, time travel is an incredibly difficult adventure. Seeing you here now, I can only conclude, perhaps I am still trapped in Slytherin's study. Slytherin's study. Harry's voice shot up by 8 octaves. He leapt to his feet, exclaiming in urgency, I'll go save you right now. Harry. Veretia called out, stopping him. Listen to me first. Harry halted, and sensing that standing on the stairs put too much distance between them, he stepped forward, trying to get as close to Veretia as possible. Since I haven't appeared in the present, it means the time magic formation is still missing a key component, Veretia said in a calm, measured tone. You still need a few materials, an angel's feather, a dragon's heart, and a phoenix's tear. A dragon's heart is easy. Ron's brother, Charlie, is raising dragons in Romania, Harry said impatiently. As for phoenix tears, Professor Dumbledore has a phoenix, so that's not a problem either. But what is an angel's feather? Do angels even exist? I have some angel feathers stored in a vault at Gringotts, Veretia said softly. Also, there's a small sum of money there, our shared funds. I'm not short on money anymore, Veretia, Harry said hurriedly. Of course I know that. You're the famous heir of the Potter family, after all. Veretia smiled at him gently. Wait, how do you know that? Harry asked in confusion. 100 years ago, the Potter family had never sought him out. After all, there were plenty of muggles with the surname Potter, and they had assumed Harry came from the muggle side, paying him little mind. Back then, Harry himself had no idea he belonged to the magical Potter lineage, he had always believed he was muggle-born. How did Veretia know? More importantly, I need to tell you about the final ingredient, Veretia interrupted his thoughts. Oh. Harry scratched his head. There's one more. The last material is a basilisk fang, Veretia said. A basilisk? Harry asked. Veretia explained in a gentle voice, a basilisk is a giant venomous serpent, a creature bred by dark wizards. According to legend, the infamous Herpo the Foul was the first to create one, by hatching a chicken's egg beneath a toad. This resulted in the creature known as the basilisk. Basilisks are extremely dangerous. Their gaze can instantly kill any being that makes direct eye contact with them. Additionally, their venom is highly lethal and can destroy almost any living creature. Then where can I find a basilisk? Harry demanded. I'm sorry, Harry, but I don't know, Veretia said softly. Harry ruffled his hair in frustration, feeling a wave of disappointment. So close. Even the legendary angel's feather was within reach, but the basilisk, it was nowhere to be found. Would he have to hatch a basilisk himself? How long would that take? Could Verisha hold on in Slytherin's study? Relax, Harry. We'll find a way, Verisha reassured him, her voice as soothing as always. Hearing her gentle tone, Harry slowly felt his anxiety ease. After a long silence, he looked up and asked, Verisha, earlier you said I was from the Potter family, you. Oh, that. Verisha's expression suddenly turned slightly uneasy. She hesitated for a moment before saying, this matter is connected to the ancient curse on you. If you knew, well, if you knew everything, you might see me differently. Harry's heart clenched with tension. Why? He asked. I'm sorry. Verisha bit her lip. It's best if you see for yourself. Over there, yes, that pensieve behind you. Harry followed her gaze and sure enough, he saw a pensieve. Inside it lies your mother's memories, Verisha revealed in a shocking statement. My mother? Harry asked in disbelief. My mother, how did she end up in the map chamber? Because she, too, was an heir to ancient magic, Harry, Verisha said softly. Go on, look at her memories. Perhaps then, you'll understand everything. Or perhaps you'll blame me for it. I never would, Verisha, Harry said firmly. With steady steps, he walked toward the pensieve. Take a look, Verisha said, her voice tinged with sorrow. See your mother's memories. Harry nodded and leaned forward, plunging his face into the pensieve. Then. He spiraled downward through icy darkness at breakneck speed. Before long, the darkness gave way to light. He found himself by the shores of the Black Lake, sitting next to a girl with a face covered in freckles, who was crying quietly. Harry looked up, scanning the familiar Black Lake, but noticed subtle differences from the one he knew. Before he could dwell on it, he heard a voice he had often encountered in his dreams. Expelliarmus. Harry looked up and saw a red-haired witch, gripping a wand in each hand. It was his mother, Lily. Mom, he blurted out instinctively. But Lily did not respond to him. Instead, she glared fiercely ahead like a lioness protecting her own, her eyes locked onto a Slytherin student. I want you to apologize, Malfoy. Filthy little mudblood. Before the Slytherin boy could finish his sentence, Lily's spell struck him squarely in the face, causing a large patch of greenish pustules to break out across his skin. The two Slytherins standing beside Malfoy immediately drew their wands, but the girl who had been crying moments before had already stepped up alongside Lily, joined by another girl. With Malfoy out of commission, the fight quickly turned against the Slytherins. In a just 3-against-2 confrontation, the remaining Slytherin students were soon hit by hexes. One had his front teeth grow so long that he could no longer pronounce incantations, while the other's mouth was sealed shut, his legs locked in place. Pathetic. Lily sneered, tossing Malfoy's wand into the lake. The 3 Slytherins slunk away in disgrace. Mary, I'm sorry. Lily turned to the freckle-faced girl beside her, her expression filled with concern. I'm fine, Lily. Mary forced a small smile. You taught them a lesson for me, didn't you? But the other girl standing beside them suddenly spoke up. You should be apologizing. Those two are friends of your greasy-haired Slytherin pal, aren't they? And you still hang around with people like that. Look at them, they're practically Death Eaters already. What are you going to do when? Marlene. Mary cut her off sharply. Oh, sorry. Marlene McKinnon realized she had gone too far. She shot Lily an apologetic look. Lily stood frozen in place, unsure of what to say. Of course, she knew those two were Severus Snape's friends. Severus, her childhood friend. She knew that he had long aspired to join the Death Eaters, that blood-purity-obsessed group. But she still clung to the bond they had shared as children, hoping, praying, that she could persuade him to turn back. But it was futile. Severus was resolute, diving headfirst into the ranks of the Death Eaters, his eyes burning red with ambition. He had even started studying the dark arts, and had invited her to join him. She stood there in a daze. By the time she snapped out of it, Mary and Marlene had already left. Lily lifted her head and glanced at the sun hanging low in the sky. She took a deep breath through her nose, let out a long sigh, and walked forward. Harry quickly followed, desperate to stay with his mother a little longer. He trailed her along the lakeshore until she stopped beneath a towering beech tree, where a group of students had gathered. What he saw next stunned him. Pushing through the crowd behind his mother, Harry found himself face to face with several familiar figures, people he had only ever seen in photographs. One of them looked strikingly like him. Aside from their different eye colors, he was practically a fifth-year version of Harry himself. It was his father, James Potter. And lying on the ground across from James was a figure even more unforgettable. His potions professor, Severus Snape. Snape's mouth was covered in foamy soap bubbles, and he was retching violently, spitting out pinkish froth. In an instant, Harry understood why Professor McGonagall had warned him about using Scour Jiffy on Draco Malfoy. If Snape caught you, you'd be in for a very different kind of punishment. Let him go. Lily commanded loudly. At the sound of her voice, James spun around. His expression darkened, his usual confidence giving way to something more serious. He greeted her in an oddly measured tone. "Oh, Evans, how are you?" "Let him go," Lily repeated, her face contorted in unmistakable disgust as she glared at him. "What did he ever do to you?" "Well." James put on an exaggerated look of deep thought. "Mainly, he exists. You know what I mean." The surrounding students burst into laughter. A tall, handsome boy standing beside James chuckled as well, while a shorter boy behind him joined in. But Lily didn't laugh. "You think you're funny," she said icily. "But you're just an arrogant, bullying lowlife, Potter." "I said, let him go." "Tell you what, Evans, go out with me, and I'll let him go," James said immediately. "Just one date, and I'll never lay a finger on old Snavelis again." Behind him, the effects of the spell were beginning to wear off. Snape, still coughing up soapy bubbles, started inching toward his fallen wand. "If I had to choose between you and the giant squid, I'd still pick the squid." Lily spat in disgust. "Bad luck, Prongs," the handsome boy said cheerfully. He turned toward Snape. "Oh dear." But it was too late. Snape had already snatched up his wand and aimed it at James. A flash of light shot out, and a deep gash appeared on James' cheek, blood splattering onto his robes. James whirled around, wand raised. Another flash of light erupted, and Snape was hoisted upside down into the air, his robes flipping over his head. His pale, stick-thin legs were exposed, along with a pair of nearly blackened underwear. The crowd roared with laughter. James and his two friends laughed the loudest. Lily's face twitched. From Harry's perspective, she seemed to let out a cold snort. But, looking at Snape's humiliation, Harry found himself unable to laugh. It reminded him too much of his own childhood, of being cornered in his Muggle school while Dudley and his gang tormented him. Helpless. Surrounded. Mocked. The hardest thing in the world is to truly understand another's pain. "Put him down," Lily demanded once more, pulling out her wand. "Careful, Evans, I might have to hex you too," James warned, though he still relented and muttered the counter-curse. "You got lucky, Snavelis." "Evans saved you," James sighed theatrically. But before he could say anything else, Snape cut him off. "I don't need help from a filthy little mudblood like her." Harry slapped his forehead. Now he understood, everything made sense. Why, in his first year, when he had made up that story, Snape had reacted so explosively, why he had even docked 20 points from his own house. The way Snape had glared at him then. It was the same expression he wore now, his face dark with fury and shame. So this was it. That moment had haunted Snape for years. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 96, Eternal Love. When Harry came back to his senses, Lily was already striding away, her steps decisive and unwavering. He didn't spare a glance at his father, who was still bullying Snape back where they stood. Instead, he turned and followed her. He had no desire to witness that scene any longer. His father's voice still rang in his ears. "Ah, anyone want to see me strip down the greasy git's filthy underwear?" Following his mother all the way back to the castle, Harry soon realized that she was heading toward a place he knew all too well. His heart trembled violently, and he hurried forward to confirm his suspicion. Sure enough. It was the map chamber. He recalled Professor Dumbledore's words from before, his mother had used an ancient spell to cast a protection upon him. Could it be that his mother was also an inheritor of ancient magic? Lily stopped at the entrance of the map chamber, lifted the ancient magical symbol on the ground, and stepped inside. "Lily." A gentle voice sounded. "Verisha." The moment Lily entered the map chamber, it was as if all her defenses crumbled. No longer appearing strong as before, she fell to her knees, covering her face with both hands as she sobbed uncontrollably. "What's wrong, Lily?" Verisha's voice was soft and soothing. I. Lily choked on her words, recounting everything that had just happened to Verisha. Before Verisha, Lily hid nothing, not even a shred of pretense. It was as if they were the closest of confidants, with no secrets between them. I endured the scorn of the entire school, yet I still considered him my best friend. Lily wept, her voice trembling. His friends cursed mine, and yet he said it was their freedom to do so. Everyone kept questioning why I would befriend someone like him. Everyone looked down on me for being a Muggle-born who dared to associate with Slytherins. I drew my wand for him, but what did he do? He called me a mudblood. So this is what I am in his eyes. Something so lowly, so unworthy of being his friend. Lily was truly heartbroken, her tears cascading like petals in the wind. Lily. Verisha comforted her in a gentle voice. People lose their reason when they are consumed by rage. Perhaps it was just a moment of carelessness on Snape's part. A moment of carelessness. Lily choked. Even if it was unintentional, those words were far too cruel. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? You did nothing wrong, Lily. Veratia's voice was warm. The ones at fault are those arrogant fools who believe their bloodline makes them superior. Their voices gradually softened, and Harry could no longer make out their conversation. Once again, the world around him spun. When the scene stabilized, Harry found himself looking at an older version of his mother. Lily had shed some of her youthful innocence. She now exuded a confidence and radiance that hadn't been there before. Veracia. She was greeting the girl in the portrait. Do you have something interesting to share with me? Veracia's violet eyes curved into a smile, making her look breathtakingly beautiful. I've been a little troubled lately. Lily stood before the portrait, her expression conflicted. You know, the Potter boy I always told you about, he just won't stop pursuing me. He even says he's willing to change anything for me, that he can change everything. Harry noticed that Veracia's expression froze for a brief moment. After a moment of hesitation, Veracia finally spoke. I think Potter is a very good choice. Huh. Lily lifted her head. Veracia, you can't just suggest I pick Potter just because your best friend also happens to be a Potter. A man who is willing to change for you, what more could you possibly ask for? Veracia seemed to sigh softly. Seize this opportunity. I believe Potter is sincere. All right, I'll consider your suggestion. Lily ran a hand through her fiery red hair. It's not a suggestion, it's a prophecy. Veracia's voice was gentle. Yet, despite her words, Harry noticed the way her fingers unconsciously played with her hair. That was her tell, her sign of lying. Why would she lie to his mother? Veracia. Once again, the scene changed. Lily was now more mature. Her belly had a slight curve to it, exuding the gentle glow of impending motherhood. Lily, it looks like you're pregnant. Congratulations. Veracia's voice was full of joy. Yes, I'm pregnant. Lily placed a hand on her belly, sharing in the happiness. Veracia set the book she was holding onto the table in the portrait and said, I think this time, you'll have a boy. Why? Lily asked with interest. Did you forget? I have the gift of prophecy. Veracia twirled her hair between her fingers. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Lily stuck out her tongue playfully before adding, if it's a boy. I think. I'll name him Harry. I still remember the stories you told me about Harry Potter, your dear friend, right? I hope my child will be just as strong as him. He will be. Veracia's smile was brilliant, as dazzling as her hair. Once again, the world spun. Wormy, pads. Lily's voice rang out as she carried a large bowl filled with stewed beef. Little Harry sat on a stool nearby, clutching a baby bottle in his tiny hands. Merlin's beard, what is that smell? Lily set the bowl on the table and shouted in exasperation. James? Darling. How many times have I told you? Close the door when you use the bathroom. Sorry, sweetheart, James' voice called from the other room. I'm brewing a potion. The man Lily called Pads let out a hearty laugh. He pulled back the tiny toy broomstick he had been teasing little Harry with, then elbowed the stoutman beside him and grinned. See. James' potion-making skills are still as catastrophic as ever. The stoutman burst into laughter, clutching his belly. All right, you two. Lily rapped the table, ordering, you, Pads, take out the trash. And you, Wormy, go to the Muggle market and buy some black pepper. We're out. Yes, ma'am. The two men high-fived and cheerfully headed out. Harry watched as his mother returned to the kitchen, then used her wand to levitate a steaming pot of soup into the dining room. After setting it down, she called out again, James. Darling. Are you still brewing your potion? To Harry's surprise, there was a rustling sound from the bathroom. James' muffled voice came through. No, sweetheart, I'm using the toilet. Harry couldn't hold back his laughter. He never imagined that his parents' daily life was this amusing. It seemed. Lily had actually been raising 3 big children, James, Pads, and Wormy. The scene swirled once again, and Harry found himself back in the map chamber with his mother. This time, the mother before him looked more worn than ever before, her face etched with exhaustion. Veracia. His mother's voice no longer carried the same vitality as usual, it was instead laced with weariness. Long time no see, Lily, Veracia said lightly. Your little Harry, he must be nearly a year old now, right? At the mention of little Harry, Lily's tears spilled over instantly. Veracia looked flustered. It was only the second time Harry had ever seen such an expression on her face, the first being when he was struck by Ranrock's curse. Veracia, Professor Trelawney made a prophecy. Lily knelt on the floor, looking utterly helpless. She said that a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord has been born, a child from a family that has defied him 3 times, born at the end of the 7th month. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have a power the Dark Lord knows not. One must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The child with the power to defeat the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month ends. Veracia was momentarily stunned by Lily's words. Then she spoke again to confirm, "You're saying, a prophecy?" "Professor Trelawney, what's her relation to Cassandra Trelawney?" "She's the great-granddaughter of that seer," Lily replied, wiping her tears. "And her prophecies are very accurate. That should be a cause for celebration." "Why are you crying?" Verisha asked. Because the prophecy somehow reached the Dark Lord, and he's coming after us." Lily sobbed. "Are you afraid?" Verisha asked. "No, I'm not afraid to die." "But Harry." Lily's voice trembled with sorrow. "Harry isn't even a year old yet. How can a child possibly defeat the Dark Lord? One of them must die, but my poor Rry. He hasn't even had the chance to see the world, to learn wonderful magic, to play Quidditch. Oh, you should see him on a toy broomstick, he's adorable. But, how can fate be so cruel, how can it be so?" Seeing his mother so helpless, Harry couldn't hold back his own tears. No one could remain unmoved in the face of a mother's grief. Verisha fell silent for a long time. Just as Harry thought she might never speak again, she finally did. "Lily, we are descendants of ancient magic." Her voice was soft, yet unwavering. "I know that wretched Dark Lord used some form of dark magic to make himself invincible, but what?" Lily caught the shift in Verisha's tone, her eyes lighting up with hope. Verisha hesitated for a long time. Harry saw the struggle, the hesitation in her expression. "Verisha," he murmured. "I know a spell." "An ancient spell," Verisha said quietly. "This ancient magic, not only can it transfer your ancestral magic to Harry, but it can also place a protective charm on him, one that will forever shield him from the cruciatus and killing curses, reflecting them back upon anyone who wishes him harm." Hope flickered in Lily's emerald eyes. "Teach me, Verisha. I'm willing to learn." A flicker of sorrow passed through Verisha's eyes. "Lily, you must understand, this spell comes at a price." Lily's expression was resolute. "Tell me." "No matter what the price is, I will pay it, as long as Harry can live a happy, healthy life." "You." Verisha closed her eyes. "Are you truly willing to sacrifice?" Harry saw the unwavering determination in his mother's face. "Anything," she declared. Hearing Lily's words, Verisha nodded lightly. A terrible foreboding welled up in Harry's heart. Verisha's voice was calm, yet it trembled slightly. "This spell requires you to pay the price with your life. You must die in front of little Harry, as a sacrifice to activate the protection charm." "No. Mom. Don't." Harry shouted with all his might, but his voice never reached Lily's ears. "Verisha. Don't tell her. Don't teach her that spell." But this was only a memory. Lily's expression remained unwavering as she firmly nodded and told Verisha, "I am willing. For Harry, I will give everything, even my life." Harry watched helplessly as his mother followed the movements of Verisha's painted form, engraving an ancient rune onto her arm. He cried out, trying desperately to stop her, but he was powerless against the memory. He reached out in vain, trying to pull her back, to halt her actions, but his hands grasped nothing but air. He would rather die himself than watch his mother sacrifice her life for his protection. The spell was complete. A violet glow shimmered across Lily's arm. "Thank you, Verisha." A radiant smile returned to Lily's face, and the vibrant young woman she had always been resurfaced. But then, she noticed that the Verisha within the painting had crouched to the ground. "I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry," she murmured. Lily didn't understand what she meant but spoke cheerfully, "Don't worry, Verisha, this is my choice. No matter what. Harry will never blame you." "Oh. I'll store some memories in the pensieve. I suggest you save more of them, so Harry can see you as much as possible. Include his father, and your dearest friend," Verisha said softly. "Good idea." Lily smiled brightly. She walked over to the pensieve, raised her wand to her temple, and drew out shimmering silver threads, dropping them into the basin. "Perhaps this is the last time we'll meet, Verisha," Lily said gently. "Thank you for everything you've taught me, Professor." Verisha's violet eyes looked at Lily, filled with sorrow. "Class dismissed," she whispered, voice trembling. "Goodbye, Verisha." Lily raised her right hand high, waving enthusiastically, her face beaming with joy. Then, she turned around and walked towards the door with light, carefree steps. The memory ended abruptly. Harry emerged from the pensieve, gasping for breath, gripping his robes tightly. The sound of footsteps still echoed in his ears, as if his mother had just walked out of the map chamber. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 97, Verisha's Teaching. Fragments of memory surged like a tidal wave, and he seemed to see scenes from his childhood. It was still that same house, those same people. His mother held bread and wine in her hands, distributing them to the guests. "Bug, have some more bread." Harry saw a complex expression in his mother's eyes, something between a sigh and sorrow. "Perhaps, you'll never have the chance to eat bread baked by me again." He saw the chubby young man let out a sob and nod forcefully. The memory shifted again, and he heard his father's urgent shout. Run! Lily! Run! Then came the heavy sound of a body collapsing on the staircase. He sat in the cradle, facing his mother, who bore a resolute expression. Harry, Mommy loves you. Daddy loves you. Mommy hopes you will live safely, healthily, and strongly. Mommy loves you, my baby. A voice, sharp and cruel like an owl's screech, rang out, and a green light filled the entire room. Avada Kedavra. It was unclear how much time had passed before he saw a young Snape walk into the room. When Snape saw Lily's lifeless body on the floor, he collapsed weakly, his expression shifting from disbelief to regret, and finally to utter despair. This was the first time Harry had seen Snape cry. Not even when his father had humiliated him by suspending him in the air had Snape shed tears. No. Lily. He clutched Lily's body, screaming in agony. Time blurred again, and Harry noticed that Snape had disappeared. From outside the door, another voice, filled with grief, called out. Fork! Fork! After a while, when it seemed the person had cried enough, Harry heard them stand up. I will kill him. I will kill him. Harry! Harry! Voracious voice rang in Harry's ears. He came back to his senses, realizing that at some point, tears had covered his face. I'm sorry, Voracia murmured. Harry, this was the only way I had. Harry remained silent, the scene of Voldemort murdering his parents still voracious in his mind. Seeing Harry like this, Voracia felt helpless for the first time in her life. Just as she thought he would blame her, he spoke first. Voracia, I don't blame you, he said. In fact, if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have survived. My parents were no match for Voldemort. In the portrait, Voracia could no longer hold back her emotions. She covered her face and sobbed bitterly. Perhaps this spell is also the reason I could travel through time, he mused. If I hadn't studied at Hogwarts 100 years ago, I wouldn't have met the Friends of the Order of the Phoenix. A few days ago, when I faced Voldemort, I might have been killed. And I wouldn't have met you, he added. For a moment, Voracia's eyes were as gentle as water. Harry. The most urgent matter now is to rescue you, Harry said, lifting his head to look at Voracia. I think I should move quickly. Do you know where I can find a basilisk? Voracia fell silent for a moment, seemingly in deep thought. After a long pause, she said, back when we were still at Hogwarts, I once heard someone in Hogsmeade mention that in Greece, people were breeding such creatures, but 100 years have passed, and magical creature regulations have become stricter. I don't know where you'd find a basilisk now. Hearing this, Harry recalled that back in Hogsmeade, the villagers had indeed discussed basilisks, and even the newspapers had reported on them at the time. He hadn't paid much attention back then. After all, he was just a Gryffindor, with no particular fascination with snakes, despite being a Parselmouth. Speaking of discovering his Parseltongue abilities, it was connected to Omenes. For that reason, Omenes had even dragged Harry to test his blood to see if he was a lost descendant of the Gaunt family. It wasn't that he wanted Harry to acknowledge his ancestry. Given the twisted atmosphere of the Gaunt family, Omenes didn't want Harry to be involved, he just longed for a somewhat normal brother. The results had left him somewhat disappointed yet also relieved. But from then on, he and Harry had grown much closer. Harry nodded in understanding. I see. Leave this to me, don't worry, we'll see each other again soon. MHM. Voracia then asked, how is everyone else? You know, I left school not long after you disappeared, so I have no news of them. No. I only know that Gareth has passed away, Harry said dejectedly. Time is the cruelest force, Voracia seemed to lament. Suddenly, Harry said, oh, right, Voracia. I saw Poppy. Do you remember, Poppy Sweeting from Hufflepuff? Of course I remember. She was the one who helped hang my portrait in the map chamber, Voracia said softly. But, she doesn't seem to be doing well. When I saw her, she was being chased by Voldemort. I was the one who saved her. As he spoke, he recalled that Poppy was now a unicorn and told Voracia, oh, right, Poppy learned magic Animagous. She turned into a unicorn and can't change back anymore. There was a brief silence between them. So she really used that spell. Voracia looked at Harry with a complex expression. I warned her long ago that transforming into a magical Animagous was dangerous. Even though unicorns are long-lived magical creatures, it's not something a mere human can easily achieve. But she succeeded, didn't she? Harry shrugged. Though she can't turn back. That's quite a problem. When you return, we'll find a way to turn Poppy human again. All right. Voracia nodded. I have a theory, but I need to see Poppy first to confirm it. I knew it, you always have a way. Harry smiled again. Seeing Voracia felt so good. Harry felt like his intelligence had returned, though it was technically borrowed intelligence. Before meeting Voracia, their friend group's external brain had been Sebastian. But Sebastian's so-called brilliant ideas, as Omenes put it, often had a way of landing them all in Azkaban. Oh, right, Harry, Verisha spoke again. Your wand, Holly, Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, is placed behind my portrait. It's also the key to our vault at Gringotts. Harry stood up and walked over, examining Verisha's portrait up close. He reached out and touched it. Unlike the real Verisha, the portrait felt rough and cold. Hurry up and take your wand. Verisha huffed, her face flushing slightly. This is just a portrait. Harry's face reddened too. He hadn't meant anything by it, he just thought Verisha looked lonely, yes, lonely. Hurriedly, he retrieved his wand from behind the portrait, but he noticed that the tip now had a blood-red gemstone, with red vein-like patterns spiraling down to the base. What happened? Why does my wand look like this? Harry asked in curiosity. He remembered that the last time he had used his holly wand, it hadn't been like this. After you left, the wand was stuck in Ranrock's corpse, Verisha said, still holding the book in her arms. By the time I pulled it out, it had already become like this. This is the Gringotts token. But I must warn you, when the goblins see this wand, they might have a bit of a bad reaction. Oh. Harry waved the wand, feeling his old friend vibrating joyfully in his hand. He paid little attention to what Verisha had just said. Just a small, bad reaction, nothing to worry about. The goblins at Gringotts had seen all sorts of things, they surely wouldn't mind. Tucking the wand into his robes, Harry leaned against a rock, intending to chat with Verisha for a bit to ease his not-so-calm thoughts. Casually, he said, by the way, Verisha, have you heard about Gellert? What? Verisha asked. It's just, Harry organized his thoughts before speaking to Verisha. It's about our current headmaster, Professor Albus Dumbledore. In 1945, he defeated your brother, Gellert, and imprisoned him in Nurmengard Castle. Oh, that. I've heard about it, Verisha said with a sweet smile. My foolish little gel. To think he was actually defeated, and his story even ended up on a chocolate frog card. The Grindelwald family's reputation has been completely disgraced. Though she was smiling, Harry, who knew her well, could tell she was furious. Huh? Harry asked curiously. How do you know about things from the outside world? Verisha lowered her gaze to him and said, of course, it was Lily who told me. After she first entered the map chamber, I asked her about many things happening outside. Harry suddenly felt his throat go dry. He realized that, to send him messages and wait for his return, this girl had infused her own memories into the portrait. More than 100 years had passed. His days with the Dursleys had felt endless. He couldn't begin to imagine the loneliness Verisha had endured in this chamber. Verisha, he said, 100 years in the map chamber, it must have been unbearable, right? It wasn't too bad, Verisha replied lightly. Waiting may be tedious, but the moment you see results, you realize the wait wasn't in vain. After a pause, she added, this portrait is merely a copy of my memories. To the me in the Slytherin study, all of this was just a fleeting moment. But Verisha suddenly gave a dangerously sweet smile. You must remember to tell that version of me about Gellert. What do you mean? Harry felt a chill run down his spine. A very bad feeling crept over him. A very, very bad feeling. The last time Verisha had smiled so gently yet so dangerously was when he and Sebastian secretly learned the Cruciatus Curse. Before bringing him to the Slytherin study, she had smiled like this the entire way. And when they arrived at the study, Verisha had made him use the Cruciatus Curse on her. No, Verisha, I can't. Only by casting the Cruciatus Curse on me can we unlock the Slytherin study, otherwise, we'll both be trapped here. Crucio. The girl before him let out a muffled groan, and the searing pain of the curse surged into Harry's mind as well. No, there was nothing enjoyable about this. Harry saw that, under the torment of the curse, blood had already seeped from the corner of the girl's lips. Verisha, Before Harry could finish speaking, he saw Verisha suddenly lift her head, her gaze piercing into him, a wild, almost frenzied smile curling at her lips. Harry Potter, the feeling of inflicting pain, isn't it just wonderful? Ha ha ha. She grabbed Harry's collar, her other hand trembling yet firm as she grasped the hand holding his wand and pressed it against her throat. The delicate curve of her neck now bore a slight indentation from the wand's tip. Keep going, she said. Salazar never taught you the true essence of the Cruciatus Curse, but I will. Me. Ever since then, Harry had never dared to use the Cruciatus Curse again, except in the Forbidden Forest that one time, and that had been to transfer pain. Harry. Harry. Hearing Verisha call his name, Harry snapped out of his daze. Oh, he murmured, rubbing his temples, which had begun to ache. Verisha's tone was gentle. Of course, I must go visit my foolish little brother, and, of course, the headmaster who defeated him. I am quite eager to see just how powerful the wizard who bested Gellert truly is. Harry shuddered, a wave of sympathy rising in his heart. Not just for Dumbledore, but also for Grindelwald. Well, at least Dumbledore was better off. Harry felt that the headmaster, as the world's most powerful white wizard, with a century of battle experience, surely wouldn't be troubled by Verisha. But Grindelwald, he was doomed. As a younger brother, he couldn't possibly throw spells at his sister whom he hadn't seen in over 100 years, could he? Harry could already envision old Grindelwald getting thoroughly beaten by his sister. That would be, well. Alright, hopefully, his 17-year-old sister would take pity on her now century-old little brother and not shatter his brittle old bones. Harry. Veratia's voice rang out. What dangerous thoughts are you having? Oh. Ah. Harry snapped back to reality. Nothing at all. Wipe that weird smile off your face. I can see it. Veratia reminded him. Oh, hee. Harry scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Veratia lowered her gaze to the Hogwarts panorama beneath the map chamber and issued a gentle dismissal. It's getting late, Harry. You should return to your dormitory and get some rest. I want to stay with you a little longer, Harry said, reluctant to leave. I'll still be here, I'm not going anywhere, Veratia said with a laugh. But you're just a 12-year-old kid. I heard that staying up late can stunt a child's growth. Do you want to be shorter than me? Harry recalled Veratia's nearly 6-foot-tall stature and quickly stood up. All right, Veratia, I'll go to bed now. Good, Veratia nodded at him. Watching Harry's retreating figure, Veratia suddenly pondered a serious question. Harry had returned to being 12, restarting his first year at Hogwarts, but the her in the study was still a 17-year-old 6th-year student. This. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 98, You Got Dumped by Cassandra. Harry naturally hadn't given that matter much thought. He tiptoed back to the Gryffindor common room, planning to get a good night's sleep. The next morning, it was still potions class. But now, he finally understood why Professor Snape treated Gryffindor so harshly. His feelings towards Snape were complicated, to say the least. At the very least, that night, Snape had come. But who was the other person? The one calling out for his father. Rubbing his eyes, Harry failed to notice that Professor Snape was calling his name. Potter. Snape narrowed his eyes, his tone full of displeasure. Do you think stopping Quirrell's scheme makes you some sort of hero? Gryffindor will lose 2 points for your inattentiveness. Harry merely looked up and gave Snape a smile, but to his surprise, that single smile cost Gryffindor another 3 points. The reason? Arrogance. My God, he really is. After class, back in the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Harry complained about Snape. I think he just has it out for you, Ron muttered. Yeah, he definitely does. Because I look like my dad. Harry shrugged. Practically a carbon copy, except for the eyes. But why? Hermione asked in confusion. Didn't you say your parents were good friends with Professor Snape? Why are you saying this now? It was dinner time, and with Seamus and Neville nowhere in sight, only the 3 of them remained in the common room. So Harry didn't bother keeping things a secret. He told them what his father had done. Oh my. Hermione's mouth fell open. Now I understand why Professor Snape hates Gryffindor so much. Honestly, if I were him, I'd probably resent the entire house too. You mean like how you hate Slytherin? Harry gave Hermione a pointed look. Hermione didn't respond, tacitly admitting he was right. Ron didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, he finally blurted out something he probably shouldn't have. So what are you going to do? Apologize to him. Harry rolled his eyes at that. Oh, sure, Ron. What do you expect me to do? Walk up to Professor Snape and say, oh, Professor Snape, I'm terribly sorry that my father hung you upside down while other students, especially my mother, saw your filthy, unwashed underwear that had turned black from dirt. Mate, do you think that's an apology or a provocation? I have no doubt that if you said that, Gryffindor would lose 10,000 points. Ron swallowed hard. At noon, Harry had taken a trip to the Forbidden Forest but hadn't been able to find Poppy. When he returned, Hermione informed him that she had been the one to tell Poppy about Harry fainting. Hermione had initially planned to bring some food for Poppy, but Poppy decided to come find Harry at the edge of the Forbidden Forest next week instead. Harry let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried something had happened to Poppy. That morning's classes ended, ushering in the final exams. Final exams didn't allow students to bring their own quills and parchment. All supplies were provided by the professors, complete with anti-cheating enchantments. In addition to written tests, there were practical exams. For charms, the tiny Professor Flitwick had students enter the classroom one by one to demonstrate whether they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. Harry had a great time with that one. Not only did he make the pineapple dance, but he also synchronized its movements perfectly to the rhythm of the record Professor Flitwick had put on. Transfiguration was another practical exam. Professor McGonagall watched as students transformed mice into snuff boxes. The more exquisite the box, the higher the grade. If the box still had whiskers, points were deducted. During potions, students racked their brains to recall the proper procedure for brewing a forgetfulness potion. Snape loomed behind them, scrutinizing their every move. They could practically feel his breath on the backs of their necks, making them all incredibly nervous. Honestly, who wouldn't be tense with a giant, greasy-haired, black-cloaked bat hovering behind them? Nobody wanted to be subjected to one of his venomous outbursts, especially Harry, who felt like Snape was clinging to him like a ghostly specter. Finally, they reached their last exam. The weather was stiflingly hot. The classroom was even hotter than outside, and on top of that, the subject was history of magic, making the whole ordeal feel even more unbearable. Harry and Hermione sweated over their exam papers, but to everyone's surprise, Ron, who usually had zero interest in history of magic, was furiously scribbling away, his quill flying across the parchment. Even when the time came to hand in their papers, Ron was beaming. Why? Because the exam covered the Goblin rebellions. After spending so much time around Harry, Hermione, and Poppy, and listening to endless stories, even a pig would have remembered some of Poppy's tales. Not to mention that the protagonist of those stories was Harry Potter, the person who shared a name with his best friend. His fondness for Harry had inadvertently made Ron pay extra attention in history of magic. Lying on the grassy banks of the Black Lake, Ron took a deep breath, stretching out his arms and legs like he was swimming in the air. This is great, no more studying. Yeah, great indeed. A lilting voice sounded nearby. Poppy. Ron cheered. Harry sat up and turned to look at Poppy. What are you doing? He asked, watching in disbelief as Poppy bent down to nibble at the grass. Hermione said unicorns should eat some grass, Poppy replied cheerfully, munching away. Hermione looked embarrassed. I didn't mean it like that, Poppy. Oh, it's fine. I've been eating this stuff in the Forbidden Forest for years, haha. Poppy giggled, then trotted over to Harry, nudging against his chest. Harry, I heard you fainted. Did you really faint? It's nothing serious, Poppy. Harry reached out and rubbed Poppy's head. But now, I can finally remove the curse on your wound. As he spoke, he drew his wand, pointed it at Poppy's still bleeding wound, and chanted the dispelling incantation. Perhaps due to the immense magical energy from the Philosopher's Stone, the spell worked. Poppy's wound closed up completely, good as new. You did it. Hermione cheered. She couldn't bear to see anyone suffer, not even a unicorn. Yay. Poppy jumped up and down excitedly, then bent her legs and beckoned to Harry. Harry, hop on. Huh. Harry was stunned. Come on, let's go for a ride. Poppy said happily. After a moment's hesitation, Harry swung himself onto Poppy's back, waving at Hermione and Ron, who were watching with extreme envy. I'll be back soon. Unicorns ran so smoothly that there wasn't even the slightest bump, completely different from what Harry had imagined. He wrapped his arms around Poppy's neck and said to her, Poppy, I found Verisha. Huh. Poppy stopped in her tracks. Where? The map chamber, he replied succinctly. Oh, the map chamber. Poppy sounded a little disappointed. She told Harry, the Verisha there is just a painting. I thought you actually brought her back. But now we have a lead, don't we? Harry said with a grin. She even gave me the key to the vault. Inside, there's a portion of the materials needed to summon her back. Oh, but I'm still missing something called a basilisk fang. Since you're an expert on magical creatures, do you know where I can find one? A basilisk. Poppy shook her head. I did hear that customs once confiscated a juvenile basilisk, but it was destroyed long ago. If Cassandra were still around, she might have something from a basilisk in her collection. I suppose, you could ask her descendants. The moment she mentioned it, Harry immediately thought of Draco's notebook. He made up his mind to ask Draco about it when he got back. He needed to get to the bottom of that notebook. But Cassandra, huh? Poppy whistled. Do you remember our 4th year? That time you and Cassandra had that huge argument. I recall her mentioning that her family had a collection of rare magical creature artifacts. Harry vaguely remembered. Back then, for some reason, Cassandra had gotten angry with him and ignored him for a long time. Harry had thought he'd be thrilled, after all, that annoying, arrogant, insufferable Cassandra would finally give up on making him her lackey. But to his dismay, he found that his life suddenly felt incomplete. That day, Harry spent hours in the underground training chambers, tirelessly practicing spells, trying to shake off that strange feeling. Whoa. Poppy gasped as she watched Harry furiously blasting apart a training dummy. You're really going all out. The Hufflepuff girl beamed at him, radiating warmth like winter sunshine, as if her presence alone could dispel loneliness. Don't distract me. I'm working on spell combinations, go over there. Harry waved her off impatiently. Oh. Poppy's face lit up with realization. She clasped her hands behind her back, skipped over to Harry's side, and cheekily popped her head into his view. You got dumped. Cassandra dumped you. I did not. Harry snapped instinctively. I wasn't dumped. Oh, so you abandoned her. Poppy playfully bounced over to his other side, grinning mischievously. Tell me, how does it feel to ditch a wealthy young lady? Harry scowled and lashed out with another spell, blasting the training dummy apart. Conf Ringo. It's nothing like what you're imagining, he huffed. Hee hee, well then, while I'm still here, why don't you cry on my shoulder? Poppy bent down, propped one hand on her knee, and tapped her shoulder with the other. Here, shoulder, all yours. Cry. About what? Harry demanded. Come on, it's Christmas. Poppy straightened up, tilting her head as she clasped her hands behind her back. Everyone in your dormitory has gone home, right? When you return and find yourself all alone, then what? You'll end up hiding under the covers and crying, way more pathetic than if you just do it now. Harry lowered his wand and rolled his eyes. Even if I jumped off a tower, I would never cry. Then you could at least talk to me. You know, Cassandra isn't quite the way you imagine her. Poppy hugged her arms, her bright eyes twinkling as she looked at him. I'd rather confide in Sir Nicholas. Or have an emotional chat with the Bloody Baron. Harry flicked his wand again, sending another spell crashing into the training dummy. Poppy puffed out her cheeks and kicked at the ground aimlessly. Wow. I came here to comfort you, and you don't even appreciate it. You'd rather talk to the Bloody Baron than to me. Yes. Harry declared. No distractions, just magic. He imagined the dummy was Cassandra and continued practicing his spell combinations. Poppy, seeing that Harry was ignoring her, swayed playfully from side to side. Then, her eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh, I see. Leviosa. Accio. Depulso. Harry repeated his spell combinations over and over, trying to push aside his lingering frustration over Cassandra. He was running from it. Oh. Poppy's expression turned sly, like a little fox. She pulled out her wand, pointed it at her throat, and cast a sonorous charm to amplify her voice. Then, standing behind Harry on tiptoe, she whispered dramatically over his shoulder. Practicing magic with such intensity, our poor little Harry must be using it as an outlet for heartbreak. A shattered heart, who will it love next? The pain of rejection, when will it fade? Only by turning grief into power can he. Poppy suddenly leapt onto a chair, throwing her arms up theatrically as if reciting a Shakespearean sonnet. Unleash his sorrow through magic. Harry finally lowered his wand. Oh my. Poppy pressed a hand to her chest and stretched out the other dramatically. Could it be that little Harry is finally exhausted? Has he realized something at last? Will he now seek out Cassandra and have a heartfelt talk? She stopped abruptly when she met Harry's gaze, suddenly feeling sheepish. In her flustered state, she lost her balance and wobbled. Leviosa. Harry flicked his wand, suspending Poppy in the air just before she could fall flat on her back. Thanks, Harry, Poppy grinned sheepishly. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. And in that moment, he understood what she was doing. I should be the one thanking you, Poppy, he said warmly. Thank you. I feel much better now. Later, it was Poppy's words that helped him realize where the real issue lay. I remember. Harry reached out and gently stroked Poppy's neck. If not for you, Cassandra and I might never have become friends again. Ha ha. Poppy tilted her head up. But honestly, even if you hadn't gone to her back then, she probably would have come to find you herself, all high and mighty, and said. She cleared her throat and mimicked a haughty tone, Potter. My little sidekick, how dare you defy me? You know her well, Harry sighed. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 99, Cry. Crying counts as time too. Harry felt that the most incomprehensible thing in the world was women, and Cassandra was even harder to understand than most women. But for some reason, Poppy had a way of handling Cassandra better than anyone else. And it wasn't just Poppy, even Veratio seemed to understand Cassandra quite well. However, neither of them was willing to share their secret with him, so he had no idea how to properly communicate with Cassandra. Your suggestion is great, Poppy, Harry said. I think I should first check with the Malfoy family and see if they have any basilisk fangs. If they do, I can buy some. Or Nocturne Alley shops, Poppy added. I remember that Borgin and Burke's deals in contraband like that. I'm sure they have a way to get it. That's not a guarantee, Harry replied. Mr. Borgin isn't omnipotent. As he spoke, he noticed Poppy leaning forward slightly. What's wrong, he asked. Poppy lifted her head and cheerfully said, lowering my head to eat grass. Harry. Fine. After all, she was a unicorn now. Don't worry, Poppy, Harry said with some sadness. When Veratio returns, she will definitely find a way to turn you back into a human. Really? Poppy jumped happily twice before adding, actually, I don't mind this form too much, it's pretty nice. Look, magical creatures are all so close to me, and you know I love them. Seeing that Harry was about to say something else, Poppy quickly cut him off. More importantly, you should be figuring out how to rescue Veratio. Compared to me happily spending time with magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, she's been trapped alone in Slytherin's study for over 100 years. You're right, Poppy, Harry admitted, reaching out to ruffle Poppy's mane. Poppy neighed happily, carried Harry for 2 laps around the Forbidden Forest, and then dropped him off by the Black Lake. Hermione was lying on the ground, arms and legs sprawled out, while Ron was skipping stones across the lake. "Hey, Hermione, Ron." Harry jumped off the unicorn and greeted his 2 friends with a smile. Hermione tilted her head and scoffed. She really wanted to ride a unicorn too. But she also knew that unicorns were not horses. Despite their similar appearance, if you treated them like ordinary horses, you'd be the one to suffer. There had been someone who tried to ride a unicorn before. Unfortunately, they ended up with a gaping, transparent hole in their chest. Only those truly recognized by a unicorn could ride one. "Well then, see you tomorrow." Harry waved at Poppy. "All right, Harry," Poppy nodded. "I heard you're playing in the Quidditch finals. Can I come watch?" Of course, Poppy, Ron, and Hermione chimed in together. "We'll make space for you in the Gryffindor stands. If you want, we can even make you the Gryffindor unicorn." "Thanks for the offer, but I'm actually a Hufflepuff," Poppy said with a playful squint. "But I can visit Gryffindor as a guest." Yay. The 2 cheered together. The next afternoon, Poppy arrived at the Quidditch pitch as promised. The professors warmly welcomed the unexpected unicorn guest. A sacred, noble creature visiting Hogwarts. That was Merlin's blessing. Poppy politely declined the professor's invitations and followed Hermione and Ron to the Gryffindor stands, taking the seat that originally belonged to Harry. This match was the Quidditch Championship final of the school year, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Madam Hooch, seated on her broom, blew the whistle to start the game. In just 3 seconds, Harry caught the golden snitch, setting a new record for the fastest game in Hogwarts history. At the same time, he earned himself a new nickname, the Fastest Man. That name was coined by the Weasley twins. They probably didn't mean anything by it, but to Harry, it sounded incredibly awkward. Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood, was beaming with joy. Winning the Quidditch Cup had been his biggest dream since he enrolled. And now, thanks to the collective effort of the team, and, of course, the decisive strike by Mr. 3 Seconds, Harry felt utterly exasperated. He never expected that the most ruthless nickname givers at this school weren't the Weasley twins, Snape, or even Draco Malfoy. It was none other than his own captain, Oliver Wood. "No. I don't want to be Mr. 3 Seconds." Harry cried in despair. But it was futile. The enthusiastic Gryffindors lifted him up and tossed him into the air repeatedly. Fortunately, his protests were somewhat effective, and the nickname didn't last long before it was decisively vetoed. By none other than Professor McGonagall, who found it entirely inappropriate. At some point, Poppy had quietly left. Harry searched around but couldn't find her, so he gave up. After celebrating with the Gryffindors, Harry headed to the Great Hall. Miss Folly was already waiting for him at the entrance. When she saw Harry approaching, she quickly stepped forward. "Hello, Gemma," Harry nodded at her. "Could you call Draco for me? I need to talk to him." "Same place as always, the abandoned classroom on the 2nd floor." "Understood." Gemma curtsied slightly before turning to leave. Harry made his way to the abandoned classroom on the 2nd floor. Not long after, Draco Malfoy arrived at the door. To be honest, Draco had been in a foul mood lately. On one hand, Harry's success irritated him. He wasn't jealous, per se, he just found it annoying that Harry was always in the spotlight. If you asked him why he disliked Harry, it all traced back to that time when Harry rejected his offer of friendship. St. Potter. On the other hand, Miss Merope had vanished from his side. She disappeared on the day Professor Quirrell attempted his grand scheme. Draco could only vaguely remember bringing his notebook to the 4th floor, but after that, everything was a blur. Without Miss Merope, it wasn't just Draco who felt unsettled, half of Slytherin was practically losing their minds. Miss Merope wasn't just beautiful, she was also incredibly gentle and understanding. More importantly, she was a genius at magic, no matter how difficult the spell, she could solve it effortlessly. Her mastery of magical techniques was unmatched. Slytherins had always revered strength. It was true a century ago, and even now, despite many of them being the children of criminals, they still carried an innate pursuit of power. Power and glory. More than a few people came to Draco, accusing him of hiding Miss Merope's notebook. But Draco was equally frustrated. If they wanted to know where she was, so did he. The Malfoys were a pureblood family, but so was nearly every other Slytherin family. The Malfoy name once held great power, but that was in the past. This wasn't the 19th century when Septimus Malfoy ruled from the shadows, those days of glory were long gone. Draco had no choice but to open his dorm for a search. When they found nothing, the other Slytherins had no choice but to give up. But still, at least the power remained. Just as he was feeling irritated, Miss Folly found him and told him that Gryffindor's Potter was waiting for him in an abandoned classroom on the 2nd floor. Draco would never pass up such a perfect opportunity for revenge. Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately got up, abandoning his half-eaten meal, and hurried upstairs without a moment's hesitation. The moment he laid eyes on Harry, Draco flashed a sinister yet confident smile. Well, well, Potter. Draco stepped out from behind the door. If I were you, I wouldn't have chosen to meet me alone in a place like this. Don't worry, I'll leave you alive just long enough to admit in front of the entire school that the so-called savior. Listen to me, Malfoy. Harry cut off Draco's trash talk. I need to ask you, what's the deal with that notebook circulating among the Slytherins? You don't deserve to know. Draco's brow twitched twice before he pulled out his wand. The only thing you need to know is that you, St. Potter, are about to be defeated by me. Harry sighed. Could they not have a proper conversation for once? He didn't even bother drawing his wand. Instead, he simply snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a ring of brilliant blue flames encircled the two of them. Then, the flames surged, and from within the blazing blue fire, a lion emerged, its silent roar directed at Draco. Draco opened his mouth, at a complete loss. What spell was he supposed to use against a flaming lion? He wasn't Hermione, after all, he had never had much enthusiasm for academics. Left with no choice, Draco fired off a few spells, but they were utterly ineffective against the fire lion. The creature advanced on him, forcing Draco back step by step until he stumbled into a chair and fell into it with a thud. This is... Draco's voice was dry. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Miss Merope granted me so much power. How did you become this strong? Gaining power himself had been exhilarating, but Potter's ever-growing strength filled him with an undeniable sense of despair. Harry almost wanted to laugh. Why had he become stronger? I absorbed the Philosopher's Stone, my guy. What about you? But upon hearing the name, Merope, Harry let out a breath of relief. Tell me about your Miss Merope. He leaned against the table and asked lazily. No. I'll never tell you anything. Draco stiffened his neck. Never. Seeing that Draco refused to cooperate, Harry reached into his robes and pulled out his wand. What are you going to do? Draco asked in horror. Harry had no intention of wasting words. He met Draco's panicked gaze and cast his spell. Legilimens. A sharp pain suddenly shot through Draco's head as memories surged forward like tidal waves. Miss Merope bestowing power upon him, teaching him spells, instructing him to spread the notebook in the Slytherin common room, the Malfoy Manor, conversations with his parents, discovering Merope's notebook. Finally, the scene froze on Draco frantically searching his dormitory for Miss Merope's notebook. Feeling sentimental? Harry's voice sounded from behind him. Draco snapped back to reality. He was no longer searching for the notebook but was still under Potter's control. This is my private business. Draco gasped. Not to me. Harry smirked. Malfoy, you should be thanking me, because it looks like you've been tricked. Tricked? Draco still hadn't recovered from his shock. Harry sighed helplessly. That notebook, are you stupid? Think about it, your family, the Malfoys. Your grandfather, your father, and you, all of you have pale blonde hair. I've seen a picture of Septimus Malfoy, he had the same blonde hair. How could your family suddenly have a black-haired member? With red eyes, no less. Impossible. Draco flatly refused to believe Harry's words. Absolutely impossible. Miss Merope wouldn't lie to me. Never. Without a word, Harry reached into his robes and pulled out a different notebook, one belonging to Cassandra. Take a look. This is the real Cassandra Malfoy's notebook. Yours is a fake. How do you know Cassandra? Draco asked in alarm. Seeing Draco's reaction, Harry twirled his wand. No, don't use that spell again. Draco scrambled backward, tears welling up in his eyes. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Tell me about Cassandra. Harry sat back down, crossing one leg casually over the other. Why do you want to know about her? Draco sniffled. The searing pain from earlier had left him utterly broken. Harry didn't answer. Instead, he waved his wand and conjured a clock. He adjusted the hands, set the timer for 5 minutes, and placed it on the table with a sharp snap. You have 5 minutes, he warned. Or I'll use legilimency again. Draco couldn't hold it in anymore and started sobbing again. Even though he was born into an illustrious family, he was still just a 12-year-old child. Having been raised in a sheltered environment, adored and protected all his life, Draco had never been treated like this before. Crying. Harry let out a cold laugh. Crying still counts as part of the 5 minutes. Draco hiccuped through his sobs. I'll talk. Like a bamboo tube spilling beans, Draco poured out everything he had heard from Lucius. Wait. Harry suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Are you saying Cassandra stole your family's ancestral heirloom and then disappeared? Why yes. Draco nodded frantically. He glanced up, sneaking a look at Harry, only to find that the other boy's expression was flickering unpredictably, as if he cared deeply about Cassandra, the Malfoy ancestor. You seem very concerned about my ancestor. Draco asked cautiously, trying to please him. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 100, I Am Your Ancestor. Harry initially wanted to come up with an excuse to brush the matter off, but then he suddenly thought of the missing Cassandra. Crossing his arms, he looked down at Draco from above. Of course I care about her. In fact, she's my friend. Could it be that notebook in your hand is also? Draco pointed at the notebook in Harry's hand in shock, his mind instantly conjuring up a scene of an ancestral spirit mentoring Harry. Could it be? Potter's strength comes from the teachings of his ancestor. No. He roared internally. That's my ancestor. Why would they teach Potter? Oh, this is just an ordinary notebook, not like your Meripy. Harry flipped through the pages casually and said to Draco, but if your brain, which isn't much smarter than a troll's, hasn't been completely clouded by beauty, you should have realized by now the true, evil nature of that person. Evil. Draco instinctively wanted to refute but hesitated. Something about Harry's words felt oddly familiar, like the way Professor Snape would snarkily criticize people. You Slytherins must be perpetually sleepy. The professors have had to deduct a lot of points because of that. Harry lazily remarked. That notebook is a highly malevolent magical artifact. It can drain people's life force to strengthen itself. Trust me, while the Malfoy family may have flexible morals, they're not that low. Dark magic. Draco's face displayed utter shock. The Malfoy family vault certainly contained some dark artifacts. As the Malfoy heir, he had occasionally accompanied his father there. Every time they visited, his father would sternly warn him, never, ever touch those objects. What else would it be? Harry scoffed. Your Slytherin classmates were drained of their life force by that so-called Meripy. Didn't you feel inexplicably drowsy and weak in the beginning? He added, though I suppose she does have some boundaries, at least she returned a portion of the life force she stole from you as compensation. Miss Meripy does care about me. Draco's eyes welled with tears. Seeing how utterly bewitched Draco was, Harry felt a deep sense of exasperation. Thinking back to his life a century ago, Cassandra had been sharp-tongued, but in every other way, she had treated him well. Comparing Cassandra to the Draco standing before him now, Harry genuinely felt that this kid was unworthy of being her descendant. Damn it, how did the Malfoy family end up like this? Harry raised his wand at Draco. Aguamenti. A powerful jet of ice-cold water shot from the tip of Harry's wand, almost pinning Draco against the wall. Drenched in freezing water, Draco finally regained some clarity. Why don't you think for a moment, or better yet, go home and ask your father? Harry's voice was icy. So, you're not lying to me? Draco's intelligence finally kicked back in. I told you, Cassandra is my good friend. Harry paused, then an amusing idea struck him. He dried Draco off with his wand, poked his face, and said, Kid, by lineage, I'm your ancestor too. You're insulting the Malfoy family. Draco looked up in indignation. I'm going to tell my father. Oh, even your father should be considered my grandson's generation. Harry tapped Draco's head with his wand, watching him flinch and crouch defensively. He continued, think about it. Who did your great-great-aunt fight alongside to suppress the Goblin Rebellion? It was Harry Potter. Draco instinctively repeated, then suddenly had an epiphany. He pointed at Harry, stammering, Harry Potter. Could it be that you're really? Why else do you think I was able to defeat Miss Farley so easily? Or Professor Quirrell? At this point, Harry decided to have some fun. He recalled Ron once saying that the Malfoy family were staunch Death Eaters loyal to Voldemort. Or, let's put it this way, even the thing stuck to the back of Professor Quirrell's head, Voldemort. How dare you speak that name? Draco exclaimed in terror, but despite his fear, he was growing increasingly composed. Yes. If this were just an ordinary first year, how could they achieve all this? Forget the Dark Lord's return, even if it were Merlin himself, he wouldn't have such mastery over magic at this age, right? Could it really be? Draco lifted his head and met Harry's amused gaze. It's really you. Draco's thoughts suddenly clicked into place. Merlin's beard, Mr. Potter, it's an honor, an absolute honor. If he had been bested by another first year, even if that person was the so-called chosen one, Draco would have found it unacceptable. But if this person was actually a century-old geezer, no, an ancient monster, then Draco had absolutely no objections. In fact, he felt oddly honored. I've dueled with a legendary wizard from 100 years ago, 3 times. 3 o'clock. Can anyone else say the same? In that moment, Draco began to convince himself. Even if this Potter was bluffing, he had to be the Potter from 100 years ago. Harry didn't say anything. He simply smiled. You still bear Miss Meripy's curse, or rather, her mark, Harry said to Draco. When you return home, ask your father what exactly is on your left arm. Draco's heart jolted. He hastily rolled up his sleeve, and sure enough, as Harry had said, a black skull was branded onto his left forearm. A large serpent slithered out of the skull's mouth, resembling a grotesque tongue. The sight was eerie and menacing. What is this? Draco asked in horror. Harry didn't know either, such an ominous mark had never appeared even a century ago. He merely raised a hand and gestured for Draco to keep quiet. Shoo. I wouldn't recommend showing this mark to others. Just ask your father when you get home. Oh, all right. Draco nodded blankly. Also, that so-called gift of power from Miss Merope is nothing more than an enhancement at the cost of your vitality, Harry warned again. It's a temporary spell, once it fades in a few days, you'll be left weak for at least a month. Thank you for the warning. Draco nodded. All right, I've said all I needed to. I think it's time for you to head back, Harry said. Once you ask your father about the curse on your arm, I suspect he'll invite me over for a visit. When that happens, I have some matters to discuss with him. With that, Harry turned and left the abandoned classroom. If it weren't for Poppy's reminder yesterday, he wouldn't have bothered getting involved with the Malfoys. But acquiring a Basilisk Fang, a rare and powerful magical artifact, seemed possible only through the Malfoy family's channels. And now, having learned about Cassandra from Draco, Harry felt a pressing need to have a proper conversation with Lucius. But that would have to wait until the holidays. For now, he intended to enjoy the momentary relief of finishing exams. A week later, the exam results were finally released. Looking at Harry's report card, which was filled with nothing but O grades, Hermione silently swore to herself that she would study even harder to achieve the same next year. Ron's grades were decent as well, except for potions, in which he scored a T. The rest of his subjects were either E or O. His mother was quite satisfied with his performance. After all, no one could expect a fair grade from a potions professor who had no love for the Weasley family, not that the Weasleys had ever been particularly good at potions anyway. Aside from Bill and Percy, none of them had ever received an E or higher from Snape. Not that Snape was outright biased against Gryffindor. When it came to grading, he was fairly impartial, just extremely strict. Even Hermione understood this. After all, potions was a precise science, a tiny miscalculation could mean the difference between a healing draft and a lethal poison. Trust me, losing points in potions was a small price to pay compared to the potential consequences of a careless mistake. Before leaving Hogwarts for the break, Harry made one last visit to the map chamber to bid farewell to Veretia. Professor Rookwood, reluctant as ever, had no choice but to leave with Headmaster Fitzgerald, granting the two young people some privacy. I'm heading back, Veretia, Harry said. During the break, I plan to retrieve the materials stored in your vault first, then start searching for a Basilisk Fang. No, it's our vault, Veretia corrected him. Ah, is there really a difference? Harry scratched his head. You were the one who stored everything there, weren't you? I remember you mentioned there was even some money in it. It's not the same, Harry, Veretia crossed her arms. The vault is in both our names. No one else can access it except for us, unless, in the future, our... She suddenly stopped mid-sentence, her cheeks tinged with an unmistakable blush. Our what? Harry didn't catch her meaning. Nothing, Veretia murmured softly. It's nothing. Oh, right. Harry suddenly remembered something. In our year, there's a descendant of the Malfoy family. I got some news about Cassandra from him. Cassandra? Veretia's expression grew sharp. What news? According to the Malfoy family, she apparently stole a family heirloom during her 7th year and vanished after that. Harry spread his hands. I see, Veretia whispered. See what? Harry asked in confusion. That explains why she wrote me that letter. She must have feared I'd find you first by traveling through time, Veretia chuckled softly. Looks like she had the same idea, to use the Malfoy heirloom to cross time and seek you out a century later. That's impossible, Harry said in disbelief. She clearly stated in her letter that she would never go along with your nonsense. So why would she? Harry, Veretia's gaze softened. You've been deceived by appearances. Trust me, she has already used time magic. Perhaps, like me, she's trapped in some corner of time, waiting for you to rescue her. When it came to understanding Cassandra, Veretia was second to none. She had long since figured out Cassandra's nature. That proud girl often meant the opposite of what she said. For instance, Cassandra once told Veretia she disliked Harry because he was lazy, arrogant. Yet as she spoke, Veretia caught a fleeting gentleness in her eyes. From the moment she met Cassandra, Veretia realized that despite their constant bickering, Harry was, in fact, the biggest threat to her heart. And now, before her lay a golden opportunity. Given Harry's usual habit of taking her words to heart, she could easily declare that Cassandra had never dabbled in time magic, and Harry would believe her, thus abandoning any pursuit of Cassandra's whereabouts. But she couldn't do it. She never even considered it. Even if it meant she might lose, she refused to let Cassandra remain trapped somewhere, just as she herself had been, her body frozen in time in Slytherin's study, her soul confined to a portrait, enduring a century of solitude. Yes, she lied to Harry because she didn't want him to feel guilty. However, She had no qualms about keeping certain things from him regarding Cassandra. After all, she was already at a disadvantage, losing her edge entirely would be unacceptable. Really? Harry asked, skeptical. Harry, no matter how slim the chance, you must never give up, Veratio sighed. Cassandra was your closest friend. You may not realize it yet, but in all of Hogwarts, the person who cared for you the most wasn't me, nor Omenes, nor Sebastian, it was Cassandra. Cassandra Malfoy. Remember Flint? The one who used to bully you? Veratio asked. Just hearing the name made Harry frown. Of course I remember. If it weren't for Vice Principal Weasley, I might have suffered the same way Draco Malfoy bullied Neville back then. Vice Principal Weasley. Veratio giggled. Harry, you're so naive. Huh. Harry scratched his head. The Flints were one of the most powerful families in magical Britain at the time, Veratio explained. Professor Weasley may have been the vice principal, but you knew how things were back then. She had no authority to pressure the Flints into restraining their son. It was Cassandra. She never stepped in to help you directly, only watched from afar. But that very afternoon, she wrote a letter to her father. That same night, Septimus Malfoy convened the school governors and pressured the Flint family. Otherwise, do you really think Slytherins would have suddenly started avoiding you altogether? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 101, Grindelwald's Pride. Harry suddenly felt awkward, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. So that's how it was. Harry felt a twinge of guilt. Actually, at the time, I was thinking, if only the Board of Governors could do something about Miss Malfoy. She always called me lazy and arrogant. Back then, I thought she was really annoying. In the portrait, Veratio almost burst out laughing. She held back her amusement and said, oh yes, you wanted the Board of Governors to rein in the daughter of the most powerful member of the board. You really have quite an imaginative mind, Harry. Yeah, I was really naive back then, Harry sighed in reflection. It all made sense now. No wonder. No wonder Cassandra was so furious when he had thanked Gareth back then, and even stomped on his foot. At the time, Harry had found it baffling, but now, he finally understood. Actually, now that you put it that way, Cassandra is rather, well, quite something. Harry struggled to find the right words. You know. Back outside the elegant wizard robes shop, Cassandra mocked me for coming to buy second-hand robes again. Then he suddenly paused. And then? Veratio asked with interest. I didn't really mind. I was just curious whether she was there to sell second-hand robes herself, so I asked her, are there any here that you've worn before? Harry scratched his head and couldn't help but laugh. That's so you. You never told me about this, Veratio said, stifling a chuckle. It wasn't worth mentioning. I thought she got really mad and just turned and left, Harry said with a shrug. She had every right to be mad. That was quite an offensive remark, Veratio smirked. Harry raised an eyebrow. You guessed wrong. She wasn't actually mad. That afternoon, she even had an owl deliver 2 old Slytherin robes she had worn. What did you just say? Veratio's voice shot up. I said she sent me 2 old robes. Harry cautiously glanced at Veratio, who was now glaring at him. Veratio let out a huff and stared at Harry. And did you wear them? Yeah, I had Professor Weasley help alter them into Gryffindor robes. Harry admitted guiltily. She gives you something, and you just wear it. Veratio shot him a look. You know what things were like for me back then, Harry mumbled, suddenly feeling awkward for reasons he couldn't quite explain. He instinctively justified himself, I was alone in the wizarding world. No family, no real friends. Veratio's heart softened. I'm sorry, Harry. It's nothing, Harry waved his hand dismissively before turning back to Veratio. But this time, I really have to go to Malfoy Manor. Whether I can find a basilisk fang or not will depend on Cassandra's great-nephew. All right. Veratio smiled and nodded. I'll be waiting for your good news in the map chamber. And when I get out, you still have to come with me to find Cassandra and help me save Poppy, Harry added with a grin. Oh, and I can't seem to find any news on Omenes and Sebastian either. I might have to make a trip to Azkaban. Don't worry, they won't be in Azkaban, Veratio said. Once I leave Slytherin's study, I'll go with you. We'll do it together. She emphasized the word together. Harry didn't catch it and simply nodded. He stayed in the map chamber all night, chatting with Veratio. It wasn't until the next morning that he finally left. After Harry departed, Headmaster Fitzgerald and the others returned to their portraits. Honestly, Headmaster Fitzgerald said to Veratio, you waited in the map chamber for 100 years for nothing, and now I hear that Potter is going to find Cassandra. Was it you who told him? I just don't understand you young people, said Lockwood from the side. Love is selfish. If I were you, I wouldn't have told Potter about Cassandra being trapped in the time rift, not so soon, at least. Grindelwald's pride does not allow her to do that, Veratio lifted her chin high, exuding the elegance of a swan. Merlin's beard, you're such a soft-hearted fool, Lockwood sighed. If it were me, I would have waited until I secured a relationship with that little Potter before telling him, or maybe I wouldn't tell him at all. No wonder all your descendants are dark wizards. Professor Poccum rolled his eyes and delivered a cutting remark. Lockwood let out a roar and lunged into Poccum's portrait. Charles. Charles. Headmaster Fitzgerald hurriedly pulled him back. He's only telling the truth. Exactly. That's why it hurts. Lockwood clutched his chest in anguish. Merlin, what did I do wrong? Why are all my descendants villains? Because the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Professor Poccum whistled. Lockwood turned red with rage. Lockwood was utterly defeated. But speaking of which, Professor Poccum suddenly mused that Potter boy is average in talent and has a rather questionable personality. Why do you like him so much? You even went as far as separating your soul from your body, hiding in a portrait, and freezing yourself in time just to meet him. Why do I like him? Veratio murmured. In truth, she wasn't entirely sure herself. At first, what attracted her to Harry was the ancient magic she had glimpsed in him at first sight. Ancient magic inheritors were rare. Most would go their entire lives without ever meeting another inheritor in the world. But she had been fortunate enough to encounter one at Hogwarts, someone who happened to be in the same year as her. What intrigued her even more was that, in most cases, inheritors of ancient magic were squibs or muggles before the age of 15, completely devoid of magical ability. But Harry was different. Before turning 15, he already possessed ample magic, defying all conventions. Later, she discovered traces of Grindelwald's ancient spellwork within him. Initially, she had only approached Harry to unravel these mysteries. But over time, as they spent more and more moments together, Veratio found herself drawn to his character, his resilience, sharpness, courage, integrity, and loyalty. Like a star shining in the night, his qualities illuminated the darkness. At some point, she had come to accept him. Perhaps it had happened gradually, day by day. Love has no reason, Charles, Headmaster Fitzgerald said softly. Lockwood rolled his eyes and chose to remain silent. Ah, restless youth. Harry had no idea what had transpired in the map chamber. As he yawned and climbed the stairs, the eastern sun slowly began to rise. In high-latitude regions, summer daylight always arrives earlier. Harry glanced at his watch, it wasn't even 4 o'clock yet. He walked back to his dormitory, flipped onto his bed, and his mind was still occupied with thoughts of Cassandra. In truth, Harry felt a tinge of regret. If only he had realized Cassandra's good intentions earlier. Perhaps, his school life back then would have been much more interesting. As the holiday approached, the students' minds began to drift. After all, final exam results would only make them miserable for a short while. Not everyone was like Hermione, who placed great importance on grades. Scrawling a few words on the exam papers was enough to justify the few galleons their parents spent. It should be said that wizarding families didn't place too much emphasis on their children's grades either. After all, the wizarding population was small, the ecosystem wasn't highly competitive, and thus, there was no cutthroat academic pressure. Moreover, Hogwarts had, intentionally or not, embraced a rather lenient approach to education, leading to a rather mixed level of competence among its graduates. But in times of peace, that might have been acceptable. However, during an era of war, a wizard incapable of properly casting spells would struggle to survive. For those without exceptional talent, the reality was harsh. If you slacked off in learning spells, thinking that just barely casting them was enough, then in battle, those spells would fail you just the same. Right, as long as you could produce a flash of light, that was enough to keep up with the syllabus. Who cared if the spell actually worked? Harry was well aware of the flaws in Hogwarts' education system, but he had no idea how to fix them. Professor Dumbledore might be a good man, but as a headmaster. From an educational standpoint, Headmaster Black had been far more competent. After all, students who didn't study were properly disciplined under his tenure. Harry planned to find a suitable opportunity to discuss this matter with the headmaster. Soon enough, the holidays were right around the corner. Before the break, however, there was one last event, the House Cup. Before Harry had enrolled, Slytherin had already won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, thanks to their highly protective and blatantly biased head of house, who constantly deducted points from other houses while generously awarding Slytherin. If they won this year, it would mark their 7th consecutive victory. Already unpopular due to their association with numerous Death Eaters and infamous ancestors, Slytherin was now even more disliked by the other houses. At the House Cup award ceremony, the Great Hall was decked out in Slytherin's signature silver and green decorations, serpentine through and through. From Gryffindor to Hufflepuff, from Hufflepuff to Ravenclaw, everyone wore gloomy expressions, because once again, Slytherin had claimed the House Cup. It wasn't that they were upset about their own houses losing. The real grievance was that Slytherin had won. That was what made it truly unbearable. Losing was one thing, but watching your enemy succeed. Now that was unacceptable. The Slytherins, however, weren't overly jubilant either, as some of them were still preoccupied with the disappearance of Miss Merope. Not long after, Dumbledore took his place at the head table. After delivering his speech, he announced the house standings. Hufflepuff trailed at the bottom with 352 points, Gryffindor ranked third with 398 points, Ravenclaw secured second place with 426 points, while Slytherin dominated with a commanding lead of 472 points. At last, the Slytherins erupted in cheers, their excitement spilling over as they celebrated. Unsurprisingly, Dumbledore then began his subtle intervention. He first praised Neville, Seamus, Hermione, and Ron for their outstanding performances before highlighting Harry's remarkable achievements, then promptly awarded Gryffindor a whopping 200 points. The Slytherins' joy was abruptly cut short. Their expressions twisted as though they had just been forced to swallow a pile of dead rats. Anyone standing outside the Great Hall at that moment might have thought something truly earth-shattering had happened inside. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, wave after wave of jubilant shouts, but the most shocking thing was, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were cheering even louder than Gryffindor. They might not have won, but seeing Slytherin lose, now that was worth celebrating. A flood of students rushed forward, eager to shake hands with Harry and his friends. Neville, in particular, was so stunned that he turned pale as he was engulfed by a crowd of people hugging him. This means, Dumbledore had to practically shout over the deafening cheers, "We'll need to make a few small changes to the decorations here." With a clap of his hands, the emerald green drapes instantly turned scarlet, silver transformed into gold, and the enormous Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Snape was shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, his expression forcibly stretched into an awkward smile. Harry glanced up at Snape. Sensing the gaze, Snape turned his eyes toward Harry as well. Then, with a look of utter disgust, as if he had just swallowed a fly, Snape immediately turned away. Harry felt the urge to laugh but held it in. The holiday arrived as expected, and Harry had already made plans for his break. He had a long list of things to do, visiting Gringotts, calling on the Malfoys, stopping by the Weasleys, searching for signs of the Basilisk's fangs in Knockturn Alley. In short, he had plenty on his agenda. He intended to tackle them one by one, starting with returning to the Dursleys. Though he wasn't particularly fond of his aunt and uncle, at the very least, their house provided a place to rest. The hard-working house elves of Hogwarts had already packed their trunks for them, neatly loading them onto the train before they left. Just before boarding the Hogwarts Express, Harry went to find Poppy. After searching for a while, he finally spotted her by the Black Lake. Her nose was submerged in the water, bubbles rising to the surface in a steady stream. "Poppy?" Harry asked curiously. "What are you doing?" Poppy lifted her head and replied, "I'm glub-glubbing." With that, she stuck her nose back in the water. Glub-glub, glub-glub. Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "I'm heading home, do you want to come with me?" Poppy lifted her head again, scrutinizing him as if reassessing the potential of a rather hopeless young boy. "You want to take a unicorn back to the Muggle world?" You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 102, A Harmless Little Hex. Bringing magical creatures into the Muggle world was indeed a highly illegal act. Especially when it came to unicorns, legendary creatures even among magical beasts. Doing so would practically guarantee an all-expenses-paid trip to Azkaban, complete with personalized mentoring from Dementors. What? You're asking about the gold-tier mentors? Well, that would be none other than Lord Voldemort himself, who had generously offered one-on-one tutoring to Mr. Potter last term. Now, smuggling in something small like a niffler might be manageable. After all, a niffler looked like an oversized rat, easy enough to carry around, though it did have a few minor quirks, such as an insatiable urge to loot gold bars from the docks. But a unicorn? That was a bit too conspicuous. "Of course, you were just attacked by Voldemort recently," Harry said with concern. "Remember what Professor Howland said? It's not the thief you should fear, but the thief who won't stop thinking about you. You're already on Voldemort's radar. I'm really worried he might sneak into the Forbidden Forest again to attack you. He did escape from the dungeons, after all." Poppy thought about it. Harry had a point. If Voldemort targeted her again, and this time without Harry's help, she might not be able to escape. That Voldemort really was something else. Oh, but it wasn't her fault. Who would have thought that despicable, shameless Voldemort would ambush her like that? She was over 100 years old. She thought indignantly. With that in mind, Poppy decided she should probably go with Harry. "But I can't just run around outside with you, can I?" Poppy asked worriedly. "If the Ministry of Magic catches you, you'll be sent straight to the Wisengamot for smuggling unicorns. That's a serious crime. I've got a trunk with an undetectable extension charm." Harry patted his suitcase. "I trust you not to eat all my books." "Ah. You." Poppy huffed, grabbing Harry's robe with her teeth and shaking it dramatically. Harry, what do you take me for?" "But." Poppy trailed off, then shook her head. To Harry's amazement, the horn on her forehead disappeared. "I can hide it." "Cool." Harry ran a hand over Poppy's head, astonished. "Wow, it's really gone. How did you do that?" "Not telling you." Poppy whispered. "All right." Harry opened the suitcase. Why don't you hop in first? No one's watching, right? Poppy drawled, glancing over Harry's shoulder. Once she confirmed the coast was clear, she leapt into the suitcase. Get me a lamp. Poppy called from inside. Harry flicked his wand, conjuring a bright lamp and placing it in the trunk. Let's go, Harry said, snapping the suitcase shut before sneaking back to Hogwarts Castle. Meanwhile, Neville had been searching for his toad ever since Harry left. Thankfully, all of Gryffindor pitched in to help, launching a full-scale search of the castle. They eventually found it huddled in the corner of the girls' bathroom. A notice was sent to every student, reminding them that using magic during the holidays was strictly prohibited. I always hoped they'd forget to send these out, Fred and George said in unison, looking genuinely disappointed. To everyone's surprise, Hermione actually agreed with them. I think so too. Going without magic for too long at home could lead to skill deterioration. Hermione stuffed the notice under her plate. I should bring this up with the headmaster. It's ministry law, Hermione, George reminded her. Then I'll raise it with the Minister of Magic. I doubt those old fossils at the ministry will listen to you, Miss Know-It-All, Fred teased, grinning. Honestly, I bet you have a better chance of becoming Minister of Magic than convincing the current one to change the rules. Hermione rolled her eyes. The twins always joked around. Me. Minister of Magic. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just a muggle-born witch. The pureblood supremacists in the ministry would never allow someone like me to take that position. After breakfast in the Great Hall, Hogwarts students departed for home. Hagrid was in charge of ferrying students across the lake. As Harry passed by, Hagrid handed him a pouch full of berries he had picked from the Forbidden Forest. Thanks, Hagrid, Harry said cheerfully. Share 'em with your friends, Hagrid chuckled. And if you want some rock cakes or a weasel sandwich. No thanks, Hagrid. We brought lunch. Ron quickly interrupted. He had suffered through enough rock cakes in his lifetime. And the thought of a weasel sandwich. Pure nightmare fuel. Who knew why Hagrid was so fond of making inedible food? Write to me, Harry. Hagrid called after them. And you lot too. We will. Ron waved back with a grin. Once aboard the Hogwarts Express, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found an empty compartment. Neville and Seamus had been picked up by their families in advance, so they weren't on the train. They called it the Hogwarts Express, but honestly, the speed was. The last time it got an upgrade was when Septimus Malfoy generously funded improvements to its engine system. Time flies, Ron mused. It feels surreal, but also kinda nice, blimey. You do realize, Hermione reminded him, that Professor Snape and Professor Binns assigned us summer homework. 11 inches of essays each. I have no idea how I'm going to write them all. 11 inches. Ron scoffed. Easy. Just write bigger, space your lines out, and use wider margins. Minimum effort, maximum length. Oh, thank you, Ronald, Hermione said sarcastically. Do you really think Professor Snape is that stupid? Snape, maybe not. But Binns? Definitely. Ron smirked. I bet Binns won't even grade the essays, since he can't physically touch them. That joke was so dark that even Hermione, despite her disapproval, couldn't help but laugh. I think. Before Ron could finish, there was a knock at the compartment door. Come in, Hermione said. The door slid open, revealing a Hufflepuff boy standing outside. Oh, Cedric. Harry greeted him. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Cedric smiled brightly, exuding his usual warmth. He wasn't the least bit reserved as he looked at the trio and asked, Mind if I sit here? Of course, go ahead, they all said in unison. Cedric took a seat beside Harry, then turned to him and said, Actually, Harry, I wanted to talk to you about something. What is it? Harry opened a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, picked out a brown one for himself, and handed the bag to Cedric so he could take one too. Cedric pulled out a bright red bean, examined it in his palm, and said, I heard that you started a dueling club in Gryffindor. Is that true? Yeah. Harry popped his bean into his mouth and bit down lightly. Chocolate flavor. Delicious. Oh, I see. Cedric followed suit and ate his jelly bean, only to immediately contort his face in pain, his handsome features scrunching up as his cheeks flushed red. Ron stifled a chuckle, clearly amused by Cedric's misfortune. Hermione nudged him lightly with her elbow, signaling him not to be so obvious about his schadenfreude. Chili-flavored, Cedric wheezed. Harry reached for an unopened bottle of Coke from the table and handed it to Cedric. Cedric accepted it, popped it open with a crisp hiss, and took 2 quick gulps. Only then did he finally rid himself of the fiery sensation. All right, I have to admit, Muggle drinks are quite magical, look at these bubbles. Cedric marveled before getting back to the topic. Anyway, I wanted to ask you, would it be possible for Hufflepuff students to join your dueling club? No problem. Harry had no objections to welcoming some Hufflepuffs. But just one thing, don't let the professors find out. The club involves practicing some harmless little jinxes. At the mention of harmless little jinxes, Hermione's eyes widened in alarm. Merlin's beard. Are you seriously planning to teach those kinds of spells in the dueling club? Poor Cedric, still oblivious to the implications, simply smiled in delight. Thank you, Harry, really. I can't believe you're actually agreeing to this. You know, before I came here, a lot of people doubted I could convince you. They thought you wouldn't accept students from other houses. Harry smiled. We're all Hogwarts students, said. I can call you that, right? Of course, Harry. Cedric looked even more pleased. If it's for dueling, practicing a few harmless jinxes really shouldn't be a big deal. After all, how can we defend against something if we don't understand it? Besides, we need useful spells to stand up against the dark wizards out there. Exactly, Harry said with a smile. Just as you said, the purpose of our dueling club is to help students understand the dangers of the world. All right then, Harry. Thanks again. Cedric stood up. I should get going. They're waiting for me to bring back an answer. All right. See you later, said. Harry nodded. Ron and Hermione also bid farewell to the sunny and cheerful Hufflepuff as he turned and left the compartment. As soon as Cedric shut the door behind him, Hermione could no longer contain herself. Merlin's beard. Harry, are you seriously planning to teach them those jinxes? What's got you so worked up, Hermione? Harry looked at her, puzzled. Am I worked up? Hermione huffed, planting her hands on her hips. Harry, I really need to correct you on this. Don't let certain families influence your way of thinking. Certain families? Harry immediately guessed she must be talking about the Gaunt family. You've got it all wrong, Hermione. They really are just harmless little jinxes, Harry said with a grin. You don't always have to let your mind run wild. Oh. Oh. Hermione froze for a moment, then realization dawned on her. So, they're truly just harmless little jinxes. I thought you meant. Hermione hesitated, waving her hands in the air as if trying to grasp the right words, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say them aloud. Something else. The Imperious Curse. Harry raised an eyebrow. Hermione shot him an exasperated look. Did you really have to say that out loud, Potter? It's actually part of our curriculum, Harry told her. The Imperious Curse is something you'll be learning in the next stage of training. Hermione froze, and her licorice wand slipped from her fingers, hitting the floor with a soft thud. Wait, what did you just say? She asked in disbelief. The Imperious Curse. That's our next learning objective, Ron repeated nonchalantly. Unless I misheard. Hey, learning is learning, what does it matter what we're studying? Ron had already accepted it. Following Harry's lead was a safe bet. After all, not even the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor or the Dark Lord himself could best him, right? Won't the Ministry of Magic arrest us for learning that? Hermione asked, her voice tinged with despair. Merlin's beard, if someone finds out, we could be expelled. Not if we don't get caught. Harry crossed his legs and said, this spell is a bit special, Hermione. You should know, repeated exposure to it can build resistance. I'm not teaching you to master the spell itself, but to strengthen your willpower so you can resist it. See? That's the art of persuasion. Hearing Harry's explanation, Hermione found the idea much easier to accept. All right, if that's the case, I suppose it's worth practicing, Hermione said at last. After all, dark wizards won't be playing fair. Right, Ron. Right, Ron agreed without hesitation. As the train neared the station, Harry and the others changed into their regular clothes. Finally, the Hogwarts Express came to a gradual halt at platform 9 3/4. The disembarkation process was slow, and they spent quite some time in the long queue before finally stepping off the platform. A wizened old guard stood at the ticketing gate, allowing only 2 or 3 people through at a time to prevent a large crowd from suddenly emerging from the solid brick wall, which might alarm the muggles. You have to visit my house this summer, Harry, Ron invited. You have no idea, Mum keeps going on about you. All right, no problem. Harry patted Ron's arm. He had already planned to visit. Once I've taken care of a few things, I'll stop by the burrow. As they exited the station, Harry spotted Mrs. Weasley waiting with Ginny, there to pick up Ron, the twins, and Percy. He sincerely thanked her for his Christmas gift and once again confirmed his summer visit. Stepping out onto the streets, he took a deep breath. Next stop, the Leaky Cauldron. No, first, Knockturn Alley for supplies. After all, if he was going to practice harmless little jinxes, he couldn't do so without a backup wand, now could he? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 103, Stocking Up in Knockturn Alley. While at school, Harry did indeed write to Uncle Vernon, but he hadn't asked him to come and pick him up, he had merely sent a polite note saying, I'm coming back. Of course, he had chosen his words very carefully, making sure to avoid offending his rather sensitive uncle. What he hadn't expected was that Uncle Vernon would actually send a reply via Hedwig, and even more surprisingly, he had asked when Harry would be returning. That left Harry quite puzzled. At the station entrance, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of Muggle currency. He hailed a taxi and plopped himself into the seat. His trunk was already packed away in a small pouch enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, and Hedwig was keeping Poppy company, so he traveled light, with no heavy luggage to drag around. Magic was truly marvelous. Nice weather today, isn't it? The taxi driver, a middle-aged man, struck up a conversation as soon as Harry got in. Harry glanced out the window. The sky was overcast and ambiguous, as if undecided on whether it would rain or not. Indeed, it is, he replied. The journey was filled with sporadic small talk, but traffic was terrible, and they hit one jam after another. By the time Harry arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, nearly an hour had passed. He stepped inside, and as soon as old Tom saw him, he hurried forward. "Potter, Mr. Potter. What an honor," he gushed. "Hello, Tom," Harry greeted him. "I need a room." Tom led him upstairs and arranged a room for him. Once Tom left, Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the aging potion he had prepared in advance. Moments later, a 17-year-old Harry stood in the room. He changed into a fresh set of clothes and tucked the remaining aging potion into his pocket for later use. After some thought, he also pulled out a pair of black gloves and put them on before stepping out of the room. The Leaky Cauldron was always lively, and the sudden appearance of a 17-year-old Harry didn't attract any attention. He walked up to the brick wall, tapped it in the correct sequence, and watched as the entrance to Diagon Alley unfolded before him. His first stop wasn't Nocturne Alley. Instead, he decided to grab a bite at a restaurant in Diagon Alley. He hadn't eaten much during the ride, and the light breakfast he had in the morning had long since been digested. After a satisfying meal, Harry stretched lazily before getting up and leaving the restaurant. He had to admit, wizarding French cuisine was surprisingly authentic and delicious. This time, when he entered Nocturne Alley, no one tried to give him trouble. Dark wizards weren't fools. Ever since Dewema had suffered a humiliating defeat, they had become more cautious, especially wary of men wearing glasses. Harry had concealed his scar with a spell, but he was still curious. Why hasn't anyone tried to pick a fight with me? If this keeps up, how am I supposed to get wands? After a quick calculation, one for Ron, one for Hermione, one for Neville, Seamus, Cedric, not to mention any new students who might join their group, Harry figured it was best to prepare ahead and stock up on extra wands. But with no dark wizard stepping forward, things weren't unfolding as expected. After some thought, he decided to check out Borgin and Burke's first. Pushing open the door, he found the shop as empty as usual, with no one standing behind the counter. Harry walked up and rang the bell. A moment later, Mr. Borgin appeared behind the counter. "Oh! My most esteemed Mr. Sebastian." Borgin oozed with exaggerated delight, extending both hands. "What an honor. What an absolute honor to see you again." His obsequious attitude wasn't without reason. The last time Sebastian, mind your own bloody business, had visited, his companion, Dewema, had been turned into a flobberworm and squashed underfoot, guts splattering everywhere. Having run a shady business for years, Borgin had developed an exceptional knack for reading people, and the moment he laid eyes on Sebastian, he knew this was someone not to be trifled with. Naturally, he also understood why Sebastian had such a bad temper. Powerful people had every right to be irritable. Harry gave him a perfunctory handshake before withdrawing his hand. "Mr. Borgin, I need some rare goods. Last time, I saw that you were a man of resources, so I hope you won't disappoint me." "But of course." Borgin thumped his bony chest with pride. "Here in Nocturne Alley, there is nothing a customer desires that my shop cannot provide." "Good." Harry casually wiped his holly wand with his gloved hand. Borgin's eyes locked onto the wand, his gaze momentarily transfixed. But after 2 seconds, he retracted his stare. "What can I procure for you today?" Borgin asked. "Phoenix tears, do you have any?" Harry inquired. "Yes." Borgin nodded enthusiastically. "And cheaper than the market price. Just 2 galleons and 7 sickles." As he spoke, he took out a small vial and held it up for display. "I'll take some," Harry said. "Give me 2 ounces of Phoenix tears." Borgin made some calculations and then said, "That will be 9 galleons and 11 sickles. Counting money is such a tedious task, isn't it?" Harry remarked as he handed over the coins. Indeed, Borgin agreed fervently. After verifying the payment, he smiled and asked, "Anything else, Mr. Sebastian?" "I need a dragon's heart." Borgin hesitated. "Ah, well. What? Don't tell me you don't have one." Harry raised an eyebrow. No, Borgin quickly assured him, grinning. "It's just that dragon hearts are in high demand, and as for the price, if it's reasonable, I'll buy it," Harry said indifferently. Excellent. Borgin nodded quickly. "I happen to have a Hebridean black dragon heart. It's a bit pricey, 36 galleons, 10 sickles, and 7 nuts." "Why such an odd number?" Harry frowned. "How about this, if you sell it for 30 galleons, I'll take it." He had no intention of being ripped off. The last time he bought a dragon heart, it hadn't been this expensive. That's impossible. Borgin wailed dramatically. Mr. Sebastian, my dragon hearts are fresh. Less than 2 days old, freshly extracted and preserved with the finest magic. My price is absolutely fair and honest. That price doesn't work for me. Harry remained unmoved, absent-mindedly twirling his wand while examining the engravings at its base. Mr. Sebastian, think about it, where else in Nocturne Alley can you find a dragon heart? Borgin tried to persuade him. The ministry strictly regulates their sale, you need a license and a valid reason. Who else but me can provide a dragon heart with no paperwork required? 30 galleons, Harry repeated, unfazed. 32, Mr. Sebastian, Borgin sighed. I'll sell it at cost, just to make a friend. 30, Harry countered with a raised brow. 31. Mr. Borgin sighed. Don't make me lose too much money. Business in the black market isn't exactly profitable these days. 30 galleons. Harry remained unmoved. Mr. Borgin took a deep breath. All right, fine. I'll take a loss and sell it to you. He gritted his teeth, as if this deal was costing him a fortune. But since you'll be visiting my shop often, consider this a gesture of friendship. He turned around and retrieved a small enchanted box from beneath the counter. Inside here is the heart of a Hebridean black dragon. Mr. Borgin carefully opened the box and displayed it to Harry. Harry, of course, knew exactly what it was. After confirming that the item was genuine, he shut the box and slipped the heart into his pocket. Then, he placed 30 galleons neatly on the counter. Much obliged, esteemed sir, Mr. Borgin said slickly. Internally, he was laughing. This deal had earned him a solid 6 galleon profit. Harry looked at Mr. Borgin with a knowing smirk. He was well aware that the men had made a profit from this transaction. But he wasn't one to push things too far. After all, acquiring a dragon heart was no easy feat, and letting the seller earn a little wasn't an issue. Besides, Mr. Borgin wasn't lying, there was nowhere else to buy this item. One more thing, Harry said. I need basilisk fangs. Mr. Borgin froze. Pardon. It wasn't that he hadn't heard, he simply couldn't believe what Harry had just requested. I said, I need some basilisk fangs. Harry spoke casually, picking up some sand from the table and rolling it between his fingers. This is sands of time, isn't it? Weigh out 5 ounces for me. Of course, esteemed sir. Mr. Borgin scooped out 5 ounces of the sands of time with a small shovel. Then, with an apologetic look, he added, I'm sorry, Mr. Sebastian, but I don't have any basilisk fangs. Didn't you say you could get anything? Harry asked, watching him leisurely. Mr. Borgin hurriedly waved his hands. But basilisk fangs aren't included in that. Basilisks are magical creatures banned from breeding by the Ministry of Magic. If I had a source for basilisk fangs, I'd certainly sell them. They're not illegal to trade, but I simply don't have a supplier. Then do you know where I can find a basilisk? Harry asked. That. I really don't know, Mr. Borgin shook his head. Basilisks are incredibly rare creatures. They can't be tamed and only obey Parseltongue commands. But ever since the Gaunt family died out, who among us is a natural Parselmouth? No one raises them anymore. The Gaunt family had died out. Harry felt a moment of nostalgia, but not sympathy. After all, aside from Omini's Gaunt, a rare ray of light in that twisted lineage, the rest of the family had been nothing but vile individuals. Calling them mentally deranged would be a compliment. What about Greece? Harry asked again. I remember that Greek wizards were fond of breeding basilisks. The infamous Herpo the Foul was the first to create one. Are you telling me there are none left in Greece either? The Greek Ministry of Magic strictly forbids the breeding of such monsters, Mr. Borgin sighed. Alas. Alas, Harry echoed, shaking his head. What a shame that such a fine tradition hasn't been passed down. Mr. Borgin suddenly looked up and shot Sebastian a complicated glance. Good grief, you. What kind of fine tradition is that? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the meaning of fine tradition? That said, Mr. Borgin did, in some way, agree with Harry. Basilisk fangs and shed basilisk skins were both rare commodities, every use diminished the already limited supply. Everyone knew someone was secretly breeding basilisks, such materials were simply too scarce. But everyone also knew that raising a basilisk was a one-way ticket to Azkaban. No one dared to leak any information. Well then, I'll take my leave. Harry politely inclined his head toward Mr. Borgin. May Merlin guide your path, Mr. Borgin. And you as well, Mr. Sebastian, Mr. Borgin replied with equal courtesy. With this trip to Nocturne Alley, Harry had achieved half his goals. All that remained for unlocking the Slytherin study was the angel's feather stored in Gringotts. And then, there were the wands he planned to acquire for his dual-house classmates, currently in the possession of Nocturne Alley's dark wizards. He could, of course, buy wands from Ollivanders. But that would cost money, wouldn't it? Since he could acquire them for free, why bother paying? Harry was nothing if not pragmatic. He planned to borrow some wands from the dark wizards. And since they weren't coming to him, he'd simply go to them. With that in mind, Harry pulled his hood lower and strode forward. Entering a dim alleyway, he looked around and spotted a tightly shut door. Revelio. With the detection spell, Harry saw the dark wizard lying inside the house. He politely knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A coarse voice came from within. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a face that immediately marked its owner as a miscreant. The wizard grinned menacingly. "What do you want, kid?" "Hello, I'd like to borrow your wand," Harry said, ever so politely. At those words, the wizard flared with anger. "Are you mocking me, you bespectacled brat? Do you have any idea that I'm fresh out of Azkaban? Oh, so you're unwilling." Harry raised an eyebrow and pointed a finger at the wizard's chest. "Then I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, Imperio. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 104, Goblin, My Ancestors Are Screaming. The dark wizard before him never expected that this young man would start by using soul projection on him. More importantly, he did it wandlessly. Dear Merlin, who could understand this? Were people these days just casually casting unforgivable curses without wands? He felt as if he were floating among the clouds, surrounded by soft billows, sinking into boundless bliss. Under the young man's command, he obediently handed over his wand. And even gave up a rare bottle of elixir of life and death from his private collection. However, Lord Potter was kind-hearted, he couldn't bear to rob the poor, so he spared him the 3 silver sickles and 11 bronze nuts in his pockets. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed several photographs hanging on the walls of the dark wizard's home, each marked with a red cross. "What are those?" Harry asked. "My contracts," the dark wizard admitted honestly. "I take assassination jobs from muggles now and then. How else do you think I make money?" Harry thought for a moment and decided that this dark wizard might actually be quite useful. After all, the students in the dueling shack couldn't always just practice friendly duels or spar with classmates. They needed real combat experience. And this dark wizard? Wasn't he the perfect live target, training material? "You're hired." Leaving behind those cryptic words, Harry turned and left the wizard's house. The dark wizard stood there, utterly bewildered, completely unable to grasp what just happened. After wandering through the alley for a bit, Harry used Hominum Revelio to locate his next target. As soon as the door opened, a strange, indescribable smell wafted out. It was as if something had been marinating for far too long. "What are you cooking?" Harry asked curiously. "Who are you?" the wizard inside asked warily. "Oh, I'm just here to borrow your wand," Harry answered honestly. "Here, take it. Now get lost." The wizard impatiently shoved a wand into Harry's hands before turning around and slamming the door shut. Leaving Harry standing outside, completely baffled. Wait, that was way too easy. He raised the wand, giving it a flick. It was real. Not one of those joke wands from Zonko's or licorice wands from the candy shop. A cold feeling settled in Harry's gut. If he handed over his wand that quickly, he definitely had something to hide. So, gripping the wand tightly, Harry tested the door handle before stepping back to cast Alohomora. Bombarda Maxima. With a flash of fire and an earth-shattering explosion, the door, along with the entire front wall of the house, was obliterated. Covered in dust and coughing, the wizard inside looked up in sheer disbelief. "I already gave you my damn wand. What more do you want?" "Sorry," Harry said apologetically. "I meant to cast Alohomora, but I forgot the incantation. Hope you don't mind." "Didn't you just say it?" the wizard asked in despair. Harry nodded politely. "And that's exactly why I'm apologizing." As he spoke, his gaze swept around the room. As expected, this wizard was no ordinary spellcaster. His house resembled Professor Snape's dungeon office, only far more sinister and gruesome. Green glass jars lined the walls, filled with floating organs and various body parts. Harry even spotted a severed human head suspended in a jar. "So, this wand isn't actually yours, is it?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. The wizard was still panting heavily, trying to make sense of the terrifying young man before him. He only knew that Dewema had fallen at his feet. "That has nothing to do with you, kid, I've already given you my wand. Now, let me get back to my experiments." Harry's gaze flickered past him, to the bound man behind him. The captive's eyes were wide with terror, his mouth completely sealed by magic. Judging by his clothing, he was clearly a muggle. Without hesitation, Harry pointed at the men, instantly dispelling the enchantment on his mouth. "Help!" The men gasped for air. "A muggle?" Harry asked the dark wizard. "Why did you kidnap him?" The wizard suddenly reached into his robes. But Harry was faster. With a snap of his fingers, the wizard transformed into a spider. Guided by an ancient curse, the spider shot toward Harry's feet. Splat. The spider burst under his shoe, its inside splattering everywhere, sticking to the sole of his boot. Seeing this, the muggle man's eyes went impossibly wide. "Jesus Christ, what the actual fuck?" He swallowed hard, mentally reviewing every good deed he had ever done and praying fervently to God. "You're safe now, sir," Harry said softly. Thank you, thank you." The rescued man panted, still trembling. "Dear God, he was a monster." Are you the same as him?" "That depends on how you see it," Harry replied with a gentle smile. "I think you must be a good man, sir." The man's eyes welled with tears. "My name is John Strauss." He quickly continued, that evil wizard kidnapped so many of us, people like me who can't use magic. Many of them are already dead." "Thank you, great sir, you saved me just before he could torture me. There are still 2 people alive in the basement. Please, you must go bring them up," Harry instructed, raising his wand toward the doorway. Reparo. Under John's awestruck gaze, the shattered bricks flew back into place as if pulled by invisible threads. Within moments, the house was fully restored. Harry gave him a nod. John rushed downstairs, and soon returned with a man and a woman, both trembling. "Thank you, wizard sir," the 2 sobbed. "We thought we were going to die here." "At least you're alive, aren't you?" Harry replied. "Were all of you muggles?" "Oh, I mean, were all of his victims non-magical?" "2 of them knew magic," the woman said, pointing to one of the floating heads in the jars. As soon as she finished, her face went pale, and she promptly threw up on the floor. "What was he doing to you?" Harry asked. "We don't know," the 3 answered honestly. Then John suddenly added, "Wait, last night, I think I saw someone in the basement. He had black hair, but I might have been seeing things. His body seemed transparent." "Transparent?" Harry frowned. "Like a ghost." "What did he look like?" "Very handsome. Kind of like a young Bern Anderson, but even more beautiful," John said. Harry noted down this detail and continued asking, "Anything else, I mean, any distinguishing physical features of this person?" "I don't remember, just these things," John replied. "What about you 2? Harry turned to the remaining 2 people. Both shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Harry nodded and said, "All right, that's all I wanted to ask. In a moment, I'll escort you out of Nocturne Alley. This place is a gathering spot for dark wizards. For people like you who can't use magic, it's a bit dangerous." "Understood, thank you," the 3 of them nodded rapidly in unison. They had already experienced enough in the past few days to know Harry wasn't lying. Then, "Mr. Wizard," the woman asked, "are you the police of the wizarding world?" "No, I'm not an Auror," Harry said with a smile. "I'm just an ordinary student who longs for a normal life." Hearing this, the 3 looked at him with newfound respect. No way, with such strength, he's still a student. Could it be that all students in the wizarding world are this powerful? Harry knew what they were thinking. He shrugged and curled his lips slightly. "All right, maybe I'm a little special." When he escorted them out of Nocturne Alley, Harry reluctantly accompanied them to the bank to accept his reward. It wasn't much money, and judging by their background, they seemed well off. In any case, Harry gained a sum of British pounds, which he deposited into his personal account. Given their gratitude, Harry didn't cast Obliviate on them. After all, he was just an ordinary Hogwarts student, erasing Muggle memories wasn't his responsibility. However, he thoughtfully used a spell to blur parts of their memories that they shouldn't have seen, such as the severed head in the jar and the various internal organs. "Goodbye, wizard schoolmate." The 3 waved to Harry in gratitude. Harry waved back in farewell. He didn't forget to pull out an aging potion from his pocket and take a sip to extend its effect. Standing at the bank's entrance, Harry was still pondering what John had mentioned. That young man's soul, just who was he? What connection did he have with that dark wizard? Thinking about it, Harry suddenly felt a bit regretful. Damn, I killed him too quickly. He had been too focused on eliminating a threat for the greater good. Sometimes, being too decisive in killing didn't seem like a great thing. But since it was done, Harry decided not to dwell on it. He had come to a Muggle bank, but he had yet to visit the Wizarding Bank. There were still important materials waiting for him in Voracious' personal vault. As for that small fortune, Harry had no intention of using it. When Voracia returned, she might need the money, for something like purchasing property, perhaps. With that thought, Harry made his way back to the leaky cauldron. Old Tom didn't recognize him. Seeing him head straight for the brick wall after entering the pub, he said nothing and simply continued mixing drinks at the bar. Passing through the brick wall, Harry arrived at Gringotts once again. The bank remained unchanged since his last visit. Goblins scurried about, while some wizards sat at the counters handling transactions, or followed goblins deep underground to access their vaults. Harry glanced around and spotted a familiar face, the goblin who had assisted him last time, named Ragnarok. Believing that familiar faces made business easier, Harry plopped himself down in front of the counter. "Name," Ragnarok said without looking up. "Harry Potter," Harry replied, making no effort to conceal his real name. Ragnarok let out a grunt. "Oh, Harry Potter. Didn't you withdraw money last year?" As he said this, something felt off. He looked up at Harry, a bit hesitant. I recall, last year, you were just a first-year student, weren't you? Ragnar's small eyes scanned Harry up and down, internally wondering, do human children grow this fast? Disappear for a short while, and suddenly they're unrecognizable. What the hell were you eating at Hogwarts? Magical plant fertilizer. However, he didn't dwell on it and simply resumed sorting his documents. He said casually, all right, the Potter family vault, right? Even though it's you personally, you still need to present the vault key. That's the rule of Gringotts, you understand, don't you, Mr. Potter? No, I'm not here for the Potter family vault. I need access to a different one, Harry said. A different one? Ragnar looked up. Yes, another one, Harry replied, pulling out the vault number Verisha had dictated to him. Vault 313. Vault 313, hold on a moment, Mr. Potter. Ragnar crouched down and retrieved a thick stack of documents from beneath the counter. Apologies, but I don't have much impression of this vault. It seems no one has accessed it for many years. Please wait while I check. All right, Harry said understandingly. After a short while, Ragnar hesitated and looked up. Vault 313. The one managed by Miss Verisha Elizabeth Amelie Grindelwald from the Austro-Hungarian Empire a century ago. Yes, Harry nodded. According to this, the proof of ownership seems to be a wand, Ragnar said, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Holly, phoenix feather core, 11 inches, embedded with a ruby, featuring red veins, and the bottom of the wand is engraved with the name Verisha. Oh. Harry hadn't noticed the Verisha engraving before. He took out the wand and examined the bottom. Sure enough, it was exactly as Ragnar described. He raised his head, intending to show the wand to Ragnar, but then noticed the goblin's face was contorted in sheer terror as he stared at the wand in Harry's hand. Oh, Harry suddenly remembered. This wand. He had used it to kill some goblins before. Perhaps, for goblins, this thing was a terrifying symbol. With that thought, Harry glanced at the wand again, only to realize it was now glowing with an eerie red light. Crap, he thought. I should have put it away. But it was too late. A surge of powerful magical energy erupted from the tip of the wand, spreading across the entire Gringotts Hall. The wizards in the bank, who had been withdrawing money or handling transactions, suddenly noticed that the goblins before them had expressions of utter terror. Not just the goblins behind the counters, even the security guards at the entrance were trembling as they dropped to their knees, clutching their heads, and letting out terrified screams. What is this? My ancestors are screaming. I can smell my kin's blood. The wand in Harry's hand seemed to tremble with excitement, its red veins pulsating with a ghostly light, vibrating intensely, as if it were craving battle. At this moment, Harry finally realized what had just happened. The wand had sensed its prey and was now unleashing an aura of pure fear. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 105, Harry, I need an explanation. Harry thought for a moment before deciding to tuck the wand back into his robes. After all, he was still counting on the goblin to take him to the vault. He truly hadn't expected this. After not seeing this wand for so long, had this old companion developed new abilities? Perhaps it had absorbed Ranrock's energy. Then again, it wasn't surprising, countless goblins had perished under this wand. Harry had once been kind-hearted to the point of worrying about harming ants while sweeping the floor, but after witnessing the goblins slaughter entire villages, he had abandoned such misplaced compassion. Despite Gringotts' repeated claims that Ranrock's actions had nothing to do with them, Harry still didn't believe that the goblins of Gringotts were completely innocent. As Harry stowed his wand away, the goblins finally emerged from their terrified stupor. Good heavens, what on earth is? Griphook swallowed hard. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking. Harry's voice was calm. Now that I've shown you my token, you should take me to the vault, right? Of course, Mr. Potter. This way, please. Griphook said respectfully. As he led Harry through Gringotts, he discreetly gestured to the other goblins behind him. Harry noticed the subtle movements but didn't particularly care. Before coming to Gringotts, he had already prepared a portkey in his bag. If activated, it would quickly transport him outside the leaky cauldron. Following Griphook, Harry arrived at a narrow stone corridor illuminated by the flickering glow of torches. The corridor sloped steeply downward, with a winding railway running along the ground. Griphook whistled sharply, and before long, a cart came speeding toward them along the tracks. Get in, Mr. Potter. Griphook said, climbing in first. Harry stepped into the cart and casually conjured a small protective shield, just enough to block the wind from his face while conveniently leaving Griphook exposed. As they traveled, they passed an underground lake adorned with massive stalactites and stalagmites, some reaching all the way to the ground. Finally, the cart came to a halt before a small door. It seemed to be enchanted, always stopping precisely at the intended vault. We've arrived, Mr. Potter. Griphook announced, jumping out of the cart with a respectful nod. Harry stepped down and looked up at Vault 313. To be fair, just from the appearance of the door, it was far more impressive than the entrance to the Potter family's vault. A total of 2,763,215 galleons, Griphook read from a parchment, his expression neutral. Additionally, there are some antique treasures, heirlooms from the Austro-Hungarian imperial family a century ago. Let me see. Ah, and there are also rare alchemical materials, including even angel feathers. Truly, I wonder who the vault's mistress is. Mistress? Harry thought for a moment. He vaguely recalled that Veretia had an aunt nicknamed Sisai, who had married someone named Joseph. Apparently, he had some influence in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But, over 2 million galleons. Was this the small sum Veretia had mentioned? Harry was still processing the sheer amount in his mind, though his expression remained unchanged. He simply said to Griphook, "Open the door." Griphook nodded, stepped forward, and performed a series of intricate motions on the vault door. Soon, the lock clicked open, releasing a thick green mist from within. Once the smoke had cleared, Harry took a step forward and... silence. Harry stared blankly at the completely empty vault. Wait, something's not right. Where's the money? He searched every corner of the vault, only to find a single, pitiful bronze canute lying in a corner. And at the very back of the vault, a silver-white princess tiara hung on the wall. This is what you call over 2 million galleons. Harry pointed at the empty vault, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Are you bloody kidding me? The galleons were one thing, money came and went. The antique treasures? Whatever, Harry didn't care for them. But where the hell were the angel feathers? Veretia had stored a whole heap of them here. Harry refused to believe Veretia would deceive him, especially when the inventory list had clearly detailed everything inside. Hearing Harry's words, Griphook finally turned around. He took a sharp breath, his face filled with terror. Mr. Potter, this is a major incident. I must notify the senior management of Gringotts. Harry said nothing, simply watching him coldly as he pulled out a vial of aging potion and drank it. For now, please return with me. I believe. Griphook swallowed nervously. I believe the senior management of Gringotts will provide you with a reasonable explanation. You'd better. Harry snapped before stepping back into the cart. Retracing their path, Harry soon found himself back in the Grand Hall of Gringotts. The moment he stepped inside, 2 goblins in tailored suits blocked his path. Mr. Potter, the director requests your presence. They said respectfully. Harry lowered his gaze, glanced at them, and then pointed at the ground beneath his feet. Tell him to come here. This. The 2 goblins exchanged uneasy glances. My vault was robbed. Everything inside has disappeared. Harry's voice turned icy. I demand an explanation from Gringotts. Was this due to negligence, or was it outright theft? At Harry's words, the once quiet hall of Gringotts erupted like a boiling cauldron. Everyone knew that Gringotts prided itself on its unparalleled security. In fact, that was the very foundation of its standing in the wizarding world. Yet now, someone was openly declaring, right in the bank's main hall, that their vault had been emptied. Even worse, the goblin who had accompanied him to retrieve the contents was standing there with his head lowered in silent admission. The implications for Gringotts staff and its clients were immense. The goblins whispered among themselves, their sharp eyes darting toward Harry. The witches and wizards in the hall looked equally unsettled, glancing between Harry and Griphook in growing curiosity and concern. They were desperate to know what was going on. The 2 suited goblins sighed, then turned and left the hall. Mr. Griphook, Harry said, his voice calm, I believe I need a reasonable explanation. His tone darkened. Or, if you fail to provide one that satisfies me, I'll have to let an old friend of mine handle this discussion instead. No, Mr. Potter. Griphook forced an awkward smile. Please, come with me to the VIP lounge. We promise, regarding Vault 313, we will give you a satisfactory explanation. Harry snorted and followed Griphook into the VIP lounge. Before long, 2 goblin attendants entered, trembling as they carried a tray of red tea and pastries. They diligently served Harry, but their expressions were unnervingly solemn. If one looked closely, there was even a trace of fear in their eyes. What's with those faces? Harry glanced at the 2 goblins. I recall that the standard for the service industry is to smile. Why aren't you smiling? Do you just not like to smile? The 2 goblin attendants muttered inwardly, Gringotts had no such rule. But faced with the men holding a wand stained with the blood of countless goblins, they quickly chose to comply, forcing out stiff, reluctant smiles. Before long, there was a knock on the door. With Harry's permission, the 2 sharply dressed goblins from earlier entered, one after the other. Right behind them, a boss-eyed goblin walked into the room. Mr. Potter. The boss-eyed goblin bowed respectfully to Harry. We finally meet. Harry gave him a polite nod and asked, Do I know you? Apologies, Mr. Potter. We have never met, but I grew up hearing your name. Bodrick shivered slightly as he spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Boss-Eyed Bodrick, leader of the Goblin Brotherhood. You're not from Gringotts. Harry's expression darkened. He had assumed that the one coming to see him was a Gringotts goblin, which was why he had agreed to this meeting without question. But right now, he was in the middle of a dispute with Gringotts. What business did this goblin have here? Seeing the displeasure on Harry's face, Bodrig's heart tensed. He quickly put on an apologetic smile. Forgive me, Mr. Potter. I know you have pressing matters to attend to, but I still wanted to trouble you for a moment. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. If Bodrig had come in with arrogance, Harry would have already drawn his wand. But Harry had always been someone who responded better to softness than to force. With Bodrig lowering himself like this, it wouldn't be appropriate for Harry to respond with hexes over such a minor disturbance. My time is limited. Say what you need to say. Harry tapped his fingers against the table. Well, Mr. Potter. Bodrig carefully chose his words. We have all heard of your illustrious reputation from back then. Now that you've returned to the magical world you were so loyal to, we goblins wish to clarify some misunderstandings. There certainly are misunderstandings to be cleared up, Harry said casually, wiping his nails. Back then, there were some minor disagreements between us and the goblins, and we engaged in a full and frank exchange of opinions. But that was never my intention in the first place. However, if certain goblins once again attempt to covet ancient magic and slaughter the innocent. Here, Harry's tone grew pointed. I'll be watching you. Hearing Harry's words, Bodrig felt as if a deafening explosion had gone off in his mind. Minor disagreements. A full and frank exchange of opinions. That's what you call minor disagreements. Merlin's beard. The thousands of goblins who had followed Ranrock back then had been completely wiped out. Bodrig still remembered how the elders had described it. Those students hurled green spells the moment they saw their targets, and there was even a pair of young wizards who wielded ancient magic. The number of goblins who had perished under this man's wand alone was beyond counting. Otherwise, why would that wand exude such a terrifying aura of menace toward goblins? However, hearing Mr. Potter's response, Bodrig was actually quite satisfied. As long as he wasn't planning to escalate the issue to involve all goblins, that was already a relief. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Potter. Bodrig quickly placed a hand over his chest in salute. Your kindness is a beacon to the entire wizarding world. This matter aside for now, I actually have more pressing business to discuss with you goblins. Harry's voice was soft, yet in the ears of the goblins present, it was as heavy as a mountain. More pressing business. If suppressing a goblin rebellion was just a minor disagreement, Bodrig didn't even dare to imagine how severe this more pressing business might be. Please, speak freely, Mr. Potter. Bodrig said respectfully. Our Goblin Brotherhood still holds some influence within Gringotts, and we will ensure you receive a satisfactory answer. Harry nodded, then gestured for Griphook to come forward. A century ago, a friend of mine deposited a fortune in Gringotts. But when I went to retrieve it today, it had vanished. Harry shot Griphook a look, and the goblin stepped forward, presenting a document to Bodrig. I need an explanation. Where has my treasure gone? Bodrig took the document, and as he read it, his face twisted into an expression of utter despair. Could this even be called just a fortune? Even for Gringotts, 2 million galleons was a staggering sum, not to mention the precious alchemical materials and rare antique artifacts. He didn't even want to think about what would happen if Gringotts failed to provide an acceptable answer. Rest assured, Mr. Potter. Bodrig immediately declared. I will personally urge Gringotts to give you a satisfactory answer. Harry nodded, clearly pleased with Bodrig's attitude. Just then, the Gringotts manager came running into the room, coming to a sudden, jerky halt right in front of Harry. Mr. Potter, Mr. Bodrig, he blinked his beady eyes, I have already received a report on your issue, Mr. Potter. I am now instructing our clerks to conduct a thorough investigation. We will ensure you receive a satisfactory answer. Then I'll be waiting, Harry said, nodding in a remarkably reasonable manner. Seeing that Harry had not caused an outright commotion in Gringotts, the manager let out a quiet sigh of relief. If Harry had known what these goblins were thinking, he would have sneered. After all, he had lived under Headmaster Black's tutelage for over 5 years, even a stone would have absorbed some of that influence. This was a society governed by the rule of law. No matter what, Harry would maintain his dignity. Before long, a group of Gringotts clerks filed in, holding thick stacks of documents. They took seats not far from Harry and began meticulously going through the records. Harry didn't rush them. He simply sipped his tea leisurely, waiting for the final results to emerge. And sure enough, he didn't have to wait long. Half an hour later, one of the goblins suddenly stood up, waving a bundle of papers. Here. I've found it. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 106, Veracia, The Hunt Begins. You found it. Harry raised an eyebrow and looked at the goblin waving a sheet of paper. He didn't rush to stand up but instead gave the opportunity to Bodrig. Sure enough, upon hearing the news, the most anxious person wasn't anyone else, it was Bodrig. Bodrig dashed forward, grabbed the paper, and carefully held it with both hands before presenting it to Harry. Harry was quite pleased with the way the Brotherhood of Goblins leader was behaving. He took the paper and examined it closely. His face darkened instantly. The contents roughly stated that in August of 1899, Gellert Grindelwald had come to Gringotts in Britain, using a token belonging to Velastia Grindelwald, and emptied the vault. This included all the galleons, various antique treasures, and even all the alchemy materials. Everything was taken. Wait a minute, Gellert, are you a Niffler? Harry's eyebrows twitched. He genuinely wanted to know what Veratia's reaction would be when she found out about this. If I remember correctly, wasn't the token supposed to be this wand? As he spoke, Harry reached into his robe to take out the wand. No. All the goblins present shouted in unison, Mr. Potter, no. Do not take out that wand. Harry paused and held back. The records indicate that Miss Grindelwald set up 2 tokens for the vault, the Gringotts official read from a document bearing Veratia's magical signature. One was permanent, the wand currently in Mr. Potter's possession. The other was a one-time use token, the Grindelwald family crest. However, Miss Grindelwald had set a withdrawal limit of 100,000 galleons. Due to the passage of time, we do not know why he was ultimately allowed to empty the vault entirely. With that, the official handed the document to Harry. Mr. Potter, please verify whether the magical signature belongs to Miss Velastia Grindelwald. Harry gently touched the signature and found that it was indeed left by Veratia herself. Well, that explained everything. Ha! So, after all this time, it was you, this little Niffler, who took everything your sister left behind. Harry figured he really needed to have a conversation with Veratia about this matter. And when he saw Gellert next, he was definitely going to grab him by the leg and shake him until every last galleon spilled from his pockets. Understood. Harry handed the document back to the Gringotts official and added, make me a copy of this withdrawal record. Hearing Harry's words, the goblins collectively exhaled in relief. Of course, esteemed Mr. Potter. Some of the younger goblins couldn't help but reconsider the stories they had heard about him. Goblin oral tradition had long painted Potter as a fearsome figure, but wasn't he rather amiable? He certainly wasn't the menace they had imagined. The goblins worked efficiently, and before long, Harry had a duplicate of the withdrawal record. Satisfied, he tucked it away securely, intending to show it to Veratia once he returned to the map chamber so she could see exactly what her dear little brother had done. However, Harry continued, this also represents a failure on your part. I believe Gringotts should compensate both me and my Veratia for this oversight. That is our responsibility, Mr. Potter, the Gringotts official declared, patting his chest. I hope your compensation is satisfactory. You have one night to draft a proposal. Harry rose to his feet. It's getting late. I'll be taking my leave now. Safe travels, Mr. Potter. The Gringotts official bowed slightly. After leaving Gringotts, Harry activated the portkey and reappeared at the entrance of the leaky cauldron. At the same time, the effects of the aging potion wore off completely. With a snap of his fingers, his clothes automatically adjusted to fit his proper size. Back at the leaky cauldron, old Tom was still curious. He scratched his head in confusion, unsure when Harry Potter had even left the establishment. Not dwelling on it, he greeted Harry before returning to polishing his glasses. Harry was having a fine day, but Draco Malfoy was not. At Malfoy Manor, Draco remained visibly troubled. Draco. His mother, Narcissa, asked gently, what's wrong? If something is bothering you, you must tell your father and me. Draco opened his mouth, wanting to spill everything at once. But as soon as the words reached his lips, he hesitated. After all, he had taken a dark artifact from home, one his father had strictly forbidden him from touching, brought it to school, and caused a massive uproar. Not to mention, there was now a clearly cursed mark on his arm. And the dreadful design of the mark made it impossible not to associate it with a curse. Thinking of all this, Draco hesitated again. If he confessed, he'd be met with his father's particular brand of affectionate discipline. That would be the end of him. Speak, Draco. Lucius sat in his chair, leisurely sipping his tea. It's nothing, really. Draco swallowed his words. We just lost the house cup, so I'm feeling a little down. The house cup. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a glance and simultaneously let out a breath of relief. It's just the house cup, Draco. Lucius looked up. Don't act like a child who didn't get a new broomstick. Narcissa reached out and ruffled her son's hair, though she couldn't shake the feeling that Draco was hiding something. But she didn't want to force him. If she pushed too hard, it would only hurt him in the end. She decided to wait until Draco was ready to talk. After dinner, Draco, still preoccupied, headed to the bathroom. He instructed the house elf to prepare his bath and, upon testing the water, grumbled, Lolly. The water is too hot. I'm sorry, young master. A soft, timid voice responded as a small figure appeared, adjusting the water temperature. That's better. Now get out. You're such a nuisance. Draco waved his hand impatiently. Bad Lolly. Bad Lolly. The elf whimpered and began banging her head against the tub in punishment. House elves were always like this, severely punishing themselves over the smallest mistakes. Enough, Lolly. Draco sighed, grabbing her by the arm to stop her. You're used to serving mother, so you don't know my preferences. It's fine. Now leave me alone. Young master. Lolly whimpered. Young master is so kind. Draco waved her away impatiently and sank into the bath. Lolly, eyes brimming with tears, glanced at Draco's left arm, and suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. She let out a sharp, piercing scream. TCH. Draco groaned in annoyance. He had no patience for this, his mind was consumed by the cursed mark on his arm. Then, realization struck him. Was Lolly screaming because of his arm? He hurriedly turned to Lolly and said urgently, Lolly. I order you. You are absolutely forbidden to speak a word about what you saw on my arm. Do you hear me? Lolly let out a whimper and disappeared into the bathroom. Draco let out a breath of relief. He knew the loyalty of house elves, Lolly would never betray her master. But there was one problem he had overlooked. Lolly was brought over from the Black family by his mother. Her true master was Narcissa. Sure enough, as soon as Lolly left Draco's bathroom, she went straight to the living room. Narcissa and Lucius were having tea and discussing why Draco was once again in an emo mood today. Seeing Lolly suddenly appear, Lucius frowned. But considering that Lolly belonged to Narcissa, he refrained from saying anything. After all, one must give his wife due respect, or else, well. Lolly. Narcissa's expression darkened slightly, knowing full well that her husband disliked interruptions during tea. What is it? Bad Lolly. Bad Lolly. Lolly picked up a book from the table and started banging it against her own head. Lolly's eyes should not exist. Lolly saw young master's secret. Bad Lolly. Bad Lolly. Young master's secret. Lucius, who had been mildly annoyed, immediately raised his voice by 8 decibels. You mean Draco? What happened to him? The Malfoys had only one heir. Though Lucius always presented himself as a strict father, Draco was still his only son, the one he cherished above all else. One could say he was afraid Draco might melt in his mouth or slip through his fingers. Now Draco had a secret, and not only that, it was something shameful enough to be discovered by others. How could Lucius not take this seriously? Bad Lolly. Bad Lolly. Lolly continued to pound her own head. Lolly. Narcissa said sternly, I order you to stop hurting yourself. Lolly's movements halted immediately, her large, tearful eyes looking up at Narcissa with a pitiful expression. Madam cares for Lolly. Madam won't allow Lolly to punish herself. But Lolly knows she is bad. She should not have seen young master's secret. What happened to Draco? Speak now, Narcissa urged, unable to remain calm when it came to her son. Young master forbade Lolly from speaking. If Lolly tells, young master will punish Lolly. Lolly whimpered. Narcissa let out a cold humph. Lolly. In the Malfoy family, you have only one master, me. I order you to tell me Draco's secret now. Lolly sobbed, raising her head hesitantly before quickly lowering it again. She could not disobey her master's orders, even though she adored Draco and played with him often. Lolly. Lolly was assisting young master in his bath, preparing the water. Lolly began hesitantly. But Lolly made the water too hot. Young master scolded Lolly and told Lolly to fetch new water. Lolly wanted to punish herself, but kind young master stopped Lolly and sent Lolly out. But Lolly saw a mark on young master's left arm. A very, very evil mark. At this, Lolly began to hit her head again. What kind of mark? Narcissa grabbed her small arm. Lolly. I order you to stop punishing yourself. Lolly pitifully lowered her hands and began describing. It was a black skull, with a large serpent slithering out of its mouth like a tongue. It scared Lolly so much. Lolly thinks she has seen it somewhere before. The moment Lolly described it, both Narcissa and Lucius felt their world spinning. Narcissa's legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the sofa. The dark mark. Lucius gasped in shock. If anyone knew what that mark meant, it was Lucius. It was the very symbol the Dark Lord bestowed upon his Death Eaters. Through this mark, Voldemort could summon, control, and even torture his followers. Most crucially, its very existence was undeniable proof of one's identity as a Death Eater. And now that Voldemort had fallen from power, who in their right mind would still bear the dark mark? As the saying goes, in times of glory, the false believers gather, in times of ruin, the true followers remain. With Voldemort's downfall, even many of the once devoted pure-blood families refused to acknowledge their past as Death Eaters. Only a handful remained loyal, such as Narcissa's sister, Bellatrix. Lucius. Narcissa gripped her leg, trying to stop herself from shaking. Tell me, where did Draco get the dark mark? Don't panic, dear. Lucius forced himself to remain calm, suppressing the sharp tremor in his voice. We haven't seen it with our own eyes yet. We must confirm it first. All right. Narcissa nodded firmly. The two of them ascended the staircase and arrived at the bathroom door. Draco. Narcissa knocked. Are you still in the bath? I'm still bathing, mother. Draco's voice came from inside. Come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Narcissa said. It's about the Greengrass child. Inside the bathroom, Draco had been worried he'd been found out. But when he heard his mother mention the Greengrass family, he immediately shot up from the bathtub. All right, mother. I'll be right out. He hastily dressed himself, flung open the door, and immediately met his father's piercing, stern gaze. Draco, Lucius said impassively. Come with us. Draco's heart dropped. He instantly knew what had happened. Lolly had betrayed him. Gritting his teeth, Draco seethed with resentment. Traitor. Your two-faced nature doesn't surprise me in the least. Left with no choice, he followed his parents downstairs, his heart pounding with unease. Finally, they arrived at his bedroom. Show me your arm, Lucius ordered. Draco hesitated. He didn't want to expose the dark mark on his arm. Show me your arm. Lucius's voice turned stern. Seeing his father's hardened expression, Draco swallowed nervously. There was no escaping this. He dared not openly defy his father, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. So, he slowly stretched out his arm and rolled up his sleeve. As the fabric slid upward, the grotesque skull and serpent were gradually revealed to the Malfoys. Upon seeing the all-too-familiar dark mark, Lucius's pupils contracted violently. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 107, The Explosive Lucius. It wasn't just Lucius, Narcissa also sat up unsteadily on the bed. She never could have imagined that one day, the dark mark would be branded onto her son's arm. Lucius Malfoy. Narcissa gritted her teeth and lifted her head to glare at Lucius. Hearing his wife call his full name so formally, Lucius felt his heart skip a beat. Damn it. Everyone knows that when you get called by your full name, it's never a good sign. Quickly, he diverted the topic, shifting the pressure onto Draco. Draco, tell us in detail, how did you end up with the dark mark on your arm? Draco, already stunned by his parents' reaction, felt his throat tighten before bursting into tears. Lucius. Narcissa growled. You've scared our little dragon. For a fleeting moment, Lucius wore a mask of pure agony. Seriously? At a time like this, sissy, you're still shielding him. But there was no helping it. Lucius could only soften his tone slightly. Speak, Draco. Tell us how that dark mark came to be. Draco sniffled and hesitantly asked, Dark mark? Yes, it's called the dark mark, little dragon, Narcissa said gently, her voice soft and soothing. You need to be honest with us so we can help you. Lucius remained expressionless as he stared at his son. Only when his wife tugged at his sleeve twice did he let out a reluctant grunt of acknowledgement. His gaze at Draco, however, carried a hint of disdain. Draco hiccuped before slowly recounting what had happened. Over Christmas, I found an old notebook at home. The name written inside was C.C. Malfoy. I thought it belonged to our ancestor, Cassandra Malfoy, so I started examining it closely. Then I discovered that the diary could respond to me. Whenever I wrote in it, it would answer back, as if it had a mind of its own. It told me that it was actually Cassandra Malfoy, but to avoid suspicion, it had adopted a pseudonym, Marapi. After that, I kept communicating with her. Then one day, she appeared before me, as a transparent spectral figure. She was stunning, with black hair and red eyes. And you just believed her. Lucius slammed his hand against the bed, producing a heavy thud. She said it was because of dark magic, that's why her hair had turned black. Draco muttered guiltily. She said it, so you believed her. Lucius felt there was no saving his foolish son. I. Draco stammered, unable to justify himself. Keep going, Narcissa instructed firmly. Draco nodded and continued narrating the so-called Marapi's grand exploits. She kept using me to get close to Slytherin students, absorbing their life force to sustain herself. She even shared some of that energy with me, which drastically improved my spellcasting ability. I heard from Potter that this kind of magic actually drains one's lifespan. This is dark magic, pure evil. Narcissa gasped. That means I can be sure. It has to be him. It has to be him. Who? Draco swallowed hard. Lucius raised his head, fell silent for a moment, and then spoke with difficulty, the Dark Lord. Truthfully, he didn't want to believe it himself. The master he had sworn loyalty to, had resorted to such desperate measures. To cling to life, he had resorted to deceiving children. And not just deceiving children, the most unacceptable part was that the Dark Lord had dressed as a woman. This was beyond shameless. Lucius began to question himself, what in Merlin's name had he been following all these years? The Dark. Draco's teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. The Dark Lord, he asked in disbelief. Yes. No one else would use such sinister magic, and no one else could have branded the dark mark onto your arm. Lucius sighed deeply. That sigh was not just for his son's misfortune, but also for his own past blindness. Then, could it have been Potter? Draco asked doubtfully. Potter. Lucius raised an eyebrow. Which Potter? Harry Potter, Draco clarified before elaborating. I thought this power was formidable, so I challenged him to a duel to regain my dignity. But I lost to him again. That's when he told me to roll up my sleeve. He was the one who pointed out the dark mark to me. Could it be that he's the one who put it there? Lucius looked at his son with a mixture of disgust and disappointment before shaking his head. Impossible. The dark mark is an exclusive enchantment of the Dark Lord himself. No one else can brand it onto another. I see. Draco murmured, realization dawning on him. Besides, Lucius scoffed, Potter is the so-called savior of the wizarding world. The idea that he would. No, absolutely not. Lucius would sooner believe that the British would stop eating fish and chips for 10 years than believe that Lord Voldemort and Harry Potter could ever be working together. But, Potter. Narcissa lifted her head. Since it was this Mr. Potter who pointed out the dark mark on your arm, why don't you invite him to the manor as a guest? Have you forgotten your manners, Draco? He's absolutely unbearable. Draco hesitated, then decided to tell his mother the full story of his encounters with Potter at school. He detailed everything, leaving nothing out, including how Potter bullied his classmates and insulted Hermione. Mr. Potter was right, you do need to be properly disciplined. Lucius spoke coldly, no matter what, we must not lose our dignity. And you have utterly disgraced us. Draco opened his mouth, but he had to admit that his father was right. But, a first-year student is already this powerful. Narcissa, however, was more concerned about Harry's magical abilities. Even the Dark Lord, in his first year, did not have such strength. He is the boy who lived, after all, Lucius replied. It's only natural that he would be a bit stronger than others. Draco thought about it. If a bit meant spanning the distance between Malfoy Manor and Hogwarts, then sure, that was reasonable. But, father. Draco lowered his voice. That Potter, he told me that he is the Harry Potter from 100 years ago. That's why he's so strong. Hearing Draco's words, Narcissa and Lucius exchanged glances and both shook their heads. The way they looked at Draco was as if they were looking at a fool. Silly Draco, how could that be possible? Narcissa said gently. Even the Dark Lord could not escape the grasp of time. But he. Draco still wanted to believe that Harry was indeed the legendary wizard from a century ago. Because, frankly, losing to an ordinary first-year student 3 times was one thing, but losing to a legendary wizard 3 times. That was entirely different. Losing to the latter meant he could at least boast, I lost to the Harry Potter from 100 years ago. Not embarrassing at all. If you don't believe it, go ahead and try. That is not the point, Draco. Lucius snorted, tapping the serpent head of his cane against Draco's sleeve, pulling it back to reveal his wrist. What matters is how to remove that dark mark from your arm. Narcissa fell silent for a moment before speaking. Lucius, I think we should ask Severus for help. After all, back in school, you did look after him quite a bit. Lucius glanced at Narcissa. That was not unreasonable. Very well. I shall have Dobby fetch him immediately, Lucius said solemnly. He strode into the parlor, summoned Dobby, and had him bring parchment and quill. He then penned an eloquent letter, one that masterfully wove together their shared history as Slytherins, the bonds between the Board of Governors and the faculty, and a genuine plea for assistance. After a final review, Lucius carefully sealed the letter in an envelope and handed it to Dobby, instructing the elf to deliver it via apparition. Once Dobby had departed, Lucius sternly forbade Draco from mentioning anything about Harry being the Harry Potter from a century ago in Severus Snape's presence. As he issued the warning, Lucius couldn't help but sigh, what a disgrace to the family. Getting tricked by the Dark Lord disguised as a woman was bad enough. But if word got out that his son had been completely hoodwinked by Potter, the Malfoy family's reputation would be in ruins. In a small house on Spinner's End, Professor Snape, exhausted from a long day, was just about to retire for the night when he heard a knock at the door. He narrowed his eyes, walked to the entrance, and opened it. It was Dobby. Snape recognized him immediately as the Malfoy's house elf. Professor Snape, Master has sent you this letter. Dobby held out the envelope with both hands. Snape let out a soft huff through his nose before tearing open the letter. As his eyes scanned the contents, his expression darkened. A dark mark, appearing on a student in Slytherin. Take me to Malfoy Manor. Time was of the essence. Snape did not bother with flow powder but opted instead to have Dobby apparate him directly. A fully grown house elf possessed considerable magical power, apparating with an adult wizard posed no challenge at all. In the blink of an eye, Snape arrived at Malfoy Manor. His black robes billowed as he walked, giving him the appearance of a looming bat. At the entrance, Lucius and Narcissa were already waiting as their esteemed guest arrived. Seeing Severus, Lucius stepped forward with a sincere smile. Severus, it has been too long. There was an old saying, one does not strike a smiling face. And besides, Lucius had once been a senior whom Snape owed some gratitude. So, Snape returned a slight smile. Good evening, Lucius. I have read the letter, so you say a dark mark has appeared in Slytherin House. For once, Snape did not drawl his words. This was, after all, a matter concerning his own house. He had no choice but to take it seriously. Even if most Slytherin students had the intelligence of trolls, that did not stop the old professor from feeling a sliver of concern for them. It's a long story. Let's discuss it inside, Lucius said. Once inside, Lucius summoned Draco to the parlor, shooting him a warning look as he did. The meaning was clear: if you dare spout nonsense about Potter, be prepared for a slap from your father right here and now. Draco, being the self-preserving sort, immediately understood. Obediently, he approached Snape. Roll up your sleeve, Lucius commanded. Draco complied, exposing the dark mark on his arm. Upon seeing the mark, Snape's eyes sharpened. He leaned in, scrutinizing it carefully before speaking in a slow, deliberate voice. This is indeed the Dark Lord's mark. Just what exactly happened? Draco dared not lie. Carefully omitting Harry's involvement, he relayed the rest of the story to Snape in precise detail. After listening, Snape immediately understood why so many students in Slytherin had been experiencing extreme drowsiness, why so many seemed dazed, and, most concerning, why their spell work had suddenly improved at an alarming rate. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 108, The Fairies' Compensation. I assume Mr. Malfoy has taught you this, Draco, Professor Snape said in his usual sinister tone. When it comes to dark artifacts, especially those with a mind of their own, you must stay far away. What's more, you've now caused quite a mess. I believe that anyone who has come into contact with that notebook has, to some extent, been marked with dark magic. No, Professor, Draco immediately denied. I confirmed it after returning to the dormitory. Aside from me and Sleepy Joe from second year, no one else has been marked. From the way you speak, one might think you consider being branded with a dark mark an honor, Snape said coldly. The ignorance of the fearless. But then again, those who haven't experienced it could hardly understand the terror of this mark. Severus, Narcissa suddenly spoke. Do you have any way to help Draco get rid of this mark? Snape wrinkled his nose in distaste, raising his hand delicately as though he were handling something filthy. He took Draco's wrist between his fingers, inspecting it as if the boy hadn't bathed in months. After a moment, he drawled lazily, I don't have any particularly good solutions. The best I can do is concoct some potions to temporarily suppress the mark and prevent it from forging a deeper connection with him. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a look and sighed in unison. After Snape left, Narcissa remained silent for a long time. Finally, she lifted her head and asked hesitantly, Lucius, should we ask Headmaster Dumbledore to take a look? Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Lucius murmured the name, then quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. If he finds out, even as a school governor, I may not be able to keep Draco in Hogwarts. Then who else should we turn to? Narcissa gazed at Draco, her eyes filled with sorrow. Tears slipped from her lashes. My poor little dragon. After a long pause, she suddenly thought of someone. Someone Draco had just mentioned. What if we invite that Mr. Potter to the manor as a guest? Inviting Harry Potter? Lucius was momentarily stunned. He glanced at his anxious wife, opened his mouth slightly, but said nothing. He desperately wanted to tell his wife that Draco was still young and naive. How could she believe what he said? However, Lucius, still rational, wisely chose silence. After all, on the surface, he was the head of the household, but at times, he had to, well, respect Narcissa's decisions. Yet at this moment, Narcissa had no time to consider anything else. As a mother who deeply loved her son, how could she sit idly by while the dark mark tainted their child? Right now, she was grasping at straws, not bothering with logic. Her only thought was to get Harry Potter here first and worry about everything else later. After all, that Mr. Potter had been able to detect the dark mark on Draco's arm, which meant he might have a way to deal with it. In Narcissa's eyes, even if there was only a slight possibility, she wouldn't let it slip away. Draco's eyes brightened. It seemed that Mother truly loved him. See, she believed what he said. Sissy. Lucius took a deep breath. He had wanted to dissuade his wife from this idea, but upon seeing the sorrow in her eyes, he swallowed his words. I will write an invitation letter immediately, personally. The atmosphere in Malfoy Manor was heavy, and things weren't much better at Hogwarts. The moment Snape received the news, he went straight to Dumbledore. Now, he was sitting in the headmaster's office. In truth, Lucius had confided in Snape without expecting him to inform Dumbledore, even though Snape was both the head of Slytherin House and Hogwarts Potions Master. The reason was simple: to all Death Eaters, Snape was a staunch supporter of the Dark Lord, utterly incapable of betrayal. Consequently, Lucius never imagined Snape would relay this information to Dumbledore. As for that Lily Potter. Lucius knew that Snape had once loved her to the point of madness, but he never believed that a mere woman could shake Snape's loyalty to the Dark Lord. That was why he had chosen to seek Snape's help without hesitation. Oh, Severus. Dumbledore yawned, dressed in star and moon embroidered pajamas, his matching magical nightcap still on his head. It's quite late. I imagine you must have something important to say, otherwise, you wouldn't disturb an old man's sleep. In other words, this had better be worth it. The dark mark has appeared at Hogwarts. A student has had the mark branded onto their arm. Snape's expression remained impassive as he spoke concisely. For a brief moment, Dumbledore looked visibly stunned. The dark mark. He pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't recall Professor Quirrell ever giving a student detention in private. What exactly happened? And who are these students? Snape's voice was calm. One is a second year, Joseph Rourke. As for the other, the parents have requested confidentiality. Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore caught the underlying meaning in Snape's words. Among all of Slytherin House, only one person could compel Snape to keep silent, the head of the Malfoy family, Lucius. Can you tell me what happened? Dumbledore seemed slightly relieved. So long as it wasn't Harry, the problem was manageable. Besides, the Rourke and Malfoy families were Death Eaters, they probably wouldn't be overly concerned about this matter. As for incidents within Slytherin House, Dumbledore wasn't fully informed, he was not omniscient, nor was he as all-knowing as people imagined. Snape, uncharacteristically swift and to the point, recounted everything he had learned from Malfoy Manor. Dumbledore unhurriedly opened a drawer and took out a jar. The jar was filled with cockroaches, wriggling and crawling over each other. Snape's eyelid twitched almost imperceptibly upon seeing the jar. Would you like some cockroach clusters, Severus? Dumbledore picked up a cockroach. The insect's long antennae twitched as its 6 legs flailed wildly, struggling to escape Dumbledore's fingers. Snape's expression was one of extreme distaste, as if Dumbledore were holding not a candy, but James Potter himself. If you ate less sugar, perhaps your overworked potions master wouldn't have to waste time brewing tooth-fortifying elixirs, you already have enough dunderheads to deal with. My apologies, Severus. Dumbledore sighed regretfully at the rejection, then popped the cockroach into his mouth, chewing with evident satisfaction. Life is already too bitter, we need sweets to remind us of its fleeting joys. Besides, the funds for tooth-fortifying elixirs come from the Board of Governors, don't they? Snape sneered. Perhaps we should focus on the notebook, Headmaster. Oh, speaking of the notebook. I knew its original owner. Dumbledore screwed the lid back onto the jar and placed it in the cabinet. Cassandra Malfoy, wasn't it? When I first entered Hogwarts, she would have been a 7th year, though I heard she never finished her 6th year before running off to study divination under Cassandra Trelawney, yes, Sybil's great-grandmother. Later, for some unknown reason, the then head of the Malfoy family, Septimus Malfoy, disowned her publicly. After that, there was no more news of her. Is that so? Snape sneered. The Malfoys certainly value family, don't they? That's not the important part, Severus. Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles glinted in the moonlight. From what I know, this notebook is an extremely advanced dark magic artifact. If I'm not mistaken, the woman posing as Merope should actually be a young Voldemort. Although. Dumbledore frowned slightly. Merope, that name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Snape did not interrupt Dumbledore's contemplation, he simply sat quietly. After a long moment, Dumbledore still couldn't recall where he had heard the name Merope. He set the thought aside and continued, if I'm not mistaken, Voldemort likely used some sinister dark magic to split his soul, placing a fragment into that notebook. That's probably not the most pressing issue, Headmaster. Snape's signature sarcasm returned. If I'm not mistaken, we might soon have 2 Voldemorts, too. Yes, and one was already troublesome enough. Dumbledore sighed. Once the term begins, I think you should thoroughly investigate Slytherin House to prevent further incidents. I will, Snape said, lifting his gaze. And I suggest, Headmaster, that you take your eyes off the honey jar before they glaze over from all the sugar. After Snape left the office, Phineas Black's smug voice echoed from the portrait wall. If I were you, Albus, I wouldn't worry about this so-called Voldemort. Dumbledore ignored him. After all, the Black family, with their always pure motto, hardly had anything constructive to add. Phineas merely smirked and leaned back in his portrait, secretly looking forward to Harry Potter giving Voldemort a taste of some ancient magical shock. However, just a few steps away from the office, Snape turned back. Something else, Severus? Dumbledore asked. I must remind you, Headmaster, Snape drawled. That particular parent does not know I came to your office. Rest assured, Severus. Dumbledore smiled. After all, he is a Hogwarts board member, I am more than willing to grant him that courtesy. Early the next morning, Harry got out of bed. The habit of going to bed early and rising early was an essential discipline for young wizards, ensuring good health and abundant energy. Stretching lazily, Harry slipped on his shoes and got up to wash up. Then he went outside and bought a pile of food before returning to his room. Since there was still a poppy in his trunk, Harry bought a little extra food. Tom, the innkeeper, was slightly concerned about whether it would go to waste, but Harry reassured him that his appetite had grown recently due to his growth spurt, and he could finish it all. Time to eat, Poppy, he said, opening the trunk. You seem like a smuggler of magical creatures, Poppy said mysteriously. So, did anyone discover you smuggling a unicorn? No. Harry rolled his eyes. I should remind you that I'm still an underage wizard. I don't have the ability to take down a unicorn on my own. Eh? So what? Poppy asked. So, it was the evil unicorn that kidnapped a poor first-year student, Harry said, reversing the roles with a smirk. He took out a sandwich and stuffed it into Poppy's mouth just as she was about to speak again. Eat your sandwich. Poppy, with her mouth full, could only swallow her words along with the food. What are your plans for today? She asked curiously after gulping down the bite. I need to make a trip to Gringotts later, so you'll have to stay here a bit longer, Harry said. Once I finish my business there, I can take you back to my uncle's house. Yay. Poppy cheered. She had heard that Harry's uncle's house had gardens and lawns in both the front and back. She hadn't eaten grass in ages, and it sounded like the perfect place for a good chew. After finishing breakfast, Harry had Poppy return to the trunk. He then drank another dose of the aging potion, transforming back into his 17-year-old self. However, he didn't notice the slight gap that had been left open in the trunk. Only after he left the room did the lid of the trunk slowly close completely. At Gringotts, goblins were still bustling about, attending to their work. Yesterday's minor incident had not disrupted the bank's operations. After all, goblins were quite adept at handling crises. The moment Harry stepped into Gringotts, several goblins in formal suits hurried over to him. Honorable Mr. Potter, this way, please. Harry nodded and followed them to the VIP lounge. Before long, both Bodrig and Gringotts director, Scard, entered the room. Good morning, Mr. Potter, the two greeted him with a bow. Good morning, Harry returned the gesture with a slight nod. Mr. Potter, here's the situation, Scard began, stepping forward. May I take a seat? Of course, Harry nodded. Scard exhaled lightly in relief and placed a document before Harry. After an emergency discussion by Gringotts' board of directors yesterday, we have decided to offer you a generous compensation package to make amends for the losses suffered by both you and Miss Grindelwald, and to express our sincerest apologies. He paused, glancing at Harry's face for a reaction before continuing cautiously, we must acknowledge that this loss was due to our inadequate security measures. Therefore, the board has decided to transfer a seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors to you as compensation. Harry was slightly taken aback. A seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors? Funny enough, 100 years ago, he had actually been quite envious of Cassandra. Her father had been on the Hogwarts board. However, he showed no outward reaction of satisfaction or displeasure. He simply sat there, composed, without expressing any opinion. Seeing his impassive demeanor, the goblins exchanged glances, feeling a little uneasy. Unable to discern whether Mr. Potter was satisfied or not, they promptly presented a second offer. Additionally, the board is prepared to provide compensation in the form of alchemical materials, including some rare substances such as ghostly tears. Ghostly tears? Harry wasn't sure what use that had. Right now, what he needed most were angel feathers and basilisk fangs. Originally, Verisha had stored some angel feathers in the vault, but Gellert had taken them when he withdrew alchemical materials. Those feathers were crucial for saving Verisha. Frankly, Harry didn't care much about the monetary loss, the antiques, or even the other alchemical materials. But the angel feathers, those were absolutely essential. Mr. Potter, does this proposal meet your expectations? Bodrig asked tentatively. Gringotts has a long history. I assume you also possess materials from basilisks, correct? Harry asked casually. Scard let out a small breath of relief. Indeed, we do. However, we currently only have some shed basilisk skins left. If you need. I need basilisk fangs, Harry interjected. And angel feathers. My apologies, Mr. Potter, Scard said regretfully. All basilisk fangs were sold off 50 years ago. As for angel feathers, Gringotts does not have any in its collection. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 109, Gringotts Sincerity. No such treasure. Harry maintained his smile, but the amusement in his eyes faded. He was patient and tolerant, but that didn't mean he could tolerate negligence from Gringotts. If it were merely a matter of a few galleons, he might have let it slide. But due to their inaction, he and Verisha had lost an incalculable amount of alchemical materials that were crucial for Verisha to break through the constraints of time and fully manifest in the present. At least, after spending a year at Hogwarts, Harry was no longer as impulsive as when he had dealt with Ranrock, where his first instinct upon seeing a goblin was to unleash an ancient spell. The goblins, of course, noticed the subtle shift in Harry's expression. Bodrig discreetly stepped on Scard's foot, preventing him from letting out a sharp yelp. Mr. Potter, Gringotts will mobilize all its resources to help you find these two items. Bodrig's voice was piercingly high-pitched. Please believe in Gringotts, believe in our sincerity. Once we locate these two items, Gringotts will cover the full cost of their purchase as compensation for your losses. Additionally, Gringotts still holds the Hogwarts Board of Governors seat that originally belonged to the Lestrange family, and we will transfer it to you for your discretion. Hearing this, Harry finally nodded in satisfaction. After all, if Gringotts truly didn't have Angel's Feather and Basilisk Fang, he couldn't very well force them to produce them out of thin air. Gringotts' influence spanned the globe, with branches in many countries. Having them search for these materials was far more efficient than him aimlessly scouring the world himself. I think Gringotts has demonstrated sincerity, Harry said. Even though your past mismanagement of the vaults was severe, your efforts to make amends are commendable. Thank you for your praise, Scard quickly bowed, his heart finally settling back into place. By the galleons above. For a moment there, he thought he was about to. As Mr. Potter just stated, Bodrick added, Gringotts provides impeccable service to every wizard who entrusts their wealth to us because we are partners. Harry picked up the document certifying his control over the Gringotts endorsed and Lestrange inherited Board of Governors seat, nodding in approval. A true partnership. So then, Mr. Potter. Scard hesitated, then lightly tapped his lips. No, I mean, Governor Potter. Harry considered for a moment and decided it would be best to assign the title to someone else for the time being, perhaps Poppy. Rather than serving as a governor himself, he was more interested in seeing how people would react to a unicorn holding the position. My schedule is quite packed, so I'll be delegating the governorship to an old friend for now, Harry said, tucking away the documents. I'll appoint them when the time comes. Understood, Mr. Potter, Scard patted his chest. Whoever you choose, Gringotts will fully support them. Good. Harry nodded. Then. Mr. Potter, Scard asked cautiously, if we receive any news about the Angel's Feather or Basilisk Fang, how should we contact you? Use a two-way mirror, Harry replied. It's convenient and fast. Scard quickly nodded and instructed a nearby goblin. A short while later, the goblin returned with two-way mirrors. This is for you, Mr. Potter, Scard said, handing him one mirror while giving the other to Bodrick. Bodrick will use this to contact you directly once we locate the materials. Then, Scard produced a small pouch. This pouch has been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm and can hold up to 10 cubic meters, he explained, passing it to Harry. Such items are now exceedingly rare, and this is a gift from Gringotts to honor a distinguished client like yourself. All right, thank you. Harry gave Bodrick an approving glance, then placed the mirror inside the pouch before tucking it into his inner pocket. Now that both sides had exchanged their terms candidly, Harry had no reason to linger. After leaving Gringotts, he wandered through the street for a bit, deciding to buy some treats to bring back for Poppy. Since Poppy was a Hufflepuff girl, she would probably enjoy something from Honeydukes. With that thought, Harry soon found himself spending over 20 galleons. Oh well. Time to head back, he thought. Once again, he transformed back into his 12-year-old appearance before entering the leaky cauldron. As he reached the second-floor landing, he noticed a house elf standing by the door. Hello, Harry greeted with a nod. House elves and goblins were entirely different creatures. The former were bound to a specific wizarding family, serving them with unwavering loyalty for life, while the latter were highly intelligent humanoids with long, dexterous fingers and toes, coexisting with wizards in the magical world. Goblins excelled in metalwork, particularly in crafting silverware and minting the magical currency. Their deep expertise in finance and banking allowed them to control a significant portion of the wizarding economy through Gringotts. Throughout magical history, goblin rebellions had erupted multiple times, the most recent one being the very uprising Harry had experienced firsthand. Needless to say, he had no fondness for goblins. But house elves were different. When he first arrived at Hogwarts, Professor Weasley had arranged for a house elf to assist him with daily needs during school terms and holidays. That elf's name was Deke, gentle and kind-hearted. Because of Deke, Harry had developed a certain affection for house elves. The house elf standing at the door now widened his large, round eyes upon seeing Harry. His bat-like ears twitched twice, and he clasped his hands together. Harry Potter. Are you the great Harry Potter? If you mean Harry Potter, then yes, that's me, Harry replied with a smile. But if you mean great, that's not me. Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord and brought peace to the world. He deserves the title of great, the elf declared. Harry thought of his mother. No, actually, it was my mother who defeated the Dark Lord, he said with a sigh. Harry Potter's mother was also a great witch. And a great mother, the house elf whispered, before suddenly beginning to bang his head against the wall. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Making Harry Potter think of sad things. Bad Dobby. Your name is Dobby? Harry asked, grabbing the elf's thin and slightly grimy arm. Stop punishing yourself. It's not your fault. His first impression of the elf was quite good, after all, he had called his mother great. A good elf, with good taste. Dobby paused his self-punishment and looked up at Harry. So, what brings you here? Dobby has been entrusted by his master to deliver an invitation to Mr. Harry Potter, Dobby said, sniffing as he spoke. But Dobby does not want Mr. Harry Potter to accept, because master. Before finishing his sentence, Dobby started banging his head against the wall again. Thud. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Sigh. Harry grabbed Dobby and said, whatever it is, let's talk inside. He didn't want to attract a crowd, especially since a few people were already eyeing them from the side. Once inside the room, Harry gestured for Dobby to sit down. "All right, Dobby, tell me, who is your master?" "Dobby serves the Malfoy family." Dobby's voice was barely above a whisper. "Dobby's master is Lucius Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family." "The head of the Malfoy family? Well, isn't this convenient?" Harry had originally planned to visit Malfoy Manor after leaving Gringotts. But now that Lucius had extended an invitation himself, that saved him the trouble of finding an excuse to visit. "Then why don't you want me to go?" Harry asked curiously. There was an old saying, when someone offers a gift, they likely have a request in return. Harry didn't believe that a soon-to-be second-year student like himself warranted such formal treatment from Lucius Malfoy. Well, then again, perhaps he did. The Potter family had dwindled down to just him, and technically, that made him the head of House Potter. Because the young master has been found with the Dark Lord's mark. Dobby trembled in fear. The Dark Lord. Mr. Potter and his mother went through so much to defeat he who must not be named, but now he has returned. Dobby fears that master may mean you harm. Harry acted swiftly, using a spell to freeze Dobby's arms and legs before he could start harming himself again. "There's no need to punish yourself, Dobby. But let me ask you," Harry paused briefly before continuing, "why do you hate the Dark Lord?" "Because that Dark One treats us like vermin." Dobby shuddered. Those were truly dark times. But from what I've heard, the Dark Lord returned just a few weeks ago, and yet Harry Potter foiled his plans and even defeated him face to face. Dobby said with admiration, his large round eyes gleaming with awe. "That's right," Harry said with a grin. "But I have my own reasons for visiting Malfoy Manor. I need to ask Lucius Malfoy something important, and, Dobby, this concerns the life of a friend. I must go." "A friend?" Dobby murmured. "Yes, a very good friend," Harry said softly. "Dobby, as a Malfoy house elf, have you ever heard of someone named Cassandra Malfoy?" "Oh." Dobby hesitated. "You mean Miss Cassandra Malfoy?" Dobby's mother once served her. But from what Dobby's mother said, she disappeared at a very young age. However what? Harry pressed. "However, Dobby doesn't know much more. But if Mr. Harry Potter wants to learn more, perhaps Cassandra Malfoy's father can tell you." Dobby said. "Cassandra's father?" Harry's heart skipped a beat. "Wait a moment, are you saying that Septimus Malfoy is still alive?" "No, Dobby has only seen the old master's portrait in one of the rooms," Dobby explained. "But the old master was very refined, he never spoke harshly to us lowly house elves." Harry caught the implication immediately, so, in contrast, Lucius Malfoy was not refined and had quite the foul mouth, didn't he? "Since that's the case, I have even more reason to go." Harry told Dobby, "Go back and tell Lucius Malfoy, I'll be there at exactly 5 o'clock this afternoon." Dobby hesitated. Emotionally, he wanted to stop Harry from going. The Malfoys were staunch Death Eaters and could pose a great threat to the boy who lived. But since it was his master's order, and more importantly, since Harry himself had agreed, with an important reason behind it, he had no grounds to stop him. "Dobby hopes Mr. Harry Potter stays safe," Dobby said before leaving the leaky cauldron. After Dobby left, a small head popped up from inside a trunk. Harry, your guest is gone." "Gone?" "I'll be visiting the Malfoy Manor tonight." Harry pulled out his wallet and retrieved some treats. "Here, I got these for you. You probably haven't had anything like this while living in the forest, have you?" "Wow." The little creature, Poppy, cheered, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She nudged Harry with her head and precisely snatched a candy from his hand with her mouth. Watching Poppy rapidly devour over 10 donuts, a serious thought suddenly struck Harry. "Poppy." Harry twitched slightly. "I just realized, you've been staying in that trunk for the past 2 days. How have you been, going to the bathroom?" "Regret. Utter and absolute regret. I should have installed a vanishing charm toilet inside the trunk." He didn't even want to imagine the state of the trunk's interior right now. "Oh, you mean that?" Poppy flicked her tail casually. "Unicorns have a special biological structure, we don't need to, relieve ourselves." "Really?" Harry asked skeptically. "Of course it's true," Poppy replied cheerfully. Then, narrowing her eyes at Harry, she suddenly said, "Wait a minute, Harry, I feel like you were just thinking something very inappropriate." "I wasn't," Harry denied immediately. "How could I possibly let my mind wander like that?" "Humph." Poppy let out a small snort and continued munching on her bread. "Don't worry, your concerns are completely unfounded. Does that make you feel better now?" Actually, I also brought you some fruit." Harry quickly changed the subject and pulled out a handful of berries. "These are your favorite, blueberries. Eat as many as you like." "Yay." Poppy cheered, immediately tossing Harry's previous offense out of her mind. Harry let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank Merlin she didn't press the issue any further. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. Patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 110, Malfoy Manor. In the afternoon, Harry visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions again to purchase an outfit suitable for attending the evening banquet. Poppy had originally wanted to accompany him and help pick out clothes, but considering her current feline-like appearance, she decided against it. Around 4 o'clock, Harry prepared to set off for Malfoy Manor. Just as he was about to leave, Poppy bit down on the hem of his robe with a soft whimper. "You have to come back early." "Don't worry." Harry patted Poppy's head. "Even though you're a unicorn and don't need to, still, try not to eat too much, just in case it's hard to digest." "Got it, Dad," Poppy whined, shaking her head. "You really are just like my father, just as annoying." Harry shook his head with a helpless smile. Waving goodbye, he stepped out of the door and disappeared into thin air with a crack. The moment Harry left, Poppy's body suddenly flickered with a ghostly white light. In his place now stood the beautiful young girl wearing a Hufflepuff uniform once more. "Idiot," she murmured. "How could a unicorn possibly?" "Yes, but I'm a ghost." She gazed mournfully at the grand feast laid out before her, occupying an entire bed. "Thank you, Harry. But I can't taste any of it." By the time Dobby had returned to Malfoy Manor to report to Lucius, the latter had already ordered the entire estate's house elves to begin preparations for the evening banquet. Even though Harry was just a first-year student, Lucius intended to treat the occasion with utmost seriousness. It had nothing to do with any personal favor, it was simply because Harry had pointed out the dark mark on Draco's arm. As for Draco's words about the Harry Potter from a century ago, Lucius didn't take them to heart. The Harry Potter from 100 years ago. Lucius had no doubt that his foolish son had been tricked by someone. Still, etiquette had to be observed. At precisely 4:30, he stood with his wife, Narcissa, and their son, Draco, at the manor's grand entrance, awaiting Harry's arrival. "Father, do you think Potter will take a while to get here?" Before Draco could finish speaking, a sharp cracking sound split the air. A few steps away, the air twisted and swirled, and the next moment, Harry appeared before them. Lucius' pupils contracted at the sight of Harry apparating directly to Malfoy Manor's gates. 12 years old, my ass. Everyone knew that apparition was a spell requiring students to be at least 17 years old and to undergo complex training before they could use it. Even among trained wizards, a significant portion struggled with apparition, often running the risk of splinching. And yet, here was Harry. Not to mention, he had apparated all the way from the Leaky Cauldron in London. Malfoy Manor was located in Wiltshire, over 100 kilometers away from London. Long-distance apparition required not only an exceptional level of skill but also an immense reserve of magical power. Of course, being the ever-pragmatic fence-sitter that he was, Lucius smoothly accepted the fact that Harry was a prodigy. It made sense, after all. The boy who lived ought to have something extraordinary about him. "You must be Mr. Harry Potter." Lucius stepped forward and extended his hand. Lucius Malfoy. "It's an honor." "Good evening, Mr. Malfoy." Harry shook his hand and then offered Narcissa a courteous bow. "Good evening, Mrs. Malfoy." "Good evening, Mr. Potter." Narcissa returned the gesture with equal grace. "Draco, we meet again." Harry turned to Draco with a smile. Draco looked visibly anxious, he was desperate for Harry to just confess everything already. "Potter. I mean, Harry." Draco, much like his father, smoothly adjusted his tone, shifting to a more familiar address. Before he could say more, he caught a sharp warning glance from his father and immediately shut his mouth. "Please, come in, Mr. Potter." Lucius gestured for Harry to enter. Harry lifted his gaze and took in the sight of Malfoy Manor. The estate was a stately lord's residence, surrounded by meticulously designed gardens. Several fountains dotted the landscape, and elegant white peacocks roamed freely across the grounds. It seemed the manor had not changed much over the past century. In fact, it had even gained a few decorative additions, maintaining the grandeur befitting the Malfoy name. Stepping inside, Harry found himself in a residence far more opulent than it had been 100 years ago. Lavish furnishings, marble fireplaces, gilded mirrors, and carpets covering every inch of the floor, every detail proclaimed the Malfoy family's wealth and prestige. Harry cast an approving glance at Lucius. This Malfoy gentleman was no mere fool, after all. He seemed quite adept at managing his wealth. Lucius, catching Harry's gaze, was momentarily puzzled. Something felt odd. Harry's expression wasn't one of disdain or contempt, as he had expected. Rather, it resembled approval. The kind of approval a senior might bestow upon a junior. Lucius shook his head, pushing away the strange feeling. For now, it was time to dine. The evening's meal was French cuisine, a tradition upheld by the Malfoy family. When Harry had visited as a guest a century ago, Septimus Malfoy had also entertained him with a French dinner. Since this was a private gathering rather than a grand banquet, the Malfoys' long dining table had not been extended. Under the guidance of the house elves, Harry took a seat to Lucius' right. This was in line with British dining etiquette. Typically, the primary guest of honor was seated to the right of the host, allowing for easy conversation. The guest spouse, if present, would be seated to the right of the hostess. Of course, if the hostess was the one hosting the event, the guest of honor would sit beside her instead. Harry, however, had no female companion. Not that he could have brought one even if he wanted to. Firstly, Veratio was a portrait. Secondly, Poppy was a unicorn. Lastly, if he chose Cassandra, she would technically be the matriarch of this household, the true lady of the manor. Damn these generational ties. Lucius struck a perfect balance, neither overly warm nor distant. His sense of social decorum was impeccable. Harry found himself appreciating it. To be honest, he wasn't fond of overly familiar behavior, and Lucius' measured approach was quite to his liking. Their conversation revolved around Hogwarts, Gryffindor affairs, and, subtly, the details of Harry's duel with Miss Farley. Harry's responses were impeccable, not a single detail out of place, certainly not the replies of an ordinary first-year student. His manners and conversational skills had been honed by Cassandra herself. During the summer holidays, when Harry had nowhere to go, Cassandra had frequently summoned him to Malfoy Manor under the pretense of being her assistant. And then, of course, Septimus Malfoy had taken him along to various high society events. Even a fool would have learned something after watching for so long. As dessert was served after the meal, the conversation naturally shifted to the main topic. "Mr. Potter, I must once again express my gratitude for your help with Draco," Lucius said. "As a father, the last thing I want is to see my child led astray." "You're too kind, Mr. Malfoy," Harry nodded slightly. "It was nothing, really." Lucius was silent for a moment, about to speak when Narcissa could no longer hold back. "Mr. Potter, is there any way to save my child?" Narcissa asked urgently, her expression filled with worry. "He is my only son. I cannot bear to see him marked by a certain group. This is a very advanced dark magic curse, Mrs. Malfoy," Harry sighed. I know, Narcissa took a deep breath. "But my little dragon. Mr. Potter, if you can save him, the Malfoy family is willing to pay any price." Before Harry could respond, Lucius let out a quiet sigh. "What Sissy said represents my stance as well," Lucius said. Although his wife's sudden outburst had placed him in a passive position, he chose to stand with her. Not just for Draco, but because they were in this together as husband and wife. Harry was slightly moved. Narcissa's love for Draco reminded him of his own mother. He could see it clearly, this Malfoy mother loved her child no less than his own had loved him. The rarest thing in this world was true empathy. Originally, he had considered using this as leverage to gain Lucius' support for his candidate on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. But looking at this mother before him, he found himself unwilling to take advantage of her like that. "I happened to come across a counter-curse for this in Hogwarts' restricted section," Harry said. "Since the curse was placed not too long ago, I should still be able to remove it." At his words, Narcissa's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Mr. Potter," she said. "Draco, hold out your hand." Harry pulled out his wand, not the holly one. Will it work?" Draco swallowed nervously. He did trust Harry. After all, he had convinced himself that Harry was the reincarnation of that legendary wizard from 100 years ago. But now, he couldn't help but worry, what if the mark truly couldn't be removed? What then? "Relax," Harry smiled gently and pointed his wand at the dark mark. Suddenly, sharp pain shot through Draco's arm. Not just Draco, even Lucius' arm reacted as well. Lucius' pupils contracted. If he had been 60% sure before, now he was absolutely certain the dark mark had been placed by Voldemort himself. He clenched his teeth in frustration but kept his expression composed. It hurts," Draco gritted out. "Of course it does. Who told you to get this thing in the first place?" Harry rolled his eyes. He infused his wand tip with ancient magic and tapped the snake head on the mark. The snake suddenly opened its mouth and bit onto Harry's wand. Harry gave a sharp tug, and the entire serpent was pulled from Draco's arm. Then, he repeated the process, tapping the skull next. Just like the snake, the skull was yanked off as well. Narcissa grabbed Draco's arm and examined it closely. His skin was smooth once more, without the slightest trace of the dark mark. The mark, now exposed to open air, twisted and writhed as if trying to resist. But Harry flicked his wand, sending a streak of green light toward it, dispersing its shadow entirely. Wah, what was that? Lucius swallowed hard. That. A green spell. Silent casting, without even needing to gather emotions. Merlin's pants. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, don't worry." Harry casually placed his wand in front of Lucius. "Why don't you try a flashback charm?" Lucius took a deep breath, pulled out his wand, and tapped it against Harry's wand tip. Lumos, he said in astonishment. "That's right. The dark mark is, in essence, a shadow. Once removed from the arm, it can be dispersed with light," Harry said with a cheerful grin. He had done that on purpose, just to see Lucius' reaction. Not bad. He finally got to see another expression from him. As a former Death Eater, Lucius was, of course, familiar with the killing curse. But the issue here was, Harry was just a first-year student. What kind of first year could casually cast a silent Avada Kedavra? That was what had shocked him the most. In truth, the unforgivable curses were not unforgivable simply because they could manipulate emotions. The real reason was that they required an overwhelming emotional intent. Much like how criminal law defines premeditation, if you accidentally kill someone with an explosion spell, it could be argued as an accident. But if you cast an Avada Kedavra, let's see you try to argue your way out of that. Without the intent to kill, the killing curse simply wouldn't work. Phew. Harry exhaled and said to Lucius, good thing we acted in time. If it had been 2 months later, even I wouldn't have been able to do anything. At these words, Lucius couldn't help but press a hand to his left arm. Sigh. Forget it. As long as Draco was freed from control, that was enough. He gave Harry a rare smile and said, thank you, Mr. Potter. You are a true benefactor of the Malfoy family. Indeed, Mr. Potter, Narcissa nodded in agreement. If not for your help, Draco would have. It was nothing, Harry replied politely. Draco tapped the table and grinned slyly. See, father, mother. I told you, Harry is the legendary wizard from 100 years ago. You didn't believe me. But think about it, only someone like that could remove the curse mark on my arm. Draco. Lucius scolded, then turned to Harry. Apologies, Mr. Potter. Draco, he is still a child. His thoughts can be a bit unrestrained. Harry glanced at Draco. He honestly hadn't expected the boy to believe his nonsense from before so wholeheartedly. But it didn't matter to him. After all, with the Philosopher's Stone enhancing his magic, ordinary wizards were no threat to him. However, Lucius continued, not even Dumbledore or the Dark Lord had such abilities at your age. Could it be, as Draco says, that you really are the wizard from a century ago? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 111, Cassandra's Tears. A century ago. That legendary wizard. Harry Potter. Harry glanced at Draco and saw that he was staring back with an expression of extreme anticipation. It was as if he were silently urging, come on, admit it, Potter. You're the wizard from 100 years ago. See. My parents don't trust me, go ahead and shock them. Seeing him like this, a mischievous amusement suddenly rose in Harry's heart. How could that be? Harry said with a cheerful smile. What I told Draco earlier, I was just teasing him. So that's how it is. Lucius' expression turned to one of understanding. I thought so. Time travel might be conceivable, but turning from 17 back to 11, that's simply impossible. It was understandable that Lucius found it hard to believe. The idea was far too outlandish. Draco looked utterly stunned before fixing Harry with a gaze full of grievance and accusation. Harry gave Draco a deliberately mischievous grin. To Lucius and Narcissa, this only reinforced the impression that Harry had just been playing around with their son. They didn't mind, though, after all, Harry had practically saved Draco's future. By the way, there's another private matter I came to discuss at Malfoy Manor, Harry suddenly said. Please, go ahead, Lucius responded, leaning forward slightly. As long as it is within the power of the Malfoy family, we will spare no effort. Harry took out 2 documents from his wallet and handed them to Lucius. These are letters from Gringotts and the Lestrange family concerning the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Gringotts has transferred their seat to me, Harry said in a relaxed tone. Lucius' heart jolted as he carefully examined the documents, confirming their authenticity. This young Potter, how has he managed to achieve so much at such a young age? Lucius reevaluated Harry, taking a deeper measure of him. Not only was he powerful, but his connections were vast. On top of that, he was Dumbledore's golden boy. Lucius had to admit, he was wavering. Perhaps placing an early bet on Harry wouldn't be such a bad move. Maintaining the principle of not prying into matters that weren't his business, he said, so, Mr. Potter, you wish for my assistance in securing you a seat on the Hogwarts board? No, it's for my friend, Harry said breezily. I'm just a student, being on the board doesn't mean much to me. It would be better for my friend to take the seat for now. No problem. Lucius nodded. As long as the documents are in order, with the Malfoy family's influence, we can certainly secure the seat for your friend. It's just that. Harry changed his tone slightly. My friend's identity might be a bit troublesome. A bit troublesome. Lucius chuckled inwardly. No matter how troublesome, could it be worse than being a Death Eater? Please, do not worry, Mr. Potter, he said reassuringly. May I ask who your friend is? A unicorn, Harry stated, his words stunning everyone present. A unicorn from the Forbidden Forest. You mean, a unicorn? Lucius asked again, unwilling to believe what he had just heard. Yes. Harry nodded. Is that going to be difficult? No, not difficult at all. Lucius took a deep breath and forced a smile. If they are a friend of yours, Mr. Potter, then I am more than willing to support this unicorn. Her name is Poppy, and she can talk, Harry said with a grin. Rest assured, Mr. Malfoy, she won't put you in a difficult position. Very well. Lucius nodded. However, Lucius hesitated before asking, forgive my curiosity, Mr. Potter, but isn't it said that unicorns only approach the purest-hearted young maidens? Why would she befriend you? Harry sighed. Because I was serving detention in the Forbidden Forest when I happened upon her being attacked by Voldemort. He was trying to drink her blood to sustain himself, I drove him off and saved her. That's how we became friends. The mere mention of Voldemort's name sent another wave of shock through the room. That name. No one dared to say it. Some avoided it out of ignorance, while others avoided it out of fear. But the young men before them clearly fell into neither category. As a Hogwarts board member, Lucius had his own sources of information. He was aware of the events that had taken place at the school. Considering how Harry had defeated Voldemort at the end of the school year, it wasn't mere bravado when he claimed to have driven him away in the Forbidden Forest, it was entirely believable. No wonder, Lucius sighed. He glanced at Draco, who was gazing at Harry with something close to admiration, and shook his head helplessly. Forget it. With other children, if the gap wasn't too big, perhaps there was still a chance to push them harder. But this gap was already despair-inducing. Lucius was simply too exhausted to care anymore. After the banquet, Lucius did not rush to send Harry away. Harry, too, was in no hurry to leave. Lucius had Draco take Harry on a stroll around the manor. Mr. Potter had never visited the manor before, it was only proper to show him hospitality. Draco stood up and gestured for Harry to follow him outside. As they walked through the manor's grounds, Draco suddenly frowned. Harry, why didn't you tell my parents the truth? What truth? Harry grinned. Seeing that mischievous, almost childishly teasing expression, Draco felt a surge of frustration. That you're the Harry Potter from 100 years ago? Draco demanded. Take a guess. Harry chuckled. Draco's eye twitched. He muttered under his breath, St. Potter. You know, Harry suddenly said, you remind me a lot of your great-aunt. Draco blinked in confusion. She used to call me that, too, St. Potter. Let me think. I believe it was back in my second year. Can you tell me about her? Draco, still a child at heart, was easily drawn in. In truth, he was quite interested in the stories of legendary wizards, especially those connected to his own family. There's not much to say. I first met her on the train, Harry said, his gaze growing nostalgic. Just like how you came to find me on the train back then. But to be honest, Cassandra had much better manners than you. She never judged people based on their character or family background. The worst she ever did was call me lazy and arrogant. Draco opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Do you know why I punched you back then? Harry asked, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Why? Draco asked warily. Because you reminded me of her, Harry said. You had the same last name, the same hair, but you were truly insufferable. At that moment, I thought I'd teach you a lesson on her behalf. Ah, then I really must apologize. Draco scratched his head. Yeah, you should feel sorry. Harry snorted. The so-called pride of purebloods you speak of is completely different from what it was a century ago, do you know? Your great-aunt's pureblood pride wasn't just about blood status, it came with the responsibility of caring for muggle-born wizards like me. Aren't you really powerful? Why would she still? Draco asked curiously. That was a long time ago. Harry sighed slightly. Does your family still have anything related to her? To be honest, I kind of miss her. I don't know. Draco shook his head. No wonder, after using legilimency back then, you immediately realized that Merope wasn't Cassandra. Turns out, you two were that close. Close. Harry thought for a moment. She actually always looked down on me. I don't think so, Harry. Draco suddenly said. I believe she must have really liked you. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Harry asked. I can't say for sure, just a gut feeling. Draco shrugged. Harry suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Draco seriously. The reason I'm telling you all this is that you are her descendant. I hope you can be proud yet principled, just like she was, rather than holding on to nothing but empty pride. I hope you're not beyond saving, otherwise, I've wasted all these words today. I will, Harry. Draco said earnestly. You're a legendary wizard, I'll definitely listen to you. Well then, Harry continued, you should know about Cassandra's father, right? Mr. Septimus Malfoy. He was my great-great-grandfather, Draco replied. You knew him too. This isn't my first time at Malfoy Manor. The last time I visited, the head of the Malfoy family was Septimus Malfoy, Harry said. I've heard that families like yours tend to keep portraits of their ancestors. Do you have a portrait of him? I'd like to talk to him. Draco immediately perked up. Great. If he could see great-great-grandfather, then that would prove Harry's identity beyond a doubt. See him. He had to bring Harry to see him. With that in mind, Draco quickly said, I know where it is. He's in a room on the 3rd floor. I'll take you to him. Without another word, Draco turned and strode off. Harry chuckled to himself. This impatient kid. He followed Draco up to a room on the 3rd floor, where they pushed the door open. Harry drew his wand and lit the lamps in the room. I should warn you, someone is sleeping here. A familiar voice rang out, deep and gentle. Mr. Malfoy, Harry greeted. The voice hesitated for a long moment after hearing Harry's words. This voice sounds familiar. Harry stepped forward, locking eyes with Septimus Malfoy, who was seated in a chair. Septimus was silent for a moment before his gaze sharpened instantly. Potter. Harry barely suppressed a snicker at the nasal emphasis on the T. All right, it really was the Malfoy family, every single one of them pronounced Potter exactly the same way. It wasn't surprising that Septimus hadn't recognized him immediately. After all, the last time Harry had visited Malfoy Manor was during the summer before his 4th year. But the moment Septimus saw him, he knew exactly who he was. Potter. You dare show up at Malfoy Manor? Septimus was clearly suppressing his anger, his platinum blonde hair practically floating from sheer fury. Draco lowered his head, watching the exchange with a fascinated, whoa, expression. Apologies, Mr. Malfoy, Harry said, a little surprised. I didn't expect you to remember me, let alone recognize me at first glance. Recognize you? Septimus let out a laugh, but it was more pained than amused. Potter, even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you, you insufferable brat. What in Merlin's name did you do to Cass? She was obsessed, utterly bewitched, she wanted to travel through time just to find you. I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy. For once, Harry didn't retort. He was indeed in the wrong this time. Because the man before him wasn't just any Malfoy, he was a father who had lost his daughter. Sorry. Septimus laughed bitterly. Do you think a simple apology can make up for it? I lost my daughter. My beloved daughter. And now she's probably dead, chasing after some unattainable dream. Harry opened his mouth but had no words. He could only lower his head, allowing Septimus to vent his grief and anger. He deserved this. After a while, Septimus seemed to calm down a little. At least I can find some comfort in the fact that you, a muggle-born brat, haven't completely forgotten your debts, you still had the decency to come to Malfoy Manor to see me. Septimus snorted, his eyes full of the reluctant fury of a father who had lost his precious cabbage to a wild boar. Mr. Malfoy, Harry suddenly said, I actually just found out, I belong to the Potter family. I'm not from the muggle world. The moment Harry said this, he clearly saw Septimus's entire demeanor shift. So you're saying you're a Potter? Septimus stood up excitedly, pacing back and forth, murmuring to himself. It wasn't that he was pleased that Harry was a Potter, it was simply the fact that Harry wasn't a muggle-born but a pureblood wizard that brought him some solace. A small, bitter consolation. Well, at least that's a silver lining, Potter. Septimus huffed. But that doesn't absolve you of your irresponsibility. After you perished along with Ranrock, Cass went mad. She begged me to introduce her to the seer Cassandra Trelawney so she could learn prophecy, she thought she could use it to find your whereabouts. Oh, right. Septimus gestured toward the back. Behind that picture frame, there's a letter Cass received. Back then, well, never mind. Read it yourself. If you still have a shred of decency left, I trust you'll try to find Cass. Harry froze for a second, then immediately conjured a stool, stepping up to reach behind the frame. Sure enough, he felt an envelope. He pulled it out, opened it, and sat down, unfolding a crumpled letter inside. The ink was smudged, as if it had been wet, but the words were still legible. Miss Malfoy. I regret to inform you that you are no longer my apprentice. I apologize, I misjudged your divination potential. I hope you understand that even the most gifted seers make mistakes. At least now, you no longer need to concern yourself with your incompetence. You may pursue a more suitable path, perhaps carpet weaving. Unfortunately, I don't know any carpet weavers, nor do I have the time to write you a recommendation. Please return to Wiltshire at your earliest convenience upon reading this letter. Cassandra Trelawney. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 112, The Childhood Friend Loses to the Fated Encounter. Harry stared blankly at the envelope in his hands, unable to utter a single word for a long time. His throat tightened, and a bitter sensation welled up in his chest. If this were a letter from Cassandra filled with insults and accusations, he might not have felt this awful. But in his memory, Cassandra had always been a proud girl. A noble young lady, protected by her father and elder brother, always carrying herself with an air of dignity. He had never seen Cassandra sad, let alone crying. She was always dazzling, like the sun, so bright that one dared not look directly at her. Yet now. Harry remained silent for a long time, walking to the window with the envelope in hand. The night breeze ruffled his messy black hair, and the moonlight poured down as softly as water. Harry lifted his head, as if hoping to catch Cassandra's reflection in the moon's glow. Through that pale moon, he seemed to see a girl, stripped of all her pride, curling up in helplessness, clutching that letter and reading it over and over again until her tears soaked the entire page. Why? A sharp, twisting pain clutched at Harry's heart, a pain so deep it was almost unbearable. Draco and Septimus Portrait watched his back but said nothing to disturb him. Draco had no idea what had happened, but Septimus knew everything. Harry stood there before the window, lost in thought, gazing up at the moon. His mind drifted back to his time at school with Cassandra, to every little moment they had shared. No matter how hard he tried, he could not picture that proud and confident young lady sobbing alone in her room. Suddenly, an overwhelming sadness washed over him. If he had been more cautious back then, if he hadn't been struck by Ranrock's spell, he wouldn't have been sent back to 1991. If that hadn't happened, would Cassandra still be that proud girl, cherished by her family? Would Veretia have remained unbound by time, watching her younger brother grow in Nurmengard? Perhaps he could have even prevented Poppy from turning into a unicorn. Potter. Septimus spoke. Harry snapped back to reality and turned to look at the portrait. I remember, besides Cass, you befriended another girl at school, didn't you? Septimus said. If I'm not mistaken, she was from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. A certain Miss Grindelwald. At those words, Draco let out another exaggerated whoa. His signature reaction to gossip. Draco was more than familiar with the significance of the surname Grindelwald. To him, Gellert Grindelwald, though branded as a dark wizard, was far more formidable than the so-called Dark Lord. Not necessarily in terms of personal power, but in sheer influence and charisma. Voldemort ruled through fear and intimidation, binding his followers with terror. But Grindelwald. He had wielded the vision of the greater good. And now. Harry actually knew Grindelwald's sister. Or was it his niece? Draco felt like a spectator in the greatest drama of all time, caught in a whirlwind of shocking revelations. Her name is Velacia Grindelwald, Gellert's sister, Harry confirmed. You've heard of her? Yes, that's the name. Cass mentioned her before. Septimus snorted. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something more, but in the end, he remained silent. Every Christmas, Cassandra had always claimed that her father and brother were too busy, leaving her with no choice but to stay at school, and forcing her little tag-along, Harry, to spend the holiday with her. Especially during the summer of their 5th year, Septimus had expected his daughter to act as usual, dragging that muggle-born brat along. But she came home instead. Her brother, Ignatius, had pried the truth from her. The boy she had doted on for 5 years had been stolen away by a girl he had only just met. When Septimus heard this news, he had uncharacteristically held his tongue. Instead, he drowned himself in beer, saying nothing at all. I heard from Cass that after you disappeared, that Miss Grindelwald locked herself away in your so-called beloved little cottage, obsessing over time magic. After that, I never heard of her again. I suspect that foolish girl, like Cass, tried to traverse time. He fell silent for a moment before speaking again. If you find her, perhaps Cass will be with her. If you do see her, bring her back. Even if it's only her belongings, let me see them. Harry opened his mouth but hesitated. He couldn't bring himself to tell Septimus that Cassandra wasn't in the map chamber or Slytherin's study. Cassandra will be fine, Harry assured, though even he didn't believe his own words. Don't worry, Mr. Malfoy. Septimus let out a sharp laugh. Do you have anything else to say? If not, then get out, he said curtly. That was his way of showing restraint. He had managed not to lash out at Harry in rage. He was reminded of that summer in their 3rd year. The scrawny, messy-haired boy had landed his broomstick right in Malfoy Manor's courtyard and had the audacity to ask him if his broom was safe there. Even as a portrait, Septimus could still feel the exasperation clogging his chest. Someone get me a calming potion. Harry carefully folded the letter, cast a protective charm over it, and tucked it behind the picture frame. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. Oh, right, Mr. Malfoy. Speak. Septimus was as concise as ever. Harry patted Draco's shoulder. You go on ahead. Got it, Harry, Draco agreed instantly, slipping out without hesitation. Once Draco was gone, Harry lowered his voice and said to the portrait, I'd appreciate it if you could keep a secret from me. Why? Septimus narrowed his eyes. You know how it is, when people discover your true identity, it's always a hassle. Instead of being poked and prodded like an experiment, I'd rather spend my time searching for your daughter. Harry shrugged. Septimus studied him for a moment before giving a slow nod. Fine. I'll keep your secret, at least for now. Not even my own descendants will hear it from me. Harry smiled in satisfaction. This was just one of his little amusements. In truth, he didn't mind if his secret got out. He just enjoyed tormenting Draco. As he stepped outside, Harry's mind returned to Cassandra's letter. Wiltshire. Malfoy Manor was in Wiltshire. It seemed that before Trelawney expelled her, Cassandra had returned home one last time. And then, she had stolen a family heirloom from the vault. However, judging by Mr. Malfoy's demeanor, he didn't seem to harbor any resentment toward his daughter for stealing the secret treasure. On the contrary, he still loved her as deeply as ever. Harry had no intention of prying further. After all, this was a family matter. It was better to wait until Cassandra returned and let the father and daughter handle it themselves. Sigh. Cassandra. Where was she now? Harry felt utterly clueless. Other than knowing she had briefly returned to Malfoy Manor once, there had been no news of her since. He should really start gathering information from multiple sources. With that thought in mind, he stepped out the door. Harry, what did you and my great-grandfather talk about? Draco asked curiously. That's a conversation between elders, you'd best not meddle, Harry replied. Elders. Draco repeated, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Even though they were classmates at Hogwarts, the fact remained that Harry had been a student alongside Draco's great-great-aunt over a century ago, and they had been quite close. Yeah, Harry glanced at Draco and flashed a mischievous grin. You know, if you hadn't reminded me, I almost forgot, when we're out in public, you calling me Harry is fine, but when it's just the two of us, don't you think you should address me differently? Draco's brain kicked into overdrive as he carefully traced their familial ties. Cassandra was grandfather's aunt, father's great-aunt, which made her my great-great-aunt. And she was so close to Harry, she even seemed to like him. Judging by the way Harry spoke about her, he seemed to have deep feelings for her too. With a sudden flash of insight, Draco decided to curry favor with Harry. Great-great-uncle, he tentatively ventured. Harry ruffled his blonde hair and chuckled. If she hears you calling me that, you're done for. Why? Draco asked, puzzled. We're just friends. Good friends, Harry sighed. He wasn't sure how to define his relationship with Cassandra. If he went purely by instinct, she had always seemed rather dismissive of him. Harry had long convinced himself that they were simply friends, somewhere between good friends and just friends. But now, Cassandra had chosen to cross time itself for him. Did that mean she really saw him as a close friend? He refused to entertain the notion that she might actually like him, even denying it outright. He couldn't imagine someone as proud as Cassandra having romantic feelings for him. On the other hand, the mere thought of it made him feel guilty toward Veretia, even though Veretia wasn't his girlfriend. Even before he traveled through time, Harry had just been a 17-year-old boy, still a high school student in the Muggle world. Forget it. The most important thing now was to save them. He didn't want to let down Veretia, and even more so, he didn't want to let down Cassandra. Draco, meanwhile, discreetly pulled a face of disdain. A legendary wizard. This guy. Excelling in spell work yet completely clueless when it came to emotions. TSK. Still, Draco wisely kept his thoughts to himself. Some things were best left unsaid. Having someone read your mind with legitimacy was not a pleasant experience. It made his head feel like it was about to explode. After leaving Septimus's room, Draco took Harry on another brief tour around the manor. Despite his aristocratic upbringing, Draco still had the playful energy of a young boy. He even chased after the estate's white peacocks for fun. This was my first broomstick, Draco pointed at a small training broom. Next year, I'm planning to join the Quidditch team, though I doubt I'll ever be as good as you. You were incredible. Wait, were you a Quidditch star 100 years ago too? No, Harry replied, his expression turning indescribable at the mere mention of Phineas Nigellus Black. Back then, the headmaster was Phineas Black, and he didn't allow Quidditch matches at Hogwarts. That's awful. Draco exclaimed, outraged. Despite coming from a pureblood family, Draco was a diehard Quidditch fan. The idea of a headmaster banning the sport at Hogwarts was simply unforgivable in his eyes. Oh. This kid has potential. Harry extended his hand. What? Draco took it, and Harry shook it twice. In my time, there was a saying, Harry grinned, if you hate Headmaster Black, you're one of us. Absolutely. Draco nodded firmly. Merlin, I used to think Dumbledore was the worst headmaster imaginable, but I guess I was wrong. There was someone even worse before him. Why do you think Slytherin got along so well with the other three houses back then? Harry laughed. Because we all had a common enemy, Headmaster Black. Draco chuckled at that. If I had been a Slytherin in that era, I probably would have befriended Gryffindors just for that reason alone. Slytherin back then was nothing like Slytherin now, Harry said with a hint of nostalgia. In those days, Slytherin valued honor more than blood purity, and its members strived for excellence above all else. But now. Aside from that Farley girl, how many decent Slytherins are there? Including you. If this had been first-year Harry Potter saying those words, Draco would have argued with him until his face turned red. But coming from the legendary wizard Harry Potter, Draco had no room to argue. You're right, he admitted. That's why change has to start with you, Draco, Harry patted him on the shoulder. When we have time, I'll tell you about two of my Slytherin friends from back then, Sebastian Sallow and Ominis Gaunt. All right, Harry cut off Draco before he could ask more questions. It's getting late, and I've got a friend waiting for me at the Leaky Cauldron. Seeing Harry's determination, Draco had no choice but to suppress his curiosity. Fine, but don't forget, he reminded him. Don't worry, I won't, Harry assured him. After bidding farewell to the Malfoys, Harry disapparated, leaving the manor behind. He really is the savior, isn't he? Narcissa murmured as she watched the spot where Harry had vanished. Lucius nodded slightly, acknowledging her words. Father, Mother, Draco suddenly said, he's not just the savior, he's also a legendary wizard from 100 years ago. Hearing this, Lucius felt a sudden surge of irritation. I think you. Before he could finish, Draco cut him off. We just visited the room with great-grandfather's portrait. He recognized him, Draco said quickly. If you don't believe me, Father, Mother, come with me and ask great-grandfather yourselves. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances. Could it be that the boy was telling the truth? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 113, Poppy, Want to Sleep Together. With lingering doubts, Lucius followed Draco into the room where the portrait of Septimus hung, half believing and half doubting what he was about to hear. It was understandable. After all, the man in the painting was his esteemed ancestor, someone who had even met that Potter. Not to mention, great-grandfather had wielded some influence in the wizarding world back in the day. He was certainly knowledgeable and well-versed in matters of magic. Well, what influence could great-grandfather possibly have had? Nothing much, just slightly more than Voldemort in Britain, that's all. As soon as they entered the room, Draco impatiently rushed up to Septimus's portrait. Don't disturb me unless it's important. Septimus's voice carried the unmistakable grumpiness of someone who had just been woken up. Great-great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather. Draco called out excitedly. My parents don't believe that Harry is the same Harry from 100 years ago. Please help me prove it to them. Septimus gave him a long, unreadable look. Even if there hadn't been a prior agreement with Harry, being disturbed in his sleep was enough to make Septimus unwilling to tell him anything. Portraits needed sleep too. Stacking his irritation on top of that, Septimus's expression shifted into a dangerously amused smirk. Lucius, he called out, shifting his gaze to the men standing behind Draco. Great-grandfather, Lucius immediately bent forward in deference. I have never doubted your financial acumen, Lucius, Septimus said with a glance at Draco. But seeing your son now, I must question your parenting skills. Hearing this, Lucius's gaze turned predatory as he directed a bloodthirsty glare at Draco. Draco swallowed hard in terror. Wait, great-great-grandfather, why won't you just tell the truth? Internally, he let out a mental scream akin to a startled groundhog. He spun around, attempting to flee, only to find his mother blocking his exit. Great-grandfather, you're absolutely right, Narcissa smoothly picked up the conversation. I, too, believe that a more traditional method of discipline suits children better. Overly humane approaches don't necessarily foster their healthy development. As Draco's eyes filled with despair, Lucius and Narcissa each grabbed an arm and dragged him out of the room. Moments later, the Malfoy manor resounded with Draco's anguished cries, startling a flock of ravens into flight. Harry had foreseen Draco's impending suffering, but he felt quite pleased about it. Perhaps he had inherited a bit of James's mischievous streak. He did have a taste for schadenfreude. More importantly, Harry had obtained a crucial lead from the Malfoys. While the Malfoy family did not possess Angel's Feather or Basilisk Fang, Lucius had pointed him in the right direction. Perhaps he could try his luck at the home of the legendary French alchemist, Nicolas Flamel. Nicolas, huh? Now, that was a familiar name. Back in the day, he and Veratio had once been guests at Nicolas's home. Veratio's parents were also longtime friends with the Flamels. In fact, when Veratio's father was still a child, the Flamels had even cradled him in their arms. In terms of seniority and age, few in the wizarding world could rival the Flamel couple. Considering the late hour, and out of respect for the elderly, Harry decided to write to Nicolas first and wait for a response before traveling to his residence. Apparition could be used for long distances. Back in the day, Harry had operated all the way from London to Hogsmeade, covering nearly the entire country in one go. Now, with the Philosopher's Stone enhancing his abilities, his understanding of the spell had reached new heights. When it came to certain spells, magical strength was a simple matter, bigger was better, more was preferable, and raw power made things work. Upon returning to the Leaky Cauldron, Harry found the tavern still in full swing. After exchanging greetings with Tom and a few enthusiastic wizards, he ascended the stairs to his room. Inside, Poppy was sprawled out on his bed, limbs akimbo and wrapped in a blanket, snoring softly. Hearing the door open, Poppy lazily cracked one eye open. Poppy, Harry greeted her. I'm back. Oh, Poppy sniffed the air. I smell something delicious. You had good food, didn't you? You did, didn't you? Did you bring me anything tasty? Harry reached out, ruffling her hair with a chuckle. It's not very polite to take food from someone else's house. I'll buy you something nice tomorrow, okay? All right, Poppy murmured, enjoying his touch as she closed her eyes again. After a moment, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, but don't get me anything coffee-flavored. I don't like that bitter taste, I like sweet things. All right, Harry laughed. Whatever flavor you want. Here. He rummaged through his bag and pulled out a piece of chocolate. This is milk chocolate, sweet. Try it. Poppy eyed the chocolate suspiciously before popping it into her mouth. A moment later, she beamed. Hee hee, just as I thought. Only eat half, Harry warned, pulling his hand back. Too much, and you won't be able to sleep. Don't worry, Harry, Poppy assured him, shaking her head. Mem, I'll be heading to France soon, Harry informed her. Do you want to come with me? Yay. France. Poppy cheered. There's so much delicious food in France, I love French cuisine. Harry gave her an okay gesture. All right then, let's get some sleep. We need to wake up early tomorrow. He opened his trunk. Come inside and sleep. Tomorrow, we'll head back to my uncle's place first, then I'll have Hedwig deliver a letter to Flamel. I don't want to go in, Poppy said, shaking her head. Harry raised a brow and sighed. All right, if you don't want to, suit yourself. Sleep outside then. Poppy let out another cheer, bounced onto the bed, and patted the covers with her hooves. Come on, Harry, big sis will sleep with you. I'm not a little kid anymore, Harry chuckled, amused by her antics. If it weren't for the fact that she was a unicorn, he had a feeling Veratio or Cassandra would have something to say about this. Wait, why did that even cross my mind? He mused. In the middle of the night, Harry groggily felt as if a girl in a Hufflepuff uniform was lying beside him. Opening his eyes, he found Poppy standing on the bed, dozing off. Oh, right, horses sleep standing up. With that realization, he thought nothing of it, rolled over, and quickly drifted back to sleep. Seeing him settle in again, Poppy let out a relieved sigh. Early the next morning, Harry felt an oppressive weight on his chest, as if some unbearable burden of life had been placed upon him. Opening his eyes, he saw Poppy's head resting on his chest. She seemed to be dreaming about eating something delicious, her mouth still chewing unconsciously. Poppy. He was struggling to breathe. Do you have any idea how much damage a horse-sized head can do to a 12-year-old boy? Huh. Poppy stirred and sat up with a gulp, noticing Harry's difficulty breathing. She playfully nudged his chest with a mischievous grin. All right, let's wash up first, come on, I'll help you brush your teeth, Harry said. To his surprise, despite having lived in the forest for so long, Poppy's teeth were still as white as snow. He couldn't help but feel a little envious. Are my teeth very burr? Poppy mumbled with her mouth held open by Harry. White, Harry confirmed, brushing her teeth up and down before handing her a small basin of water. Rinse. Poppy obediently spit out the water, right onto Harry's face. Ha ha. She laughed joyfully. Harry wiped his face helplessly and put down the towel. Breakfast first, then we'll head back to my uncle's house, you should stay in my wallet for a bit. Wallet. Poppy stretched her neck curiously. What wallet? The Gringotts Compensation, Harry replied honestly. They compensated me because the inheritance Veratio left behind was lost due to their negligence. Eh? That's a thing? Poppy asked, intrigued. You'll understand when Veratio returns. Harry patted Poppy's head. When he heads to Austria to settle things with Gellert, I'll take you with me. We'll be on the front lines. Oh, don't forget that. I love witnessing things like that. Poppy whispered excitedly. Harry readily agreed. Something this interesting. Of course, he wouldn't forget his good friend. But Harry, Poppy suddenly said, since you mentioned that Gringotts will cover the cost of finding materials, if you find alchemy ingredients in France, make sure they pay the bill. Hearing this, Harry immediately realized the significance of her words. You're absolutely right, Poppy, he nodded seriously. I think that's a perfectly feasible plan. After hastily finishing breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron and settling his bill for the past 2 days, Harry operated back to the Dursley household. It was early in the morning, and the Dursleys were having breakfast. Uncle Vernon had a cigarette in one hand and the Guardian in the other. As someone who believed he should be running the country, Uncle Vernon was particularly devoted to reading the Guardian. I want more bacon, Dudley said. I'm still hungry, Mum. There's plenty in the pan, darling, Aunt Petunia said, her eyes moist as she looked at her hefty son. We need to fatten you up while we can, the school's meals sound awful. Before she could finish, Harry spun into existence right in the middle of the kitchen. The three of them froze, and both Petunia and Vernon screamed in unison. I suppose you're even more uncomfortable now, Dudley said, dropping his fork onto the table. But he quickly recovered and raised a hand to greet Harry. Hey, Harry. Hey, cousin, Harry said, pulling up a chair and peering into the frying pan. Ah, more bacon. I think I could use some. Dudley grinned stupidly at him. Truth be told, after a year of not seeing Harry, he actually kind of missed his cousin, especially the chocolate frogs and cauldron cakes Harry used to bring. Just thinking about them made his mouth water. Harry made himself right at home. He'd barely eaten at the Leaky Cauldron, its breakfast was just too awful. Seeing how much Poppy had enjoyed the food, he had given his entire meal to her instead. Poppy, of course, had eaten everything Harry fed her without hesitation. Watching her eat so much, Harry couldn't help but worry, was this level of appetite really okay for her health? I specifically warned you in my letter. Uncle Vernon's face turned red as he slammed the table. No using that nonsense in this house. Oh, Uncle, hello there. Harry acted as if he hadn't heard a word Vernon said and turned to Aunt Petunia. And Aunt, you're looking quite a few years younger. He wasn't just flattering her. In truth, magical beauty potions were leagues ahead of anything the Muggle world had to offer. Their effects were immediate and undeniable. Any pigmentation, freckles, or imperfections, gone in an instant. Hearing Harry's words, Aunt Petunia's expression softened considerably. This is for you, Aunt. Harry took a bundle of beauty potions from his wallet. I noticed you seem to enjoy this kind of product, so I brought you some before I left. He carefully avoided using any words related to magic. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. At Aunt Petunia's house, he was a Muggle. In the wizarding world, he was a wizard. Harry was flexible like that. Thank you. Aunt Petunia forced a smile. You had to admit, seeing Harry bring a gift for Aunt Petunia, especially something that made her look visibly younger, changed Uncle Vernon's attitude as well. He grunted, sat back in his chair, and muttered, just, don't let the neighbors see your tricks, or we'll have a problem. And this is for you, Uncle. Harry pulled out a lighter. I bought it from Harrods. Mentioning Harrods was a deliberate move, it reassured Vernon. See. This was a Muggle product, not some wizarding trickery. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Harrods, Uncle Vernon's expression eased further. Everyone knew that Harrods was a luxury department store. Harry buying him something from there was clearly a sign of respect. Vernon took the lighter and grumbled a barely audible thank you. Harry grinned and swiped a strip of bacon from Dudley's plate. You didn't bring me a gift. Dudley protested, looking disgruntled. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia both stared at him in shock. They had never expected anyone to steal food from their precious Dudder's plate, and for Dudley to just let it slide. Oh, my dear cousin, Harry drawled, his voice slick with mockery. Of course, I brought you a gift. But, please, allow your poor cousin to eat first. He hasn't had breakfast yet. Aunt Petunia looked at him as if she had just seen a ghost. This nephew of hers, after a year apart, why did he sound so much like that greasy-haired little bat? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 114, What's There to Eat? Break me off a piece. Petunia quickly dismissed the thought, after all, her sister and that greasy little bat had long since fallen out. Still, every time she thought of that little bat, Petunia couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. Back then, at her most vulnerable moment, the last thing she wanted was for anyone to see her letters. Yet, it was that greasy little bat and her sister who had peaked, tearing her self-esteem to shreds without mercy. Later, when she heard that her brother-in-law had once given the little bat a rather thorough lesson back at school, Petunia had secretly given him a thumbs up, even though he was arrogant, conceited, and thought the world revolved around him. I've already tidied up the room upstairs for you. Aunt Petunia cleared her throat, looking as though she was trying to maintain a serious demeanor. When your letter arrived a few days ago, honestly, I never expected you'd send an owl instead of just calling. Sorry, Aunt Petunia, Harry said helplessly. There's no phone over there. It's a bit outdated. Upon hearing this, Uncle Vernon's eyebrows shot up. Yes. Exactly. Uncle Vernon boomed. They're a bunch of stubborn old fools. It's good that you've realized that, very good indeed, at least all these years in the Dursley household haven't been for nothing. Harry thought to himself, for nothing, my ass. But outwardly, he simply smiled at Uncle Vernon. His mind was elsewhere, on Veretia and Cassandra. All he could think about was finding a way to pull them out of time itself. He had no energy to waste arguing with the Dursleys. Your birthday's in a few days, isn't it? Uncle Vernon continued. The 31st, if I'm not mistaken, at least, that's what the letter said. We'll have your aunt bake you a cake for lunch as a little celebration, but in the evening, I have an important business deal to handle. What kind of business? Harry took a sip of milk. If it goes through, it'll be the biggest deal of my life. Uncle Vernon's beady eyes practically gleamed like a beetle's. My God, if we're lucky, by this time on August 1st, we'll be picking out a villa in Majorca. So I hope you can, keep that owl of yours in check. Uncle Vernon turned to Harry. Try to keep it quiet. I'll make sure you get a nice big room. Thank you, Harry said, doing his best to sound sincere. Now then. Uncle Vernon turned to Dudley. His job is to stay out of sight, but you, my dear Dudley, you're different. You're so likable, so adorable, I'm sure the Masons will absolutely love you. Love Dudley. Harry glanced at his cousin, whose backside spilled over the edges of the chair, and silently prayed that the Masons were devout Anglicans. After all, Anglicans might not mind a pig in a wig. Yeah, Cousin Dudley is definitely a real charmer, I'll give you that, Harry said, downing the last of his milk. Uncle Vernon beamed in satisfaction. You're much more likable than your father ever was, boy. Harry considered this for a moment. Years of suffering in the Dursley household, getting tormented in potions class by Snape. Harry remained silent. Sometimes, he wondered, if his dad had made fewer enemies, would his own life have been a little easier? After breakfast, Harry noticed Dudley trying to leave with him, only to be stopped by Uncle Vernon. Dudley looked utterly disappointed, forced to stay behind and rehearse, again and again, how to properly greet the Masons when they arrived. It wasn't until lunchtime that he was finally let go. "My God, I'm suffocating," Dudley plopped down on the doorstep, panting as he complained to Harry. "You have no idea, Dad's been making me practice how to greet guests for a whole week, bloody hell. This is why you've lost weight." Harry's lips curled into a sweetly sarcastic smile. "I had no idea they actually taught sarcasm at wizard school." Dudley slung an arm around his cousin's scrawny shoulders. "God, if only you weren't so mean to me back then. And if I had been nicer to you, would you have bullied me any less?" Harry asked. Dudley thought about it, then answered honestly, "No." "Well then, neither would I." Harry was just as honest. "But I'm older now, I should probably start learning to be as fake as the adults." "So, you don't like me?" Dudley looked at Harry with a pitiful expression. I wouldn't say I dislike you." Harry patted Dudley's meaty shoulder, thicker than a ham hock. "You know, wizards don't believe in much, except Merlin." "What's that supposed to mean?" Dudley could tell Harry was up to something, but he had no proof. "Nothing. But if you want to lose some weight, I can get you something for that." Harry tugged at Dudley's belly fat. "Look at this, it's practically sagging." Dudley flinched from the ticklish sensation, laughing uncontrollably. "Dad says this is manly, ha, ha, and Mum still thinks I'm too thin. What about the girls at school?" Harry delivered the final blow. Dudley opened his mouth, then suddenly seemed to realize something. "Well, I am good at boxing," Dudley said, recovering quickly. "If anyone at school dares make fun of me, all it takes is one punch to shut them up." Harry imagined the scene for a moment. If Dudley ever met Draco, now that would be interesting. Just picture it, Dudley goes to Hogwarts, Draco calls him a mudblood. Dudley might not get mad at first, but once he found out what the word meant, he'd definitely deck him. Not gonna lie, that would be hilarious. Sometimes, you have to learn to think for yourself, Dudley. Harry rested an elbow on Dudley's thick shoulder. Parents aren't always right. You need to know how to judge right from wrong because, well, let's just say, it might be a problem for you later. For now, it's fine. But what if you can't find a girlfriend? Harry said this while giving Dudley's belly another squeeze. Then get me some of that weight loss stuff, Harry, Dudley said seriously. I don't want to end up single forever, that'd be tragic. Then, he suddenly remembered something even more important. But, where's my present? Harry finally recalled how much Dudley loved gifts. He once flipped an entire dinner table because he received 2 fewer presents than expected, scaring Harry so much he almost choked on his bacon. Your present's upstairs. A bunch of sweets from the wizarding world, I got a little of everything for you. Harry stood up and patted Dudley. Come on, let's go. Really? The moment food was mentioned, Dudley's eyes lit up. He followed Harry closely all the way to his room. Harry pulled out his wallet, retrieved his trunk, and began taking out snacks for Dudley. Wow, cauldron cakes. Dudley cheered, tearing into the package the moment he saw them. He had to admit, they were delicious. The raspberry jam inside was perfectly sweet and tart, making his appetite soar. Before he knew it, he devoured 7 in a row. You eat way too fast, Harry said helplessly, grabbing more snacks for him. Neither of them noticed that Poppy had silently appeared behind them, moving like a ghost, watching quietly. And this too, you have to try it. Harry handed Dudley some Honeydukes candy. Here, open this jar and take a look. Dudley, unaware of the impending horror, took the jar and twisted off the lid. Oh my. He let out a scream, nearly tossing the jar away. Inside, a mass of cockroaches squirmed and wriggled, packed so tightly together that their antennae were already poking out of the jar. Even with his relatively strong nerves, Dudley was nearly scared senseless by this utterly revolting sight. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and slammed the lid back on in an instant. What is this? Dudley asked, still shaken. Candy. A type of cockroach-shaped candy. Harry answered nonchalantly. Don't be fooled by how it looks, it actually tastes really good. Supposedly, it has a creamy filling. You should give it a try. Before Harry could finish, Dudley shut his eyes, twisted the lid open again, grabbed one of the cockroach candies, and popped it into his mouth. After a moment, his eyes lit up with delight. Ah, so sweet. It's delicious. I think you and my headmaster would really get along, honestly. Harry looked at Dudley as if he were a warrior. He's quite fond of this kind of candy, but most people at school think he's completely mad. I don't think so. Dudley held the jar in his hands, suddenly flashing an evil grin. Why are you smiling like that? Harry asked warily. What do you think would happen if I took this candy to school? Dudley said wickedly. I could trick my classmates into thinking it's a real cockroach and tell them that whoever dares to eat one is the bravest person in the school. Then, at the last moment, I'll eat one myself and prove my courage. What do you think? Unless you want to go down in history as Dudley the Cockroach Eater, I'd advise against it. Harry said seriously. Dudley thought about it for a moment. That was a fair point. He nodded in agreement. I suggest you screw the lid on tightly, Harry added, offering a reasonable suggestion. After all, you wouldn't want a real cockroach sneaking in there. That's a very reasonable suggestion, Dudley acknowledged. He tightened the jar's lid and set it aside before picking up another box. What's this? Dribble's Best Blowing Gum, Harry introduced. It lets you blow bubbles the color of bluebells, and they'll float around the room for days before bursting. Nice. Dudley set the box aside. Oh, what about this? I'd advise you not to. Before Harry could finish his warning, Dudley had already taken a big bite out of the biscuit in his hand. Hagrid's rock cakes, Harry sighed. I forgot to take those out. It's actually not bad, Dudley said cheerfully, chewing away at the supposedly rock-hard biscuit as if it were nothing. Harry glanced at the rock cake, then at his cousin, and thought to himself, maybe people's physiques really are different. Just then, a white horse's head suddenly appeared over Dudley's shoulder. What are you eating? Give me a bite. Hearing the unfamiliar female voice, Dudley froze for a second. He was absolutely certain there were only two people in this room, him and Harry. No woman was present. He turned his head and let out a horrified scream. There, looking back at him, was Poppy's head. It wasn't just that someone had suddenly appeared, it was the fact that this someone was clearly a horse. A talking horse. Good heavens, this was terrifying. Fortunately, Harry had cast a silencing charm on the room before coming in, or else Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would have come running by now. Sweet Mother Mary. Dudley shrieked in terror. Not Mary, Poppy corrected. Poppy. Dudley glanced at Poppy, then at Harry, still visibly shaken. Poppy. Poppy is a unicorn, Dudley, Harry explained as simply as he could. She's my friend. You should feel honored, unicorns only greet those with the purest souls. His soul is quite pure, Poppy said, eyeing Dudley. Then, turning to Harry, she added, it seems like the only thing that matters to him in life is food. I hate to admit it, Miss Unicorn, Dudley, still recovering from his shock, said with a nervous chuckle, but you're absolutely right. All right, Dudley, don't panic. Harry patted the bed and invited Poppy to sit down. Then he leaned against her casually and said, unicorns are sacred creatures. You should be happy to meet one, not scared. Really? Dudley swallowed nervously and took another good look at Poppy. He had to admit, she did look incredibly majestic. Even someone as straightforward as Dudley could sense her divine presence. Dudley. Dudley. Uncle Vernon's voice called from outside. I should go now, Harry, Dudley sighed. The Masons are coming over, and I still have to practice how to greet them. Then, looking irritated, he grumbled, ugh, I really don't know what's up with Dad. Why does he have to keep making me do this over and over again? Actually, you do have another option, Poppy suddenly said. What option? Dudley's eyes lit up. He really didn't want to go through the tiresome practice session again. If there was any way to get out of it, he'd be overjoyed. You could ask Harry to brew you some Felix Felicis, Poppy suggested, shaking her mane. Liquid luck will make anyone feel extraordinarily happy. Think about it, if the Masons come over and eat something infused with Felix Felicis, they'll be in such a good mood that your father's business deal will go off without a hitch. The more Poppy spoke, the brighter Dudley's eyes became. By the time she finished, he let out an excited cheer and dashed out of the room. I'm going to tell Dad right now, he yelled as he ran off, not even looking back. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 115, A Small Trouble at the Ministry of Magic. As Dudley made his way downstairs, Harry finished writing his letter to Nicholas Flamel. He spent quite some time deliberating over the signature before finally signing it as Veracia. Well, hopefully, the old man wouldn't let out a sharp, piercing shriek upon seeing it. But considering how frail Flamel had appeared the last time they met, with bones as brittle as biscuits, he probably wouldn't be able to make such a sharp sound anyway. What Harry hadn't expected was that Dudley never came back upstairs after leaving. He didn't think much of it. It was only when dinner time arrived that he finally went downstairs. Before heading down, he made sure to send off his letter to Flamel. Hedwig had to take on the task again. He specifically instructed Hedwig that once she arrived at Flamel's residence, she didn't need to fly back. He would bring her back himself when he went to France. As for the reply, he was certain Mr. Flamel would find a way to deliver it. Hedwig, at least you still care about me crossing the ocean. Dinner was rather sumptuous. Aunt Petunia's cooking was actually quite good, otherwise, well, Uncle Vernon and Dudley wouldn't be so well fed. Sometimes, Harry wondered, if Aunt Petunia ever opened a pig farm, she'd probably make a fortune. Just look at the two right here at home. The meal was mostly silent. Just when Harry thought it would pass without incident, Uncle Vernon suddenly spoke up. Harry. Harry was a little surprised. This was the first time Uncle Vernon had ever called him that. Usually, it was boy, freak, Potter, or Harry Potter. Never just Harry. Is something the matter? He asked casually. Dudley told me about that potion, Uncle Vernon said, his face turning red, as if he found it difficult to voice what came next. Do you think it really works? Not that I mean, does it really work? It does, Uncle. Harry pulled out the small bottle of shimmering potion from his pocket and placed it on the table. Just add a little to the food, and the person who eats it will feel happy. Do you want to try? All right. Uncle Vernon nodded. Harry uncorked the bottle and poured a small amount into Uncle Vernon's wine glass. Uncle Vernon picked up the glass and downed it in one gulp. Within moments, the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. I feel happy. He turned to look at Harry, a complex expression on his face. To be honest, for the first time in over 10 years, I actually find you pleasant to look at, feels like looking at Dudley. At this point, he realized something was wrong. Good heavens. It actually works. Just like I said. Harry shrugged. Thank you. Uncle Vernon reached out and patted Harry on the shoulder. I owe you one, boy. Harry simply smiled at him. On the day of Harry's birthday, he even received a huge birthday cake at noon. His small room had long since been filled with gifts from his friends. Ron had also written, anxiously asking why he hadn't come over yet. He had been waiting for so long, and the whole family was looking forward to seeing him. Harry sent a reply, telling him that he'd be there that afternoon. During lunch, he informed his aunt and uncle that he wouldn't be home for dinner, especially emphasizing that his owl had already left. After Uncle Vernon's half-hearted attempt to make him stay, which Harry declined with a wave of his hand, he packed up, took Poppy, hailed a taxi, and headed for the Leaky Cauldron. Inside the pub, Ron was already waiting at their usual spot. As soon as Harry walked in, Ron put down his butterbeer and rushed over. Harry. Happy birthday, he said. Thanks, Ron. Harry grinned and patted his shoulder. Oh, we need to wait a bit. Ron glanced toward the entrance. Dad should be here soon, and then we'll head home together. Just as he finished speaking, the door of the Leaky Cauldron swung open again. A slightly thin, middle-aged man walked in. Harry noticed he was balding a little, but the remaining hair was the same shade of red as Ron's. If he wasn't mistaken, this was Ron's father, Arthur Weasley. Mr. Weasley was wearing a long green robe, looking rather travel-worn. Dad. Ron waved. Mr. Weasley spotted Ron, waved back, and walked over to their table. A pint of beer, he called out loudly, collapsing into a chair, removing his glasses, and closing his eyes as if utterly exhausted. What a day, Mr. Weasley muttered. The Aurors dropped the ball again, and we had to clean up the mess. What happened, Dad? Ron asked, before quickly introducing, Oh, Dad, this is Harry, Harry Potter, the one I always talk about. Harry. Mr. Weasley blinked in confusion. Which Harry? He glanced around and spotted Harry sitting quietly to the side. Merlin's beard. The Harry Potter. He immediately sprang to his feet. It's an honor to meet you. Ron's told us so much about you. Hello, I'm Arthur Weasley, Ron's father. Thank you for looking out for him at school. Nice to meet you, Uncle Arthur. That's what friends do, Harry replied with a friendly smile. You seemed really busy just now. Was there something urgent happening? Mr. Weasley's expression turned complicated. He waved a hand and said, Good heavens, there was a dark wizard in Nocturne Alley who had captured several muggles. Some unknown kind soul rescued them, but forgot to obliviate them. So, as soon as they got out, they went and published everything in the Muggle newspapers. Cleaning up the aftermath was a nightmare. And tonight, unless something unexpected happens, we'll probably have to go out again to modify their memories. What was the dark wizard doing with the Muggles? Ron asked, curious. You really don't want to know, Ron. Mr. Weasley gave him a look that clearly said, You're better off not asking. Just then, the bartender handed him a mug of ice-cold beer, and he took a long, deep gulp. Ah, now that's life. Do you know who rescued them? Ron asked again. No idea. The Muggle Prime Minister and Fudge discussed it and decided we're not allowed to use Veritaserum on the rescued Muggles, Mr. Weasley sighed. It makes sense, though. They've already been through enough, and giving them Veritaserum would just be too cruel. Which means more work for us. He took another swig of beer before turning to Harry. I heard from Ron that it's your birthday today. Happy birthday, Harry. Thank you, Uncle Arthur, Harry replied politely. Mr. Weasley sighed internally. This child. He really is a good kid. Just like his mother. So, I heard you've been living in the Muggle world all this time. Mr. Weasley asked again. Tell me, what exactly is the purpose of a rubber duck? Harry chuckled. It's actually just a toy for Muggle children to play with during bath time, nothing more. Oh. So that's what it is. Mr. Weasley's eyes lit up, as if he had finally solved a long-standing mystery. He added, I'll take you two home first, then I'll have to get back to work. Honestly, exhausting. Then he turned to Harry again and said warmly, don't be shy, Harry. Our home is your home. Molly's been talking about you nonstop. Especially when Ron said you were coming today, she's made loads of delicious food for you. Really? Harry's face lit up with excitement. Of course. Mr. Weasley panted for a moment before saying to the two of them, let me rest for a bit, and then I'll take you back. After speaking, Mr. Weasley leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Ron nudged Harry in the ribs and whispered, he might have fallen asleep. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of snoring began. Mr. Weasley is already exhausted. Harry patted Ron. We'd better not disturb him. He'll wake up on his own in a bit. As he said this, he felt a little guilty. After all, he was the one who hadn't erased the Muggle's memory. It wouldn't have been such a big deal if it were just anyone else, but this was Mr. Weasley, the descendant of his good buddy Gareth, and more importantly, Ron's father. The family ties, yeah, they were a bit messy. If I ever find out who did this, I'll make sure they regret it. Ron was still fuming, not for any other reason, but because his father had been worn out to the point of collapsing. Just wait and see, Harry. Ah, yeah. Harry turned his head away, feeling extremely guilty. What's with you? Ron patted Harry on the shoulder. It's not like that person was you. Harry thought to himself, no, that person was me. Wait. No, hold on. Back in Knockturn Alley, he had used the alias, Sebastian, none of your damn business. So whatever Sebastian did had nothing to do with Harry Potter, right? Thinking this way, Harry's guilt eased a little. Before long, Mr. Weasley suddenly snored so loudly it seemed like he had choked on something, jolting himself awake. Groggily, he smacked his lips and asked, how long was I out? Half an hour, Ron replied. Mr. Weasley rubbed his face haphazardly and let out a long yawn. Let me wake up a bit more. Mr. Weasley said, then I'll apparate you two home. I forgot to drive today. Otherwise, I'd have let Harry see our car. I remember Mr. Granger seemed quite interested in flying cars, Harry said to Ron. Back at Hermione's place during Christmas, you told Mr. Granger about your flying car. Did I? Haha. Mr. Weasley chuckled proudly. That took me a lot of work to modify, you mean Mr. Granger? Hermione's dad. I remember Ron often mentioned a little girl named Hermione who's quite close with you lot. Yeah, she's a member of our duel club, Harry said with a smile. I've heard about your dueling group, Harry. Mr. Weasley patted Harry's arm. If you don't mind, could you include Fred and George? Those two have boundless energy every day. It's better for them to burn it off practicing dueling than pranking people at school. Sure, Harry agreed without hesitation. Great. Mr. Weasley stood up. You two, come with me to the door. I'll apparate us back. A moment later, the three of them appeared at the entrance of the Weasley home. As soon as Ron landed, he gagged and vomited up all the butterbeer he had just drunk. No matter how many times I do it, I'll never get used to this, Ron groaned. Go inside and drink some water, you'll feel better. Mr. Weasley patted Ron's back, trying to help him recover. Harry looked up at Ron's house. To be honest, the Weasley home was quite simple. It seemed to have once been a large stone pigsty, later expanded bit by bit with additional rooms until it reached several stories high, tilting slightly as if held together by magic. Harry swore that if it weren't for magic, the house would have collapsed ages ago. The red roof had 4 or 5 chimneys, and in front of the house stood a slanted sign with the words, The Burrow. By the door lay a few high-top leather boots and a rusted cauldron, while a few plump brown hens pecked at the ground in the yard, looking quite content. Not much to look at, huh? Ron turned his head away awkwardly, his ears turning red. It's amazing. Harry sincerely put an arm around Ron's shoulder. I mean, it feels like a real home, so warm and inviting. You think so? Ron finally smiled. I think so too, though it's a bit shabby. It's definitely a warm home. All right, kids. Mr. Weasley sighed. I won't be staying for the evening feast. I need to head back to the ministry. Oh, Merlin. Take care, Uncle Arthur, Harry said politely. Thank you, Harry. Mr. Weasley said, and then he disappeared on the spot. Ron waved toward the spot where Mr. Weasley had vanished, then turned to Harry and said, Come on, let's go inside. Wait, I brought a friend along, Harry said as he opened his wallet and released Poppy. The moment Poppy touched sunlight, she neighed excitedly and bounced twice in delight. Damn hell, you smuggled a unicorn. Ron pointed at Poppy, his face full of shock. He truly hadn't expected his best mate to be this bold, to actually smuggle a unicorn. Relax, we're all friends here. Harry patted Poppy's side. Before Ron could say anything else, they saw an owl flying toward them from the distant sky. Whose owl is that? Ron asked, looking up. They quickly got their answer. The owl flew straight to Harry, dropping an ornate envelope at his feet. Oh, it's for you. Ron bent down to pick up the letter, glanced at it, then looked at Harry with widened eyes. Nicholas Flamel. Harry, you know Nicholas Flamel. And he's writing to you. Hearing this, Harry's heart skipped a beat. Nicholas Flamel. How did he know that letter was from me? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 116, if you give them face, call it the Ministry of Magic, if not. Before Harry even had a chance to open the letter, another owl drifted down gracefully, landing beside him. The envelope was extremely formal, embossed with the official seal of the Ministry of Magic. It's an official letter from the Ministry of Magic, Harry, Ron said, looking slightly alarmed. Did you use magic at home? Merlin's beard. It was just a couple of spells, Harry sighed. He had thought that if he didn't use a wand, it wouldn't be detected. He tore open the letter, and the message read. Mr. Potter. We have received reports that since the start of the holiday, you have performed apparition, a silencing charm, and have promoted magical products to muggles at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging. You are aware that underage wizards are not permitted to perform magic outside of school, nor are they allowed to introduce magical substances, such as euphoria potions, into muggle food. Should such behavior continue, you may face expulsion from Hogwarts, Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, Clause 3. Furthermore, please be reminded that according to Clause 13 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, any magical activity that might attract the attention of non-magical individuals, muggles, is a serious violation of wizarding law. Considering that you are a first-year student and this is your first offense, the Ministry is issuing this as a formal warning. Enjoy your summer. Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office, Ministry of Magic. How many laws did you just break? Ron stared at the letter, looking thoroughly stunned. No idea, Harry said nonchalantly, folding the letter into a paper airplane and tossing it away. I think Hermione was right, the Ministry just monitors a general area. Since I'm the only wizard at number 4, Privet Drive, they assume it must be me casting spells. Using a process of elimination, it was easy to figure out. After all, when Harry used magic in Little Whinging, he hadn't used a wand, which meant the Ministry wasn't just tracking wands. And when he had performed a few harmless but potentially Azkaban-worthy jinxes in Nocturne Alley, the Ministry hadn't noticed at all. That only reinforced one thing: when wizards gathered in large numbers, the Ministry couldn't pinpoint individual spellcasters. No wonder Dad sometimes lets us practice spells at home, Ron said, suddenly enlightened. He glanced up and saw Harry's casual act of throwing away the letter, then asked nervously, are you sure that's a good idea? Won't the Ministry? Relax, Harry shielded his eyes with his hand, watching as the paper airplane disappeared into the distance. It's just the Ministry of Magic. It's not like they're going to throw me into Azkaban. Though, deep down, he figured it was best not to stir up unnecessary trouble. Rescuing Veresia and Cassandra was far more important than getting entangled in bureaucratic nonsense. Sometimes he wondered, how great would it have been if things had been reversed? If he had come to Hogwarts now, it would have been perfect. From the moment he entered the wizarding world, he was famous, everyone wanted to shake his hand, and he had enough money to buy a mountain of sweets to share on the train. He could have shone on the Quidditch pitch. No matter what mistakes he made, he'd have friends by his side to share the consequences. If he was upset, he could always visit Hagrid, the towering, kind-hearted friend who always had his back. But what about the him who had gone to school 100 years ago? He had no family, no friends, and not a single galleon to his name. He had to be cautious, afraid that a single wrong word might get him expelled from school. If not for Professor Weasley and Gareth's help, he might have remained isolated forever. Life 100 years ago was best left unspoken. As much as he hated to admit it, aside from the Weasley family of the past and his two mischievous Slytherin friends, Cassandra had been one of the few bright spots in his life, along with Veresia, who transferred to Hogwarts in their 5th year. So, after receiving the warning letter, Harry had no intention of picking a fight with the Ministry of Magic. Nothing was more important than saving the two girls. Everything else could wait. Though, knowing those two, they probably wouldn't take the Ministry seriously. One was the sister of a legendary dark wizard, a natural spellcaster who could probably outmatch her infamous sibling. The other's father had once been the true power behind the Ministry. Harry turned his attention to another letter, one from Nicholas Flamel. Dear Sir. I was delighted to receive your letter. It has been quite some time since I last saw you. On a side note, your handwriting remains as dreadful as ever. Albus has explained your situation to me in detail. Given my current schedule, I expect to receive you on August 16th. Should there be any updates, please respond via OWL, I would be most pleased. Nicholas Flamel. Letter to Harry Potter, July 29, 1992. Harry glanced at the owl still perched nearby, then took out a quill and parchment, quickly scribbling a reply before sending the bird off again. When he turned back, he found Ron in the yard, tossing garden gnomes around for fun. The tiny creatures, which looked like ugly potatoes, squealed in protest as Ron grabbed one and hurled it through the air like a seasoned chaser throwing a quaffle. Nice throw, Ron. Harry called out. Looks like you'd make a great chaser. Oi, if you're done writing, get over here and help me. Ron yelled back. No sooner had he spoken than his mother smacked him on the head. Ron. Harry is a guest. How could you ask him to do chores with you? Then, just as quickly, Mrs. Weasley's expression softened into a warm smile. Oh, Harry dear, it's wonderful to have you here, happy birthday. Thank you, Aunt Molly, Harry said with a grin. He stepped forward and added, I'll help Ron out, it looks like there are way too many gnomes in the garden for him to handle alone. By the way, where are Fred and George? No idea where those troublemakers ran off to, Mrs. Weasley sighed, hands on her hips. Honestly, I can never keep track of them. Just then, a loud honk echoed from the sky. Fred. George. A furious roar erupted from the house. Harry turned his head and then quickly looked away, feeling a sense of unease. Terrifying. Aunt Molly was terrifying. Ha. They stole Dad's car and got caught, Ron said gleefully, watching from the sidelines. For once, Ron wasn't in trouble himself, so he could thoroughly enjoy the spectacle. Fortunately, Ron had been on his best behavior recently, his grades were good, and he had even earned Gryffindor 50 points at the end of the year. That was enough to spare him from his mother's wrath. After a round of scolding, Mrs. Weasley returned to the house to prepare dinner. The moment she left, Fred and George dropped their innocent expressions and immediately started horsing around again. Oh, Harry. Fred and George grinned as they flanked him. We nearly forgot to show you our latest invention, try this candy. Harry took the piece of candy, eyeing it curiously. What's this? We call it the Instant Skive Sweet, Fred whispered. One bite, and you'll start bleeding from the nose, don't worry, it's fake blood, completely harmless. Think we could sell it at your cousin's school? Unfortunately, no, Harry sighed. I sent my cousin some wizarding treats a few days ago and got a warning from the ministry. I can confirm that, Ron added. One more offense, and Harry's off to Azkaban. Oh, right, that's a rule, Fred shrugged. George threw an arm around Fred's shoulder and grinned. No worries. We can still sell it to our classmates. Just imagine, they said in unison, a candy that costs just 2 sickles but gets you out of Snape's potions class. I'll take them all. Ron said without hesitation. He rummaged through his pockets but only found a single sickle and 10 nuts. How about this, since this is your first business deal, why don't you give me a discount? Ron asked tentatively. 2 sickles. Fred and George spoke in unison, giving him no chance to bargain. Come on, I'm your own brother. Ron said indignantly. Do you two only care about money? Well said, Ron, well said. The twins nodded in agreement. 4 sickles. Harry nearly burst out laughing at the antics of the Weasley trio. It was clear as day, Fred and George were definitely Ron's brothers. No one else would tease their younger sibling this much. After some playful back and forth, Fred and George happily pocketed all of Ron's savings and handed him several pieces of skiving snack box sweets. You could help us sell them, little Ronnie Ekins, George coaxed in a low voice by Ron's ear. We'll give you a cut of the profits. What do you say? Deal. Ron agreed instantly, afraid that his brothers would take back their offer. Settled, then. Fred and George said with satisfaction. The group hung around in the garden, casually tossing garden gnomes while chatting idly. They talked about everything, from the Dursleys to the Weasleys, until their conversation was interrupted by Mrs. Weasley calling them in for dinner. I actually have another friend, Harry suddenly remembered Poppy, reaching into his wallet to let her out. The moment Poppy appeared, the entire room gasped. Bloody hell, Harry, Fred and George said in unison. You know, we always thought you were a true Gryffindor because of your strength, but now we're certain of it. You actually dared to bring a unicorn out of the Forbidden Forest. If it weren't for dinner, I might have forgotten about Poppy entirely. Harry chuckled before turning to her. Poppy, want to have dinner with us? I'm not hungry, Poppy said sheepishly. I ate all the snacks you bought while I was in your wallet. You can eat that much. Fred was stunned. Blimey, I never knew unicorns ate human food. Maybe I'm just special. Poppy nuzzled Harry's shoulder. Are you all heading to dinner? Yeah, though I suppose we won't need to set a place for you, Harry teased, reaching out to scratch Poppy's neck. Come on, I'll introduce you to Aunt Molly first. Alrighty. Poppy said cheerfully. As they walked inside, Mrs. Weasley saw Harry leading what looked like a horse, but at first, she didn't realize what she was looking at. Then, as she took a closer look, her eyes landed on the horn. Is that a unicorn? Mrs. Weasley asked in shock. Percy, who had been reading at the table, dropped his book with a loud thud. Yeah, this is my friend, Poppy. Harry wrapped an arm around Poppy's neck as he introduced her to everyone. Poppy was sweet-tongued and had a knack for playing innocent. She called Mrs. Weasley Aunt Molly in the most affectionate voice possible, completely winning her over in an instant. Harry's eyelid twitched as he watched. You're over 100 years old, for Merlin's sake. Once introductions were done, everyone sat down for dinner, including Poppy, who, after some enthusiastic coaxing from Mrs. Weasley, stood beside Harry at the table. Just as they settled in, Mr. Weasley rushed in, looking slightly out of breath. "Looks like I made it back just in time," he said, setting down a large cream cake. "Here, this is for you, Harry, huh? A unicorn." "Thank you, Uncle Arthur," Harry said quickly before gesturing to Poppy. "This is Poppy. She's my friend." "Hello, Uncle Arthur." Poppy bobbed her head in greeting. "Well, hello to you too." Mr. Weasley returned the greeting, then walked to the table and set down the cake. When he noticed Fred and George looking particularly dejected, he chuckled. "And what's wrong with you two? Fred? George? Why the long faces?" "Oh, Arthur, don't get me started, those two took the car." Mrs. Weasley's temper flared the moment the topic was brought up. Just imagine, a wizard buys an old, rusty muggle car and tells his wife that he only wants to take it apart to study how it works. But in reality, he enchants it into a flying car. "Oh, don't worry, dear. There's actually a loophole in the law. As long as no one actually flies it, it's not technically illegal," Mr. Weasley said nonchalantly. "But in reality, this afternoon, your two sons were flying that very car." Mrs. Weasley fumed. "Really?" Mr. Weasley's face lit up with excitement. He turned to his sons eagerly. "How did it fly?" Mrs. Weasley slammed her hand against the table. "That was very, very wrong, children," Mr. Weasley quickly corrected himself. "Dad, why are you back so late?" Fred tried to change the subject. "Didn't you say the situation with the Muggles had been handled?" "Not quite," Mr. Weasley sighed. "It's getting more complicated. The Muggle Aurors say that a murder took place on a cruise ship traveling from London to New York. Every Muggle on board was killed. And according to something called security footage, the culprit was a girl with black hair and red eyes. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 117, Lucius discovers the truth. A black-haired, red-eyed girl. Harry immediately recalled the girl named Merope from Draco's memory. According to Lucius, the mark on Draco's arm should be the Dark Mark, Voldemort's exclusive symbol. From this, it was clear that the so-called Merope was actually Voldemort himself. The thought made Harry feel nauseous. Voldemort, the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, disguising himself as a young girl to deceive people. That was utterly shameless. However, Harry also remembered the Muggle accounts of a black-haired, red-eyed young man. Could that be Voldemort's male disguise? It seemed highly probable, but what was he doing slaughtering people on a cruise ship? "It seems Muggle technology shouldn't be underestimated," Arthur continued. "That thing called surveillance can clearly record everything that happens, even capturing sound. Harry, you grew up in the Muggle world. You must know what this thing is for, right?" "Sorry, Uncle Arthur." Harry sighed. "I've never seen it before. It seems to be some advanced and expensive technology." "I see." Mr. Weasley nodded knowingly. "No wonder. I think we should get some of these gadgets and study them properly." "Arthur." Mrs. Weasley glared at him. "Don't forget which department you work for." "The Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office," the 5 Weasley children chorused in unison. All right. Mr. Weasley sighed. "I do work in that department, but learning from Muggles to make up for the shortcomings of the wizarding world doesn't exactly count as misuse." "Save that for when you become Minister of Magic," Percy muttered. Mr. Weasley shot Percy an annoyed look, then suddenly noticed something beside Harry. "Wait, is that a unicorn?" he belatedly exclaimed. "Merlin's beard, when did we get a unicorn in our house?" "You just realized?" Ron said weakly, clearly accustomed to his father's delayed reactions. "She's my friend, Uncle Arthur," Harry explained. "I see." Mr. Weasley nodded. "Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a sacred magical creature up close." "You'll be seeing a lot more of her these days," Fred and George said in unison. Harry had to admit, Mrs. Weasley's cooking was excellent, on par with Mrs. Granger's. After all, Mrs. Granger came from a well-off middle-class family in Britain and never skimped on spices, making her dishes incredibly flavorful. In comparison, Mrs. Weasley's cooking might even be a notch above. But Harry wasn't about to rank them, he was just grateful to have someone cook for him. Especially the stewed potatoes with diced meat, cooked until thick and sticky, perfect for scooping up with bread, it was the definition of comfort food. After dinner, it was time to sort out sleeping arrangements. Harry and Ron shared a room and a bed. As for Poppy, she went back to sleep inside the enchanted purse. "Just don't get handsy in the middle of the night," Ron warned seriously. "Or I swear, I'll kick you off the bed." Fortunately, both of them slept soundly. When they woke up the next morning, they were still neatly separated, with the blanket forming a clear boundary between them. The Weasley household might not be as grand as the Malfoy manor, but the warmth of this home was exactly what Harry had always longed for. The kitchen mantel held a mirror that amused him the most. It always shouted at Ron whenever he walked past, reminding him to tuck in his shirt, button up properly, or berating him for looking disheveled. But the mirror never scolded Harry. After all, he had spent years at Hogwarts under Black's rule, where personal appearance was ingrained into his subconscious. Not that he would ever admit it was because of Cassandra. The most overwhelming thing for Harry was Mrs. Weasley's affection. She seemed determined to make him eat until he was stuffed, offering him extra servings 4 or 5 times per meal, refusing to let him stop until he was practically bursting. Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley enjoyed having Harry sit beside him, constantly asking about Muggle technology. He seemed particularly fascinated by televisions and computers. Computers that brought back distant memories for Harry. The last time he had played on one was over 6 years ago, before he traveled back in time 100 years. Whenever the Dursleys were out, he would sneak onto Dudley's computer. If it were the old him, he'd definitely have secretly exchanged some galleons for pounds to buy a computer and bring it to Hogwarts. But now, he had bigger aspirations, and entertainment wasn't as important anymore. Still, it gave him an idea. He had been wondering what to bring as a gift for Nicholas Flamel. A computer seemed like a perfect choice. Poppy had been living her best life lately. The Weasley home had a large grassy field nearby where she could run freely and graze whenever she pleased, looking utterly carefree. Sometimes, I wish I were a unicorn, Ron mused wistfully, watching Poppy frolic in the field. Yeah, right. Fred and George chimed in. If anything, you'd turn into a flobberworm. Or a niffler, Percy added. Good one, Percy, the twins said in unison, smirking as they mimicked his expression. Percy pointed both index fingers at them and returned the gesture. It seemed that older brothers tormenting their younger siblings was a universal truth. After about a week at the Burrow, Harry received a letter from Hogwarts. The envelope was made of yellowish parchment, the text written in green ink, and sealed with the Hogwarts crest in wax. Looks like Dumbledore knows you're here, Ron said, holding the letter. Nothing escapes him, right? Harry smirked. Ron seemed to think Dumbledore was all-seeing and all-knowing. But if that were true, he would have known about Merrippy, or rather, Voldemort, stirring up trouble in Slytherin. If he had known, he wouldn't have stood idly by. He would have laid a trap and dealt with Voldemort long ago. For a moment, the Burrow fell into silence, the only sounds being the rustling of paper as Harry opened the letter. The letter reminded them to be at school on September 1st and included their book list for the upcoming year. Second-year students required. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk. Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gaddying with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart. Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart. A Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. What's going on? Harry muttered. Is the new professor some kind of devoted fan of this Gilderoy Lockhart? Why do we have to buy so many of his books? Shoo, keep your voice down, Fred grabbed Harry, though his own voice was anything but quiet. Mum is a huge fan of Lockhart. If she finds out that we have to buy only his books this year, she'll go absolutely mad with joy. And those books aren't cheap, George quickly added. I know for a fact that Gilderoy Lockhart's books are ridiculously expensive. Just as they were talking, another owl flew in. Oh, wow, Mum, look. Ron got a howler. Fred and George exclaimed gleefully. Ron stared in horror at the fiery red envelope, swallowing hard, a terrible sense of foreboding creeping over him. Mrs. Weasley also looked up at the howler. She was a sharp woman, and she had already guessed who had sent it. What should I do? Ron asked in panic. I should remind you, Ron, Mr. Weasley said, looking at Ron with an amused expression. If you don't open it right away, the howler will explode and yell even louder. Before he could finish, Ron, acting purely on instinct, tore open the envelope in a flurry. The letter floated into the air and transformed into a giant mouth. Ronald Weasley. What on earth were you thinking? I told you so many times, if anything happens, you have to write me a letter. I sent over a dozen letters to Privet Drive. Not a single reply. I was stupid enough to think Harry was still with the Dursleys, until someone told me he was at your house. The furious howler suddenly shifted its tone and turned towards Harry. Oh, Harry, looks like you must be busy. I'll be going to Diagon Alley next Wednesday to buy my books, so I'll see you there. With that, the howler stuck out its tongue at Ron and then tore itself to shreds. The whole family stared blankly at the pieces of the howler, all of them feeling that, the way it spoke, sounded awfully familiar. Someone they knew very well. I think she and your mother would get along just fine, Mr. Weasley finally said after a moment of stunned silence. Which earned him a swat from Mrs. Weasley with a feather duster. Harry did a quick mental calculation. Next Wednesday would be August 12th, and his appointment with Mr. Flamel was on August 16th. It seemed like the timing worked out. He could finish buying his textbooks in Diagon Alley before heading to France. After all, with intercontinental apparition, the distance between London and Paris was practically nothing. For now, they had plenty of time to just enjoy themselves. Of course, no one was doing their homework, except for Percy. But Fred and George still dragged Percy, protesting all the way, out to have fun. As they put it, if they weren't careful, the family would end up with yet another head boy, which was a disaster for them, since only one could hold the position in their 7th year, and as they were in the same year, one of them was bound to lose. Rather than being the only non-head boy in the family, it was better to make sure Percy didn't get the title either. Harry couldn't help but think, yep, they were definitely brothers. Before long, Wednesday arrived, and this time, they were traveling by flow powder. Mrs. Weasley picked up the flower pot from the mantel and sighed. Not much left, Arthur, we'll have to buy more today. Then she handed the pot to Harry. Harry reached in and grabbed a handful of flow powder. He had used it plenty of times before at school, given that back in the day, Hogwarts was full of flow-connected fireplaces. He never really understood why something so useful hadn't been preserved. Thinking this, Harry stepped into the fireplace, threw the powder into the flames, and called out, "Diagon Alley." In an instant, the flames roared up, engulfing him. A moment later, after the familiar sensation of spinning, he tumbled out into the leaky cauldron. Cough, cough, cough. Harry coughed a few times. The one thing he really disliked about flow powder was how unpleasant it was. He always ended up covered in soot, coughing his lungs out. "Harry." A voice he hadn't expected rang out. Harry looked up, it was Draco. "You're here too." Draco took off his glasses and flicked them lightly. Instantly, the dust vanished from his glasses, and his clothes. "Cool, was that wandless magic?" Draco remarked with admiration. "That's a pretty advanced skill." Just then, a silver snake-headed cane reached over and nudged Draco aside. "Mr. Potter, we meet again," Lucius Malfoy greeted, extending his hand with impeccable politeness. It wasn't without reason. While fun and games were one thing, after tricking his dear great-grandson once, Septimus had ultimately chosen to reveal the truth to Lucius. Yes, the Harry Potter standing before him was the same Harry Potter from a century ago, the one whom his great-aunt had adored the most. Lucius felt a headache coming on. But he supposed he couldn't blame anyone, after all, who wouldn't be thrown for a loop upon discovering that their son's classmate might very well be their great-uncle. Septimus hadn't said much beyond that, but Lucius was no fool. No one could become the head of the Malfoy family without a keen mind. He immediately understood his ancestor's message. In short, he was to build a good relationship with this Harry Potter. To be fair, even without this new revelation, Lucius had already considered it a wise move to befriend the boy who lived. Now, with his family's explicit endorsement, it was an even clearer choice. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy," Harry shook Lucius's hand. "Pleasure to see you. What brings you here?" Taking Draco to Diagon Alley to buy some books, Lucius replied with a composed smile. "You know how it is, Hogwarts sent the book lists along with the owls not long ago." Just as he finished speaking, another voice rang out from behind Harry. "Lucius, good morning." It was Arthur Weasley. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 118, I heard you're Dumbledore's favorite student. Good morning. Lucius greeted him with a smile. Are you here to buy books as well? There was no real reason for him and Arthur to fall out completely. After all, there had never been any direct conflict between them, so they maintained a polite and civil front. Besides, given Harry's good relationship with the Weasley family, Lucius had long forgotten about the so-called disgrace of purebloods. The Malfoys' bottom line was always flexible. Yes. Arthur's response was somewhat awkward, clearly making conversation for the sake of it. He and Lucius were merely colleagues at the Ministry of Magic, not close acquaintances. Their usual interactions were limited to exchanging nods when passing each other in the hallways. Now, with Lucius deliberately engaging him in small talk, Arthur felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, even though Lucius disapproved of the Weasley family's attitude toward Muggles, he never openly expressed it. This allowed their interactions to remain relatively amicable. "Oh, Weasley." Draco swaggered forward the moment he spotted Ron, wearing his signature smirk. "Look at that, we meet again. Looking for another Scourgiffy spell, Malfoy?" Ron shot back without missing a beat. "Draco." Lucius prodded his son with his wand, a silent warning. "Be polite." "Oh." Draco reluctantly responded, suddenly recalling the words of the family's elder before they left home. The elder had reminded him that Harry had received the most care from the Weasley family in the past. Because of this, he would naturally have a strong bond with them. The wisest choice, therefore, was to avoid conflicts with the Weasleys as much as possible. The elder had also questioned, why the need for conflict? Why cling so stubbornly to the so-called pride of purebloods? Wouldn't it be far better to gain more friends and reduce the number of enemies? Draco, to his credit, was a child who could listen to reason, especially when it came from the family elder. Couple that with Lucius's subtle threats before they left, and Draco quickly chose to be pragmatic. Acting a little friendlier toward the Weasleys. "No problem. Let's go. Hermione's still waiting for us." Ron patted Harry's hand. "Hermione?" Harry asked. Yeah, she's probably withdrawing money over at Gringotts. Ron explained. Then Harry turned to Lucius. Mr. Malfoy, would you like to join us? He swore he was just being polite. But to his surprise, Lucius actually agreed. Why not, he said. Together, they made their way through the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron and into Diagon Alley. Walking behind the group, Draco glanced at his father and couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. For a brief moment, he thought he saw an emotion in his father's eyes as he looked at the Weasley family, envy. Yes, that's right. Envy. Of course, Draco had no idea why his father would envy this family with too many kids to afford. Lucius would never tell him that, financially, he could afford as many children as he wanted, but he only had one. After a while, they finally arrived at Gringotts. Harry spotted Hermione's parents standing uneasily near the marble counter that stretched across the Grand Hall, seemingly waiting for Hermione to introduce them. Hermione. Uncle Askin. Aunt Claire. Ron greeted them cheerfully, waving his hand. At the sight of the Weasley family, Askin Granger and his wife visibly relaxed, looking relieved. Ron, my goodness. Askin clutched his chest. So this is the wizarding world. Absolutely fascinating. Won't you introduce me to your family? After exchanging introductions, Mr. Weasley beamed. Ah, you're muggles. We simply must go for a drink together. What's that in your hand? Oh, you're exchanging muggle currency. Molly, look. He turned excitedly to his wife, pointing at the 10-pound note in Mr. Granger's hand. Arthur. Molly scolded, feeling that her husband was getting a little too carried away. Granger, we meet again. Draco, still playing the part of a classic antagonist, suddenly appeared in front of Hermione. Hermione shot him a look of disdain. Looking for another Scourgiffy spell, Malfoy. Draco was momentarily stunned. Wait a minute, why are you saying the exact same thing as Ron? Lucius, meanwhile, had an expression of pure exasperation. He could only imagine just how insufferable his son's mouth must be at school. At least, thank Merlin, he hadn't offended Mr. Potter. Miss Granger, hello. Lucius swiftly pushed Draco aside as if his own son was nothing but an obstacle. I am Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy. I must apologize for his rudeness toward you at school. Oh. Hermione was caught off guard. If Lucius had come at her with arrogance, she would have been ready with a retort. But an apology? She wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. It's fine, she finally said. It's all in the past. I've already, well. Are these your parents? Lucius glanced with interest at the well-dressed Granger couple. They're muggles, correct? Yes, Mr. Malfoy. Hermione nodded. I believe Arthur is right. We should definitely join you for a drink at the pub later. He smiled. Arthur opened his mouth, wanting to tell Lucius to go jump into a lake. But then he hesitated, uncertain how to refuse. After all, as the saying goes, one doesn't slap a smiling face. Besides, they hadn't openly fallen out. Forget it, Arthur thought in resignation. Let him do as he pleases. Harry didn't need to withdraw any money, so he waited in the main hall of Gringotts. When the Goblin Griphook spotted Harry, he hesitated for a brief second but soon shook his head and returned to his post at the counter. Before long, everyone had finished their transactions. However, Ron didn't seem too excited about the upcoming shopping trip. After a quick discussion, they decided to split up and handle their own errands first. Percy mumbled something about buying a new quill, while Molly and Ginny headed to a shop selling second-hand robes. As for Arthur, he insisted on taking the Granger family and Lucius to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. His curiosity about the Muggle world outweighed his irritation toward Lucius, so having him around didn't seem all that unbearable. Oh, it's just one more person, no big deal. After Lucius offered to cover the bill this time, Arthur's attitude noticeably warmed up. Once everyone else had left, Draco was now an addition to Harry's trio. Draco, Ron, and Hermione stared each other down, none willing to back down. What kind of trick are you trying to pull now? Hermione eyed Draco with disdain. Granger, I need to correct you, I'm not pulling any tricks. Draco smoothed back his slicked hair. I admit that last school year, I wasn't exactly the friendliest, so I've decided to turn over a new leaf. Really? Ron asked skeptically. Of course. Besides, I can't beat you lot anyway. Draco sighed. Miss Merope's gift to him has expired, someone remarked. He spent nearly a week recovering at home, and even now, he still walks a bit unsteadily. Thinking back, Draco deeply regretted his decision, particularly, how he ever fell for Miss Merope's scheme in the first place. Allowing her to siphon his life force, what a brilliant idea that had been. Now, look at him. Luckily, he pulled back in time. Otherwise. The more Draco thought about it, the more terrified he became. What if she had actually drained him dry? His mother would have been devastated. Then just follow us quietly and don't cause trouble, Hermione said, still somewhat unconvinced. All right, let's get some ice cream first. I'll pay. Draco quickly volunteered. Opportunities to show off in front of his great-uncle were rare. If the old man got in a good mood and taught him a few powerful spells, wouldn't that be worth it? Draco, ever the rich heir, bought 4 chocolate raspberry nut-covered ice creams from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. This significantly reduced Ron and Hermione's hostility towards him. Of course, Draco's main offense had always been his sharp tongue. It was usually him who got smacked around, so while Ron and Hermione didn't exactly like him, their grudge wasn't that deep. When they passed by the Quidditch shop, both Draco and Ron came to a halt, unable to tear their eyes away. Quidditch was one of the few things they both loved. This broom is incredible, the Nimbus 2001. Draco sighed in admiration. Harry, if I convince my father to donate a Nimbus 2001 to every player on the Slytherin team, do you think Flint would let me join? You're insane. Ron scoffed. What's wrong with earning your spot through skill? Buying your way in, honestly, Malfoy, you've got too much money and not enough sense. What else do you expect? That's just how Slytherin operates. Draco shrugged. Talent alone isn't enough to make the team, you need some external advantages too. I suggest you drop the idea, Drama King, Hermione said, calling him by his nickname. Money should be spent wisely, not wasted on nonsense. Don't call me Drama King. Draco snapped. All right, I won't. Hermione held up her hands in surrender, then tugged at Ron, who was still admiring a Chudley Cannon's jersey. Let's go, Ron. You two have been staring at that broom for half an hour. Ron reluctantly tore his gaze away and trailed after Hermione, looking dejected. Passing by a second-hand bookstore, they spotted Percy sitting by the entrance, nose buried in a battered old book titled How Prefects Gain Power. Hogwarts Prefects and Their Careers After Graduation, Ron read aloud from the back cover. Sounds fascinating. But, just one book. Go away. Percy snapped, shooing Ron off as if he were an annoying goose. Honestly, Percy, I think you'd be better off watching some television instead. Hermione gave him a complicated look. She doubted that book had much real insight. If I were you, I'd study some Muggle TV shows, like Yes, Minister or Yes, Prime Minister. I think they depict our country's political scene brilliantly. Even in the wizarding world, the dynamics aren't all that different. Really? Percy hesitated, lowering his book. Being a scholar himself, he was inclined to trust Hermione's opinion. There was a kind of mutual respect among academic minds. Of course. If you're interested, I can also find you some memoirs, perhaps Bernard's writings. I believe they'd be quite helpful in understanding politics. Hermione offered. Percy beamed and eagerly thanked her. As they walked away, Ron muttered under his breath, Percy's obsessed with becoming Minister for Magic. His craving for power is ridiculous. There's nothing wrong with ambition, Harry mused. It's all about how you go about it. That's actually quite insightful. Who said that? Draco asked, playing along. Your ancestor. Harry smirked. He wasn't lying, Septimus Malfoy had indeed said those exact words once. That was during the summer before 4th year, when Septimus was lecturing his son, Ignatius Malfoy. Harry had been fortunate enough to listen in alongside Cassandra. All right, we need to get to Flourish and Blots, Hermione checked her watch. It's about time. Outside the bookstore, a massive crowd had gathered. Some were clutching books, others were empty-handed, all trying to squeeze their way inside. A large banner hung overhead. Gilderoy Lockhart, book signing for Magical Me. Today, 12:30 to 4:30 p.m. It's him. He's actually doing a signing. Hermione clasped her hands together, visibly excited. Using their smaller frames to their advantage, they weaved through the packed crowd. Most of the attendees were middle-aged witches like Mrs. Weasley. Evidently, Lockhart had quite the mom fanbase. When they squeezed their way forward, Lockhart was in the middle of a photo session, flashing an impossibly bright smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. To be fair, he was quite handsome. That much had to be acknowledged. There you are. Mrs. Weasley spotted her children at last. But before she could call them over, Lockhart's sharp eyes locked onto Harry in the crowd. Merlin's beard, look who's here. Lockhart's eyes glowed with excitement. Isn't this Harry Potter himself? He waded through the throng, grabbed Harry's arm, and, without giving him a chance to resist, dragged him onto the stage. Smile, Harry. Why aren't you smiling? Lockhart whispered into his ear. For some reason, Harry got the distinct feeling that Lockhart wasn't entirely friendly towards him. He racked his brain, but couldn't recall ever crossing paths with Lockhart before. I think this should be front-page material, don't you, Harry? Lockhart beamed. But before that, I have one question for you. Go ahead, Mr. Lockhart. Harry remained polite, subtly trying to free himself from Lockhart's grip. But Lockhart was an adult and far stronger. Instead of letting go, he leaned in close and murmured in Harry's ear. Tell me, is it true that you're Dumbledore's favorite student? You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 119, An Old Friend of the Flamel Family. Dumbledore's favorite student. Harry thought about it for a moment and didn't feel that Dumbledore particularly favored him. If Dumbledore truly liked him that much, he wouldn't be speaking in riddles all the time. I think you must be mistaken. I'm not Dumbledore's favorite student, he denied calmly. Although I might be a little famous at school, I've heard from the professors that the student Dumbledore truly favors is someone else. Oh. Lockhart's voice was light. But you and he are both Gryffindors. That doesn't mean he prefers Gryffindors, Harry shrugged. Maybe he likes Hufflepuffs instead. He sensed Lockhart fall into a brief silence. Ladies and gentlemen. Lockhart suddenly raised his head and declared, what an extraordinary moment this is. Young Harry came into Flourish and Blots today simply to buy my autobiography. Well, I am more than willing to gift him a full set of my hardcover, personally signed books, for free. Sir, Harry suddenly interrupted Lockhart. He had just thought of Aunt Molly, who had been worrying about the cost of schoolbooks before they left. To spare the Weasley family's pride, he wouldn't directly offer them money. But now, this was a perfect opportunity. If he could get some of Lockhart's books, it would significantly ease the financial burden on the Weasleys, and it was a way to help them without hurting their dignity. Besides, Lockhart had pulled him into this spectacle without warning, obviously for publicity, so this wasn't exactly extortion, nor was it greed. With this in mind, he continued, you know, I came with several friends, all of whom are your loyal fans. If you only gift the books to me, it would put me in a difficult position. So, I sincerely request, Mr. Lockhart, that you also gift my friends a set. Lockhart's eye twitched visibly. He really hadn't expected this little fellow in front of him to be so shameless. How many friends do you have? Lockhart asked with a forced smile. 9, sir, Harry said sweetly. Fine. After all, who could refuse the great Harry Potter, our esteemed savior? Lockhart gritted his teeth. Bring out 9 sets of hardcover, signed books for Harry and his friends. The crowd burst into applause and cheers, praising Lockhart's generosity. No one thought he was being taken advantage of. After all, Harry was the famous boy who lived. He deserved some special treatment. One had to admit, Lockhart was a prolific writer, if prolific meant having books stacked as tall as Ginny. Harry left the shop triumphantly, as if he were a victorious warrior, grinning as he shared his spoils with the others. Aunt Molly, he said cheerfully. Look. I got a full set of Lockhart's signed hardcover books. One for each of us, Hermione, Ron, Fred, George, Ginny, Percy, Draco, and me. But that's only 8 people. Aunt Molly asked curiously. Harry grinned. I know you like Lockhart too, so I got an extra set just for you. Oh, you sweet child. Overjoyed, Aunt Molly pulled Harry into a hug and kissed him on the forehead. You're such a good boy. I don't even know how to thank you. Well, I was hoping for some beef stew with potatoes tonight, Aunt Molly, Harry said playfully. Your cooking is simply the best. Oh, you. Aunt Molly ruffled his messy hair affectionately. Just then, another wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. What's going on? Harry turned to ask. Oh, Lockhart just announced that he'll be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts this year, Draco said without looking back. He also said he'll be the most competent Defense Against the Dark Arts professor in Hogwarts history. You're kidding? Ron asked. It's true, Hermione said, barely containing her excitement. Oh my gosh, Ron. He must be the best Defense Against the Dark Arts professor Hogwarts has ever had. You know, everything in his books, he's actually lived through it all. All right, I get it, Ron said impatiently. Honestly, I don't understand why you all are so obsessed with him, it's like he put you under some kind of love potion. The moment he said this, both Hermione and Aunt Molly smacked him on the back. Well done, Hermione, Aunt Molly praised. In their mutual distaste for Ron's skepticism, Aunt Molly and Hermione found an unexpected sense of camaraderie. As they stepped outside, they were surprised to find Hagrid waiting at the entrance. Hagrid. Harry called out enthusiastically, waving high. Hagrid spotted him and returned a broad smile. Hagrid. What are you doing here? Hermione asked curiously. My cabbages got eaten up by flesh-eating slugs, Hagrid said regretfully. Ah, such a shame. They should have been on the dinner tables. Can't you just pick off the chewed-up leaves? Ron asked cluelessly. These are for the school kitchens, Hagrid added. Oh, well, in that case, I suppose not. Ron quickly corrected himself. When they returned to the leaky cauldron, Mr. Weasley was still cheerfully drinking butterbeer with some acquaintances. From the looks of it, Lucius Malfoy had also taken an interest in the Muggle world, though likely from a business perspective. He had even asked Mr. Granger about books on wealth management. Buying a few Muggle books wasn't exactly considered misuse of Muggle artifacts, so Mr. Weasley turned a blind eye. Besides, it wasn't his place to stop anyone from learning about the Muggle world, was it? Everyone's packages were placed inside Harry's magically expanded, undetectable pouch, making them easy to carry. When tossing books inside, Harry distinctly heard a small oof. "You hit me," the voice of Poppy complained pitifully. "Oh, sorry," Harry said, only slightly apologetic. Since it was still early, they decided to have lunch in the Muggle world. Fortunately, their outfits weren't too wizard-like, just casual everyday clothing, so they didn't stand out. Lucius and Draco left first, seemingly with other matters to attend to at home. "I have no idea what's gotten into him," Arthur muttered under his breath as he watched the Malfoys leave. For years, Lucius had never shown any inclination to be friendly towards him. Usually, they avoided each other, only exchanging brief acknowledgements when they had to. Perhaps it had something to do with the upcoming investigation into dark artifacts. Arthur pondered. The matter had been scheduled for discussion, but it had been delayed due to the unexpected Muggle incident. The Ministry had diverted much of its manpower to modifying Muggle memories, leaving little time to conduct house-to-house inspections for dark objects. Lucius, being part of the Ministry, would undoubtedly have heard rumors. But something still didn't quite add up. After much thought, Arthur gave up trying to figure it out. The Grangers were very hospitable toward the Weasleys, inviting them to sit in a private dining room. As soon as they ordered, Mr. Weasley eagerly resumed his conversation. Their chat spanned everything from televisions, telephones, computers, cars, and bus stations, things non-existent in the wizarding world. Mr. Granger didn't mind explaining, and the two men became deeply engrossed in discussion. Thankfully, they were in a private room, or they surely would have drawn a crowd. When it was time to part ways, Arthur was reluctant to leave. Talking with Mr. Granger had answered so many of his questions about the Muggle world. He was like a sponge, eagerly absorbing knowledge about Muggle technology. That afternoon, after bidding farewell to the Granger family, Harry and the others used Flo powder to return to the Weasley household. Harry truly disliked traveling by Flo powder. Every time, he had to cast Scour Jiffy on himself, otherwise, he'd be covered in soot from head to toe. It was an absolute mess. That evening, as expected, Aunt Molly didn't keep Harry waiting long and prepared a large pot of hearty beef stew with potatoes for him. "This is amazing," Harry said, patting his stomach and letting out a satisfied burp. "Totally," Ron agreed, feeling so full he didn't want to move. Thanks to Harry, Ron had been eating well these past few days. As the days passed, August 15th finally arrived. That morning, Harry decided it was time to temporarily part ways with the Weasley family. "I need to head out for a bit and visit a friend," he told them. Arthur and Molly didn't ask many questions, they simply reminded Harry to stay safe. After all, they had seen what he was capable of. After thinking for a moment, Harry decided to bring Poppy along. He also made a quick trip to Diagon Alley, buying a large stash of treats for Poppy, just to make sure she wouldn't go hungry. Once everything was ready, Harry activated Apparition and arrived at the Flamel residence. Apparition required prior knowledge of the destination, and 100 years ago, during his 5th-year Christmas break, he and Veratio had visited the Flamel's home together. Even after a century, the Flamel residence had remained unchanged. Protected by the Fidley's charm, its exact location was impossible to find without knowing the secret, not even Voldemort or Gellert Grindelwald could achieve that. Fortunately, Harry knew. He stepped forward and knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened, and Harry looked down. "Deke," he asked in surprise. "Young Master Potter." Deke exclaimed, equally delighted, even bouncing on the spot. Neither of them had expected to run into each other here. Deke had once been the house elf assigned to him by Professor Weasley a century ago, taking care of all his daily needs. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked happily. "I even went to the room of requirement to look for you, but you weren't there anymore." As he spoke, he stepped inside. Deke snapped his fingers, shutting the door behind them. "Miss Grindelwald sent Deke here," the little elf said, looking somewhat downcast. But ever since then, Deke has never seen Miss Grindelwald again. "Is she doing well, young Master Potter?" "She." Harry hesitated, his voice catching. "Is she well?" "Trapped in Slytherin's study." Later, Deke heard that Master Grindelwald did some very terrible things, Deke continued, noticing the change in Harry's expression and quickly switching the topic. "But it seems that Master Grindelwald was punished for it." "Yes, and rightfully so," Harry said, still furious at the thought. "Do you know that Veratio had over 2 million galleons stored in Gringotts? 2 million. And Gellert took it all. That's not even the worst part, there were also rare alchemical materials among them, including ones that could have saved Veratio. He took those too." "That's absolutely vile," Deke said bluntly. "To take such things without Miss Grindelwald's or young Master Potter's permission, completely unacceptable." "Exactly," Harry scoffed. "If Veratio comes back and finds out what Gellert did, she'll make sure he pays for it." "She will make him pay." Deke echoed with a grin. "By the way, young Master Potter, have you seen any of your other friends?" "Oh, just one," Harry said, reaching into his pouch and taking out Poppy. "And this is?" Deke asked curiously. "Young Master, I don't recall the room of requirement ever having a unicorn." The only magical creature I remember was a phoenix named Fiona, whom you and Miss Grindelwald considered a companion. This is Poppy, Poppy Sweeting, Harry said, patting the sleeping unicorn. Seeing no response, he reached out and popped the little bubble of snot at her nose. I wasn't sleeping. Not at all. Poppy suddenly opened her eyes, blinking drowsily as she looked around. Where are we, Harry? France, Harry answered simply, giving her neck a pat. Look, guess who's here? Poppy lowered her head and saw Deke. Well, if it isn't Deke, she said, smiling. Long time no see. Long time no see, Miss Sweeting. Deke hesitated for a moment before tugging on Harry's sleeve and whispering, Young Master Potter, what happened? Why is Miss Sweeting a unicorn? Side effects of a magical animagous transformation, Harry said, shrugging. I have no idea how to fix it. That's actually part of why I came to see Mr. Flamel, 1, to check if he has any alchemical materials that might save Verisha, and 2, to see if he knows a way to turn Poppy back into a human. Oh. Deke nodded and said, then you'll need to wait a little while, young Master Potter. Mr. and Mrs. Flamel only just went to bed. You know how it is, older folks don't sleep as much as younger ones. That's fine, I'm not in a rush, Harry said, giving Poppy's leg another pat. Deke, let's find somewhere to sit in the meantime. Deke glanced at the way Harry was treating Poppy. He really wanted to remind Harry that this wasn't appropriate. Even if Miss Sweeting was currently a unicorn, he still shouldn't treat a lady like this. Deke was only thinking about young Master Potter's safety, after all. Because if Miss Grindelwald ever saw this. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. Patreon.com/winkaze. Chapter 120, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, A Secret History, as narrated by Nicholas Flamel, 1. Deke was overthinking things a bit. At present, Poppy always made a conscious effort to guide Harry into accepting the fact that he was a unicorn, while Harry, in turn, avoided mentioning Poppy's humanoid form, lest he upset her. Sometimes, Harry would even forget that Poppy was actually a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Besides, patting a unicorn's foreleg didn't seem like such a big deal, it was equivalent to patting someone's arm, after all. Oh, right. Deke said, Young Master Potter, please allow me to excuse myself for a moment. All right. Harry nodded, then sat down on the sofa, taking in his surroundings. The Flamel residence was a perfect balance of disorder and organization. Various bottles, jars, cauldrons, and ink-grinding mortars were scattered across the tables in a seemingly haphazard fashion. In one corner of the table sat a massive crystal ball, swirling with nebula-like patterns, an enchanting sight to behold. So, this is Nicholas Flamel's house? Poppy asked softly. Yes. Harry glanced at Poppy and grinned. Maybe he has a way to fix your problem. But before that, I have some good news for you, I forgot to tell you earlier. Poppy blinked in confusion and asked, what good news? You're about to become a school governor. Harry raised a thumb. The first unicorn school governor in the history of Hogwarts. Congratulations. Huh. Poppy's ears perked up instantly. School governor. Is that something tasty? Harry reached out and patted Poppy's head. She stuck out her tongue mischievously and giggled. Just lightening the mood. But really, a school governor. Why me? Because I've already discussed it with the goblins at Gringotts. Harry answered succinctly. It's part of their compensation, they did, after all, lose something of mine. So, what do you say, Poppy? Do you want to be a governor? A sudden sense of duty welled up inside Poppy. She nodded in understanding and rubbed her head against Harry's arm. All right, Harry, I'll take on this responsibility. Just then, Deke returned from outside. Young Master Potter. He stepped forward, followed by 3 house elves. One of them was familiar, voracious house elf, Lucci. Potter, young Master Potter. The moment Lucci saw Harry, she rushed forward, her large eyes brimming with tears. 100 years. 100 years. Lucci has finally seen you again. Hello, Lucci. Harry, too, was filled with emotion. House elves typically live 200 to 300 years. At around 130 to 40 years old, both Deke and Lucci were in their prime. Young Master Potter, Deke's voice was soft, before Miss Grindelwald left, in her presence as a witness, Lucci and I were married. Look, these are my 2 children, Ruby and Garnet. He gestured for his children to step forward. Come on, kids, greet the young master. Young master. The 2 little house elves quickly bowed. Hello. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. He felt a little awkward but, knowing house elf customs, decided not to overthink it. Please allow Deke's family to return to the Potter household, to serve the master and mistress. Lucci said in her sharp voice. This should depend on Mr. Flamel's decision, shouldn't it? Harry asked. Deke stepped forward at the right moment and said, Master Flamel has no objections. Deke and Lucci were only staying at the Flamel residence temporarily. When young Master Potter and Miss Grindelwald return, we will serve you again. To serve the master and mistress is Lucci's greatest honor. Lucci chimed in. Well then. Harry thought for a moment before saying, but we'll have to discuss this again once Veratio returns. Besides, Mr. Flamel is very old now, he still needs people around to assist him. Before Deke could reply, a deep, aged voice rang out. Children, the voice said, I have no objections. It was Nicholas Flamel. Mr. Flamel. Harry stood up and bowed respectfully. It's been a long time. Time is truly a magical force, Harry. Flamel shuffled forward in small steps and extended a hand toward him. It's a pleasure to see you. I think I'd better not shake hands. Harry said hesitantly. I'd hate to break your bones again. After all, the last time he had met Flamel was over a year ago. That had also been the first time Harry ever met the legendary alchemist. When they shook hands, Harry hadn't controlled his strength properly, or rather, he hadn't used any force at all, yet Flamel's bones had made an audible cracking sound. They broke. Come on, you can't avoid shaking hands forever. Flamel stretched his withered face into a smile that was both kindly and, strangely eerie. It was odd how those two expressions could coexist on one face. Harry reached out and clasped Flamel's hand, only to find that it was no longer as fragile as before. This is all thanks to the bone growth elixir from your Potter family, Flamel said with a smile. Without it, these old bones of mine wouldn't even be able to withstand daily activities. Won't you introduce me to this young unicorn lady? He looked toward Poppy. Poppy instinctively shrank back. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she felt as though this wise old man could see right through her. She's my friend, Poppy Sweeting, from Hufflepuff. Harry introduced her. She was practicing the Animagous transformation when something went wrong, now she can't change back. Because Harry had pushed Poppy forward when introducing her just now, he couldn't see her face properly. Upon hearing Harry's words, Poppy's eyes showed a pleading expression, she was silently begging Mr. Flamel not to reveal her secret. Oh. Mr. Flamel noticed Poppy's gaze. I see. Well, in all my years, I've never seen a muggle successfully practice magic, you're half an exception. He changed the subject. I know that whenever you and Miss Grindelwald are together, you tend to come up with all sorts of wild ideas, but I strongly advise against trying them. Oh. Harry nodded stiffly. Then how did you figure out the letter was from me, Mr. Flamel? That was a clue Miss Grindelwald left for me. She stopped by my alchemy chamber before setting off on her time-traveling journey. Mr. Flamel raised his arm stiffly, as if he were a rusted machine, and then, out of thin air, a chair appeared beneath him. At the same time, she also entrusted me with Deke and Lucci. I see. Harry nodded in understanding. And, of course, your handwriting. Mr. Flamel's expression showed slight disdain. I don't believe Miss Grindelwald would have such terrible handwriting. Given that only a handful of people know about my alchemy chamber, Albus doesn't know Miss Grindelwald, he knows another Grindelwald. As for Newt, let's not even mention him, just hearing the name Grindelwald makes him physically uncomfortable. That leaves only you. Dumbledore. Harry asked with interest. You mean Dumbledore knew Grindelwald, as in, Gellert? Of course he knew Gellert. They were friends. And I knew him too. Mr. Flamel didn't seem particularly pleased as he spoke the name. Back then, Gellert caused quite the commotion at Père Lachaise Cemetery. His fiend fire nearly burned all of Paris to ashes. Harry tried to recall, but no matter how hard he thought, he just couldn't connect the image of that 8-year-old cockatoo-like boy with the dark wizard who nearly reduced Paris to cinders. Just picturing that little kid's mischievous grin while commanding an inferno to engulf Paris felt utterly surreal. But Harry had caught on to something interesting, like the fact that Dumbledore and Gellert had once been friends. They were friends before they became enemies. Harry's eyes lit up with curiosity. I mean, Dumbledore and Gellert. What happened that turned them against each other? I remember reading on a chocolate frog card that in 1945, Dumbledore defeated Gellert and imprisoned him in Nurmengard. You think what's written on a chocolate frog card is the truth? Mr. Flamel said with an amused smile. To outsiders, that event is considered Albus's greatest triumph, but for Albus himself, it was the deepest wound of his life. It's a complicated history, though I must say, it aligns well with the British stereotype. At that, Mr. Flamel gave Harry a meaningful smile. Stereotype. Harry was stunned. He ran through every possibility in his mind but couldn't figure out what stereotype Flamel was referring to. Stereotype, Mr. Flamel repeated. A rather modern one, about 100 years old. Harry racked his brain, trying to recall how the French typically viewed the British. He hesitantly guessed, bad cooking. Then again, even the British themselves acknowledged that, so it wasn't exactly an unfair slander from the French. Mr. Flamel looked at him like he was an idiot. Bad cooking. Would bad cooking turn two people into lifelong confidants? Was there something wrong with Harry, or with the world itself? Poppy curled up on the floor, trying to make herself as invisible as possible. She did not want Mr. Flamel to notice her. Think again, Mr. Flamel prompted. A relationship even closer than friendship. Something clicked, hard, in Harry's brain. Under Mr. Flamel's guidance, a rather terrifying possibility surfaced in his mind. Could it be? He tentatively asked. He really didn't want to think about this any further. He had a feeling Verisha wouldn't be able to handle it. Just imagine, such an adorable younger brother, with a face that was so soft and pinchable, someone the family was counting on to carry on the Grindelwald bloodline, and then. Harry suddenly felt that Austria might be doomed to suffer the same fate as Paris all those years ago. Welcome to another world. Mr. Flamel nodded with a smile. Harry took a sharp breath. Even though he had already guessed it, he still found it difficult to accept. No, 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 no. Yes, Mr. Flamel said. No. Harry was truly in denial. That little cockatoo-like boy and the white-bearded headmaster. Yes. Mr. Flamel kept nodding. Harry felt like his entire existence was crumbling. He turned around abruptly. Fire whiskey. 1 glass, Deke. He needed alcohol to numb himself. Sometimes, having too good an imagination was not a blessing. By the time he realized where his thoughts had gone, it was already too late. Understood, Master Potter. Deke swiftly disappeared and soon returned with a glass of fire whiskey. I should remind you that underage drinking is prohibited, Mr. Flamel said. It's fine, I'm British. Harry took a deep swig, hoping the alcohol would erase the thoughts from his mind. Besides, technically, I'm of age. He paced back and forth, glass in hand, but no matter how much he drank, he couldn't forget what Mr. Flamel had just told him. So, you're saying? Professor Dumbledore and Gellert really? Yes. Mr. Flamel smiled. And then, they had a falling out. Harry asked again. That's right. Mr. Flamel nodded. So Harry sighed. His mind was a chaotic mess, as if someone had stuffed an entire nest of nifflers into his brain. So what is it that still surprises you? Mr. Flamel asked with a teasing smile. It's quite unexpected, you're even more old-fashioned than I am. I'm trying to be open-minded, but... Harry gripped his glass. I considered every possibility, but I never imagined that one day, the white-bearded headmaster would call Verisha sister. Mr. Flamel's previously amused expression faltered. He seemed to contemplate for a moment, then, with a swiftness unfitting for his age, snatched the glass from Harry's hands. Before Harry could even process what had happened, Mr. Flamel had already downed more than half of the fire whiskey in a single gulp. You can read more advance and fast update chapter on my Patreon. patrayon.com/winkaze